Alright, and hello everybody, I'm the Sweeper27 and welcome to another Dokkan battle video. So I had this funny idea that I just figured, let's go ahead and try this. I'm going to be doing a drinking game. This is going to be the DATRUTHDT drinking game. Now, shout out to my boy Truth. Truth, if you ever see this, just want to let you know you're one of the biggest inspirations for me currently. You're that big motivation that actually made me do content creation and take it as seriously as I do. So big shout out to you. This obviously, I'm not trying to like throw any shade on him or anything. I just think that this would be a funny idea and you guys could potentially enjoy this. Let me know if you do enjoy this or not. But what I'm going to be doing today is I have 4 rules that we're going to watch this video. I haven't seen it yet. But anytime any of these rules happen, I will be taking a sip of my beverage today, and to be a little bit more in themed with Truth, I actually have his iconic, or recently iconic, Smirnoff Ice Screwdriver. So I'm only going to be doing sips, just because, again, I don't know how this is going to go. So the rules that we're going to have here are anytime Truth mentions hidden potential system dodge, not a dodging unit, so like he brings AGL MUI into this video, that doesn't count. But if he goes, oh, well, my unit has hidden potential system dodge, or if he goes, guys, build your units correctly, that counts for that. Anytime he insults a friend unit or the friend system, that will be a drink right there. Anytime he says the phrase hidden potential system normal, we will be doing that, and then anytime he does his iconic unhinged laugh, we will be taking a sip of our drink. Now, if you want to do this with me, please drink responsibly. I obviously don't condone anything like wild or anything crazy. Please do everything within moderation, and please be responsible, and make sure that you are of age before you do anything like that. We don't want anything crazy going on with this, but let me know if you guys think this is funny. I don't know how this video is going to turn out, but let's go ahead and crack open our first drink, and let's just kind of see how this goes.
Alright guys, we are back.
Also, I hope that the audio sounds fine. I have no idea how this is going to turn out. Also, I guess I should say that I don't know anything about this video. I haven't seen it yet, but this is him going up against the Broly event.
So this looks to be
honestly, I might turn him down just a little bit.
Everyone hated the,
just a little bit.
What was it? Spirit of the Saiyans and Pride of the Wicked Bloodline. Everyone called it the pay-to-win event. I do anticipate similar levels of difficulty of wanting to have the new characters and stuff like that. Absolutely. I think that's going to be a thing we're going to have with this event. It'll be tough. Maybe you won't be able to beat it right away, but don't worry, you will be able to beat it eventually. I mean, maybe that's not what people want to hear, but I mean, it is a gacha game, and they are going to make shit really tough in order to try and bait people into swiping that credit card and getting the characters and winning and stuff like that, right? It's definitely a thing. I mean, I
think I might do some pausing in this video. Maybe I'll pause anytime he mentions one of these, because I should also note that I have a little notepad right here. I'm actually going to take tally marks to see which happens the most during this video. But this event, I would actually say, is kind of the antithesis to that, because if you bring the brand new summonable SSJ trio, the event actually gets substantially harder. So, if you were to summon on, like, the Dokkan Fest banner, this fight is a lot more difficult. So, that is something to kind of change up the meta a little bit. But this is obviously, like, his first look at it. I don't think he knows the gimmicks behind this Broly. I mean, I might be wrong. He might say something a little bit later into the video. I guess we can see.
It's unfortunate, but it is the game we play. So, all right, there are a couple of missions here.
Oh, he's going to bring them up right here.
Probably just try and knock out all the missions in this video. But, I mean, maybe if they are really nasty or something like that, maybe I'll just do separate videos. We'll see.
I actually did most of these missions off camera because I had a hard time with them. So I did end up getting them beat. If you guys are struggling with these events, I used all my team builds. I posted them on my Twitter a little while ago.
Really, really good support memory. So, the showdown against Legendary Super Saiyan Broly begins. Reign victorious to get awesome rewards. These stages will become available during the worldwide celebration. Complete special support memory Broly's inner power. We get a title as well. There's going to be copyrighted music in here, so we will be playing other stuff.
Thank God. Thank you, Truth. Appreciate it.
Lasts until October 11th. Okay. So if I'm going to use this as a showcase stage, we will be playing other music. Yep, there's that. You could bring an item. Okay, no stamina required.
Very long intro to this video.
Available right now. Last year, so 2 years ago there was a lot of stages. I actually liked the events, the Wicked Bloodline and Saiyan event. Last year it was kind of like the Gods and Mortals event, right? Which had 9 stages. So we'll see how many stages this is gonna have this year. But I mean, it's gonna get definitely a lot more. There's with the title. They haven't shown it yet. This support memory is gonna be really, really good.
This will actually probably be the best support memory in the game, or at least one of them.
I think it's Revenge. Yeah, right here. Yeah, permanent movie boss and Revenge buff. That's really, really good right there. So that's that. We have the missions here. So beat it. We have to beat it with Super Saiyan Goku. We have to beat it with Paragus, and then with 6 planetary destruction characters on the team. That one I might just do as a separate video. We'll see. All right. Now in terms of the stats here, I already did see this. You guys know I do like. Oh, look at this. Damn. Okay, interesting. I do like to go into these fights blind because I think it would lead to me losing a lot more, which people do enjoy, right? I've seen it all over where people say, I love watching Truth spend thousands of dollars and then losing. Y'all love it, so I'll give y'all what you want, right? But when they drop difficult content at the same time as a banner, you guys know me in particular.
So you must have been spoiled during his summoning video. I got it. Okay.
I also want a rainbow character.
I was there for a good part of that. I actually do enjoy his summoning streams. They're fun. I do feel bad for him, though, because he does get shafted. Damn. To get Rainbow all 3 of those units, it was nearly 4 hours for him. Damn.
Of what it looks like. This Broly
I didn't know it was that bad for him.
Really scary. So this is the first enemy Global is getting with kind of like the new design for bosses, where it's like you look at their generic stats and it's like, oh, they're not that crazy. But all these bosses legitimately have passives.
Which is true.
Right? That's like this huge extra damage dealt. This, like, if a Super Saiyan Goku is around, dude, this is a killer. Like, this is, 3 million AoE super. And then you do debuff Broly quite a bit when Paragus is there. Let's jump in, I guess, with a Super Saiyan Goku. I don't know. I guess I'll just use the new character. The Goku, Gohan, and Trunks. I mean, sure, why not? Let's just bring... Yeah, let's just bring their team, and let's see how we do. We are going to have to do a run with Paragus as well. And then, depending upon how long this takes, I might do the Planetary Destruction one just as a separate video.
Does he do all of them in this one stage?
Wait, hang on, guys.
I guess it doesn't specify.
Wow. This is a rare event where nuking characters are not... The nuking leaders are not banned. Wow. We could actually use this Golden Frieza in here. That could be relevant if we're going to run, like, Space Traveling Warriors. Oh, Psyche's not on Space Traveling Warriors, stupidly, but... Okay, that's cool. We could use the nuking leaders in this event. That's very uncommon. All right, guys, let's jump in, I guess, just like this.
Orange Piccolo is an interesting bring. But overall, a pretty powerful team build-up.
Some adjustments.
Although I feel like Bulma and Orange Piccolo are probably going to get cooked in here.
That's what those are.
And Gogeta would be too, except he got him early on, which is good, so he can transform as quickly as possible.
Maybe like GT, Goku, and Vegeta. We could just take damage right away, get their standby out early, maybe to help us with Broly in the second phase. I guess that could be it. Now I do need to respect this guy. I know that this Broly is going to hit very hard. We got Gogeta turn 1, which is good. So remember that AoE Broly, he does an AoE super attack. But keep in mind, it is a Ki Blast super, right? So what we could do... Let's get Orange Piccolo and one to build up. So what we could do is Blue Gogeta. He actually has a Ki Blast counter. Angel Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Physical Rose Goku Black. There are several characters who do have Ki Blast, counters or something. Damn. Yeah, Broly hits kind of hard, huh? Because it's like, okay, so he gets... 200% damage dealt to enemies. It's basically like a domain buff, right? Interesting. But then he also gets plus 75% attack and defense if a character's name includes Super Saiyan Goku, which obviously we've got with this character right here. Orange Piccolo should be pretty effective in here. We probably would want to look more towards tech characters.
I would actually be worried running Orange Piccolo in here, honestly. Not on a full superhero team. Like, yeah, his transformation would be good, but you can only get it on turn 6 here. He's going to be deep into this fight.
Million HP. Like, I'm going to be very curious to see what this is going to look like here. Now, Paragus, again, remember, does debuff Broly's stats. This Broly can be debuffed, huh? They both can. I mean, the thing is, attack debuffs are limited in terms of, like, really lowering the damage of the boss. I mean, we could say, like, what is this? Is this Broly going to be an LR Omega Shenron victim? I probably don't want to kill Broly right here, but we'll see. Okay, well, looks like he's
moving
dead.
way too fast. I feel like that's happened to me too as well in this event.
All right, Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. So, okay, interesting. We're definitely gonna want Bulma to attack first. Yeah, I guess we could do this. I mean, I would want Vegeta. So we can't seal, can't stun, can't do any of that shit. All right. Yeah, let's have Bulma super first. Damn, dude, really? Let's hit this. Are we gonna be able to get 24 key right here? Yeah, we will. Okay. And then next rotation, we're gonna have Piccolo and Vegeta. Piccolo and Vegeta will give us the Scouter, which certainly could help quite a bit. All right, now remember, this fight to me does, I mean, seem like it's asking you to use this Goku, Gohan, and Trunks.
I almost say it's the opposite.
It certainly does seem like it, right? Because
so I mean, to beat the mission, yeah. Because there's really no other good
Broly
just Super Saiyan
so
Gokus
much
right now, I don't think.
that-
I mean, I guess you could say the Super
The only
13
thing is,
trio.
I mean, bro, like he's doing well over 3 million. That is gonna be a killer for a lot.
And I
of
guess
characters.
maybe
We'll see how
5
this is gonna
coup
look.
could be okay in here. Depending on the
Says
situations, of
Broly's
course.
got a 0 cooldown and stuff too, so all right, we are gonna debuff him a little bit. Normal, of course. Okay, I was gonna say, yep, additional normal, additional normal. Stop me if we've seen that before.
But he said the iconic phrase, hit a potential system normal. All right, that's our first one. First sip, fellas. We're only 9 minutes in. First sip.
Additional normal. Yep. All right. I mean, the debuffs, sure.
I probably picked a bad video then.
I'm not sure what the damage is gonna look like when Broly supers.
Let me know in the
Here's
comments if
here.
there's a
Alright, let's see.
specific truth video that these rules would be good for. Or if you have any of your own rules, please recommend them to me down in the comment section
Okay.
below.
Huh.
Because if y'all enjoy this, I would be willing to do this again.
Whew, that's a lot
Wait,
of damage. That
how
is
much
a
did
lot
Bulma
of
take?
damage.
900k? Damn.
Let's go ahead and hop right back in. Okay.
Let's immediately hop back in. Dude, JP load times are insane. I'm so glad I stuck to the global version. Although global sometimes takes a hot minute to load too.
It is an AoE too. That's gonna make it very difficult to get by. This is gonna be a struggle. Who would we be looking to bring? The thing is, with the damage he's doing with a Super Saiyan Goku, it is going to be very difficult to deal with that. Like, you would definitely want to be doing shenanigans.
I mean, Tech Ultimate Gohan would be
reviving,
really good.
Ghost Usher, like those types of abilities.
Greatly stacking and debuffing the enemy. That's probably what he's
I
going to go
mean,
with here.
We could bring him. He
Wh-
does have a Ki Blast counter. as
What?
well. He probably could work effectively.
Although
here.
Kai Goku,
I
to be
mean,
fair, that's a video
damn,
I
we
want to
want
do.
to
I want to
do
test
this
out
one
Kai
again.
Goku with the extra
Piccolo
buffs.
and yeah, we could do that. Vegeta.
Let me know if you guys
probably
want
would
to see that.
blast it on, though.
Because the next long showcase video I'm going to be
It's just a
doing
little fast
is
for
going
this.
to be
I'm
LR
thinking of
Physical
some
Super Saiyan
ideas
2
here.
Angel
Let's-
Vegeta. That was recommended in the comments. So
I
that'll be
might
the
get
next
rid of
world tour
Vegeta,
we do.
please.
But I would be
Yeah,
interested to do
we'll
Kai
hop back in
Goku.
like this. Let's test it out. So dodge is going to be very big with that big super attack.
I'm gonna count that
I
as
do
a
think that
dodge.
this
All right.
Carnival Goku at
Second
least
sip.
would be potentially worth a run here. Gogeta's in slot 7. That's a little bit late, unfortunately. We would want him
Ugh.
right away so he could transform quickly. He wouldn't be able to deal with like keeping our other allies from getting hit, but wow, look how, did you guys see how little damage Orange Piccolo took compared to last time? That is having both Goku, Gohan, and Trunks support up, whereas last time it was just turn 1. I might need to switch some things up for the Super Saiyan Goku run. We'll see how it's gonna go.
I'll be interested to see the team he uses to actually get the dub here.
Broly with the 0 cooldown means he is going to be tossing that out very, very, very regularly.
I've noticed most of the time he does launch that
I
AoE
mean,
in
if we're not
slot
gonna use
2.
items and support memory stuff like that, we might need some dodges to proc.
Up,
I mean,
dodges
I
to
could
proc.
always
There we go.
like,
That's another one.
Tech UI Goku's team.
That's the team I used to beat it, by the way.
And, I mean, Goku, Gohan, and Trunks, they are on Entrusted Will, right? So, like, we could go to UI Goku's team. We could get, like, the real A team out. And then we could kind of find, like, a Super Saiyan Goku who we'd bring. We could do Goku, Gohan, and Trunks on Tech UI Goku's team. What else is available? There is also, because it needs to be specifically, yeah, dodging. That's what we're
Oh, well, there's 3 right there.
It needs to be a Super Saiyan Goku. What about Realm of Gods? I mean, there is that free-to-play Super Saiyan Goku. There's also Transforming Goku, but we certainly don't want to run him, right?
I've seen a lot of people actually using
Alright,
Transforming Goku, though.
Here? We're gonna have the
Like, I think that's how Platy beat it. How he got the mission completed.
Slot.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed.
I
Most of
guess
the time,
we
it's the
could do
first
this.
attack in slot 2.
I'm potentially a tad concerned for, like, Namek Goku tanking these, or not Namek Goku, but Carnival Goku tanking these normals. Let's see.
I was about to say, no way in hell you're bringing Namek Goku in here.
And Piccolo and Vegeta to dodge.
Whoa!
That's a lot. Okay.
Vegeta ate that much?
Broly is juiced like crazy with Super Saiyan Goku. Okay, let's try it. Let's.
That's
go to,
crazy.
like,
Vegeta
full
took that
power
much?
Superhero, which we can do with Goku, Gohan, and Trunks added to it. That could be a good idea we could do here. Because the problem we're gonna run into is just that Carnival Goku. I mean, he's gonna get walloped by those attacks. I guess maybe I should have floated him. He does have the survive KO hit as well. Wow, dude, a fight where this guy's actually potentially useful. How about that? We do obviously need his counter to come through.
I'll be interested to see what
Alright,
does
let's see.
Vegeta take here. Because that first attack did damage to the boy.
Dodging is gonna be big. We did not dodge 522.
Okay, well that's another one right there.
We do get this.
That's
Now Piccolo and Vegeta.
that's
obviously
4 for
have
him
to
mentioning
as
dodge.
well.
Up 5. No, wait, they're a dodging
They
unit.
do.
They're a dodging unit. That doesn't count.
That's the survive KO, and then we're dead. Yeah. Okay, let's switch it up. Let's switch it up. Broly is a big boy. All right, guys, let's try this. There's a couple of different ways we could build this team. Obviously,
That's
we
a
could use
very
Evolution
powerful
Blue
team
Vegeta and
setup.
Stuff like that. I do think Carnival Blue Gogeta is a really good idea for this. Tech UI Goku, once we transform with him, we'll be able to cook. Okay. Jiren turn 1 is really good. Gogeta, we do want him early, though, so we could transform with him. It doesn't matter what we do with Jiren.
Truth, where did the music go?
I don't
My guy.
want to kill this
Hello?
Broly right away, so let's
We were
hold
jamming out
back
for a second there,
as
my
much
guy.
as we can. Because I don't want to kill him right away. So I guess holding back as much as I can was keeping HL UI and Tech UI from getting 24 key. With the dodge characters, we'll have a much better chance in here. Now remember, Beast will be able to tank it, but I mean, he should still be taking damage because, I mean, Broly, that's a huge super attack he's doing, right? Like, he's way over 3 million, which, you know, we're going to be getting on, you know, turn 2 or turn 3. So we're really going to have to kind of like patch things together. And he has a 0 cooldown, so he's going to be firing out a lot.
Despite him having the 0 cooldown, again, from all of my experiences, it's that first attack in slot 2. That's where he likes to shotgun it.
Whenever Vegeta would get crushed, but Vegeta would be able to tank it really impressively. Nice, we did not kill him in 1 turn. That's really good for us. We probably would have taken damage from that. So that was a good super attack dodge right there.
Right, and that's 5.
All right, now we're in much better spot. Yeah, let's just do exactly this right here. So we're going to have the Goku, Gohan, and Trunks defensive buff up available for us, just in case we need it. We'll float Gogeta, so we'll be ready to transform.
Also, I know I don't have
Seems
face cam,
to
but
me
you
like
guys are just going to have to take my word that I am
might
doing
just
this.
do only this mission for this video. I mean, we're already 16 minutes in. Yeah, that super attack. That's gonna be so frustrating for so many people. The pay to win pay to win event allegations are not gonna be beaten this year. No way. Right? Like it's that.
Again, I haven't really seen that too much. I actually haven't seen a lot of people talking about this fight in general. But again, I would say it's the exact opposite. If you were to summon for this brand new unit to do this specific mission, now granted, this is the best Goku for this mission in particular, but it gets so much harder by doing so. So I almost feel like it's the exact opposite, but I really haven't seen too many people struggling with it. Like initially, like I struggled with it. If you saw my video on it, again, I did beat it off camera using a very similar team build to what Truth is using here, and I was able to get a no item with it if I'm not mistaken, but there's really nothing wrong with using items. Like, again, not everyone has to be Truth. If you just want to be able to beat a mission, like, items are in the game for a reason. You're able to debuff this guy, so you could bring the Robo item, which debuffs him by 66% attack, and stuns him for a turn as a Ghost Usher, and then it's a debuff. So that would be really good. You can bring Whis into here to protect everything. You can just Ghost Usher everything. So if you are struggling, again, don't ever feel bad about using items. They're in the game for a reason. You don't have to play the game like a whale, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
That shit's gonna stand true for sure. All right, let's get him out of here. Their debuffs could be useful. I mean, not very surprising that this character is, intended to be used here against this Broly. All right, let's see how we're gonna do. What our rotation is looking like. So we got Beast and both UIs. Damn.
Again, this video is so weird. Truth had music at the start. Where did it go?
I guess we'll flow AGL UI.
I feel slightly more awkward for being quiet, but I don't want to talk over him the entire time because I don't want to miss him saying or doing anything.
The reason is because AGL UI's revive could be huge. We are going to have Jiren next turn. We should be okay. I mean, so pretty much from this point on, we probably are going to be okay as long as the UI Gokus are hitting their dodges.
The runtime says other, my guy.
Jiren in his
otherwise.
Standby, and he has 100% damage reduction, so he's going to be good to go. All right, so Beast was able to super attack first, so he's going to be looking good. Tech UI Goku probably will be able to tank it in a very impressive way, by the way.
What?
If it's the first hit that hits him as the super attack,
hardcore
I think
disagree.
Tech UI Goku is going to be able to again.
Oh, and the music's back.
In like a really sort of impressive way, so that'll be good for us there.
There it is. Thank you, my goat.
Right, let's see. All right, here's the super attack. Again, Beast, I think would take damage. Oh, we dodged it.
Well, that's 6 for that right there.
Just like we drew.
He actually did 8 that, to be fair.
So that was pretty good tanking by Tech UI Goku. It was. I'm serious. It was. That was pretty good tanking by.
Was
Tech
not
UI
expecting
Goku.
that.
Because remember, Tech UI Goku already has true type advantage, but then he has the really big damage reduction the first time he's hit.
I guess
So
that
he
is
had
true, to be fair. He
big
has like
defense,
50% damage
true
reduction.
type advantage and big damage reduction, so he's able to survive it. But I mean, we could see we're not going to be able to tank very much more. It's a shame that Tech UI didn't dodge it, but we'll be okay. Probably.
Dude, he's having such good orb RNG right now.
Oh,
I always struggle when I'm using the trio.
We can only do one of them at a time. Yeah, maybe.
Why didn't he wait?
Because of that, maybe it would be a better.
See, like, if it were me, I would have collected the physical orbs and then done the transformation. I guess that doesn't make the biggest deal ever, because I'm assuming he needs specifically to get a bunch of orbs, but then you could have also healed up a lot with them as well.
Better idea to bring Evolution Blue Vegeta instead of Jiren? I guess we could probably, we probably should do that, huh? I'm a goose. I didn't even think of that. Let's put them right there. Them super attacking first will give a buff. It doesn't really matter. Broly has a 0 cooldown, so he truly could super literally anywhere. We can float Tech UI Goku off right here. It doesn't really hurt us at all.
Jiren actually heals up a bunch. Oh, goodness.
Remember, Beast Gohan's active does not help us in here. Oh. What?
Damn.
Okay. Huh?
That's insane,
okay.
actually, that they took that much damage.
Okay.
That was with debuffs from the prior turn, right?
Sure. Here, let's get rid of Jiren and bring Vegeta. Let's get Evolution Blue Vegeta on here. We're
Actually, no, there were no debuffs because it was
Evolution Blue Vegeta
Beast.
In
Yeah, that's
slot
right. That's right.
one,
That's right.
And hope that his super attack comes out you know what we could do? We could take damage to put us into AGL UI Goku's territory. Should we do that? Let's just jump in for now. Okay. So we're gonna have to keep Goku, Gohan, and Trunks until they go into their standby out of like death dealing range. Can't float tech UI. Cannot do that. Can't do that under any circumstances. Intentionally hold back time is what this is right here. Yep, let's do that. Okay, so with Beast, we can't protect our allies with his active skill, but what we can do is give himself the really big defensive buff. So I don't think we have to worry about Beast dying to the super attack. He probably would have maybe taken a similar amount as Tech UI on that last turn. Maybe. All right, Vegeta should be able to eat that fine. That's not 5 attacks, though. I don't think that's 5. Is that 4? I think that's 4. Okay. So we're not quite all the way there yet in terms of Vegeta's revive. This'll take a few runs to get this, but we'll be able to get it. So we'll probably do. I might just do 3 videos in here, I guess. The Super Saiyan Goku run, Paragus run, and then Planetary Destruction run is what I might do. This run will be the toughest because with Super Saiyan Goku
100%.
on the team, Broly's damage. I mean, again, when these bosses now have like these big passive buffs, that shit, like Broly is more than doubling his damage with Goku on the team. Like that's true. Broly is more than doubling his damage. It's actually almost, he's tripling his damage almost. So, because with the 160% attack he gets from Super Saiyan Goku being around. So, all right, a couple of hits for Beast right here. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Do we just? Well, no. The character I have to float here is Gogeta. Yeah, we could put them in slot 1 right here. Doesn't really matter too much. We should take a little bit. We're probably going to take a little bit of damage no matter what. And then once that pushes us below the HP threshold, we potentially could have AGL UI Goku's revive. We could have their standby. In their standby, they should be able to tank it. I guess, I mean, with the dodge, my character could just dodge the super attack as well.
Oh, there's another one.
I've seen
That's
so many
7.
people say, oh my god, you don't want to dodge on this character, but, I mean, not to be too rude, but, like, I know better. Like, I know what these events are going to be like. Like, I'm...
I should have had...
What to do here.
Truth mentions people mocking him. That would have been a good one. Also, that's my first drink down.
My opinion of Goku, Gohan, and Trunks, too? I would say no. Right? Like, do I think, like, oh, man, they're not quite as good jumping in here? No, not really.
I agree, because this event is specifically designed to make them struggle.
Vegeta, we need to do this. So, again, it's
What?
an AoE super no matter what. We are going to lose.
Why wouldn't you put
Vegeta
Tech
5
MUI
dodge
in the middle
control
slot? Because
super
he has
straight
his
away,
guaranteed dodge.
If the first attack is not a super...
And his revive is a lot easier to get. But I guess getting the hits right
Dude,
there.
Could you imagine if he would have dodged it? That would have been
right there.
insane.
That's another one. I got to bust open my next
That's
drink.
actually a really
I only have 2
bad
drinks here,
dodge, though,
so...
'cause that would have bumped us up to 60% damage reduction. So
This could be
like
bad.
That's a horrible dodge right there. That is, like, so bad. All right. Again, we'll be able to get this done without items, too.
I might have to
Like,
take smaller
no worries
sips.
there. Okay, that's good.
Because what do I do if I drink my next Smirnoff?
Vegeta will be fine. Hopefully, Tech UI Goku dodges the super. Unfortunately, it is the friend UI Goku, which, I mean, if you know, you know.
There we go.
We know how
Truth insults the friend
units
unit.
get down on
There we
this
go.
channel.
That's another one right there.
So make sure you dodge that super attack, you blasted fool. Alright, come on. There's the super. Goku. Goku. Alright, let's see how Vegeta eats it. Nice. Dude, the friend.
That's what my Tech MUI looks like. He never dodges. Alright, that's another friend unit right there.
Please, God, let the day come when I don't have to use other people's units. I hate... Was that the friend UI Goku that got hit last time, too? I bet it was.
I'll count that as 2. That's another one right there.
The day can't come soon enough Because I'm sure that Tech UI Goku's got some dumbassery like full crit or something like that. Like, I'm sorry, but Tech UI Goku's one of these characters who literally is only bringing value to the team when he's dodging. He literally has to dodge or he's a loser. Nope, I clicked mine. Here, let's click a friend. Watch some bullshit like full crit.
That's another one.
Horrible.
That's another one right there.
The offense doesn't matter when the boss just insta-kills you, man. But I did do a lot of complaining, but that allowed us to do this at the same time.
Yeah, you did 4 in a row to be
maybe,
specific.
Maybe I lose, actually. Here, let's pop this.
God, I love their standby. This OST goes so hard. It's so original Dragon Ball. The walking animation's a little goofy, but other than that, this goes hard. I'll say their animations are probably way better than Broly. Would I say that actually? Broly has really freaking good animations.
How should I play this? How should I play this? How should I play this? What I'm wondering is, should I use Beast Active here? I think we should. I'm going to use Beast Gohan's Active right here. Let's pop it. This does not... Oh, this actually draws some of our charges away, but this will guarantee that Beast doesn't take damage, which to me, I am valuing as more important.
I don't think Beast would take damage on this turn anyway.
This.
Maybe he would, actually.
Yep. That gives the defensive support as well. We are actually in potential survivability range for my UI Goku. Probably not. My UI Goku would probably need the super attack first before he would be able to survive Broly's super. Let's see how it goes. The good news is only the super attack can hit UI Goku, because all the normals are going to be directed towards Beast, so... Alright, no way... I would be shell-shocked if Beast took damage from the super. Same with Super Saiyan Goku. Surely he tanks this, right? Yup. We dodge it. Yep, I know better.
That's another one right there, fellas.
Thank you. My builds, I know what I'm doing. You know. The thousands of comments of people saying I don't know the game and I'm an idiot and stuff like that.
Yeah, I should have had a rule being like...
Who's the one who's fucking coming in
Truth
here?
mentions people
No
mocking him.
All this shit.
That would have been a good one.
Okay.
That would have been a good one.
These attacks. That Broly super, unfortunately, is a killer. It's going to be very difficult to actually tank that. Tech UI Goku is actually set up perfectly because he has true type advantage. You know, so he's, guarding, damage reduction. He can, is approaching 1 million defense after supering. And, he's still taking 400k, so. All right, we're going to have Gogeta out. Remember, Gogeta's going to have a super attack counter. We're going to have Master Tech UI Goku out as well, which means we're going to have the, we're going to have the thingy Mababber up.
The guaranteed dodge turn. There you go, buddy. I got you.
Not working very well.
Don't worry, I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
We have Vegeta's Revive and Master Tech UI.
This is a powerful rotation he's got right here. If he loses this run, I'd be surprised.
Right here. Yeah, let's just start getting these out. Gogeta's gonna heal us back up to full. We can go ahead and get Tech UI Goku's domain up. Got a lot of good shit coming here. Let's go ahead and just start transforming.
Why do Gogeta first? I'm not a big fan of how he order of operations these things. Because I know there's already a bunch of rainbow orbs already on the field, so I guess that's probably why he's doing it, because he doesn't care so much. But even still, I feel like you transform with Gogeta and then collect your orbs. Unless he's planning to put him into slot 1, which I don't imagine he would do. I mean, maybe he will because he wants to get the target all mechanic. I guess that's valid. Because he's definitely going to put Tech MUI in the middle slot, because that's where the most amount of attacks are.
So, I mean, we're still gonna need... Do we need good luck at all here? Probably not, actually. Gogeta could be A-okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. If someone fails us, Vegeta can get us out of jail free. It
True.
would be
Again, this is like the
Gogeta.
safest rotation he's
Gogeta,
had this
I
whole
guess,
time.
is the one who would fail us. Hopefully he doesn't. I brought Gogeta specifically because remember he has a Ki Blast counter in blue.
Oh, that is huge. He has like technically
Gogeta
two
in
70%
top 7 would be
chances to
brutal
dodge
in this
that
fight,
super
'cause
attack.
Obviously, we want to transform him quickly. Broly, by the way, does have 200 million HP, but we are saucing him up pretty easily here. What is his? All of a sudden, I've got a million tabs open. Here, let me close some of these. All right, let me come back to Broly. Okay, so Broly has 67% damage reduction and 200 million HP. So he does have a
That's very
sizable
similar
amount of
to
HP
Selmax,
here.
if I'm not mistaken. Selmax has 300,000?
Like, it's not insignificant. Tech UI can massacre Broly, though. Yeah, looks like we're probably good. Because we will either finish Broly right here, or we'll finish him with the Miraculous Punch. Either or. Hidden Potential System additional normal, unfortunately.
Oh, there's one for
All right,
those.
Vegeta can tank it.
Another sip, fellas.
Yup. UI Goku 100% dodge. Perfect. And then Gogeta has 80% dodge, and he has a 70% chance to counter.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Tekken UI gives you extra dodge support. That's insane. 80% chance to dodge and a 70% chance to counter, and he failed both.
80% dodge, that failed, and then he had a 70% counter, and that failed. Dude,
That's insane.
that's exactly what just happened.
That's my dodge look
because
right there.
Tech UI Goku gives an extra 10% chance to dodge. So Gogeta had 80% dodge right there, right? He had 80% dodge. Because Tech UI Goku gives 10% extra dodge that first turn. And then Gogeta had 2 separate procs that failed because he also has a 70% chance to counter Ki Blast Supers. So
This is actually going to be probably one of the weakest miraculous punches I've seen. Only 43 charges?
So he failed a 70% counter, and then he failed an 80% dodge. And then he failed my Hidden Potential System
Oh, Hidden
dodge
Potential
failed
System
too.
dodge. There we go.
So what just happened right there, he failed a 70% chance, he failed an 80% chance, and then he failed a 26% chance.
But hey, man, the game's 1s and 0s at the end of the day. Shit like that happens all the time.
I mean, you can't even...
That is
you can't make it
astonishingly
up.
bad, though.
That's unbelievable. That's crazy.
He's not going to use the active skill for MUI?
I mean, it just gets us this KO screen, I guess, which is a little bit better, potentially, but I can't believe Gogeta did
With
that.
only 50 charges, there's no way this kills. Again, this OST also goes hard. And the animation is so clutch. This also is probably one of my favorite KO screens in the game. I'd be interested to see if he can get it with just 50 charges. I doubt it. Even if it crits, I don't think so. Yeah, no way. Even with a crit, that wasn't going to kill. See, there we go. There we go. It still might not kill, honestly. Although, does activating the active skill change the RNG for crit? I guess we'll see here. It doesn't. But if he just puts that in slot 3, Beast in slot 2, collect the physical orbs, he will be able to get this
All right,
KO
guys,
screen that he
we've
wants.
come to an impasse here. All of a sudden, like, we're failing every crit chance. Dude, Gogeta, I'm kind of pissed at Gogeta, man. I'm not gonna lie. I cannot.
I mean, as you should
I
be.
actually cannot believe Gogeta did that to us. I can't believe Gogeta did that. He, like, bro, for real, like, the chances that like, what were the combined chance? That had to have been like a 92% chance overall to dodge that or something like that. That had to have been crazy, bro. All right, let's get some more charges here. Like this. Perfect. Okay. This time with the extra charges.
Yeah, here we go. This should
hopefully
definitely kill.
crit as well. Let's get the KO screen. Let's just finish this off, please. There we
Perfect.
go. Easy peasy. Not even
And one of the
hard.
best
First
KO
try.
screens in the entire game.
Not even hard. There we go. Perfect. So there's that. We get the awesome KO screen.
Yeah!
I mean, that's got to be the best KO screen in the game, for real.
One of them, for
Like,
sure.
Actually.
Actually?
All right. Do I hate this mission or stage? Not really. I don't mind losing, but then again, I mean, I do think people are going to hate it because it's very hard, and they're basically saying, hey, use the new summonable character to beat it, which, I mean, of course, people are not going to like, right? That's going to be the thing, but again, I don't really mind. I don't mind losing. All right, so there's basically 3 missions. There's beat it with Super Saiyan Goku.
God
beat it
damn, the
with
JP
Paragus,
loading
and beat it with,
screens are incredibly
Planetary
bad.
Destruction. So we should get 2 missions done here. Yeah, because beat it the first time and then beat it with Super Saiyan Goku. Yeah, we're 36 minutes in, so sure. Damn, actually, beating it once gets 10 stones? Damn, okay. We'll do a video. We'll do 3 videos for this. This one beating it with Paragus, and 1 beating it with Planetary Destruction. So let me know what you guys think of this event. Do you hate it? This is the 2024 pay-to-win event.
All right, and that was the video. So let's go ahead and tally up everything that happened. He didn't have a single unhinged lap that entire time. I'm almost disappointed that we didn't get a single iconic unhinged lap from Truth. But he mentioned hidden potential system dodge 10 times. He insulted the friend unit or the friend system 4 times, and he said hidden potential system additional normal twice, for a total of 16 drinks in just under 40 minutes. So let me know what you guys think about this video. Let me know, did you guys think it was funny, or do you think that this was just an awful idea for a video? I don't know. I've been trying to just spitball a bunch of different stuff. Throwing pretty much anything at the wall that I think you guys may find funny. It's been a while since we've done a rant. We might do another rant video in the next couple of days, but alright, hello everybody, I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. So, it was revealed a few days ago over on Twitter that this Super Saiyan Broly was actually going to be getting his EZA. I feel like everybody expected it, we all knew that this was coming, but it is just really cool that it has been confirmed. And the night that I'm recording this, which is the 9th, in just a few hours, right now it is 10:47 p.m., so roughly 2:30 a.m. my time is probably when this guy should drop in-game. So by the time you guys are watching this, plenty of you should have had a little bit of experience with this guy under your belt if you've been playing, or if you like stayed up or whatever, or if you're in a completely different time zone. I don't know. But we're going to delve in, see what this guy really does. I have seen his kit over on Twitter, like the rough translations that Minato provided. Shoutouts to him, he's a great guy. So I have a generalized idea of what I think this unit does, but we're going to read the full kit here, and then I'm going to give, like, all of my judgments. So, this is Nightmarish Impact Super Saiyan Broly. His leader skill is Resurrected Warriors, 4 key, 150 stats, or Extreme Tech, 4 key, and 170. They couldn't buff this up. This is kind of an interesting omission, because if we look, what's an easy way that I can pull these guys up? None of the categories they share, and they don't link particularly well either. So, Golden Frieza and 17, they are a 160 leader, and Jiren, if I'm not mistaken, they gave Jiren a full 170. They really couldn't have buffed this up, especially for such a whack category like Resurrected Warriors. Like, there's zero synergy here, so I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit weird that they kept this as a 150, but I mean, hey, you're not going to really run this guy as a leader anyway, so I don't know. And also not buffing this is a bit odd. So he's not even going to be that great as a Battlefield leader. Because most of the time, like, what I do for Battlefield is I do Fusion Zamasu and then, what's his name? Roseanne Zamasu, Goku Black Zamasu, whatever you want to call it. So, you're not really going to be getting any advantages out of this. And I do want to say this right now. For the first couple of turns, this guy has the exact same name as Dragon Ball Super Broly's base form. So, there could be some same name shenanigans early on into fights with these guys. Thankfully, this guy does have a very good transformation condition, so even if it is like an issue, these guys show up on the same rotation on like turn 1 or turn 2, missing out on the links, that's only going to be an issue for the very start of the fight. So it shouldn't be like the biggest deal ever, but I could certainly see that being annoying, especially if you actually run this guy like on Broly's leader skill, because potentially there could be a situation where you have DBS Broly, this guy, and the friend lead, turn 1, and then you're just not having any links, and then I hate stuff like that, especially since, like, I understand that, yes, this is Super Saiyan Broly, and the other one is Super Saiyan Broly, but Z Broly and S Broly, they're not similar at all. I don't know. The same name update is dumb. This should have been, we need more EP Beeruses in the game, as basically what I'm getting at, but no one really cares about any of that. Let's go ahead and delve into this kid's passive. So, in his base form, at the start of turn, he gets 3 ki and 200 to stats. I love to see this number. This is the bare minimum of what any EZA or recent modern release should have, in my opinion. He gets an additional 120% to stats when he performs a super attack. He gets an additional 120% to stats if it's an ultra super attack, so 18 ki and above. He gets an additional 50% attack when the targeted enemy is an attack down or defensive down status. That is relevant. There are several fights where you actually are able to debuff. Cell Max, once you get deep into it, I don't actually know if you can debuff any of the Goku and Frieza event. I don't actually know. Because I know you can't stun or... You might not actually be able to debuff at all in that fight. That's interesting. But this is relevant. There are fights where you are able to debuff, and then this guy just naturally gets that much stronger in those phases. So that is a nice little buff. Some defense here would have been appreciated, but what can you do? He gets an additional 3 ki and launches a guaranteed additional that has a 50% chance of being a super attack when facing one enemy. He gets an additional 5 ki and launches a guaranteed additional super attack when facing 2 or more enemies, and then he transforms when his conditions are met. His condition is his active skill, which we can see down here, which is just transforms from the 4th turn starting from battle. So if you get this guy on turn 1, you can float him. He'll show back up on turn 4. You can instantly transform with him, which I think you're going to want to have like the Gogeta mentality, because this base form, if I'm being completely honest, it kind of sucks, I think. So he has a lot of stats, but he has a couple of flaws. Let's go ahead and kind of delve into them. So yes, 200% to stats is very good, but I'm kind of thinking about, like, Kefla. Kefla is a unit who, at the start of turn, she gets 200% defense, and before she supers, she gets caught. Like, she can take a lot of damage if she's ever put into a slot 1 situation. Post-super, most of the time, she is fairly fine, and this guy is getting a ludicrous amount of stats, but not having guard or damage reduction or even dodge, I could see this base form getting slapped up, especially if we look at a unit like, Full Power Jiren should show up here. Yeah. This guy can get caught very early on, and if we're looking here, he has naturally higher stats at the start of turn. He's getting a very similar buff right here if you're above an HP threshold. Like, this guy can get slapped up, even post-super. So I'm imagining this version of Broly is going to have a very similar performance to Tech Jiren. Like, this guy will probably out-damage him, or at least I would imagine he would out-damage him. But you could, again, run into situations where you put this guy into slot 2, he tanks a lot of damage. And right now, the villain team, we don't have a bunch of, like, healing options. Like, obviously, like, Broly Chainline Limo heal, I guess, if you drop below, like, the 30% HP threshold, they change the full field of orbs. I guess we have that, but, like, Cell Max doesn't provide healing to the team. You're not going to run this guy with, like, Fat Boo. I mean, I guess you could. They're both on Resurrected Warriors, but realistically, you're not going to be running this guy with Fat Boo. They're just, like, all these villain healing units, you're not going to have them on the same team, so early on into, like, certain events, like, this guy, I think, will be a fish up against Cell Max, but potentially in the Goku and Frieza event, just because that starting off phase against Gohan and Golden Frieza, it's worthless. That phase might as well not exist. This guy will be pretty fine early on. But yeah, he can get caught. I do think that this base form is going to be taking maybe not a lot of damage. Like, if there's a slot 2 super, you're probably just outright dead. Like, I don't see him tanking this at all, even with these, like, ridiculous amount of stats. Well, hold on, let me look at his super attack effects. So for his 12 ki, he gets 30% attack for the turn, colossal damage to the enemy, and then he debuffs defense by 50%. This is nice. He doesn't get any defense on it, though. And he doesn't debuff offensively. Okay. And then on his 18 ki, greatly stacks... Wait. Yeah, that's a stack. Greatly stacks attack, raises defense for 1 turn, causes colossal damage to the enemy, and then massively lowers defense. So that's a 100% lower. That's a 50% lower. And he stacks attack. Oh, this guy's actually pretty good then. Dude, the Broly team can genuinely 1 phase, like, almost every fight in the game. 1 to 2 phase. They have so many stackers. I mean, that's good. Why doesn't he get defense here? Were they afraid that an extra 240 to stats would be too much? Well, surely not. Well, I guess they plan out EZAs far, far, far in advance. Like, there's no way they could have, like, seen the community reaction to Tech Jiren and be like, Tech Jiren was a little bit underpowered. They're not going to have enough time to tweak this, really. Like, this was probably designed, like, last year during the Worldwide Download Celebration. Just because they're that far ahead. And he does get better against 2 enemies. Right now, we don't have too many hard fights that are multiple enemies. But, I mean, getting a guaranteed... Well, the thing is, the guaranteed additional doesn't really matter. I mean, you're debuffing defense, I guess. But no defense and no attack stacking. He gets extra ki, too, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to do very good damage. But I just think his tanking is going to be littling, so if you run him again in, like, some of these big hitters early on, I think he could get caught. Let's see if when he transforms that changes. But before we do, Sand Warrior Race, Sand Lineage, Berserker, Prepared for Battle, Legendary Power, Fierce Battle, and Super Saiyans. Dude, Berserker might actually be a relevant link nowadays, because this unit has it, Int Broly has it, I believe the brand new Carnival Broly has it, and Dragon Ball Super Broly has it, and Cell Max has it. So hold on, this unit, Int Broly, Carnival Broly, DBS Broly, Cell Max. That's 5 units you could run on the team that are all going to have Berserker. So if you drop below the HP threshold, man, like, you're going to be... What is Berserker? It's an extra 30% attack, right? Yeah, an extra 30% attack when HP is 50% or less. Yeah, look at all these. These are 5 modern units that are all on the exact same team. You could actually get some value out of Berserker, especially, I mean... That might be good, then, that this guy is a little bit weaker offensively, because you could get Berserker early on into fights, but I'm not a huge fan of that. If he, like, lowered attack here, and then lowered defense here, I would be singing a little bit of a different tune. But, yeah, so, right now, I'm not the biggest fan of his base form, not having any sort of defense mechanic whatsoever. Like, Int Broly would tank better without his full passive being up, as opposed to this guy, because at least he has, like, the damage reduction. And he stacks defense. He doesn't get a lot of defense. He only gets 20%. But if people are complaining about running Broly without his passive up, this guy's going to get caught a lot early on. But he does have a transformation that can make up for it. So, again, you can do this turn 4, so you get this guy at turn 1. You just float him off, and then boom. You now have the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. He transforms. You now have no more issues with the same name stuff. So, this is looking very, like, appealing. He gets 4 ki and 220% to stats at the start of turn, so he gets an extra 20 to stats and 1 ki. He gets an additional 120% attack and defense, and launches an additional that has a 50% chance of being a super when performing a super attack. Okay. Chance of performing a crit plus 6% for all extreme class allies for 2 turns. He gets an additional 166% attack, and guards all attacks when performing an 18 ki. He gets an additional 100% attack when the enemy is debuffed. He gets an additional 4 ki and launches an additional that has a 70% chance of being a super when facing 1 enemy. And then he gets an extra 6 ki and launches an additional super attack when facing 2 or more enemies. So he at least now... Dude, he's going to be hitting so hard. And he has guard. Is he still going to get slapped? Hold on. 120. 340? With guard. I mean, he still might take what are his super attack effects? So for his 12 ki, he gets 30% attack and defense for 1 turn, colossal damage to the enemy, and then greatly lowers defense. And then on the 18 ki, greatly raises attack and defense for 1 turn, mega colossal damage to the enemy, and then massively lowers defense. How many supers can he do in a turn? You do your 18 ki. Alright. Let's say you get this, so that's 2. You get this 3. Hit a potential system 4. He can quad super. I mean, I feel like you're gonna get at least a 12 ki and an 18 ki. I feel like that's very likely to happen. I don't know, man. He might actually get caught. Just having guard. And 230... Because he no longer gets defense on his 18 ki. He gets guard instead. Okay, hold on. Plus an additional 120 to stats, and launches an additional... I know we don't have an AoE boss right now, outside of, like, Gogeta. But this guy's gonna suck against AoE bosses. Because it's when performing. So if there's an AoE in slot 1, this guy's only gonna have 220% defense, and that's his full defensive mechanic. So you can't run this guy in, like, Gogeta. Because if Gogeta decides to AoE before this guy gets a chance to super, he's a fish. Like, this is just a lose con at that point. Just having guard. I mean, guard is good. I'm not trying to, like... I don't know. I may also be a little bit apprehensive because I was really hyped about Broly, and then when using Broly, I found out Broly was fine. He's like a 6 or a 7 out of 10, and just in case you haven't seen my other videos about him. But Broly has, like, 59% damage reduction. He stacks. I'm just worried that his defense is going to be too low. But granted, let's assume you get, like, perfect RNG. So you're 18 key, you're getting guard. And you're getting 50% defense here. Alright? And then let's say this is that's an extra 30. Let's say you get this, that's another 30. And then you get the hidden potential system, that is another 30. So that's 90 plus 50, that's an extra 140% defense. Plus guard. He should be able to eat normals at that point. Like, at that point, his defense should roughly be around at least 1 million plus with guard. He'll be able to eat normals. Yeah, okay. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out over nothing. He'll be able to eat normals. Now, if there's a slot 2 or slot 3 super, I think this guy's going to be cooked. Like, I might be wrong, but I doubt it. Yeah, I can't see this kid eating a super. But I do feel comfortable about him eating normals. After he does, like, if he gets, like, a good super turn, surely. I'm just interested as to why they didn't give him defense here. I guess the defense is the guard. He is giving crit support to all extreme class allies. 6% is a little low. If I'm not mistaken, no. Because MUI and SSBE, they give 7% crit for 2 turns on their 18 key, I think is what their ability is. And we don't have any... See, the good thing about them, right? Because if you're running AGL, MUI, and SSBE, they stack. So if you get 2 of those, like, they both super on the same turn, you're running them as a main rotation, for example, they're giving 14% chance to crit for 2 turns for all allies. And you can make that 21% if you're running the Int Universe 7 unit, the 17. No other extreme class unit does this. So this is nice, but you're really not going to see this proc too often. Because most of them are already critting. Like, DBS Broly, he's a 52% chance to crit. The new Carnival Broly, he's a 50%, upwards to 100% if you're going up against a Goku enemy. Oh, speaking of which, this unit doesn't have crit in his passive. What? Hold on. Yeah, he doesn't have crit or super effective against all types. Were they that worried about him doing damage? That they couldn't give him anything? Oh, I don't know about this. Like, I know his attack stats are going to be insanely high. That's the thing, right? Like, that's why this people, like, you could still... Like, I've seen videos of people running this guy nowadays, and he's launching, like, a 58 million super attack pre-Easy 8 or something along those lines, I think is what I saw on Twitter. Because what is this guy's, yeah, I mean, this guy... If I'm seeing people get, like, that high attack stats with, like, all, like, the support that they're able to surround him around with, like, DBS Broly's Domain, potentially you could do some orb changing to give him extra stats that way. Like, this guy will hit like a truck. The entire team does. But is he a lose con? I mean, you go full crit in this guy's hidden potential system. Do you? Do you go dodge for him? I might be grossly underestimating this guy's defense here. Because I think if you get a bunch of supers, he should be close to 1 million with guard. So he should be able to eat any normals in the game. Because as far as I'm aware, the hardest hitting normals in the game are still Gogeta Blue, which are 1 million. And then if he supers, they're like 1.5 million. I think this guy could eat those normals even after Gogeta supered. I think. But you can't debuff Gogeta defensively. You can only debuff him offensively, I think. So you're not going to be getting this. Does anyone else on Super Bosses debuff? Brilly Chinlai and Limo do on their 12 key. They debuff offensively. And so do, like, Golden Frieza, if you want to bring Golden Frieza into that fight. I mean, I've done it before. To try to make the movie bosses team work. Interesting. I'll have to see him in-game. I will say that I'm somehow more apprehensive about this guy's kit as opposed to Int Broly. But we all saw how Int Broly turned out. He is also stacking in his base. Did he stack in his base form before? No, he had no effect on his super attack. He just debuffed. So they gave him attack stacking here. And it's a greatly raised attack stat. But more likely than not, you're going to float him. Like, I can't really see you keeping this guy on a main rotation unless there's, like, 60 attacks in slot 3 and 0 in slot 2. Then you put him in slot 2, you keep him on the rotation. That way you don't die. I mean, I guess that could happen. And you could greed out 2 stacks with him. Because, he is going to hit like a truck. Especially with this. So, his active skill, which is Kakaroto. It can be activated. It could just be activated after he transforms. There's no, like, turn restrictions or anything. So, you could just do this immediately. Okay. So, he gets guaranteed 24 ki. And an extra 48% attack for 1 turn. They couldn't give him crit. Oh, yeah, they can't change what the effect does. That's right. I'm really wishing this guy had crit anywhere in here. Like, even does this affect him? Chance to perform a crit plus 6% for extreme class allies for 2 turns. It doesn't say self-excluded. So I guess, but he's already going to perform his 18 ki. Yeah, he's designed in a very odd way. He gets a lot of buffs post-super, though. Like, he's giving support. He's getting the extra attack. Again, an AoE boss, though, is going to absolutely destroy him. I'll have to see him in game. Right now, I think he's just going to be fine. What are his links? Same warrior race, same lineage, berserker, prepare for battle. Oh, do they stay exactly the same? Yeah, they stay exactly the same. Alright, so his links don't change. But let's look at the bright side. He's going to be sharing 6 out of 7. This Broly has shocking speed. This one has hardened grudge. So those are the 2 differences that these ones have. You have shocking speed and... What is your other one that you have? Oh, wait, actually, let's check this. How easy is it going to be to get you to 18 ki? So you're going to get 6 ki due to the leader skill. That's 10. That's 14. So he's going to need either 2 type orbs or 4 other orbs to get him to his 18 ki. Is he just bad if you don't get him the 18 ki, though? I mean, I would say yeah, honestly. Because he doesn't have a defensive mechanic until you do this. Interesting. I mean, giving him 2 type orbs, that should be the hardest thing, but if you've seen my recent gameplay videos, you know how hard it is for me to get orbs on some of these rotations. I'm going to say that he seems offensively insane. Like, this guy's going to be doing so much damage in tandem with Carnival Broly, Int Broly, DBS Broly, Cell Max. You will be 1 to 2 phasing every boss in the game, I would imagine. Except for the ones who have, like, 100 million plus HP. Because then you might 3-turn them or something stupid like that. I don't know. But, I mean, dude, just give him super effective against all types when I let 24 ki or something. Wait. Turles. What does Turles give? What is Turles' buff? No, wait, it's Team Turles, it's not. I should have clicked on movie bosses. Team Turles. What is your support? Terrifying Conquerors or Planetary Destruction category allies get 3 ki and 50% to stats. Surely you're on Planetary Destruction, right? Let's look at his categories as well, because I forgot to do this in his base form. Pure Saiyan, Super Saiyan, Power Beyond Super Saiyan, Transfer... Oh, he's on... But wait. You could run this kid with the trio. The trio would make this guy very safe, actually. Okay. Okay, Broly. Transformation boost, full power, uncontrolled power. This category still sucks. Movie bosses, Resurrected Warriors, Legendary Existence, Revenge, Target Goku, and Human Deity is on Planetary Destruction, thank God. Alright. So, actually, I'm going to pause the recording real quick. I want to see what this kid's 200% are. Alright, so we have his other page pulled up. I don't understand why the wiki does stuff like this, where this page, that information is unobtainable. The only way I know how to get to this information is actually to go to the 200% leader skill tool, and then click on the page. If anyone else knows how to navigate this website better than I do, much appreciated. I always love learning new things. And something interesting about this, I was wrong. It is not going to be 2:30 a.m. It's going to be 4 a.m. I don't know why he's dropping later, or are they just trying to make this the new unified time of when he's going to drop? I don't know. But let's look at his 200% real quick. He has a bunch. So obviously he's on Carnival Broly, he's on DBS Broly's. He's not on the brand new trios 200%, but he is on the 170, which is nice. This is yet another freeze up. Actually, no, it's not. He's on a he's on a Terrifying Conqueror. I feel like Vegeta's slowly falling out of favor of being a leader. So I don't know how I feel about running Vegeta. Like, Vegeta's so good. Just because he is just, like, the better tech Ultimate Gohan. But running 2 of them on your team, you can certainly struggle. Because he is a slot 1 unit, but we just have better slot 1 units. This has not been the year for TURs. Which is insane, because we've gotten some very good TURs. But, like, this year is almost entirely dominated by LRs and how they perform. So he just naturally doesn't have the stats and the abilities to keep up, unfortunately. So he has 2 very competitive 200%. A very competitive, we're just going to pretend that this is the trio. A very competitive 170. I mean, dude, I might honestly run this guy more so on the All-Out Struggle Super Saiyan Power of Wishes team than I do on Movie Bosses. Because Movie Bosses right now needs another good defensive unit. Like, hold on. I'm gonna pull up a video that I've used Movie Bosses in. Okay, so if we look at this video right here, this is actually for my Int Broly World Tour video. But if we look right here, this is the, like, Movie Bosses team that I've been running. I want to get this guy out of here. He is so good on turn 1, which is nice, but, like, he tapers off so fast in today's... I've had him with 90% damage reduction take damage on some of these supers, right? Just because that's how hard some of these bosses are hitting and just how naturally low his stats are by comparison. It's crazy. I would much rather run the TUR in a lot of instances. I do know the TUR will take more damage, but at least the TUR consistently has 90% damage reduction throughout the whole fight unless you drop below the HP threshold. But, so, I mean, I guess we take you off. We add on the new Tech Broly. That doesn't still change the fundamental issue that this team doesn't have very tanky options. Like, a lot of these units can be risky. Like, Turles, he dies to supers. This guy can die to supers. This guy can die to normals. This fraud can die to normals. I know he's only 55%, but still, I've lost more times because of Cell Max than I'm willing to admit. We just don't have a lot of tanking. We have a lot of offensive power. Like, this guy, insane levels of damage. Insane levels of damage. Like, very competitive levels of damage. I mean, decent damage. Very insane levels of damage. We add on this new Tech Broly, who I imagine is going to be hitting on the same level as, like, these two, if not higher, especially on the turn that you activate the active skill. I mean, is the best defense a good offense? I mean, that's kind of the way that this team is being built. And I did say that earlier. Because you don't need to worry about your slot 3 unit dying if the boss dies before they have a chance to hit them. But moving too fast can also be an issue. Like, Cell Max, he needs to get hit. If you move too fast, you can't, like, set up orbs for these guys, so sometimes you just open into a new phase, and you're into death. This guy stacks, so moving too fast, I mean, he stacks defense pretty slowly, but he does stack defense. The only unit on this team who really benefits from going fast is Golden Frieza, but even still, Golden Frieza on turn 3 sucks. Outside of his debuff that you're able to afflict in several of these phases. So I don't know, I would say that the way he's designed isn't what Movie Bosses needed. Now, with all that said, he is still going to be very, very good. It's just, I guess I'm not the biggest fan of the additions he's adding to the team as a whole. But I guess we'll have to see. We'll have to see him in-game. I'll have to see his performance. I'll have to see how easily he can nuke through phases. I'm gonna have to see his base form tank. This guy will almost assuredly get his own long video. I do kind of like doing those longer world tours where I just do random rotations and I talk about how the unit does or whatever. Like, I had a lot of fun doing that for Int Broly because that was a really big eye-opening moment for Int Broly. Again, Int Broly never died that entire video. I think every other unit on the team died except for him and Carnival Broly. I'm pretty sure every other unit I brought died at least once. So, maybe, I mean, we can bring him. Maybe he'll really, really impress me. We won't know. Again, he will be dropping at 4 a.m., apparently, according to the wiki. I will not be awake. I have a pretty busy day tomorrow that I have to be up early for, so I'm actually going to try to go to bed early for once. I'm going to be going to bed before 5 a.m. That's going to be insane. Wish me guys luck. Wish me guys luck? Wish me luck, guys. There we go. But let me know. Again, this video will, like, by the time it goes up, this unit will be in the game for about 13 and a half hours. So several of you guys will be able to actually use the unit. So let me know what, like, in the comment section if you've used him. Let me know how you feel about him. Let me know if you like what he's adding to the team. Again, I'm more interested to run him on the Super Saiyan team as opposed to movie bosses. We'll see. I mean, I'll try out both. If you guys want to see like a long showcase video, I would absolutely love to do that. I still have to do the long showcase for physical Super Saiyan 2 Angel Vegeta because that was recommended in the comments, so that'll be the next one that I do. That might actually be tomorrow's upload depending on how my day goes tomorrow, but I guess we'll see. Only time will tell. But alright, and hello everybody, I am the Super27 and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. So, this is going to be my reaction, my initial reaction to the Worldwide Announcement Part 2 video. So, I've had a very busy day today. I'm recording this right now at 11 p.m. at night. I was obviously not available to make a live recording of this, so all this information has been public knowledge for several hours at this point. I have avoided Twitter. I know pretty much nothing. I don't know the new characters. I don't know pretty much anything that isn't in the game already announced. I don't know it. But I did see that there was going to be a Broly Dokkan event, so I can only assume that, you know, one of the summonable units is going to be a Broly. I'm still holding hope for maybe we'll get a Bio Broly. I don't know. Today you guys are going to get 2 videos. This is going to be a 12:30 upload since, you know, I'm very late to the party. I figured it would be a little bit unfair to give you guys a brand new video that's just going to be a day old news at this point. So this video is going to go up 12:30. I don't know what's going to come up at 5:30 yet. I'm going to do a bunch of bulk recording tonight because there is a ton of content that we have to do. So this will be my reaction. I don't know if there's going to be animations in this, if there's going to be character kits. I'm hoping there's going to be character kits. I do have the Dokkan 200% leader skill tool pulled up just in case they do show us kits or whatever. I can actually get like an understanding of what these characters are going to be doing. But without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into the reaction.
Hello, salut, annyeonghaseyo.
I don't understand why it always defaults. Yeah, subtitles are there we go. Okay.
Ni hao, guten tag, hola. Hi to everyone all around the world.
Also, hopefully the volume sounds good.
Main producer of Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle.
Hi, Amatsu.
Hi everyone, I'm Ken, a member of Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle staff.
Again, I always gotta give these guys credit. Their
Today's
English is
video
very
under
good.
Subtitles again, so if you have trouble understanding English, please set a language from the video settings and turn the subtitles on as needed.
Are you enjoying the ongoing worldwide celebration?
Quality of content,
Campaign?
very good. Quantity of content, very
Today,
bad.
We are bringing you the latest information on the new characters in part 2 of the campaign. We will reveal the characters.
Bio
as well
Broly,
as
Bio
their
Broly, Bio Broly, Bio
animations
Broly, Bio
and
Broly. Come on.
abilities. So keep watching.
Oh, and
Let's
abilities. Oh,
introduce
shit.
The 2 new characters together.
Oh, they're doing this
Wait
right
to see the
away.
characters.
Here they are.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Super Warrior who destroys all. Legendary Super Saiyan Broly.
Starter turn Legendary
And
Super Saiyan is good.
all-out Super Attack. Super Saiyan Gohan Teen.
Okay, so it is
We
just
have
movie 10 themed.
created
Okay.
the duo Who fought fiercely.
No,
in
they
the
didn't.
movie.
This movie sucks.
Dragon
Movie
Ball
10
Broly
is so
and
bad.
Kami. Time to introduce their abilities and animations in details.
Bio Broly is a better movie there. I
Let's
said it.
start with the Dokkan Festival featured character Super Warrior who destroyed all. Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. This character can create a
No!
domain with his
Domain
active
update.
skill.
Domain update, please.
Here are his animations.
Oh! Intro? Oh, shit! Dude, this OST. Okay, he has the iconic pose. That animation was a little bit lacking, but that intro was really good. All right, 18 key. I think that's completely original animations right there. I don't recognize that attack from the fight.
How is that? isn't the Broly super cool?
His intro was hell yeah.
Next up is his abilities.
We'll come back at the very end and we'll read all
His
this.
type is extreme intelligence.
Int. Interesting. Okay.
His leader skill can raise uncontrollable
Ooh.
power, revenge, or planetary destruction.
Right away, I
Target
think his category
allies stats
sucks.
by 170%,
Uncontrollable power isn't good.
and
Revenge
becomes
isn't good.
200%
Planetary destruction
when
is good.
allies also belong to the movie bosses.
It's gonna be so
transformation
mishmashy. We'll
boost,
see at the very
or
end.
pure
Again. I
science
don't want to
category.
judge anything too soon.
His super attack, Savage Blaster,
Massively
can
raise on a
massively raise
12 key?
attack and defense for 1 turn, with a high chance of further raising defense for 1 turn, and deal colossal
High chance of-
damage with a high chance of stunning
Whoa!
the enemy.
Whoa!
His ultra super attack, Gigantic Driver,
He has a
can massively
what?
raise attack and defense for 1 turn, with a high chance of further massively raising
Oh my
attack for
God.
1 turn,
Dude, he's gonna
and
hit like a
deal mega
truck.
colossal damage with a great chance of stunning the enemy.
Stuns are nice as well.
Here is his passive
Dude,
skill.
he has a
Upon his entry, he
Whole
activates
poem.
his entrance animations once only and raises extreme class allies defense for 4 turns.
oh my god, he's support.
In
Yes!
addition to raising his own attack and defense by 260%, he has high base stats, 60% damage reduction at all times, and an ability that allows him to receive 2 additional key and recover HP for each key sphere obtained, making him a powerful character.
Dude.
Plus, this character
Most of that's actually-
are domain creation and revival.
Yeah, most of it. He has a revive?
Let's talk about them one by one. Firstly, his domain can be created with his active skill when there is a Goku's family category enemy, or if every ally attacking in the same turn belongs to the uncontrollable power category.
Okay.
This is his active skill animations.
Most of his passive was... Yo! Yeah, he does have revive. Oh, that's actually really good for villains. Please let it be a generic team revive. Make sure it doesn't have to be him who dies. Please. So wait, does this say he can only revive if the domain is up? Interesting. Ooh!
Did you like it?
His active skill, Earth Crushing Arm, can massively raise his attack temporarily and deal ultimate damage to the enemy. It can also create the domain Molten Lava of Natari Village for 3 turns.
Okay, short domain.
About the domain's effects, it raises uncontrollable power category allies and enemies' attack and defense by 15%. It also raises the damage
Dude, he's gonna be
received
so
by
good,
superclass
actually. His
allies
domain-
and enemies by 15%. Which
He's gonna
further
melt
increases by
bosses,
10%
like
if
modern
they
bosses
belong
in
to the
half.
Movie Heroes category.
Okay, that's pretty good.
This molten lava of Natari Village will increase Broly's strength by a lot. While his domain is active, he can guard all attacks.
Oh,
if
and
the domain
60%
is
damage
active
reduction?
At the start of his attacking turn, he can change key spheres of a type other than intelligence and strength into strength key spheres.
He turns them into
Moreover,
STR?
After attacking once while the domain is active, his attacks will be effective against all types
He's
for the
int,
rest
though.
of the battle.
Okay. Weird
Don't
choice.
hesitate to create his domain because he can benefit from it even after it is no longer active.
There's even more. As we mentioned earlier, he has a revival skill. Starting from the 5th turn from his entry turn,
Okay.
which is right when his entrance animation effect ends,
So deep
he
into
can
a fight.
revive once only when he or an
Or an ally, that's good,
attacking
that's
in
good.
the same turn is KO'd. If his or an ally's revival skill is activated, his defense is boosted when receiving an attack.
Okay.
If he is revived by his own revival skill, the attack and defense of uncontrollable power category allies will be raised and he can change physical key spheres into intelligence key spheres within his attacking turn.
Besides his offensive skills, his abilities also include high damage reduction, being able to change key spheres, and even being able to revive, making him a jack of all trades.
Okay, before reading it, his kid
with a
seems very
slightly
solid.
different approach compared to the usual
Compare
attack-focused Broly.
slightly different than
We
attack-focused
believe that
Broly's.
he will be a great addition.
Meanwhile,
to
he's getting
uncontrollable
100% attack and
power
defense on his
category
12 and
and
18
Broly
key.
teams. Next up, we have the character featured in the legendary Summon Carnival. All-out super attack, Super Saiyan Gohan Teen. This character has a standby skill,
Standby.
but with a little new twist. We will explain it in detail later. So please first, take a look at his super attack and ultra super attack animations.
That card art goes hard. That looked good. That's still right there? Okay. I mean, a little basic, not bad. Ooh! Okay, not bad.
What do you think?
Not bad, not bad.
We have recreated the scene where he faced Broly in Goku's place in the second movie of the trilogy.
Let's move on to his abilities. His type is
SGR?
Super Strength.
Okay.
And his leader skill raises Kamehameha category allies stats by 200%.
Kamehameha 200%.
His super attack Masenko greatly raises attack and
That
raises
might actually be
defense for one
huge.
turn, deals colossal damage, and has a high chance of stunning the enemy. His ultra super attack, Super Explosive Wave, greatly raises attack and raises defense for one turn, deals mega colossal damage to the enemy, and raises super class allies
Oh,
defense
wow.
for 50% for one turn.
Imagine this guy on the Super Saiyan Trios team.
Here is his passive skill. The number of attacks performed and key meter are important to this character. His key, attack, and defense are all raised with each attack launched, and his attack and defense can be raised up to 200% and 150% respectively. Moreover, with every super attack launched, his attack is raised by 77% within the turn. If his key is 18 or more, he will perform an additional attack that has a great chance of becoming a super attack, and if his key is 24, his attack will be raised and he can perform an additional super attack. His attacks will be effective against all types when HP is 77% or more, so together with the boost he receives from the number of attacks and super attacks performed as mentioned before, he's actually packing a big punch. With the above effects and hidden potential activation, he can launch up to 4 super attacks in a single turn, so you can aim for very fast clears. Also, if there is another Kamehameha or Earth-bred fighters category ally attacking in the same turn, he will guard all attacks and will have a high chance of evading an attack if his HP is lower than 77% when receiving it.
Okay.
In addition to his high offensive capabilities, he can also guard and has a high chance of evading attacks depending on the conditions, making him balanced in both offense and defense. Time to introduce his standby skills.
And this is a new
Let's
standby
first
mechanic?
look at his animation after the skill. Here it is.
Also, his OST is really good.
I'm the one who's going to defeat you!
Did you like it?
The standby skill activation condition
There's
is
7
to
Dragon
have
Balls.
77% or less HP, or to be at least in the third turn
Very good
from his
condition.
entry turn, which makes it not difficult to activate. Now we will explain his standby skill in detail. It allows him to stand by for 5 turns, during which 7 Dragon Balls will appear. Charge count will increase by 1 whenever allies obtain a key sphere, and by an additional 4 whenever a Dragon Ball is obtained.
Okay.
This appearance of Dragon Balls is the new element Dragon Ball Key Sphere.
Oh,
The
okay.
Dragon Ball will appear randomly on top of key spheres when this standby skill is activated.
So will it be like a new rainbow key
To
sphere?
give you a clearer idea, here
Oh,
are the
thank you.
actual visuals. Please take a look.
Oh, okay, okay, I get it.
The order that Dragon Balls are obtained is not restricted, and the number of Dragon Balls collected will affect his finish effect, which I will introduce next. He has 3 types of finish effects, with varying effects and animations based on the number of Dragon Balls collected
Okay.
and the charge count.
I mean, you have 5 turns to get them. It
Let's
shouldn't be
first
very
take a
difficult to
look
get
at
all the orbs.
all 3 of the animations. Here we go.
So I'm gonna guess this is like 0 keys or 0 Dragon Balls. That looks good. Oh wait, is GOTEN gonna jump in? Oh shit! Oh! That's actually so cool! And it looked really good too. So Goku's gonna jump in on this one.
What are we gonna do? I wish Dad was here.
You every ounce of power you've got in you! No more chances of flying farther!
Ed!
Oh! That's so fire! Oh shit! Dude, that's like the best animation in the game! What? And a KO screen?
How are they?
Yo, they cooked with that!
As you might have expected, we have degraded a lot of key climax scenes in his animations.
The effects of his finish effects are as follows. Firstly, Kamehameha can be activated when charge count is 34 or less.
Okay.
The character's attack is raised by 15%.
Will this
temporarily
conflict with
every
the... It
charge
will.
count,
It will
and he
conflict
can
with
deal
the
ultimate damage to
Super
the
Saiyan
enemy.
Trio. Okay, keep that in mind.
Next, Brotherhood Kamehameha can be activated when charge count is 35 or more with 6 or fewer Dragon Balls collected. It raises attack by 15% temporarily per charge count and deals super ultimate damage to the enemy. Lastly, Family Kamehameha can be activated when charge count is 35 or more with 7 Dragon Balls collected. It raises attack by 20% temporarily per charge count, deals super ultimate damage to the enemy, and makes the character's attacks effective against all types. That's all for the finish effects. Last but not least, let's talk about his abilities when he is in standby mode. He cannot attack unless launching a finish effect, but he can guard all attacks. His attack is raised for every superclass ally attacking in the same turn, and if all allies attacking in the turn are superclass, he can reduce damage received by 77%, making him shine brighter in superclass teams. Moreover, his defense when he takes a hit will raise for every key sphere obtained. Along with the previous effects, this makes him hard as steel. Collect as many key spheres as possible to raise defense and the charge count and aim to launch a powerful finish effect. His attack is raised by 258% when he launches a finish effect, so he can deal massive damage with the aforementioned finish effect, just like the decisive blow in the movie. That's all for today's new information.
So no domain
The
update.
Dokkan Festival and the
Oh, they're gonna show
Revolution
banners too.
Carnival,
Okay.
where you can summon. The new characters will both start from September 13th.
So the day
please
after
wait
you
a
guys are
little
watching
more.
this, or 2 days after the day you guys are watching this video.
Before we wrap up, we have one more announcement to make.
Domain.
This has already been announced in the in-game news, but regarding the unification with the Japanese version, the conditions for the number of rewards obtained from achieving first place on App Store or Google Play has changed.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Please check this slide for details.
Please be aware of the change, and they will be changed starting next time.
That's a huge
The
dub.
World Celebrations Heated Showdown campaign is still ongoing. Please look forward to event updates, new Extreme Z Awakenings, and more. Until the next video, thank you for sticking around till the end.
Thank you, Omatsu.
See you!
All right, wow. So now that we've seen everything, you guys seen my initial reaction to everything, let's go back and actually read all of the kits. Excuse me, I had a burp there. All right. So let's check out Broly first. So Broly is Uncontrollable Power. Yep. Uncontrollable Power. It was Revenge. And Planetary Destruction. And then the 30% for Pure Sand. That's for, like, Turles, I guess? What were his other two? Turles, movie bosses, or Transformation Boost? Alright, Transformation Boost. And then bosses. Alright, let's check out his leader skill. Ooh. Okay. So, he is Legendary Super Saiyan Broly at the start of turn. Broly 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess? Yeah, yeah, this is, So not the best 200% ever. I'm not in love with this. Especially when you can just run this guy, get 2 of him, and you can cover essentially the exact same team. But, like, are there any units on here you'd want to sub it? Like, this guy, once he gets an EZA, maybe could potentially be better than everybody else. I mean, you with an EZA, you could certainly be very good. You with an EZA, but you're also a movie boss. Yeah, just characters that aren't on Carnival Broly's leader skill that you would want to run. Like, you want Boo Saga category allies. I mean, I guess Fat Boo. You could run Fat Boo. Because Fat Boo is another revive character, actually. You could get... Okay, Fat Boo and Buhan are actually 2 big pickups on here. And they're here because of Transformation Boost and Uncontrollable Power. Alright. But is it better to run these 2 instead of... Yeah, because you don't have access to, like, Broly, Chilai, and Limo. So you're missing support there. You don't... I mean, I guess those would be 2 fine substitutions. But I feel like you're probably not going to run this guy as a leader. At least not right now. Like, we get some, like this is, like, one of the best Cybernean units ever. This guy gets, like, a really good sub-EZA, and then all of a sudden, stocks are through the roof with this guy, potentially. Because Carnival Broly wouldn't have access to him. But other than those 2, I'm really not seeing any other reason why you would just run... Well, let's see what the 170 looks like. So let's just check out his 170 and see if maybe that makes it any sweeter. Because you don't necessarily have to be on a 200%. Most of the time, I feel like I run 170 setups. Or at least it feels like I do. Let's see. So what is his actual just like 170 looking like? How many units does he have at his disposal that would work well with him? I mean, he gets access to a bunch more LRs. I mean, I guess that's nice. I mean, Fraud Form Freeze is now on here, which is good. Because this guy will probably EZA by the end of this year. Again, you still have Fat Boo. And it's not look... Oh, wait. He'll have Orange Piccolo, right? He will. I don't know why you'd run him on this setup, but this guy is on Revenge. The androids. The androids are good. Especially since they'll be EZAing pretty soon. Having a Ghost Usher on your team would be good. What are we looking like for Super EZAs? Super EZA Kid Boo is good. This guy still has a chance to Super EZA. This guy should be a good Super EZA. Yeah, all of these are like Super EZAs that could happen very soon that would be good. That wouldn't be on Broly's team. Okay. I'll give him credit there. Same with this guy. This guy could Super EZA relatively soon. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna go out and say, not the biggest fan of his leader skill, but you could do some cheeky stuff with Fat Boo and Buhan. You could certainly do some cheeky things. Okay. So, let's move forward a little bit. Let's check out his passive. Or his super attack. Let's read his super attack first. So his 12 key. This is insane, by the way. They said he's a more balanced Broly, not an offensively oriented unit. On his 12 key, 100% attack and defense for one turn with a 50% chance of getting an extra 50% defense for the turn, colossal damage to the enemy, and then a high chance to stun. That's pretty freaking good, dude. And then I guess we can turn off subtitles now. And then his 18 key, massively raise attack and defense for one turn with a 50% chance of getting an extra 100% attack for the turn. Mega colossal damage to the enemy. And then a 70% chance to stun. His super attack effects are insane. I would say, though, the 12 key is better because you're getting defense as opposed to offense. But that's neither here nor there. Hopefully this guy will have a lot of additionals built into his passive. So, his entrance animation can be activated once he enters the attacking turn, and then all extreme class allies get 40% defense for 4 turns from this character's entry turn. And that's not self-excluded, so he also gets that buff. So that's going to help out a lot of villains right now, getting extra defense, because a lot of them are very offensive, not very defensive. So that's good. He gets an extra 260% attack and defense, and 60% damage reduction at the start of turn. No key is interesting. He gets an additional 100% attack when attacking. He gets 2 key and recovers 2% HP per type key sphere obtained. Interesting. They made him heal. I mean, 2% isn't a bunch, but you get this guy like 6 orbs. That's 12% HP recovery. That's like 100,000 HP. That's not insignificant. Especially if you give him int orbs on top of that, because he would get int orb healing and then an extra 2% per type key sphere obtained. That's actually not half bad ability. And then his active skill activation was... I mean, it temporarily raises his attack. Yeah, right here. It can be activated when there's a Goku family category enemy or when all allies are uncontrolled power. So you're going to have to be running full uncontrolled power setups. And it is a domain, and this team already has a domain with Dragon Ball Super Broly. What does just uncontrollable power look like? Like, is this even runnable to run 6 of these guys? I mean, new Broly, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you could do it. Or 6 right here. Yeah, 1, 2. DFE, Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could run that. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. But then if you do that, you do run into domain issues. His is a short domain, though. It's only 3 turns, so maybe Broly wouldn't have the hardest trouble with it ever. Wait, can you pop this on turn 1? Wait. You can. Can be activated when there's a Goku family category enemy or when all allies in the attacking turn are... You have a full rotation of uncontrollable power turn 1. You can pop this instantly. Oh. So then, yeah, you pop this turn 1, and then by the time it goes away, you can go into DBS Broly's domain. That's insane, actually. Okay. So, while the domain is activated, he randomly changes a certain type of key sphere, int and STR excluded, to STR key spheres at the start of the character's attacking turn, and he gets guaranteed guard for that 1 turn. I'm wondering why they made it STR. Is it supposed to, like, represent the lava? I guess. I mean, that could be good for Cell Max. Get a bunch of HP recovery with him. He's super effective against all types for the rest of battle when the character performs an attack while the domain is activated. Starting from the 5th turn from this character's entry turn, he can revive with 60% HP when this character or an ally in the same turn is knocked out. He gets an extra 60% defense when when receiving an attack after the character or an ally's revive skills activated. So he gets 60% defense once he gets hit after someone revives. And then changes physical key spheres to int key spheres, and uncontrollable power category allies get 60% to stats at the start of this character's turn if he's the one who's knocked out. How often is this guy going to be dying? 60% damage reduction? And guard for 1 turn? He's not going into slot 1. He's not gonna die. You're never gonna see this, unfortunately. Like, I don't even see you being able to, like, intentionally get this. Like, in slot 1... I mean, I guess in slot 1, the turn after this goes away, he could get slapped up, because he does only have 260% defense. That would be risky, though, because I feel like people will try to do that. They'll try to put him in slot 1 to die on purpose. You'll live with a sliver, and then whoever you have in slot 2 will die. I mean, that's pretty good, though. An extra 60% support for the rest of battle to uncontrollable power category allies. Wow. Dude, he's actually really good. He's a very solid support unit. What is the domain effect? Dude, I'm just thinking about this. We have a villain revive. Oh my god. And, like, I feel like he's going to be hitting like a truck. He should be. So he gets uncontrollable power category allies, 15% attack and defense. And then superclass allies take an extra 15% damage, an extra 25% in total if they're a movie hero category enemy. Right now, most of the hard fights in the game are up against movie heroes, so they'll be taking 25% more damage while the domain is activated. Dude, he's such a good slot, too. He's such a good slot, too. What are his links? Let's see here. So, categories: uncontrollable power, revenge, planetary destruction, movie bosses, transformation boost, pure sand, resurrected warrior, full power, target Goku, exploding range, inhuman deeds, legendary existence, power beyond super saiyan, and powerful comeback. I mean, pretty solid categories right there. And they did not show his links. Okay. But I imagine he's going to have like 5 or to 6 links with the Carnival Broly. They'll be linking very, very well together. I don't know. Does the tech one have... do you have shocking speed? You do not have shocking speed. So instead of, I don't know, instead of Super Saiyans maybe, they could give him shocking speed, and he would link a little bit better with DBS Broly and DBZ Broly. I guess they could do that. I don't know. But he seems very good. I mean, I mean, domain clashing, but you don't necessarily need his domain. Because you don't need his domain to revive. That just gives him the extra buffs. No, he seems very solid. Very, very solid. I don't really see him getting caught with 260% defense. He's getting 100% attack and defense on his 18 key. Potentially an extra 150% defense on the 12 key. Now, interesting. He has no additionals built into his passive, actually. He has no additionals. So you go full additional on this guy. Secondary dodge, I guess, and then crit. Because you're definitely going to want to try to get an extra 200% defense. Because the only defense he's getting, actually, is 260 here, another 40 here. 60% damage reduction. So post-super, he should take pretty much any normal in the game. Should. And then after someone revives, he's getting extra 60% defense here. Potentially even more so if he's the one who dies. I don't see him dying, though. I don't. Yeah, no, he seems good. All right, not a whole lot to say about Broly. He just seems very, very solid. Now, this unit is interesting. They gave him Kamehameha as a 200% leader skill. So let's go ahead and look at what Kamehameha is kind of looking like. I feel like we've been wanting a Kamehameha leader for a long time. But I don't know off the top of my head if this team would be coherent enough to be run. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Well, why are you guys on Kamehameha? I guess because of the 18 key, I guess. The new Gohan, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also looking a little bit rough, actually. Because again, you have some very powerful options, but I guess you could run Vegeta or Gogeta as, like, floaters? That wouldn't be the worst thing ever. This guy will easy A soon. He'll be a god when he easy A's. These guys are easy Aing in, like, 6 months. They'll be gods when they do. Yeah, no, this is a category that could get a bunch of value in the future. But right now, it just seems like, it seems okay. I'm not going to say it's bad. It seems okay. Kamehameha, Hybrid Saiyan, Full Power, Movie Heroes, Goku Family, Siblings Bond, Super Saiyans, Saviors, Earthbird Fighter, Power of Wishes, and Bond of Parent and Child. Alright, now for his 12 key, it is the Masenko, greatly raise attack and defense for 1 turn, colossal damage to the enemy, 50% chance to stun, Super Explosive Wave, greatly raise attack and defense for 1 turn, mega colossal damage to the enemy, and then all allies get 50% defense for 1 turn. That's huge, and this guy can go into slot 1. So, yeah, again, he leads Kamehameha 200%. So he gets 5 key and 200% to stats at the start of turn. He gets an additional 2 key, 40% attack up to 200, and 30% defense up to 150 with each attack performed. So that's 5 attacks to be fully built up. Okay. He gets an additional 77% attack within the same turn with each super attack performed. He launches an additional attack that has a 70% chance of being a super when key is 18 or more. When key is 24 or more, he gets an additional 58% attack and launches an additional super attack. When key is 24 or more, gets an extra 58% attack and launches an additional super attack. And if HP is 77% or more, he's super effective against all types. Okay. When there's another Kamehameha or Earthbred Fighter category ally within the same turn, he gets an extra 2 key, guard, and if HP is 77% or below when receiving an attack, he gets 50% chance to dodge. Okay, so he can't go into slot 1. Everything I'm seeing, he just has guard. Yeah, no, he can't go slot 1. And I think the way that this is worded is he has to actually get hit. He can't dodge this. But if he gets hit 1 time when receiving an attack, then so he has to get hit at least once, and then after he it's like Buhan. Buhan gets hit 1 time, he gets all that extra dodge. He gets hit 1 time, he has 50% chance to dodge. But yeah, he can't go into slot 1. He'll buff up the slot 3 unit a bunch. By chance, did they put you on Majin Buu Saga as well? Because I know the Go Bros are. Were you on Buu Saga? No. Because I'm about to say, you guys would be a huge buff. Huge buff for Buu Saga, but unfortunately not. I mean, 400 attack, 350 defense, guard. This is another unit who gets all of his buffs on super attack. So if there's an AoE boss, which we actually got during part 1, these guys could get caught. Actually, no, never mind. Excuse me. It's not when performing a super attack. It's just launch an additional super attack when HP 77% or more. And then if there's an Earthbred Fighter category ally within the same turn, they get 2 key, and then they guard all attacks. So they guard as long as they have one of these 2 on the rotation. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he just seems fine. This doesn't really blow me away or anything. He seems fine. Like a good slot 2 or floater. But what interests me is his standby. That's what I want to get to. Also, his animations were so clean. So he can stand by for 5 turns, during which the 7 Dragon Balls will appear. Each key sphere gets 1 charge. See, the thing is, this makes me think you can't do this and the Miraculous Soul Shattering Punch at the same time. I think you'll have to pick one or the other. So, I mean, he is on Super Saiyan and Movie Hero, so he will be a buff to the trio. But if they're going to be fighting for standby like activations, well, I mean, maybe it could be good. It could be good. Because a lot of the time, I don't personally like going into the trio standby. I've never really been too impressed by their damage. I mean, mine is 55%, so I guess that comes with, like, the territory. But I mean, you give that boy like 100-something orbs, he's doing less damage than the the DBZ duo with like 40 or 50. Just because the DBZ duo, they get 500% when performing the finish attack, whereas he only has 300-something, I think. So, we'll see. And then the activation can be when HP is 77% or less, or starting from turn 3. So you can do this turn 1 or turn 3. I mean, we literally could not ask for a better activation. If we get damage tiles, you can do this turn 1, or just this guy's second appearance. Not bad at all. And then they waited a little while, but again, those animations are so good. So wait. They show his ability at the end. All right. So when you have, whoops, can be activated. That's the GOTEN one. Here we go. So this is just the Kamehameha. 50% attack temporarily per key sphere obtained. And then his ultimate damage. And then this is with a GOTEN. Raise attack by 15% temporarily per key sphere obtained. With a count of 35 or more with 6 or fewer Dragon Balls. So if you get 0 Dragon Balls, but 36 or 35 orbs, you'll do this one instead. And the only difference is it does super ultimate as opposed to just ultimate damage. I don't know the damage modifiers for those, but I do imagine that would make a pretty significant difference. And then if you're actually able to get 35 orbs and all 7 Dragon Balls, temporarily raise attack by 20%, super effective against all types, and super ultimate damage. I mean, this is a nice little add-on to the passive there. So he's unable to attack unless you're doing the finish attack. 77% attack per superclass ally on the rotation. That would include himself. So he's getting 200 and shit. Hold on. I'm doing math in my head. 221% attack? Okay. And then if all allies in the same turn are superclass, you get 77% damage reduction, 50% defense when receiving an attack per key sphere obtained, and guard. So 221 plus 258, that's closer to 500. So these guys will actually do more damage than the trio. Like, their damage will actually be similar to the DBZ duo. And 50% defense after they get, or at the same time. So they've received the attack and gained their defense all at the same time. Good to know. They're not giving any sort of crazy support, though, which is fine. I mean, yeah, no, they're actually going to hit really hard. And you can do this for 5 turns. So if you can do this for 5 turns, it should not be hard to get the 7 Dragon Balls. I wouldn't imagine. Yeah, no, I feel like their standby, I think, is better than the other trio. But their base form just kind of seems like, you know? Like, it's okay. It's not bad. Like, it's going to take normals. You know, it's going to be eating normals fine. It's not really supporting at all. There's no support. Probably will die to supers, even in slot 2. Because he's just getting 50%, right? What were your super attack effects again? 50% right there, and 50% right there. No, only 30%. Yeah, he's only getting 30% defense on both. Yeah, no, this guy will die to supers. I think. Because just having guard is not enough. Guard with 350% defense? Yeah, no way. But after he gets hit one time, he has a 50% chance to dodge it. I don't know, I'll have to see him in game. But I think I'm the least impressed by him. I don't know. I'll have to see some stats in game. After I get finished recording this, I'll probably go look at Twitter and see what everybody's been saying about these different characters. But let me know what you guys think about these. Real quick, I'm going to rank the power level of what I think all the characters are. It's still a toss-up for me between the trio and Broly. Carnival Broly, who's better. I understand the trio, like, their support is really, really good, but I've had them die. I've never had Broly die. Their standby damage doesn't really impress me. I actually think going through their standby is a misplay with them most of the time, unless you're just not able to get to 24 orbs or whatever. So I will say the trio, Broly, then the new Broly, and then this guy, I think is how I would kind of rank them in terms of power. But again, that's without seeing them in-game, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But let me know what you guys think about them. What do you think about their animations? What do you think about their kits? Do you think you're going to be summoning for them? They didn't actually show off the banners at all, but they did say that they will be going live on the 13th. So very, very soon, these guys will be live in-game. So let me know all your thoughts in the comment section down below. Again, this will be a dual upload day. I'm just going to do it once today because I was very busy, and this should have been today's upload. But again, I knew I wasn't going to be able to make it. That's why I made the EZA Tech Broly video for the upload for today. So you're going to get 2 videos today. Again, another one will be coming up at 5:30, and then after that, it'll just be one upload for the next little while. But yeah, that is going to be all right. And hello, everybody. I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan battle video. So we have this brand new difficult event stage in the Tremble with Fear, the Devil Awakens event. So the first stage of this was actually relatively difficult and had some fun gimmicks. You know, it got easier if you brought Paragus, and it got more difficult if you brought, what's-his-face, Goku. And this one also has some of those missions. So we have to bring a teen Gohan, I'm assuming is what this is, join forces with the golden teen who inherited his father's will and fought the devil in stage 2. We have to join forces with the golden teen. Oh, I clicked on the exact same one. Who resembles Goku, so we have to bring GOTEN. We have to bring a Trunks. We have to bring a Videl. I guess that's why they gave us the free-to-play in the EZA. And then we have to use 6 planetary destruction units. So I'm just going to rock out with my my very modern movie bosses team. This is what I've been having the most fun using recently. And we'll just dive in. We'll see what we'll be able to do. Now, I don't know what this event does as of right now. I do have the stats pulled up. If we die, we'll pull them up. That way you guys can see what they do. Otherwise, I'm just going to go into this, assuming that this team should be able to do it. Now, seeing as the missions were Gohan, Jesus Christ, Gohan and Goten related, I'm assuming that they probably make it harder. Now, this is an interesting situation, because generally I would say we float you. But we could do something like this, keep him on the main rotation, and try to greed out some of his attack stats. I have been toying around a little bit with this EZA, and his EZA, guys, it is fun. Now, he can get caught. I have had this Broly even, like, transformed on his active skill turn, launching a bunch of additionals. I have had him get caught by his super and take a ton of damage. Alright, so what is this going to do up against Broly? I mean, nothing. This is 90% damage reduction, so we don't really need to be worried about this here. Yep. Okay. And then just launching right back with an 18. By the way, this should be mentioned. Mine is 55%. My EZA Tech Broly, he's only 55%, and he's doing that. We did get a little bit unlucky there. That was just the 50% chance. Oh, he could double super. All right, so we're probably dead here if this guy does relevant damage. So let's see. What is this Broly going to take? Double digits, actually. Okay. Okay, so not really too frightening in the base form. That's how the other stage was as well. It was pretty easy in the Super Saiyan state, like the blue hair power restricted form or whatever. And then once you got a little bit deeper, once, you know, like the legendary Super Saiyan is able to be busted out, that's where things got scary. So let's do this. Let's just go ahead and transform with this Broly as well. That should be a stack for him, and Turles can't get to 24 key, but that's really fine. I think now that we have this Broly on the team as well, the EZA one, Turles should be a little bit more effective, because he's giving support to a unit who, like, hits like a truck. The unit who I've replaced on the team was AGL LR Golden Frieza, and Golden Frieza is really good at, like, on turn 1, obviously, but as you go deeper into the fight, Frieza is just, like, a liability. He is on planetary destruction, so he is buffing Turles, but I generally float Turles anyway, so Turles was never able to help support Golden Frieza. But by giving an extra 50% offensive and defensive support on a rotation with having that guy once he's transformed, oh my god, it's pretty insane. It's pretty nutty just how quickly the movie bosses team can move through right now. And I'm recording this immediately after watching the announcement video. That video also went up today at 12:30. If you haven't seen it and you want to see my reaction my reaction to the kits and just my initial reaction to the animations and everything, definitely go check out that video. Again, that was released earlier today at 12:30. But the brand new Broly looks like exactly what this team needs. You know, now Movie Boss is going to have another really good support unit who you can keep on a main rotation, or you can float. They're going to have another domain that you can activate just immediately, pretty much, and do some pretty decent damage with as well. They have a Revive. The Revive is going to be huge, and we're just having more support being all floated around now. I don't think you would want to run that Broly with Turles, because Turles isn't on uncontrolled power. So you kind of have to run like a full uncontrolled power setup if you really want to take full advantage of the brand new Broly. And as it stands right now, that is just kind of like one of those whack categories where it exists just kind of to exist. Unfortunately, I kept this guy on main rotation so that he could get some stacks up, and he didn't get any stacks. And we are floating Cell Max here. So Cell Max, we're probably going to kill before Cell Max even gets a chance to attack. But we shall see. This might have been a little bit of a misplay. I probably should have floated him off, but I like the idea of having one legendary Super Saiyan Broly on each rotation. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we don't need to stack here. We don't. We're gonna be killing too fast. There is probably no way that we're going to die here. I wouldn't imagine, because as long as he supers in slot 1, I mean, he might have that ability that the other Broly did, where he just instantly supers in slot 2 every single turn, which would be a bit of a annoyance. But ooh. That's okay. So that's on me. That's on me. That was a misplay. All right. We're gonna ignore that. Yeah, don't show me the screen anymore. I hate that shows up every day. I thought that would be such a cool addition, but the fact that it literally just shoves it in your face every single day, God, it is pretty irritating. Especially when you're coming off the heels of a loss, or like a long loss, like you've been in an event for a long-ass time, and then it just shows you that. Not really what you want to see. So do we want to go slow here? I guess going slow doesn't inherently hurt us in any way, and because we have our rotations, we can actually keep Cell Max on that rotation. We can float off Broly, Chile, and Loser. So that way Cell Max can get built up defensively by getting his hits. We can keep Broly in his like baby form or whatever, because we don't really need to stack as of yet. I'd much rather these, like the easy A Brolys, get their stacks, just because they are a little bit less impressive in one faction or another. Like this Broly, obviously, he's just worse than the Carnival Broly in every way. He doesn't tank as well. He doesn't do nearly as much damage, so making sure that he gets his stacks, like prioritizing him getting his stacks, I think is pretty important. And the other Broly, you just want to give him as many 18 keys as humanly possible. That way, you know, once he does go into his big boy mode and you're able to activate like his active skill, he just destroys everything. Again, at 55%, we should get to see an incredibly high attack stat. We'll probably see a pretty high attack stat right here, because he links very well with this Broly right here. He doesn't have like Hardened Grudge, so I think they have 5 out of 7 links. And we were able to get him to full 24 key, and he's having the extra 60% support. Yeah, it looks like he double supers in slot 2, as this guy's like base form gimmick. But he's not supering for very much, so I don't really think we need to be afraid yet. 21.8. God, he is actually pretty good. Now, I will say though that my concerns have definitely like come to fruition. Like this guy, he can certainly be caught in a lot of instances. Where are there more attacks? There's more attacks in slot 1. So let's do this right there. We can do this right here. And it doesn't really matter what Broly, Chile, and Loser do, I guess. We can do this. That way we can save these orbs for the Carnival Broly and collect the int orbs with the Dokkan Fest EZA. And you remember what I just said? It looks like this guy double supers in slot 2. He supers immediately. And again, Cellmax took a little bit of damage right there. Again, I know he's 55%, but I don't know. Cellmax, he pisses me off way more than I thought he would. I mean, I kind of foolishly spent stones on him, but like I'm glad that I did, because I wouldn't be able to run movie bosses as it stands right now had I not had this unit. Just because, you know, the start of the celebration, the quality of the content was pretty good. Like, I really do enjoy the Devil Awaken events. I like all the different gimmicky fights that they have. I think that is literally what were the chances of that? Hold on. I don't think I would put dodge on my Cell Max. I don't. I think I gave him like attack equips or a defensive equip. I gave him something. I don't think I gave him dodge. Unless I gave him like a crit orb that also had dodge. I don't know. That's pretty funny. Whatever it is, that's like a 2% chance of that happening. What were the odds? Cell Max, how much dodge you got? That was a 3% chance, dude. That's funny. That's funny. That's jokes. That's jokes right there. All right, so we can do this. This will be a stack for Broly. Now, ideally, he won't kill here, but like, knowing Broly, he is going to kill here. So we're going to go into this next form. I'm assuming it's just also going to be the Tech LR's just transformed state. I guess it could also be like STR LR Broly. I don't know. But let's see here. Yeah, 15.9. This is my Broly right here. A little bit lower than, I would say, other people's Brolys. But again, mine is only 55%. Oh, that's actually so good. That's so good that we didn't kill right there. So the Int Broly is going to get at least one other stack off. That's awesome. That's very, 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 very good. Making his tanking ability just that little bit more impressive. And since we also saved the active skill right there, pretty much the next time he comes around, I would imagine this unit will probably be dead. And this animation, like, these look good. This is a 2019 unit right here who has, like, some pretty solid animations. They're very, very good. So let's see here. What are we cooking with? A lot of attacks in slot 1. Okay. Do we just want to blow this guy out the face of the planet? I kind of think we do. Let's go ahead. Let's wipe this boy from existence. He'll never even have a chance to know what happened, what hit him, because we're gonna do a lot right here. Let's see right here. Yeah, okay, he's dead. Well, he's not dead on this turn, but he's certainly, we're winning this. I feel fairly confident, very, very confident. So this is just with one stack off, and I believe that this is a rainbowed friend. But he does link a little bit better with the LR as opposed to the TUR, obviously. I believe that they share 6 out of 7. That is very unlucky that we got both of those as hidden potential system normals. But look at that. 1 super and 2 normals. We took off 2 health bars. 40 million, you know, just a casual 40 million. Oh, by the way, he can do 2 more supers, by the way. So hopefully we'll see that. So this is a 70% right here, if I'm not mistaken. 23. Again, this is 55%. With just 1 stack in his space form, by the way. Very, very solid damage. Very, very good. And then we do get the normal, unfortunately. But we still... No! No, we're dead! No! And mine doesn't have any dodge. I didn't put any dodge on mine. We are so dead. We lived? Yo! Okay. We're going to be on like 2 HP. But we did live. Oh my god. And we have Broly, Chile, and Loser on this upcoming turn. No, wait. No, we don't. Wait. We have Turles? I think we have Turles, actually. No, we do. So we're gonna get, oh, this is perfect. Yeah, we won. We 100% won. All right, cool. Pretty easy right there. I'm actually pretty impressed that they lived that. I'll be interested to see what this kid's attack stat truly is, so I can gauge just how impressive that is. But, I mean, we lived. How much HP do we have on this team? 750. That's, I mean, that's not nothing. That is relevant that we were able to live that. Again, that's 55%. That was only with 2 supers. Not bad. Easy A Broly, not bad. I mean, if this guy hits, like, I mean, I guess, if that was like a 3 million super, I would say that's good tanking, but that's like a 1.7 or like a 2 million. I'm going to say that was pretty bad tanking. I'm actually going to change up my tune a little bit. I did assume that I was dead. Just because he's one of those units, like, yes, he does have guard, but I feel like guard is a little bit misunderstood in the community. Because we look like a character like Tech Ultimate Gohan. Everybody loves Tech Ultimate Gohan, and don't get me wrong, Tech Ultimate Gohan, like, is good. He is that guy. He does have that dog in him. But, like, he can get caught, and I know the reason that he, like, gets around it is because he greatly stacks his defense. That's, like, his defensive mechanic. It's that he has guard, and then he's also getting an extra 50% permanent defense with every super attack he performs. Yeah, no, this was actually a pretty easy fight right here. Not too bad, not too bad. So that's going to be 2 missions done. Beating the stage and beating it with planetary destruction. I really did think we were dead there, though. So we're gonna pull up the stats here in just 1 second. 7-minute complete time. Let's go ahead and oh wait, what is it? Oh, it's 6 planetary destruction. Okay. Oh, never mind. I'll probably do those runs off screen like I did with part 1's missions, and I'll just post my teams to Twitter. So if you struggle with any of those missions, because like I'm trying to think right now. Using a Super Saiyan Gohan, does the brand new, like, Super Saiyan Trio, does that count? Or does it have to be, like, a teen Gohan with, like, LR physical, like, beastless Gohan? Would he count? I don't know, but there's no way you're bringing, like, the Go-Bros in here or something. But, like, the GOTEN and Trunks mission, we did get the Golden Week sub-EZA, so you could probably run those guys in here. Videl, I mean, I know we don't have access to, like, STR Videl's EZA, but we did get the free-to-play. I don't know what the free-to-play does. I did just grind her up, but you could potentially bring her as well. And then Planetary Destruction probably shouldn't be too hard, especially if you wait just a little while. just like 3 days as of the time that I am recording this, you'll actually get access to the new summonable Broly. And that should be pretty easy right there. So let's go ahead and check out what this fight is doing. So base Super Saiyan Broly, 80 million HP, 300k normals. All right, so he hits like a fish. 30% extra attack. He can super twice per turn. So his super is like a 1.1 if he supers once. And then after he supers again, it'd be like a 1.5. Okay, so that's not... I mean, he's hitting as hard as like the transforming Boo Red Zone. He gets an extra 200%. Oh, wait. Increased damage dealt to enemies by 200%. So are all these doubled? So 600k? And, wow. Okay. Well, if that's true, then he's hitting way harder. No way. He can't be hitting that hard. There's no way. You can't debuff him. You can seal him. Reduce willpower by 2. Ki. That's what this is. Reduce ki by 2. Okay. If you have a Super Saiyan Goten or a Super Saiyan Adult Gohan, he gets an extra 75 to stats. If there is a Super Saiyan Trunks, he gets debuffed by 90% attack. And if there's a Videl, debuffed by 90% defense. Okay, so those 2 missions will be easy then. Okay. And then Legendary Super Saiyan Broly, 100 million HP, 500k normals. Ridiculously high defense, actually. We melted him that fast when he has that high defense. I mean, he has low damage reduction, I guess, but still. Deals huge damage to the enemy, 1.5. He was only a 1.5, and they took 600-something K. Yeah, you remember what I said a second ago? Unless this is actually true, and this is doubling right here. And this is actually... Because what would that be? 4.5 million? That did not feel like 4.5 million. And these definitely didn't feel like 1.5 normals. No way. I don't know what this is referring to. That can't be right. Unless... No, we can't debuff him, so we didn't debuff him either. I don't know. I don't know. Can't be stunned. Oh, he has a damage check. We didn't even see that, but he has a damage threshold. I hate that. This is my least favorite mechanic that they've been spamming this on so many fights recently, too, and I just hate it. It's not fun. Crits are guaranteed to hit when the special move is activated? What? Crits are guaranteed to hit when the special move is activated. Can he crit? Is that what this is saying? Because we didn't have guaranteed crits. Can Broly crit? So if Broly can crit, that's an extra 1.5 times damage. And he ignores our defense raises. So it would be whatever our start of turn defense is. And he gets that extra buff to his damage. So this can't be right then. Because there's no way he's doing 4.5 with the crit, which would be like 6 million super attack. And he ignores our defense raise. Yeah, no, I think the wiki might be wrong here. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but there's no way that this is actually in effect. I don't know what this would be referring to. If you have a Super Saiyan Goten or a Super Saiyan Gohan, he gets an extra 150 to stats. These missions are going to be hard. And then there is a Trunks, he loses 90% attack. And then there's a Videl, he loses 90% defense. All right. So he can crit. That's interesting, I guess. Have we ever had a boss that can crit before? I don't think so. I don't know. Let me know what you guys thought about this fight. Again, I'll be doing the rest of the missions probably off screen, but... I mean, it wasn't really too difficult. I mean, I know I'm bringing like a brand new, very modern team, but outside of missions, I don't really think I see anything struggling. I'll have to figure out how much damage this guy is actually doing. Because if this is true, a crit would... Yes, something has to be wrong here, because there's no way he launched a 6 million super attack stat, and that guy lived it with 617k. There's no way. But I could potentially see him critting us, and that would ignore like all defensive raises you get on super attack. It would just be your start of turn defense and then dodge, or your start of turn and damage reduction, or your start of turn and guard. So this guy is actually probably hitting a lot harder than other bosses in the game, because even though his super attack is naturally lower, let's say you get like a quad super turn with like SSBE, for example, or something. All of those defense raises he's getting on super attack, they would be outright ignored if he got tagged by a super. So that would just be him with whatever his start of turn defense is, like 200k something, plus 50% damage reduction if it's the first attack in the turn. I'll have to see. I'll have to read Twitter. I'll see if anybody can clear this up for me. Or, hey, comment section, if you guys know better, please let me know. But alright, and hello everybody, I'm the Sweeper27, and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. We have a brand new exclusive battlefield for part 2. So, it looks like this is just going to be exclusively Broly themed. I went ahead and fixed up my teams a little bit, you know, added some of the new characters that have easy-aid during these celebrations, so I can't imagine that this will be very difficult as per normal with, like, these types of celebrations. Why did the auto screw me over like this? Or did I do that? I might have done that. It's fine. We don't need to acknowledge that the fact that we're going to have a Cyberman, I will still probably be able to do this in one try. But I do like how they do these exclusive battlefields, because it is naturally just a little bit of a weaker power level. So players who are coming back to the game, or people who are just getting into the game, they're able to get battlefield currency at a pretty easy rate. Like, it's really not too hard to do things like this. Like, I don't think we're gonna have, like, an Omega Shinron incident during something like this. I mean, if we do, I will be surprised, and I will be pleasantly surprised, because, you know, I always do love me a good challenge in this game, when it feels at least like it's fair, or a unique sort of thing. Like, the brand new Broly fight the other day, that was critting. I did those other missions last night. I'm going to post those, the teams that I ended up using to beat all the missions. I'll post those over on my Twitter, very, very soon. But I actually had a really hard time with the Super Saiyan Gohan mission, just because, like, he gets ridiculously strong. That boss gets insanely strong when you have a Super Saiyan, what's-his-face on the team. And because I was bringing LR, Goten, and Gohan, I actually think he was getting 2 separate buffs, because both of the units are technically as a part of that unit. So I think instead of just getting 160 extra attack or whatever it is, I think he was getting 320 extra attack, which was just, I mean, he was melting some of my brand new summonable units. We actually did lose here. We're just gonna, oh, hey, I got some rewards. That's fine, because I messed up in my team building. We're going to keep this in, just because I feel like it would be disingenuous to take it out. I think you're the better leader out of these guys. Alright, so we're just going to act like, you know, the Team Bardock run never existed. We're going in. We're going to start off with the Ginyu Force team. Alright, now it's a little bit weird that this first stage right here, actually, you enter in and he's already a little bit battle damaged. I wonder why they would include a mechanic like that, huh? Right, guys? Am I right? Am I right? Don't flame me in the comment section. But I don't know if we get any better rewards for these exclusive battlefields. They're also here for a much shorter duration. Like, usually a battlefield is here for about a month, so you're able to do it, like, it resets every 7 days, I think is what it is, so you're able to, you know, every 7 days do one singular run, and you don't have to do it back to back to back to back to back to get all of the missions, or at least that's what I do. Because, you know, all the missions are like beat stage 3 times, whatever. But it resets weekly, where it's like beat stage 1, get 100, or get 1,000 battlefield currency. Beat 2 stages, get 2,000. Beat 3 stages, get 3,000. That resets every 7 days. So you're able to get 6,000 battlefield currency pretty frequently if you're able to do that, however. But I don't know the rules, or if I do know them, I don't know them off the top of my head, for how they work specifically with, like, these types of celebrations. Since this battlefield is only here for 17 days, I can't imagine that we're going to be getting those battlefield currency resets. So as a global player, that is a little bit lame, because that just means naturally there's less battlefield currency on global. I know there's the argument that if you've been playing since, I think it's the 2nd anniversary, the Int Super Saiyan 2 Gohan banner, apparently if you did summons you would get battlefield currency. So if you've been playing for that long, you actually have more battlefield currency, or you had the opportunity to have more battlefield currency than someone who's been playing JP since day 1. However, even though I played back then on a separate account, dude, Ginyu's getting clapped up in here? Okay, so Paragus is actually hitting relatively hard. My goodness. If, like, Ginyu's getting hit? Okay. Okay, Paragus has a little bit of sauce with the super attack. Alright. Alright, nothing that we can't get around. But that is certainly interesting. Remember what I was saying a minute ago, how this might be a little bit easier. I might be revoking my statement. But we do have Goldo on this team. Goldo is like the free-to-play debuffer of the team, and like Raccoon and Goldo, they're going to be taking nothing. Raccoon and Goldo plus Ginyu might actually be able to finish this off right here. Goldo might not even get an opportunity to attack. It is also nice that these guys can stun, and they do have a chance to seal, but it looks like you're unable to actually seal this Paragus. I just noticed that up at the top. But yeah, like I was saying about the whole battlefield debacle. I understand that it is frustrating that, you know, you're not able to get battlefield currency if you're, like, just now joining the game. Like, again, even though I was playing back then during, like, I think I stopped playing right after the first celebration, so I actually didn't have access to that exclusive banner, but I know some people do, and, you know, it's not really a complaint for them, but is it really the biggest deal ever that, like, battlefield currency is a little bit scarce? Because none of the battlefield characters, at least within recent memory, have been very meta, even with, like, their EZAs. I'm trying to think. Like, Deborah and Bobbity were. Deborah and Bobbity, once they EZA'd, they were very good. The next EZA that we're going to be getting is actually going to be the Shadow Dragons. The Shadow Dragons, like, their EZA might actually be relatively meta-breaking, especially if we get, like, a brand new Omega Shinron, or a brand new Sin Shinron, or whatever. Potentially, that could be, like, very, very good. Extreme Int. So let's see, what do we want to bring? We can bring you, and I guess we'll bring Bobbity. Bobbity's not bad here. Yeah, I'm trying to think, what are some other things in the shop? Because most of the time when you're getting battlefield currency, I think you're kind of foolish if you spend your currency on anything except... Ooh, we're probably dead here, actually. Chile can dodge. Chile will dodge it. Right, girl? Yeah, she's gonna dodge. We are able to seal him again. I think Bobbity actually has a seal. Maybe I should have put him into slot 1. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I have trust in Chile. She's one of my favorite units, literally, to ever drop in this game with her levels of support. And she has 70% chance to dodge just built in. She's not going to fraud me out. She is pretty much like the only character in this game that you could run off of a leader skill whenever she debuted. And she would still be effective. I got so many no-item runs with her just being on the team. Not on the leader skill, not doing any damage, just healing, dodging, and supporting, and giving me a scouter support, which is also pretty nice. Yeah, like, even when she is on, like, Chile? See, there we go, there we go, there we go. Alright, now dodge this. Yep, okay, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. But, like, by doing the battlefield missions, like, I think, obviously, doing battlefield is obviously very worthwhile, because, like, just by beating a couple times, you get stickers, you get hidden potential orbs, you get, training items, and I think during, like, these exclusive celebrations, you might actually get more items. Again, we'll see at the very end when we'll go over to our box, and we'll collect everything that we get from completing these missions. Like, I don't think we get meat items. Meat items would actually be really, really nice if they wanted to give those out during this, because I feel like, you know, it's a major celebration. We're about to go into part 2. If you didn't see the video that I posted yesterday that was going over, like, my reaction to the brand new kits, the brand new character animations, all that good stuff, all of that is happening on the 13th, which is in 2 days as of the time I am recording this. So, obviously getting, like, new meat items would be pretty nice. That way, you know, players who haven't had access to Porunga Dragon Balls, because Porunga Dragon Balls are really, like, the best way to get meat items. Just because if you collect all 7, you're able to make that wish that says, I want a full belly. It's actually been a very long time since Global has gotten Porunga Dragon Balls. I wanted to make a video about this a long, long time ago, but there's just been so much content. Doing, like, different videos, different rants has been a little bit difficult. Just because, like, I'm having to keep up with, like, all the new stuff that's happening. It's hard to comment on some of the older stuff, but, I don't think Global has had Porunga Dragon Balls at all this entire year. Whereas JP recently just had Porunga Dragon Balls during their Tanabata celebration. And since Global didn't technically get a Tanabata celebration, like, I know that we got Tech MUI right off the heels of the 9th anniversary or whatever. Since it wasn't, like, actually his celebration, it was just, like, his banner, and then the difficult event. Like, obviously, we didn't get the free-to-play hit, we didn't get any of the Universe 6 EZAs, we didn't get really any of that. It was just the brand new difficult stages for the Supreme Magnificent Spectacle that he got during Part 1, and then we got the brand new summonable unit. Like, we didn't even get Jiren, we got Cell Max, which in of itself is a dub and a little bit of an L at the same time, because I feel like Jiren would have made a little bit more sense, because then if we got Jiren, we would have also had access to, like, Golden Frieza and 17, that fight. which is still floating around in limbo. Like, probably the hardest fight in the game just doesn't exist on the global version of the game, which is a oddity, to say the very least. That is a fantastic dodge, by the way, Junior. You are utterly my goat. Again, one of my favorite units that is pretty much ever released in this game. They somehow made an offensive unit one of my favorite units ever, and I don't know. I just think that's pretty fun. Yeah, we can just do this. Again, Fat Boo's not going to die. I don't really think that we need to stand by. We'll just keep the support up. This guy's actually a little bit tankier. Maybe my team build here is just a little bit lackluster. Probably leaning more so towards the lackluster. Oh, we actually entered the turn. We didn't have his guard up, so Fat Boo's actually taking a little bit of damage right there. That's kind of funny. Yeah, just having to take a little sip of my beverage. I wonder if this is going to be 3 stages or 4 stages, because they have done battlefields in the past that have been 4 stages. I guess I could have checked before I dove in. I didn't really think about it until right now. But we'll see. I mean, this is a Battlefield video. These do tend to, like, be a little bit longer than most other, like, gameplay videos. Outside of, like, my world tours that I've done. I still need to do the world tour for, Angel SSJ 2 Vegeta. I mean, that one's probably going to be very short, because I'll dive into, like, a couple of easier events. The character's just going to die over and over and over and over again, because that is not a unit who's saved just because he doesn't have access to... I mean, number 1, his stats are just super low. Number 2, that's a 2020 unit, I think. And there aren't very many good Majin Buu Saga Gokus who were also on the Super Saiyan Trios team. Oh, he actually transforms. Alright, so we're going to get to see Junior's active skill here. Or not his active skill, his giant transformation. Alright, well, I guess since we're having the transformation, there's really not a lot that I can comment on during this time. So I'll just mute right here and we'll fast forward the footage during this. Alright, and we are back. We actually did get all 3 turns of his giant transformation. So since we did that, we actually wasted all of the boss's opportunities to super or anything. It actually doesn't look like his super was going to be too threatening. It did about 850k. All these units should be able to live that post-super. Sell. Buddy. Okay. I can't lose 2 of these runs in a row. I actually refuse to. Remember earlier how I said, oh yeah, you know, these are, you know, they're a little bit easier, you know, they're not too difficult, you know, they're meant so that players who just, like, got back into the game shouldn't be able to struggle too much. I guess part of the issues, too, is that since I've been doing so many summons, if you don't know, most of the time when I summon and I get a dupe in a character, I like to keep them in their, UR form. That way, I don't have to constantly waste those reawakening medals, you know, the hourglass medals, as it were. So I just keep them in their base form. That way, as I get more and more dupes in them, I can feed them in. And then every now and then, if it's for a specific mission, or if I just want to use a character, I will reverse them back up. That way I can devolve them back down. But I'm running very low on the hourglass medals, and I don't really want to fork over any currency at the moment to get more of them. So most of the characters who I actually do, or would usually use for Battlefield, they're in a little bit of limbo right now. Like, Rose, LR Rose would usually be on this team. I mean, there's a chance that we revive right here. And if we do revive, I mean, cool. Because I don't think Broly would die. I mean, we'll see. Majin Buu probably won't die after his supers. I mean, he has several stacks up, but without guard, I didn't check to see what his defense was, but again, he was hitting for about 850,000 damage. Let's see what the damage is right here. Does Fat Buu die? Fat Buu actually does die, so we're going to get to see his revive. Could this be going any worse? This is still stage 1, by the way. Have I mentioned that? Have I mentioned that I play this game all the time and actually have a very powerful box? I'm just getting a seemingly very unlucky. Oh, man, and I actually chose to pop the Broly active skill there. That was probably a mistake. Broly might have been able to kill. And we're not going to be low enough HP to do... Yeah, no. So, obviously, I can't put... We'll do this, because I'm pretty sure... What's his face can go into slot 1? What am I also building up? Oh, that's just telling me how many turns are remaining. I was like, I definitely only have 1 standby up. That's another thing about Battlefield, is that you're only allowed to do 10 full, like, attacks, or, like, 10 rotations. That's crazy that we're already this deep on a team like this. Again, this probably would be a little bit easier if instead of, like, the Metal Cooler Army, I did just decide to, like, reawaken LR Goku Black, because Goku Black does, like, insane levels of damage. You know, we could have brought him. That would have been access to yet another giant transformation if we needed it. I don't really think that we would need it, but, I mean, that would just be nice to have in our back pocket. But at least now that Fat Boo has revived, Fat Boo is going to be getting the massive attack buff. Plus, we can also use his active skill, which will do some pretty decent damage. And then, you know, we're going to get a Ghost Usher, so we can't die on this upcoming turn. So even though he's going to have a super pretty much just, like, charged up, ready to go into slot 1, we're not going to have to worry about that. Either Fat Boo or Broly will be able to wrap things up for us right here. Now it's just pretty much just filling up Dull Air, because I know that we already have the win. I don't even think that this cell would die if we got tagged by a slot 3 super. I mean, hey, let me put my money where my mouth is. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We are good. Let's just pop this right here and get the hell out of Dodge. God, I really can't believe I'm struggling this much in Battlefield. I mean, I mean, I underestimate things all the time. So here we go. Alright, Fat Boo is definitely going to get the finish right here. Did he not get an attack buff? He's supposed to get an attack buff. That was only a 3 million. That's what he was launching before he revived. Alright, and then he's going to launch a guaranteed additional super right here. Yep. 4.2. I mean, I guess he is only on like a 220% total or something along those lines. I don't remember who I brought as my leaders, but like the Metal Cooler Army is 120. And he has a stage 3. Oh, chat, we're cooked. Chat, we're so cooked, actually. Huh. Oh, but I get my charges back. That's nice. Do I think Majunior will live? I think I have to do this. So we want to give Vegeta as many orbs as possible. Okay. We can do this. And we will save the Int orbs. I have faith in Majunior. I think as long as he gets like a really good super turn, because he is, I mean, he has 0 links activated right now, so no toughest nails, no big bad bosses, nothing like that. But he is getting 37% defense support from Chilai as well. That is something to keep in mind. Damn, I can't believe we died on like the second phase of this. And we only got 1 super, so we are dead, Majunior. You are a fraud, unless you choose to dodge. You do have a little bit of dodge built into your system right here. Oh, wait, no, this is still Vegeta. Wait, what? Oh, it's an AoE. It is an AoE. Okay. Alright then. So let's check our progress real quick. Hold on. How many stages is it? Oh, is this literally it? That can't be right. It's just 2 stages? Yeah, no, this is it. It's literally just 2 fights. Huh. Okay. So we have... Okay. Maybe that makes a little bit more sense than why it's so difficult. We could try bringing the Heroes team. Let's just go ahead and give these guys a whirl. You know, boom, boom. I think Darts is probably just a fish here. He does have guard. We can do this. Yeah, I think we do trust him over the full power Super Saiyan 4 Broly. And we'll hope that he doesn't super right away. If we get really good opening RNG, like if we get the Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 Vegito next to Super Saiyan 4 Vegito, which we didn't get immediately. We do actually have that on the next rotation, though. I trust the Crimson Masked Saiyan, and I trust the... what's his face? King Vegeta. Broly's not going to be able to get a super. Fuck. We're probably dead again. If he decides to super this turn, we are probably just... That's a bad dodge, actually. There we go. Alright, now he's... Yep, no, just supering right out the gate. We're probably dead. Like, he will survive. He's taking that much? Oh. Okay. That's, little bit interesting. Okay. We have our villain build up now, so we can do this. We can ghost usher him if we get lucky right away. Okay. Give me the androids. Oh no, the androids also have their beam nullification. The androids can't be caught here. Ooh, this is actually really, really good. This is really, really, really good. So I think we do this. We can collect these. Let's go ahead and do this. So he can't damage us this turn. They don't need to do damage. And then, is this going to be 18 key for you? It is. Perfect. So we're going to have all of these tech orbs. I guess that will give them... We'll instantly transform Carnival Broly. We'll give them to Carnival Broly, because Carnival Broly, when he's at 24 key, he actually gets the attack break on his AoE. So there is a... I mean, there's not a 0% chance. There is a chance out there that we will attack break the AoE, assuming that Carnival Broly will get to attack first. I mean, obviously, that's like the best case scenario. This guy is actually going to be really good for Battlefield just because of how much damage he does. Frieza's probably going to get us killed here, though. Okay, this is Operation We Must Attack Break the Super. So I guess, do I think it's going to happen in slot 1 or in slot 2? He supered right away. Yeah. Last time he supered right away. Frieza is definitely going to die here if we don't attack break the super. So it looks like we're just going to have to chip away his HP using all of our different teams. Because there's no way that we're killing on this rotation. Yeah, only a 9 million from this Broly. Ooh, man. I mean, if we are able to survive this somehow... Okay, so there was the attack break. Hopefully that was the super. I guess only time will tell. But if we do attack break the super, I do want to just say that is a team protection ability that this Broly does provide. A lot of people saying that this unit doesn't have a team protection ability, when technically he does. When he's at 24 key, you know, he does get the attack break, which is just Majunior's active skill that you can launch every single turn as long as you get him to 24 key. Now, granted, getting that Broly to 24 key isn't always the easiest thing to do. I will be the first to admit. Even when I'm running him with units who share 5 out of 7, 6 out of 7 links with him, I do find it pretty difficult to get him to the full 24. We actually did attack break the super. No, we didn't. He did it in slot 3. That's insane. That's insane. I really thought that we got the attack break. Now, what does Frieza take here? We actually do live. We're at such a low HP, though. I don't think we can realistically come back from this. Because, I mean, maybe if we get Janemba support up. Because, again, I don't think we need to worry about the androids. Because they have the nullification. Okay, so hold on. Because we can do this. And that's 6, but no 2 orbs. We can do this. And then we can do this. There is a not 0% chance that we do get to live this. Alright, that's a very good dodge. Now, granted, this guy, because there's not another Majin Buu Saga category ally on the rotation, he only has 40% damage reduction. He gets the other 30 if there's another Buu Saga on the rotation with him. But he's going to still do some pretty decent damage, especially only being on like a 300% leader skill or something along those lines, launching 7 and 8 millions. I will take that, and we do get the hit potential system additional super right there, which is nice. Alright. So, wait. Can we seal him? Because the androids have a seal. No, because they didn't super on the turn that we Ghost Ushers. I avoided it. No, you cannot seal him. You cannot seal him. He cannot be stunned, sealed, or debuffed in any way, shape, or form. Good to know. Janemba getting a double super is actually pretty good. And here is the AoE. We are going to die here unless we get a hit of potential system dodge! What do we do? The androids... What? Is it not guaranteed for them? I thought they had a guaranteed beam nullification. I guess I was wrong. Okay. So we can bring this right here. God Goku's going to be very, very good. We can bring you. We can bring Tech Ultimate Gohan. We can bring you, I guess. Do this. Alright. Again, we're gonna... this is just kind of like depending on what your opening rotations are. If we get Tech Ultimate Gohan and... Nope, this is probably death right here. Because we can't seal him. Okay, so we can do this. I mean, we're gonna do good damage at the bare minimum. And I still have, like, my full AGL team that we're able to rock out. How'd I know it was gonna be built like this? Like, structured in this way? He's just AoEs right out the gate. Yeah, we're just dead. Unless they dodge, which they don't. They are only a 30% chance to dodge unit. You hate to see that. But if I'd known it was only going to be the 2 phases, I would have just brought teams instead of types. Alright. So let's try busting out the Super Int team. We can do this, boom, 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 boom. Alright. We actually have a lot of HP in this one, so potentially we might be able to live it. But if he's being very aggressive with these AoEs, remember earlier how I said we're probably not going to have an Omega Shinron situation? This is giving me some Omega Shinron flashbacks. Not gonna lie, that is 24 key with you. Is it still 24 key if we put you here? It is. Alright, so we can do this. Alright. So, Vegeta will be fine in slot 1, even if he does decide to just AoE immediately. Yeah, our other units are going to need to dodge. So, God Goku, he has a 50%, which we do get, and these guys have a 30%, which we do also get. Alright, this is probably a winning dub right here. Because I imagine we'll probably kill on this turn. I would imagine. I mean, I might be wrong, but, like, guaranteed crits with Vegeta. So, 77%. Yep, if we do get the hidden potential system right here, triple super, that's going to be really, really good. God Goku, I don't think he has any built-in additionals. Nor do I think that... I actually don't think Int Vegeta has additionals built into his passive either. But we do get this right here, so yeah, this probably is death. And if it's not, we have, what, full power Super Saiyan 4 Goku in slot 7. We have Vegeta and Trunks who we could put into slot 1. And, yeah, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, we're good, we're good. We won. This was actually a little bit challenging for a battlefield. A little bit of difficulty, but, like, I do appreciate that. Don't be another stage. What the fuck? There's another stage? What? Huh? Oh my god, we're cooked. We're so cooked. There's no way Namagoku's okay here. I mean, maybe, depending on what his normals are. If we lose this, I mean, it's going to be annoying getting back to this spot. I can do it. But we'll have to build teams. Like, we'll have to build, like, actual teams. We can't just bring 170 lead, or, like, not 170 leads. Like, these 100% to a category or whatever. We're going to have to bring, like, designated movie bosses, super bosses. We're going to have to bring all-out struggle. This, I mean, this is fun. It's just literally every single stage of Broly. I mean, this isn't at all what I was expecting. And the fact that it changes types every single time is tricky. Because, like, what would I do right now if we went from that phase to a physical phase? All of these units would be absolutely screwed. Now, please don't be able to double super or anything. Because Namagoku, bro, please. Why didn't you easy A during part 1? Yeah, no, Kid Goku's going to be dead right here. Okay, but now we can bring our STR lineup. And our STR lineup is actually, we do actually get a super right here. I still think that we're going to be dead. There's no way that we live this regardless. That was good damage, actually. Yeah, unless we get a hit a potential system dodge, which we don't. So we can bring our AGL team right here. Okay. We still have our extreme AGL, don't we? So wait. If we're going through all the stages of Broly, so there's Broly, Super Saiyan Broly, Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Am I going to have to go up against Bio Broly and Giant Bio Broly? That's a lot of phases. Alright, but this team is actually somewhat decent. Because potentially... Because we're going to stack with Zamasu. We're going to get some build-up by getting hit on Golden Cooler. Getting them right away is probably pretty good. I'm going to put Golden Freeze on slot 1 just because I don't trust this guy not to just super right out the gate. This is fun. This is fun. I do think that we're probably screwed just because I didn't know how this event was going to be built up. Yeah, okay, I did call that correctly. Alright. But I do kind of enjoy this, actually having, like, a much longer, much more difficult stage. I feel like this was meant specifically to counter people like me, who generally just bring the type advantage leads, and don't have, like, really any cohesion with links, or any cohesion with team builds, or, like, unit strategies. You just bring 7 of the strongest units you have per type, for the extreme and super class sides. I mean, how long is this recording going so far? I'm 30 minutes in. I mean, if I lose this, I'm going to lose 30 minutes of progress. I mean, that would be a shame, but again, I can rebuild, I can reselect all my units. That's a bad dodge. That's a bad dodge. Alright, because I kind of need this guy to get hit to get built up. I mean, he's taking damage here, but I need something. And it is incredibly crucial that Fraud Form Frieza gets his 18 key, which is not gonna happen. Shit. Alright, that's fine. That's fine, because, Super Boo is going to be guarding, aren't you? Guard. Oh, you did a guard. That's fine. That's fine. He's gonna do a lot of damage right here, though, to counteract this. Okay. Because we also... I mean, I guess we could transform into Vegeta. Like, Vegeta, even though that transformation is pretty rare to see, Vegeta's actually pretty solid. Like, he gets guaranteed guard for his first turn, and he has the very high attack stats. Nappa, I mean, he could be fine if we do survive on this next turn, because he is going to have his guaranteed dodge turn, except I think... Because it'll be turn 4, so if we are below the HP threshold, we will just instantly transform into Vegeta. Vegeta will provide us a full heal, and then we'll do a lot of damage with Vegeta. Because Vegeta can actually go into slot 1, I think, but more likely than not, Frieza is probably just dead here, since we couldn't get the 18 key. Because I'm pretty sure my Frieza is only like 55 or 69%, so even if he does have a chance to dodge, it's going to be very, very low. I mean, we also saw that, like, Namagoku. I mean, to be fair, Namagoku was class disadvantage, so maybe Frieza will take it a little bit better. Frieza does. And we have yet another giant transformation, dude. Okay, alright, so we're gonna fast forward through this one as well. Alright, so we are back. This is like kind of like a legendary Broly event. Something that would be fun, you know, I was thinking about this the other day, because we just got the legendary Frieza event earlier this year. You know how fun it would be if we did have like a legendary Broly event or a legendary Gohan event, going through like all the different stages of them? Like, this is actually pretty fun. Now, I think I want to keep... You have big bad bosses. And you just have fierce battle. Alright. So I know that doing this is probably going to heal us above what Vegeta and Nappa's exchange is. At least I would imagine as such. But Golden Frieza at this point is going to start tapering off. And I think that having BBB up is going to be a little bit more important. We only have 12 more charges. Do also have to keep that in mind. Oh wait, do giant form turns count for charges? Shit, I bet they do. Uh-oh. But it won't matter, because if we do get Vegeta on this next turn, Vegeta will be able to, like, one-shot this guy. Vegeta actually is, like, incredibly potent offensively. It's just defensively he leaves a little bit to be desired, but, Zamasu's also, like, he's just stacking up this entire time. Zamasu will pretty much be untouchable at this point, I would imagine. We also have his transformation in his back pocket if we need to do more damage. Which I think we may have to use that. Oh yeah, no, we're definitely killing on this turn right here. So if we go well, maybe not, maybe not. We'll see what Golden Frieza does, because Golden Frieza has only done 2 attacks here, and he definitely has not been hit 5 times, so he doesn't have his extra offensive buff. Yeah, he doesn't. So we're going to see, are we exchanging into Vegeta and Nappa? We are not. Is that bad? Probably. So if we aren't guarding, we're dead. If we're not guarding, we are dead. There's nothing that we can do about it. What is the exchange condition for Vegeta and Nappa? Is it not turn 4 when HP is 50% or less starting from the 4th turn? Yeah, I guess then healing with Zamasu was a mistake. I mean, I guess we could also do the active. I trust Super Boo. I shouldn't, but I trust Super Boo. Because he's gonna guard. He's guarding right here. Right, bud? Yeah, he's guarding. He's fine. He's fine. This is just helping him get built up defensively as well. So we're going into this next phase, which I can only assume is going to be Super Saiyan Broly from movie 10. Then we're going to have to go against the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. I mean, surely they're not going to include, like, DBS Broly in this, right? Like, no. Right? Gee, I hope not. Okay. We do still have type advantage. That's nice. You don't link any better with him, do you? You do, actually. But I need you to get an 18 key, so we're going to have to float you off. So we can do this. We can do this. And is that an 18 key? It is. Alright. Whew! Alright. Alright, dude, I'm starting to feel like some sweat coming down my back. I think Zamasu's going to be fine here. Type advantage, 50% damage reduction, several stacks up. We also had big bad bosses up. Yeah, that's fine. He does debuff our defense, I think is what that was. So his super attack lowers our defense. Which, I mean, let's be real. I only have like 2 units on the entire team that can tank anyway. And hopefully we do take a little bit of damage here. Hopefully we do take a little bit of damage. I would actually really like to exchange into Vegeta. Because that full heal is so tantalizing right now. Because we still can't debuff him. We still can't stun or seal him. Yo, how the fuck are new players supposed to do this? I'm thinking about this right. I mean, again, I guess. If you just bring like actual teams, Because I imagine if I brought superheroes, like, we would have Orange Piccolo on the team, we would have AGL-MUI, we would have SSBE, we would have Beast, obviously. Beast the entire time would just be stacking up attack. Like, again, this really does just feel like it's meant to counter the usual, like, strategy for this. Is that below 50? Oh, let's go! So this is a full HP recovery. Vegeta has guard guaranteed. I think he gets guaranteed crits when he is at 20 or more. So he's probably going to be our new slot 1 for these rotations. The only issue is now that we have Golden Frieza, who is nowhere near close to being fully built up. I was about to say, that is a rare animation right there to see, is the Super Boo active. Recovers 200 to stats, 100 when HP is 50 or more, guards for 3 turns. Yeah, I think that he is our new slot 1. At least for the next couple of turns, he's our new slot 1. We can actually keep Golden Frieza on rotation to keep him safe, and this way Super Boo will also get some hits. So Super Boo will get a couple more hits. That's going to increase his attack on this upcoming turn. This is actually very winnable, this phase right here. Because Vegeta is going to do, like, very good damage. He's going to tank whatever this is. He is going to get, like, his defense lowered, which I guess could maybe be a little bit scary, but he has 200 stats right here, plus guard. Oh, damn, I was wrong. I was wrong. I take everything back that I just said. Damn, Vegeta. Damn. Damn, boy. All right, but we're good. We're good. This is going to do... I mean, that was a bar and then some. He didn't get a hit of potential system additional or anything. Unfortunate. Dude, if only we could debuff him. I'm just thinking about so many things. I don't really want to redo this. I don't want to redo this, man. Because Paragus wasn't that bad. We beat Paragus on what? Our second try with the Ginyu Force team. So we lost only 2 teams to them. We have yet another. No, that's so bad, actually. Wait, how many charges do we have? How many charges do we have? No, this team can actually... We have 24 charges. Alright, we'll be right back again, I guess. Okay, so we're back. I mean, I guess we just do... I think transforming is actually a mistake. Because we're doing very good damage, all things considered. I know it doesn't necessarily look like it, but for the amount of turns that we're actually spending on here, compared to the damage that we're actually dishing out, is good. And we're also getting to super before us eating the super as well. Because again, this guy was defensively debuffed on his last turn. But that doesn't really matter too much because, you know, we're getting some more stacks right here. We're just stacking our attack, stacking our defense. Again, we do have Big Bad Bosses activated. So we're just going to continually chip away at this boy's health. We probably won't kill this turn or next turn. We'll kill on the turn after. So the next time that Fusion Zamasu shows back up, I think is probably when we'll get the kill. I think. Although I don't know. Do I really trust Vegeta into slot 1 after he's been debuffed? Wait, he didn't super in slot 1? Oh, if he supers anybody else on this rotation, we're dead. Just outright. There's no way Metal Cooler is going to be able to survive. No, wait. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? We wasted his super. We just exited a giant transformation. My brain is all over the place. Okay. We might actually kill on this turn. So wait, do all these debuffs reset? Wait. I don't think so. I don't think so. Or do they? I'm trying to think. Because, like, if Golden Frieza's damage reduction resets... Surely that's not how that works. Yeah, no. I'm just coping at this point. Alright. Hopefully we will actually kill on this turn Vegeta yet again. Doing a little bit less damage than what I was expecting, but again, this is only on, like, a 300% leader skill. Oh, yeah, no, okay, he should live this. He actually got to super first this time. This is, though, still with a debuff, guarding 300% to stats. And he took about half the damage he did because he got to super first. Alright, so we're going to get some more offensive stacks for Fraud Form Frieza. Yeah, because it's just different but the fight looks like it resets. Because the turn counter resets? Oh, Frieza, why did you not get a hit? Frieza, no. Okay. That was bad. Okay. We are now dead. But he's AGL. We No way. Okay, well, we have to do this. This is like a full HP recovery, isn't it? Or close to it. That's a very rare animation. It has an attack break as well. Okay. You don't link very well with, yeah, Fear and Faith. Alright, get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. We have an attack break. I don't know what his damage is going to be. Who has the most HP on this turn? It's you. Okay. So we can do this, get a bunch of HP recovery. I still don't really see a reason for us to transform, so we're not going to. Baby should be fine as long as he doesn't get tagged by a super. And at this point, Vegeta is no longer guarding. So Vegeta can no longer go into slot 1. This might also be an AoE. No, this is his 18 key. This is the LR's 18 key. 100k, I mean, that's with 50% damage reduction and 400k defense. Maybe I should have transformed just to get some good damage off, because, I mean, there's no way we live. Unless all these buffs reset. Because, again, and the bottom left, it says we're on turn 1. As if we're entering, like, a whole new fight, you know? I don't know. How does that work with Battlefield? Because we've never had a Battlefield, to my knowledge. I mean, I may be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. But to my knowledge, we've never had a Battlefield that has gone on for a single fight this long. We have had multiple stages before, you know, where you'll be like Namek Goku, who will go into Super Saiyan Namek Goku, for example. I do remember that one, where it was the STR TUR who went into the LR or whatever. I do remember that, but we've never had one where it's just phase after phase after phase after phase after phase. Like, this is ludicrous. All right, dude, he's guarding, he's taking that much damage. Oh my god. Okay. So, again, we can no longer put Vegeta safely into slot 1. So if we do this... Hold on, let me cook. We're probably dead here, but we're gonna do some damage. As long as he doesn't super right away. I mean, he did super right away last time. But as long as he doesn't super right away, I do actually think that... Nope. Okay. Going on to our next team. But the thing is, we already used Super Tech, because Super Tech died turn 1. He's launching around 850 supers. Okay. Around 850. What teams do I even still have available? I still have Super and Extreme STR. I have Extreme Fizz. I Super Fizz. And that's it. I have 6 teams. Let's try... I mean, I guess Super Physical. We can try this. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. And I guess we'll take you for damage. Alright. Okay, okay. So God Goku is definitely going to have to be like a slot 1 carry here. Hopefully we have God Goku and Heart Virus Goku on opposite rotation. Son of a bitch. This is what we have to do. Are we able to give you 6 orbs? We are. And then Heart Virus Goku, he doesn't need anything. We don't have a slot 1. I mean, if we take over 50% of our damage, we could go into the standby. God Goku, you are allowed to dodge. You are allowed to dodge. Okay. Because that... I'm sorry, what the fuck? He can just bust out an AoE as well? Huh. He has 2 separate supers. Right. Chat, I think we have to retire. I don't realistically see a way for me getting out of this. I don't. Damn. I mean, do I give up? I mean, I probably should. I just don't see a way out of this. That is a super. We can bring Goku Black Rosé. He has the beam nullification. But if he's just going to be AoEing us deep into the fight, I think, though, if we did just bring, like, a designated super... Like, superheroes would definitely be able to crush this in one go. And wouldn't even be hard. I should have given that to Burly Chile and Lemo. It's fine. I can still give them 6 orbs with this. No. Shit. Alright. Well, I mean, I'm not... I've kind of accepted defeat at this point. I don't think that we're going to win this. So, probably what we'll do is... I don't know. Should I fast forward all of this? I mean, is this fun just watching me being confused and defeated? But I feel like if we, like, the second I bust out, like, an all-out struggle team, like a full all-out struggle team, we would be able to go all the way from, like, just base Broly. This is his first hit, only 20% damage reduction. Yeah, we're just dead. There's no way we're living this. We actually do live it. That's insane. But that wasn't the AoE. Brilliant Cheerline Lemma, they're going to only have a 50% chance to dodge here. Because I screwed up my orbs. I mean, I guess we can see. I'll depend on what we do if I die here. If I die here, I'll just outright retire. I'll rebuild my teams, and we'll dive in with, like, actual competitive teams. Like, I'll bring a Majin Buu Saga team. I will bring a, all-out struggle team. I'll bring superheroes. I will bring, like, these actual very powerful lineups. They can go slot 1. And we'll see what we're able to do. 9 orbs. That should actually be a decent amount. I mean, I'm going to need the androids here to do a lot of dodging. I guess this is... I mean, if he does an AoE, we are just dead. Like, yeah, and this is the AoE animation. No, it's not. No, it's not. Wait. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. That's with 50% damage reduction, by the way. Alright. So, I'm going to retire. I'm going to retire. We'll pick the video back up once I get back to this stage. I think that's what we'll do. That is what we'll do. Okay. I will check up back with you guys in like 50 more minutes. Jesus. Alright. We are finally back. I do just want to say that this guy is a, he's a bastard. He is, very ruthless. His, what's it called? His, Z form from movie 8, just AoE'd supered right away in slot 1 first attack. He wiped out my Super Bosses team. He wiped out my Universe 6 team. I don't have the Ginyu Force anymore. I don't have Team Bardock anymore. I don't have Crossover anymore. This has actually been pretty rough so far, but I do have a revive on both rotations. Orange Piccolo's active isn't up, and he hasn't been hit a single time, so we are probably dead in slot 3. But that is okay, because we can revive. We also have an attack break. I guess potentially we could attack break the super. On this upcoming rotation, we do have AGL MUI. We're going to have Tech UI as well. He doesn't super right out of the gate. So it does look like this form right here does have 2 potential supers, one of which is also an AoE. So just the AoE has been bullying a lot of my teams, but I do still have access to All Out Struggle. I do still have access to movie bosses. So those are like my 2 very powerful teams that I have in my back pocket. He did wipe out as well Earthbred Fighters. So I only brought 70 total units because I could only make up 10 total teams. So seeing as most of those have already been wiped out, this is the AoE animation, I believe. Yes. So, SSBE is going to be fine. Orange Piccolo is probably going to take some decent damage right there. We are actually going to be alive, which is probably pretty good, because that means we'll be below the HP threshold, so we will have AGL MUI's active up on or his revive on this upcoming turn. So just in case that like Gogeta could potentially get caught on here, I don't know. I've even been having a little bit of difficulty with superheroes, surprisingly enough. But I've been using superheroes since we got the movie 8 version of him down to about half HP. And we've just kind of been blitzing from there on. So we're not doing too bad, but we're obviously not in the position that I would really want to be. So Orange Piccolo is fully built up as of now. Yes, so we have every unit is basically fully built up. We do have the revive activated. We're going to have the domain on this upcoming turn. I do feel, actually, who do I feel safer putting into slot 1? I do kind of want to save the target all mechanic. I don't imagine he would do AoE supers back to back, but just in case he does, he's probably going to do the one that does more damage if I had to guess. So having Tech MUI here in slot 1, yes, this is the one that is just going to do more damage. So by putting Tech MUI into slot 1, not only does he have the type advantage, but he does still have like his 50% or 60%. I forget how much it is. But he did have his damage reduction up. So we're looking pretty good. This is definitely going to be a kill on this turn. I am glad that I did decide to save the team protection mechanic. We do also still have Beast Gohan's protection mechanic in our back pocket as well. So you remember everything I said at the start of the video of like, yeah, you know, normally these aren't too hard. I don't imagine we're going to have like an Omega Shinron repeat. This is worse than Omega Shinron, I would say, because even bringing dedicated teams, this asshole just bullied me in slot 1, wiped out like 4 or 5 teams, just back to back to back to back to back, and yeah, we are now into Bio Broly. So, we do still have a revive up, so there's no point in activating anything. So we're going to go to Bio Broly. I imagine since we're in Bio Broly, we're also going to go up against Giant Bio Broly. We're going to save this, that way God Goku. He's no longer a pure Saiyan. God Goku is a fish. God Goku's dead. Yeah. And I couldn't give him the 2 rainbows so he doesn't get his extra defense. But I don't think we're going to have to worry about any more AoEs throughout the rest of this fight. Yeah, Beast Gohan, he is still just that guy in slot 1. This is still, in my opinion, the #1 unit in the game. Even though I do get the argument for the trio, I just can't agree. Also, speaking of #1, I started looking over on Twitter because, again, the brand new units were revealed yesterday, and some people are saying that the Teen Gohan, the adult Gohan Super Saiyan unit, is going to be, like, #1 in the game. And, I mean, am I missing something about that unit? Because he just has guard. He can't go slot 1. He's going to be very good in slot 2. And I guess the idea of his standby is very appealing, because it probably will be one of the more damaging standbys in the game. I don't think it's going to be on the same level as, like, the DBZ duo. I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't know. Is it maybe just because they synergize very, very well with the trio? Like, the trio can go slot 1, and then Super Saiyan Gohan can go into slot 2. Maybe that's what people are seeing. So we don't have a revive on this rotation. Do I think Orange Piccolo is fine? I'm gonna do this just in case. So this is giving the extra 10% dodge support to every single unit on the rotation. So even my Orange Piccolo has a little bit of extra dodge built in. And that now means AGL MUI has a 87% chance to dodge. We're gonna pop this as well. And we're going to do this. Even that might have been a little bit of overkill, but I am, at this point, I am risking nothing. I am putting genuinely nothing up to chance. I have to get this dub. I have tried for so long. This like the recording itself, like right now, there's just 55 minutes of just footage that's actually been recorded. I don't know when I started this, but I've been doing this for well over 2 hours, I would imagine. You can see up there at the top left. It is now 6:11 p.m. my time. All right, and this isn't Giant Bio Broly. This is just another form of Bio Broly. Okay. I think let's do Gogeta's. Let's do Gogeta's active here. That way, because we're gonna float him off anyway. That way, there's no way we can die. Even though I don't think we would die on this rotation anyway. We're gonna save every active skill that we can. So Beast is gonna look a little bit less impressive, but this is going to give Gogeta the rest of his dodges, because I don't know how many dodges I've actually gotten with Gogeta. That's full 24 key for him as well. And we're also getting a Dokkan attack right here. So yeah, Bio Broly, he is just gone. He is going to be 100 and billion 7,000 trillion 857 million 244,822% dead here. And then I guess it just ultimately boils down to, do we dodge on this upcoming turn? Because this isn't Giant Bio Broly. Because Giant Bio Broly, he's like purple. He actually has a unit in the game. Even though we don't have access to a Giant Bio Broly, we could still, like, obviously it's still in the game. Because you can fight against Giant Bio Broly. And I'm going to say this right now, because I started thinking about this the other day. If we get a Prime Battle Bio Broly, that's going to be the most disappointed I've ever been in this game. Because, again, Bio Broly has genuinely been my most anticipated unit, or one of my most anticipated units. Like, he's right up there with a start of turn Super Saiyan Vegeta, a start of turn Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, DKP, Kid Goku, Dual Dokkan Fest. Bio Broly is up there with, like, one of my most wanted units in the game. And I've been wanting him to be, like, the most dominating unit in the game for over a year now. And if he gets relegated to just be, like, some shitty Prime Battle, I am going to be actually pretty livid. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to be mad. Because I can't imagine, like, this whole celebration was Broly related, you know, obviously. Because we had, like, the talk during the first announcement video about, yeah, and this is Giant Bio Broly right here. What are the chances that we actually die because of... What's his face? God Goku. I think we do this, because he gets dodge for the amount of attacks he performs, right? And chance to dodge per attack performed. So he only has 20% chance to dodge. Okay. So they're both at 24, so I don't really need to worry about that too much. We can Orange Piccolo on this upcoming turn, assuming we survive. Alright, UI, you have a 77% chance to dodge this, baby boy. Come on. Thank Jim Belushi. Alright, we're winning. We won. We won, we won, we won. There's no way that we're losing. We won. Alright. Finally, Jesus Christ, this Prime Battle. This was way harder than I anticipated. This was way rougher than I ever could have imagined Amatsu cooking up. This was fun, though, to be fair. I did enjoy doing this. It's just, it was kind of pissing me off how he was bullying a lot of my weaker teams. I probably should have just brought superheroes from the get-go, or, like, all-out struggle from the get-go. The only issue with, like, all-out struggle is that the other leader for it is the Evoken unit. And Evoken is certainly only good if you're able to debuff. And we haven't been able to debuff a single stage of this Broly fight, so a lot of their advantage, we wouldn't really be getting it. And I guess, like, I mean, I could have brought, like, a dedicated Rep to Universe 7 team as well, but then we wouldn't have AGL, AMUI, SSBE. We wouldn't have any of those units on superheroes, but I guess then we could have, like, maybe substituted them out, having, like, two very powerful teams right here. I guess this will ultimately come down to, what do I think God Goku is going to be able to do here? Because he's not going to have a 77% damage reduction, because I don't think Bio Broly is a pure Saiyan. I mean, he might be. I could be wrong. I don't know. Is Bio Broly a pure Saiyan? Because what is God Goku's... Isn't... His might be movie bosses or pure Saiyans, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Alright. We're not going to do the Orange Piccolo transformation. We're going to do this. We're going to pop SSBE in slot 2. And then, actually, I think we're going to do this right here. I think this is the move. Because just in case we don't kill on this turn or the upcoming turn, we can Orange Piccolo thereafter. But I would imagine that this is finally our hard-earned victory right here. Multiple hours in the making. I think that we are finally going to get our win right here. So damn, what do I even like say about this event? I mean, it was certainly very fun. It was definitely way more challenging than I thought. Very time consuming. So the rewards better be good for this. We shall see. Again, I didn't collect my rewards for beating Paragus or anything. So we'll actually see. We'll go to our box. We'll see like what can free-to-play players, what can like dedicated players expect to get out of this. I don't realistically see free-to-play players beating this though. Like if you join during this celebration, you're not beating this battlefield. And I don't think you're going to get rewards for like, oh, congratulations, you beat Movie 8 Broly, here are your rewards. Oh, here are your rewards for beating Movie 10 Broly. I don't see that happening. We didn't even really need to do the active skill, but I was just playing it safe and sorry. And that's it. That is level 1 cleared. All right, now we're going to level 2, and we're going to go up against Z Broly. Yeah, that was a 30-minute run in of itself. Jesus Christ. But there we go. There we go. All right. Alright, so here are all the teams that I used. As we can see right here, I used Boo Saga. Super Bosses just got bullied by an AoE. Universe 6 just got bullied by an AoE. And then the rest was done by superheroes. Okay. Alright, so let's see. What all did we get for that? Multiple hours. 8,000 battlefield currency. We got some weekend summons. Dozen Kais. Elder Kais. We got a couple of statues. They did get a sticker. I'm going to say, for the amount of work that was, little lackluster on the rewards, not going to lie. So if you beat it again, you just get more of these tickets that can be used on the Bajunior or 23rd World Tournament Goku banner. I mean, I will certainly beat it again to get those rewards, but... yeah, that was hard. That was hard. All right, but let me know what you guys think about this battlefield. Let me know, did you guys enjoy it? I think just doing full superhero the entire time would make it significantly easier or whatever, but all right, and hello everybody, I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan battle video. We have a burst mode. I love burst mode. Burst mode is fun. You get good rewards, and I would imagine that the exclusive orbs we can actually purchase in the shop, let's check this right now, they are probably going to be for All Out Struggle, which could definitely use the love. Let's see. So this is going to be All Out Struggle and maybe Power of Wishes. Oh, Planetary Destruction. It's the missions. I see. So, yeah, and Exploding Rage. I mean, both of those could use love. Both of those could use some love. Those are definitely not top-tier categories right now, but they have some top-tier options on them. So these are the sliders we're going to be using to complete all of the missions. Slow down the video or pause if you care to see them. But we're going to do our initial run if this is the first burst mode video of mine that you have seen. We do the first run through, we use commentary, and then we do the secondary mission, which is Planetary Destruction in this instance. I will fast forward the footage for that. We won't have any of the damage sliders on. Now, we are going to be running God Goku's team, which means I'm only permitted one Extreme Class unit. And I kind of want to use this Broly instead of the Carnival Broly. If we lose for whatever reason, we could obviously swap categories, or not categories, put the other Broly on here. I just think this Broly might do a little bit better in this specific instance because of his damage and how explosive he is. We don't have a lot of, like, HP sliders or anything, but I mean, maybe the attack break would be nice. I don't know. I'm only permitted one if I want to have God Goku's intro up, which I definitely want to have up. Now, I don't remember the gimmicks of this Dokkan event at all. So, let's see here. We can definitely give Kid Goku Path of Power 7 right there. Yeah, is that still gonna be 7? It is, so we are still able to give him 7 orbs. Do you guys hear my cat in the background? Simone! 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 If you want to see pictures of her, go follow me on Twitter. I just posted a couple of pictures of her because we hit my goal of 300 Twitch followers recently. Dude, I've been experiencing all sorts of growth, and I do want to say thank you guys so much. I appreciate the absolute shit out of each and every single one of you. The guys who like, the guys who subscribe, the guys who share me around, you know, the ones who leave comments. I love engaging with you guys. If you want to support me, you know, a little bit more, help your boy out, you know what? I haven't done this before. This is the funny YouTube thing. I'm going to post up my graph right here. This is how many of you guys watch my videos and how many of you aren't subscribed. How do I actually pull that up? This is just random. How do I pull this up? Audience, I guess? Let's see here. Yeah, yo. So, shout out to the 23.3% of followers or viewers who are subscribed. 76 of you guys watch my content and are not actually subscribed. So, hey, why don't we change that number around just a little bit? You know, show your boy a little bit more love. I am a very small Dokkan creator. You know, I'm obviously not Truth. I'm not Goresh or anything, but I like to think I add a fun little voice to this community, you know. Always shout out your smaller creators, you know. There's plenty of us. My boy Jumbo Shark, he's been making some big waves in the community recently. That was intended to be an ocean pun. Go shout out him if you haven't checked out his content or anything. He's very funny. He's a great guy. He's very active over on Twitter as well. That's actually how I first found him, was over on Twitter. I don't remember what discussion it was specifically, but he and I go back and forth all the time. He's a great guy. Definitely go shout him out. And just, you know, I don't know, you know, just, again, I love you guys. I really do. You guys are amazing. You're the reason that I keep coming back day after day after day after day, even with how crazy stuff, you know, life can be sometimes. It is always nice to kind of sit down, react to comments, and just kind of see, you know, what's going on in this tiny little community that we are starting to build up. Because, you know, at the end of the day, we're all playing the exact same game that we love. It's always really fun just to see this community build a little bit more and more as each day passes on. Yeah, so, you know, again, major shout out to you guys. I really appreciate the hell out of all of you. And if you appreciate me, definitely help me out a little bit. You know, share me around, subscribe. Follow me on all my other socials as well. You know, I pop off everywhere. I Twitch stream very, very often. This is just shameless plugging at this point, but I mean, there's not a lot to talk about during burst mode. A lot of these just take forever to do, if I'm being completely honest. Now, I'm hoping this won't be a Cell burst mode repeat. That was a disaster. But most of the time, burst modes aren't too difficult. Was it the Cell Burst mode? Oh, no, it wasn't the Cell Burst mode. It was the Namek Goku Burst mode. I remember that. Oh, I remember that video was a disaster. I had the audio on my phone for whatever reason, so, like, the audio is so bad in that one. That's a funny video. That's a funny video. But yeah, burst modes for the most part, they just take forever. You do get good rewards from them, like the exclusive skill orbs that you're able to purchase. I kind of stockpile my currency. I do that kind of with like all the currency in this game. I'm not the biggest fan of spending currency if I don't inherently have to. Because you never know, there might be a big celebration. Like we might get a burst mode next month that could potentially be like superheroes as one of the categories and like all-out struggle. Right now, the two most competitive and powerful teams in the game, you're just able to give them exclusive skill orbs, giving them 5 crit, 5 dodge, 5 additional, whatever your preference is. I do typically like to save, but again, I don't necessarily think you're inherently foolish if you spend your burst mode currency on, you know, different skill orbs for different events. Yeah, I think bringing this guy was definitely a smart decision. Because even though he's not going to be linking up, I mean, he has generic links, but he would be way more explosive if we could bring the other Broly. The only issue with bringing the other Broly is God Goku wouldn't have his intro. But do I really think we're in danger of dying? I mean, it's a burst mode. I don't think I have a single damage modifier on, actually. I might have a damage modifier on here. I don't think so, but if they're just doing Dokkan event level damage, I don't know. I don't remember what sliders I put on. I know he has way more HP, as if that wasn't apparent. Let's do this. That way Vegeta can get his hits. Although Vegeta's not guarding anymore, but by getting Vegeta his 5 hits, you know, being able to transform with him, he'll be a little bit more impressive offensively. As well as, when he transforms, I forget what his support is. He gives support for 1 turn after receiving 5 hits, I think is what it is. I don't know. He was kind of a wackier design unit, because he doesn't get defense on any of his supers. He just has guard as his defensive mechanic. And only having guard, I mean, it can be fine in certain instances, but just guard alone without, like, stacking or damage reduction or any of these other abilities, it can... I'm sorry, did that God Goku just hit 11 million? No. What was his attack stat? Huh? That's God Goku right there. Whoa. How did God Goku hit 11 million? Dude, do my eyes deceive me? Like, what the hell? That's impressive level tanking. Oh, there's 2 enemies. What? Oh, God. Well, I guess that means they'll both have, like, reduced HP, so maybe it won't be... Maybe we won't be stuck here for forever. I mean, this is what burst mode is. It's pretty much just, like, the solitaire of Dokkan. You know, you're just kind of doing whatever. But yeah, no, God Goku hitting 11 million. What's... there's not even, like, support units on the team. That did literally nothing. Broly-sama, please, I am begging you, that's what I love to see. That is what I love to see. I guess I'm holding on to his active skill. I can pop it at any time. I'll probably wait to pop it till we get to the very end. Additional, thank you, my goat, and then hit a potential. No, he doesn't have hit a potential. He's only 55%. I haven't mentioned that this is only a 55% Broly, by the way. I know I did in a video the other day that I used him in, but he is so impressive offensively. It's just defensively, he could be a little lackluster in, you know, some certain situations. Like if there's an AoE, he's not very impressive. He can certainly get caught. Yeah, I don't think I have a single damage multiplier up. So I could have brought the other Broly. That is a... Do I want to quit? Do I think it would be faster to quit out and have a... honest to God, I do. I actually think it would be faster to have double Broly and then just not have the God Goku intro. I do. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna abandon the quest. I guess I could double check just to make certain. Oh, dude, I lost in a burst mode. Uh-oh. But let's see. Do I have any damage multipliers up? No, I do. Their attack is raised by 50%. Yeah, I'm not worried. So we could take off, I guess, Tech Bardock. We won't need him. Let's get a friend god Goku. You're rainbowed, and boom. All right, we're starting over. We're starting over, kids. Because I think that this will be way quicker. Obviously, we're gonna try to step on as many key tiles as humanly possible. We did not get as good key luck this time, unfortunately. Give me a 1 or a 2. 1 or a 2. We got another 3. Okay. Oh, we got a 4 though. Give me a 1. 1, 1, 1. Nah, damn. Okay. But we actually have the EZA Broly turn 1, which is best case scenario. Because this kid stacks in his base form with an 18 key. So by having him get 2 stacks off, oh yeah, no, we're gonna blitz through this. Yeah, this is gonna be so much faster. Because Bardock's not offering anything to the team. Again, just with an extra 50% attack, this is a Dokkan event, you know? Now, I understand burst modes, if you, like, ramp up the HP to a certain degree, or you give them enough damage, like, anything can hurt anything if you give it enough attack. You know, you support it enough, it's going to do damage. That's just kind of how this game is, but Dokkan event damage, I mean, it's pitiful at this point. They need to add a new difficulty to Dokkan events, or they need to do something. Like, why do Dokkan events in today's, like, era need to be 4 phases, you know? Like, even when, like, I'm grinding up Awakening medals to get these brand new summable units or whatever, I have a dedicated team for that. It's the Super Saiyan team being led by the, Android 13 trio, or as I like to call them. I mean, I call them the Super Saiyan trio, and I call the brand new one the new Super Saiyan trio, but I know that can be confusing, because I think I'm the only person in the community who does something like that. But when I'm grinding it, even still, like, that's a very powerful team. Even when you full auto it, if, like, best case scenario, you have one of your, Super Saiyan trios on turn 3, the other one on turn 4, you pop both active skills. It still takes, like, 2 to 3 minutes, and I know that doesn't sound like a lot, because it's not. But when you're having to do that, like, 7 times to get all these Awakening medals for these characters, am I really not able to get... Oh, wait, I have the active skill. What am I talking about? It just takes time. It's unnecessary. It's just tedious. Especially when they have, like, some of, like, these bad Dokkan events that take, like, extra long. Like, the Fusion Zamasu one is probably the worst Dokkan event in the history of Dokkan events. Like, I understand that, like, the Broly Dokkan event back in the day was, like, one of the hardest fights in the game, and you needed, like, EZAs to do it, or not EZAs, excuse me. Like, it was incredibly difficult to do it without using stones, so it was genuinely, like, the only pay-to-win event in this game's history, like, a true pay-to-play event. But I mean, if we're looking at that now, it's pitifully easy. But if you, like, want to grind up, like, let's say you don't have Fusion Zamasu and you want to get Fusion Zamasu, or the physical Zamasu sidebanding unit, I think they're the only units in the game who actually use those Dokkan Awakening medals, I think. But I mean, we're always going to get more Fusion Zamasus. Like, the Goku Black arc is pretty much, like, the best arc in, all of Super. I mean, some people would say, like, the Tournament of Power. I'd say, like, yeah, the peaks of the Tournament of Power probably shit stomp anything that's in the Goku Black arc, but, like, the Goku Black arc consistently is the best arc in all of Super. Just in terms of quality, storytelling, character writing, animations. Again, nothing is peaking, like, the Blue Kaioken Spirit Bomb. Like, nothing's doing that. Nothing's beating the first appearance of UI. Like, even Vegeta Blue, like, nothing's touching that. But just consistently, like, however many episodes the Goku Black arc was, it's probably, like, 30, I want to say. Because I'm trying to think right now, actually, because Battle of Gods is, like, 10 episodes. Resurrection F is, like, 10. And then Universe 6 is probably, like, 15 episodes. Yeah, so from episode, like, 30 or 40 something to, like, episodes... Because how many episodes is the Tournament of Power? It's like 60, isn't it? I think. Because there's, like, the recruitment arc as well. Because how many episodes does Super have? Like, 140? It has, like, slightly fewer, I think, than what OG Dragon Ball does. Because OG Dragon Ball is 100 and... I think OG Dragon Ball is 156, because DBZ is, like, 256. Dragon Ball GT is 64, and I think Super is probably, like, 140 or something around those lines. That's just all off the top of my dome. I mean, I guess nothing is preventing me from looking this up. Because let's be real, I don't need to pay attention to anything that is happening on the screen just because it's burst mode. Like, it's easy. Oh, yo, shit, I actually forgot because Broly has an AoE too. Oh, that's huge. That's actually massive, dude. Because his AoE is going to do, like, good damage to both. And we have a Goku as one of our enemies, so our Broly's basically going to be guaranteed critting. That's super nice. So let's see. How many episodes are in the Goku Black arc? According to Google, the Goku Black arc, also known as the Future Trunks Saga, is part of the... Yeah, okay, I don't care. It starts on episode 47. So I was close. Okay, it just tells me where it starts. I asked how many episodes. Dude, this, like, AI overview thing that Google has been doing is not the most anything. I don't know. Sometimes it's helpful. Most of the time, I'd say it's not. Yeah, episode 47 to 76, according to... I have no idea how to pronounce this. Kanzenshu? Kanzenshu? This website says it goes from 47 to 73, and I am just going to take that at face value, which you should never do, kids. Always, you know, remember to double check your sources, you know, make sure that what you're reading is reliable, but this looks pretty reliable, I guess. Yeah, because episode 47 is For the Sake of Those He Loves, the Indomitable Great Saiyaman. Yeah, this is where Videl thinks Gohan is cheating. Dude, what was... No, because episode 69, according to this, is the Arale episode. That was after Goku Black, wasn't it? Yeah, because episode 67 is Fill Your Hearts with New Hope. Farewell, Trunks. Huh. Hello, Simone. Again, we have another cameo for my cat. She is loud. Simone, say hi to the people. Simone. Meow. 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 Again, if you guys want to see pictures of my cat, go check me out over on Twitter. I recently just posted some pictures of her because we hit my goal of 300 followers over on my Twitch. I posted 4 pictures of her. Most of them are pretty silly. Because I had to find pictures of her that also did have me in the picture. Because I like to remain anonymous. But she's super cute. She has been my best friend and been the best kitty in the whole wide world for over 11 years now. She's kind of old. I guess I shouldn't call her a kitty. She is 11. Although I don't know how old that is in, like, cat years. Like, how old is she? Let's Google that as well, you know, we're having fun. How old is an 11-year-old cat in human years? An 11-year-old cat is roughly 60... You're 60 years old? Simone! Wait, she ran off. Simone! That's crazy. Oh, she came back. Hello! Because I know that, like, dog years are, like, one in human year is, like, roughly 7 years, but that depends on the breed, you know? Because smaller dogs live longer, bigger dogs have, like, shorter lifespans, and I think it's the same with cats. Like, different cat breeds live different amounts of time or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a whale biologist by any means. I don't know any of the ins and outs of that stuff. I'm just a silly guy who makes Dokkan videos on the internet. Again, just try to make people's days that much better, which is, I think, a pretty cool thing to do. Just doing my part, trying to keep y'all entertained. And if you want more entertainment, shout out to my Twitter. I'm just kidding. That'll be the last shellfish. That'll be the last shellfish plug until the outro. Or maybe it won't be. I don't know. I can't guarantee anything. I just kind of talk sometimes. Especially when there's, like, nothing to talk about. There's just me rambling. We're about to get an AoE, dude. We're already on turn 9. I'm actually starting to question my decision if actually bringing Broly was faster. Oh, is this going to be 2 enemies again? Oh, dude. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. So I guess we'll do this. Because I don't imagine Birdcoo is going to out-damage anybody. Can we get the AoE here? I would kind of like to get the AoE here. Because then yeah. Because Broly's already going to be AoE. Oh, you know what I could have... That's a misplay. You know what I could have done? I could have held on to this and let the Easy A Broly do it. Because Easy A Broly, I mean, his... Oh my god, if I did save it, I could have popped the active skill too. That was a misplay. That was a misplay. I fumbled. I wasn't thinking. See? It happens. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes we do make mistakes. And that's okay. Being able to admit when you've made a mistake means that you're willing to learn how to improve and move on, you know? Because I just want to move on with this burst mode. You know what I wish they would do again? Does anybody remember the burst mode that they did for, the legendary Goku event? Like, what happened to that? Like, I understand that, like, doing those... Like, a burst mode in, like, an actual hard event would probably be, like, such a pain in the ass. Like, could you imagine Red Zone Sin Shinron, right? Who goes... Or, I guess it's Omega Shinron. The one who goes into... Like, it starts off as the Shadow Dragons, then you go against STR Omega, and then it's the Int Omega who has the Countdown Super. Could you imagine that as a burst mode? Like, imagine you have to buff up its damage or something, and you have to bring category... Imagine you had to bring, like, Uncontrollable Power... And what's another bad category? Uncontrollable power and I don't know. What would be another like bad category? We did no damage. We did like actually no damage. Oh my goodness. We're gonna be here for 10 years, chat. I hope you guys are comfortable and just enjoying me rambling and razzle-rousing or whatever. I don't know. I can't even think of any funny adjectives to come up with things like this. But like uncontrollable power out. No, because Peppy Gals is good now because we have Roshi. What? Yeah, why not? Let's just pull up categories. What would be some like rough categories for that? That would also be like thematic, I guess. I mean GT bosses. Yeah, GT bosses and worthy rivals. Let's do those two. Yeah, worthy rivals, burst mode up against Omega Shinron, where you can only bring tech and hold on, I'm gonna make this as difficult as possible. You can only bring tech and STR units. Let's see how difficult that would be. I mean, you have the Gammas, you have Orange Piccolo, you have SSBE. You have Angel Vegeta, you have the brand new Piccolo exchanging into Vegeta unit. I guess you have World Tournament Yamcha. You can bring the free-to-play Android 18 from the crossover celebration we got last year. Side banner Tien. I mean, actually, this isn't that bad. I mean, as a team, yeah, there's no cohesion, but you have some, like, very top-heavy units. I mean, Pikkon, who I'm still holding on to the theory that Pikkon's going to easy A during this New Year's celebration. Or at least that's my current theory. I don't even really know why I believe that so much. Like, if you ask me right now, what is my proof for that? It's just, I don't know, I got a feeling. But when it actually does happen, that's going to be so satisfying. When Pikkon and Janemba easy this worldwide, or not this worldwide download celebration. We're in the middle of the worldwide download celebration, you idiot. Because when did he drop? He's a 2020 unit, right? Yeah, this is a 2020 unit. Oh, to be fair, they were New Year's on 2020. Because he dropped 12/27, 2 days after Christmas. We got Pikkon and Janemba. I mean, people still cope for Pikkon to this day. Which, like, to be fair, I mean, he has 150 to stats. He's giving 2 key support and 30% to stats with 3 key spheres obtained. And then he gets 50% chance to dodge with just 1 rainbow key sphere. I mean, he dies to literally anything in the game, but, I mean, 50% of the time he doesn't. And then, again, if you're able to get him to... Can be activated when facing one enemy whose HP is 50% or more, starting from the 4th turn from start of battle. Supreme Warrior, Gentleman, Experienced Fighters, Otherworld Warriors, Cold Judgment. I mean, how could they make this guy better? Give him 70%, give him dodge, give him 50% dodge regardless. Give him an extra 20% chance to dodge with a Rainbow Key Sphere. And then just buff his stats. Give him like 300 stats at the start of turn, and then he would be good. Like, actually, that's all you need to do to make Pikkon, like, a meta-relevant unit. It's because the support's already pretty good, you know? 30% to stats and 2 key. I don't know. They could buff that. They could certainly buff that. Make it 4 key, 40 to stats. I feel like 50 or above is a little bit crazy, but I mean, we do technically have units like obviously the brand new summonable Super Saiyan Trio. Like they give 77% defense for 2 turns. We have LR Bulma who gives 37% attack and defense for 2 turns. So maybe they keep his support exactly the same. Supreme Superclass allies 2 key 30% attack and defense with 3 key spheres obtained. Just make that for 2 turns. I mean, they could do that. He leads Connected Hope. I mean, Connected Hope is just one of these, like, trash categories. Greatly raise attack for 1 turn. Give him defense on his super attack as well. That would be nice. He does greatly lower defense, though. Like, debuffs are huge in today's meta. Another way can actually debuff bosses. I don't know. This was just, like, such a wild, like, boomerang tangent, but I want them to do some more burst modes for more, like, different events. Like, let's bring back... They did one for that free-to-play event during Halloween last year. Was that last year? Hold on, let's re-pull up burst mode. I had it pulled up on here. Yeah, the Halloween burst mode was 2023. Yep. So, I don't remember that one being very difficult by any means, but... Dude, that's when I did 3 uploads in one day. If you guys didn't know, that same day on Halloween, I uploaded... What all did I upload that day? I remember that it was a triple upload. But I don't remember... I think that's when I did my... Oh, no, I do remember. That's when I posted, which was my most popular video on the channel for a very long time. It got defeated pretty recently. It was with, like, my modern wave of content that I've done about, like, my rants and, like, my real big discussion videos. But, I made a video explaining all of the Five Nights at Freddy's lore. Because if you don't know, again... this is going to be yet another shameless plug. I promised, or I didn't promise, I said I probably wouldn't, but then I warned you guys that I probably would. I did a live stream last October, where I went over all the lore for the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, because I am a nerd, and I fuck heavy with the Five Nights at Freddy's games. Super excited for the new game to come out next year, I think. What is it called? History of the Mimic, or Lore of the Mimic, something like that? I don't know, it just recently got announced. But I uploaded at 12:30 Chill Vibes explaining all of the FNAF lore, which as of right now has 5,722 views, which is insane. But that was just me doing a live stream, and then I made a VOD out of it. And then later that day, probably at like 5 or 6, I uploaded a movie review for the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, and then that same day at 9, I uploaded my Halloween burst mode video. All good videos, actually, all things considered. So if you want more of me, but hey, you get a little bit tired of the Dokkan, you can definitely go check those out. Because I used to do variety YouTube as well. I've been thinking about it recently, and I think I'm going to take down, or not take down, but like private most of my VODs. Because I don't post VODs anymore, and I think just having them up on the channel is a little bit confusing. I'll leave some select ones up, like I would definitely keep those up or whatever, but I think just making the YouTube not a variety YouTube channel, at least not for the most part, keeping it very centered around Dokkan, I think would be like the smartest decision moving forward. But do I want to transform this guy into Super Saiyan? I don't really see a reason not to. Again, I don't think I'm gonna die. We can keep Bird Q slot 1, this guy slot 2. He's gonna have guaranteed crits for his next 3 turns. We can actually maybe start to accelerate this process, because I feel sure you guys are like, oh god, this guy is just rambling. Oh, I missed a super with him. No. Oh, I'm such a buffoon. It's fine. He has guaranteed crits on his next turn as well. But yeah, Smode. What? She's very vocal. She's a very loud cat. Which is super sweet sometimes, and it's very annoying when it's like 4 in the morning, and you're trying to go to sleep, and she's just screaming at you for no reason. And they're right, baby. Smud. Meow. Smud. Hello, baby. She's so sweet. Yeah, she's just as sweet as she can be. Ow! She just clawed my leg because I stopped petting her. I sat back up in my chair and she scratched at me. Which is a bad. Did you hear her? She just dug her little claw into the soft foam of my chair. She's vicious, actually. I take it back. I feel threatened for my life. We're gonna do this, and let's just go ahead and pop this. just try to get like a god turn, because if we can get a triple super, triple crit, because mine is built crit in the hidden potential system, let's just go ahead and pop this as well. Let's just try to speed up this process as much as possible. Because how long is this recording going so far? This is already a 30-minute recording. Now, once we do the second run with Planetary Destruction, which I believe was the other one, that won't take any time at all. Like, genuinely... Oh, you know what I could have done? I need to start putting the other Broly into slot 2. Like, I was just going full autopilot, because obviously, in, like, a difficult run, you want to put the other Broly into slot 1, because he's, like, your dedicated slot 1 on the team. But again, this is a Dokkan event. This entire time, I could have been putting him into slot 2, and he would have been launching guaranteed additional supers. This was not a very great showing from the EZA. We didn't get any crits, unfortunately. Now, on the conversation of this brand new Broly, EZA, if I'm not mistaken, I did put skill equips on him. Again, I've had very bad luck with this celebration, but I put skill equips on him once I, like, learned what his detail was. But now that new quest event, where it's the, it's under the story mode tab, where you're able to grind up, like, those ice cap, items, I believe you can buy exclusive skill orb. How the fuck are you not able to transform? What is your condition? After you get hits, you have him at... it's turn 18. What? Dude, this is what Truth sees every time he uses SSBE. What the hell? How have you not been hit 6 times? This is ridiculous. I know I've been floating you or whatever, but, like, shut up. There's definitely been attacks in slot 3. It's not like I'm blitzing through these phases before you're gonna get hit. Oh no, we're getting hit by super guys. What's the damage? Double digits? Yeah, no, a whopping 73. A whopping 73 damage. I don't know how we're gonna come back from that one, fellas. I mean, no, I guess that should also be, like, a good, like, showcasey thing. Like, we could see what, like, Carnival Broly's attack stat is. We could see what Birdcoo's attack stat is. They're gonna be very, very high. I'm actually a little bit disappointed in the God Gokus right here, because look at how low their attack stats are. I mean, they stack attack and defense in their base form. They're only launching 7 millions. Really? Little disappointing. Not gonna hold you. But let's see right here. Let's actually check out what is Carnival Broly's attack stat looking like here. Oh, that's a lot of 5s. What the hell? That is a lot of 5s. But let's do this. We can put this Broly into slot 2. So now that we have him in slot 2, he will actually be getting a guaranteed additional super. If anyone was screaming at me in the comments being like, why the hell isn't he, you know, putting him in slot 2, that would speed up the process a bunch. I forgot. Was not thinking. I forgot. But at least now we'll be going a little bit quicker. I mean, this rotation is doing significantly more damage than the other, which really shouldn't be a surprise. Please give me a crit, big boy. Come on. Crit. 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 Nope. Hit a potential system additional. Give me a crit. 18 million, though, is pretty high, man. If you want to give me a crit, like, that would be pretty cool. I ain't even gonna hold you. That'd be pretty nice. He did crit. All right, good for him. Good for him. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. But, like, this got 33 point. God damn! That's good damage right there. And then here we go. Here's the guaranteed additional super. 23 million. Yeah. See, this is why we went back. See, we lost a little bit of time right there. Like, if this was a speed run, that would certainly be a time loss, but we'd definitely be in the red. But I think we're going to make a good time split here. I watch speedrunning content every now and then. It would actually kind of be fun to do a speedrun. I don't know what game I would speedrun, though, because I'm not particularly great at a lot of games. But speedrunning seems fun. I say that, but, like, the monotony of, like, having to learn, like, a billion different glitches and, like, certain setups. I feel like that wouldn't be fun, but I don't know. Maybe for, like, a one-time off thing, just put your name on a leaderboard or something. Because people have made whole careers out of doing that. Just, like, doing, like, a random niche speedrun for, like, a semi-popular game or whatever, just to get on the leaderboard somewhere. I can't think of anyone who does that right off the top of my head, but I did used to watch a lot of people who would do those. This guy's actually supering a bunch for, like, a Dokkan event. Oh, well, this is just a time loss right here, kids. We're in the red. Don't worry. Oh, double digits. Okay, perfect. Now, hopefully these guys can actually kill on this rotation. Now, neither God Gokus are guaranteed critting anymore, unfortunately. Just because we're deep enough into the fight with... If they can't do This is like 40% of a health bar. If you guys can't do this, I'm going to be very disappointed in each and every single one of you. Come on, give me a crit. Nope. I actually don't know if my bird Q has any crit. Probably. I actually probably, because he only gets attack on his 18 key. If I have any dupes in him, okay, we do kill. Thank God. All right, 40 minutes in, but we got a winning run, fellas. So we're going to get to see all of the rewards that we get for burst mode. I know it's monotonous. It takes time. It's very mind-numbing. I mean, I probably could have just full autoed that, just having my rotations get messed up every single time. But I just want to make sure. Yeah, so we just have to beat it now one time with planetary destruction. So let's just get rid of all these. Planetary destruction. Again, I will just full auto this. So I will be right back. And wait. Yeah. I will be right back, fellas. It'll be fast forwarded for you guys. Yeah, let's go. All right, and there we have it, guys. That is going to be all of the burst mode missions completed. So, let's just go ahead and collect our rewards right here. Now, seeing as the burst mode was actually for this mission, I imagine that Carnival Gohan, when he drops on the 13th, will actually require some medals from this. Will also probably require Gobros. So, my guess is going to be this event, Gobros, and maybe the free-to-play story event, like the Videl Awakening medals. Maybe some of those will be needed to get him to be an LR as well. But all the missions done right here. Oh my god, they gave us meat? Oh yeah, dude, we got meat? That's crazy. But 400 burst metal coins. We got one of each of the Hercule statues except for the silver. That's very good. 9 dragon stones, and then we got meat items. Oh my god, more link leveling. Let's go. And overall, those are good rewards for the amount of time that we sunk in. So, all right, and hello everybody, I'm the Sweeper27, and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. So, earlier today, actually, the banners dropped at my time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, which is insane. I think that's actually a really good change, now that we have the sync and everything. Having these banners drop significantly earlier is a huge dub. Now, the downside to that is as far as my understanding, the events will still drop at 2:30 a.m. my time. So I'll probably stay up tonight. I'll try doing the brand new events whenever they drop, the new difficult events. I think that these guys are getting exclusive skill orbs. But like we do with every single one of these recent summoning videos, I'll be going over both banners, telling you guys which one I think you should summon for, and then we'll start into my summons. I will be chasing Broly personally. I want to get a full movie bosses team. I want that to be set up. I want it to be really, really powerful, and I think that this Broly is probably the best addition that we could have possibly asked for. However, I've seen some arguments for this guy being #1 in the game, so let's just go ahead and dive in here. So, obviously, the Broly banner. You have Broly. He is just a perfect slot 2 or 3 unit for the movie bosses team. He has a revive, so that means that all villains, even some fraudulent villains like Broly, Chile, and Loser, they can be completely saved. You can't get them 6 orbs, they die in slot 3. Uh-oh, boom, you revive, and this guy, when his revive skill is specifically activated, he gets orb changing on top of all of his other abilities. Or you can throw on Fat Boo, you can let Fat Boo revive, that way Fat Boo gets all of his buffs, and he gets another buff depending on if his revive is active or another player's revive is active. It's pretty much the same thing as like AGL, MUI, or SSBE. Very, very powerful. Now, Videl actually seems pretty interesting. She's not going to help Broly at all. She's just going to help more like Earthbred Fighter-esque characters, but she's a 30% chance to dodge unit who can get upwards to 70 dodge, and I think 60% damage reduction? 40% damage reduction. So, if you keep her in slot 3, you build up her dodge change. You put her in slot 2, you build up her damage reduction. So, I think the strategy with her is you want to float her as much as possible early on in the game. Get as many additionals as possible, that way you get the 70% chance to dodge. And then from there on, you can kind of put her into slot 2 if you need to, because she is supporting, so supporting the rotation. Sometimes keeping support on a rotation is a smart idea. She's supporting, I think it's Dragon Ball Seekers and Earthbred Fighters. Yeah, 2 key and 40% attack and defense, which is, I mean, that's good support. So she's fine. Angel SSJ 3 Goku, even though I have my opinions about him, he is obviously still probably one of the better TURs that we've gotten this year. That's including EZA TURs as well. He's a pretty decent leader if you're wanting to run him on Majin Buu Saga. He also did get the massive buff from the Gohan being added retroactively to retroactively added to Majin Buu Saga and Defenders of Justice. So he actually is on Goku's leader skill. So now Goku has way more relevance than he did going into the celebration. Hirudegarde is probably, again, one of the better movie bosses characters. Just generic 70% chance to dodge. He stacks defense in his base form. You transform, you dodge 3 times. You get guaranteed dodge on his upcoming turn, which is super, super good. He also gets 10% dodge chance each time he performs a dodge. However, I mean, this is one of the more frustrating units because even though he does stack defense, since he doesn't have any other defensive mechanic, he gets tagged by any normal in the game. He's more likely than not dead. Fuse with the Zamasu, very, very solid still, even in today's meta. I know he has issues with, like, the domain clashes that Super Bosses has, but that's a bigger issue with Super Bosses just being designed terribly. I don't think that's inherently a Zamasu problem. You can still put him into slot 1 early on in the fight, slot 2 or 3 throughout the rest of the fight. He is a big bad boss's character. He can do very solid damage. I think he's not bad. The GT Duo actually got revived recently, I would say. They are one of the units who I would actually say, like, yes, they are runnable again, thanks to the brand new Broly Super Saiyan Trio that we got during part 1, because they are on All Out Struggle and Power of Wishes. So if you get them and you have the trio from part 1, that's actually a super solid rotation. Orange Piccolo, he is still that guy on superheroes. Not a lot needs to be said. Cooler is probably the first unit on this banner who I would say is just outright an L. He is at least a year away from EZAing, unfortunately, and he has 0 relevance right now in today's meta. You can't use him, so if you pull him, I do feel bad for you. I feel like these guys being on the banner basically does confirm that during part 3, or maybe even during this part 2, they will EZA. Again, this doesn't really buff Broly. This definitely helps more movie bosses-oriented teams. However, I mean, these are dodging units. These guys will be pretty phenomenal. And if they EZA, that means Tech Krillin will be getting a sub-EZA. And Tech Krillin, he is just a supporting unit, so that's very, very solid. And then having this guy right here basically confirms that we are going to be getting a super EZA for him, which might be a little bit of a problem, seeing as, you know, we're going to have the same name issue now. We're going to have Start of Turn Legendary Super Saiyan Broly being the brand new summonable DFE. We have EZA Int Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. I know a lot of the community dislikes that character. I think he's fine. I think he's fun to run. And now having this character, the same name update is going to be a big problem. So if you want to keep a Legendary Super Saiyan Broly into slot 2, you have Carnival Broly into slot 1. Your slot 3 unit isn't going to have their links activated pretty much a majority of the time, and that does suck. And then after that, not really much. But I would say very solid. Like, this guy is good. Videl will be good on movie heroes. This guy is good on Majin Buu Saga. This guy is a decent movie bosses option. I would say that you're pretty decent. These guys are decent. This guy is good. This guy is bad. These guys with an EZA, I guess we'll have to see, and we'll have to see with a super EZA. Very powerful, very competitive banner. I am a fan. Now for the Carnival banner, let's go ahead and dive into this. So Gohan. Gohan, I probably feel very differently about him than a lot of the community. I think his base form, it's fine. You know, he has guard. After he gets hit, he gets 50% chance to dodge. I mean, he'll be doing decent attack stats, but if you're using him, you're going to be using him for his standby specifically. And as far as I'm aware, the Family Kamehameha is the most damaging attack in the game consistently. It's not hard to get the 7 Dragon Balls. You have him for 5 turns. He's essentially untouchable for 5 turns in the standby. So you get below 77% HP or just his 3rd turn from first appearance, you instantly go into the standby, you get your Dragon Balls, you kill every fight, and you hope that you speed blitz with him. Very offensively designed unit. Again, I think his base form, it's just okay. I don't really see you running this guy as a leader. I mean, Kamehameha certainly has potential, but I don't know. Just the base form in of itself, I feel like personally leaves me a little bit, it's a little bit lacking. But again, the standby is insane. He's untouchable with the standby up. He's on the Broly Super Saiyan Trio's leader skills, so you can actually run him on that team, which again has standby clashing, because they both have the same standby where you transform and then you do the charges. But I mean, he is just, undoubtedly, he's the best standby in the game, most damage dealing unit in the game, very, very solid. Ultimate Gohan is controversial. When I first read his kit, I thought that he had potential to be like one of the best LRs in the game, but he can't go into slot 1, and you need either a Gohan, you need a Goten, a Trunks, or a Gotenks in slot 3 to get his unit super. And most of the time, his unit super, if I'm not mistaken, it just gives defensive support to slot 3. Yeah, greatly stacks attack, raise defense for 1 turn, and then all allies get 58% defense. So you have to run a GOTEN in slot 3, and then all he's doing is giving that specific slot 3 extra defense. I mean, I think he's fine. I don't really think he's spectacular or anything. He's fine. Sort of cope. I hate this kid. This was one of my least favorite releases from last year. He's not any better now. This guy, I mean, he never had his chance to shine. He had potential, but fights are just too hard for him right now. I don't really see you getting any value out of him. Birdku is one of these units who could potentially be saved. I haven't personally run Birdku with the Super Saiyan Trio, so I don't know. If you guys would want to see a video doing a showcase for him, I would definitely be down to do that. The next showcase that I am doing is for AGL Super Saiyan Gohan, who can transform into Super Saiyan 2, to see if he's been saved potentially. But Birdku and that unit perform very similarly. I would say Birdku is probably better, but again, I don't know if he's been, like, revitalized by, like, all that incredible support that they give, but he does have a revive, so if you're not running SSBE on the team for whatever reason, you have a backup revive with this guy. This is one of the best EZAs in the game. He's just incredibly damaging. He can certainly get caught. Like, he can't tank supers, but post-super, he can tank most normals. Not in his base form, though, but once you transform, he is incredibly solid. Why are you here? You suck. Oh. Okay, so the Carnival banner is ass. Alright, if you're summoning for the Carnival banner, there's, like, 2 good units, potentially 3 if we want to count Ultimate Gohan. So, I mean, Gohan, he is that guy, but here's my reasoning as to why we're going to be summoning for Broly. Broly does more for villains than what Gohan does for superclass characters, if that makes sense. So, I actually bought tickets, as well as, if we scroll down a little bit, I decided to use my Rainbow Stones to buy tickets. So here's going to be my plan. We're going to use all of our tickets right here on Broly. We're going to use our stones on Broly. I have enough to do 2 full rotations. If we get Broly at any point during the video, we're going to instantly transition over to Gohan. And then if we don't get Gohan at all, I will use my tickets down here on the Gohan banner. So I have potentially, at bare minimum, I have 3 attempts, unless we do not get Broly, in which case I will use these tickets for Broly. So wish me luck, guys. In the comment section down below, let me know how your summons went. Let me know which units you summoned for, if you think my opinions on the banners are right or wrong. I feel like, genuinely, there's no question the Broly banner is significantly better, but let's dive in. Alright, so I don't really think I can use too much on this banner. I mean, obviously, I would love to get the brand new Broly. I could use dupes in most of the characters, but I don't think... Herudagard is the only unit, and, like, the side banner unit, I suppose, that I don't have a copy of. And most of the time, I think that 55% on a unit, I mean, it's fine. You can certainly make it work. Like, most of my box is 55%, obviously. I'm very surprised this guy right here didn't get a sub EZA, especially since he was the side banner unit for Int Broly. So he could have had a sub EZA, and he would have been yet another huge buff for the Superclass team, Movie Bosses team, whatever you want to call it. But, again, most of this banner, I am just going for, like, dupes. If I get a dupe in really any character, I'm not going to complain. But I really do want that brand new Broly. Just because, like, all of, like, the Movie Bosses team is oriented so offensively, you know? Obviously, we have Carnival Broly, we have the EZA Yellow Coin Broly, we have Int EZA Broly, you have Cell Max, you have Broly Chilean Loser. Most of the team, like, their main design is to do a lot of damage. And I actually feel like for the first time ever in Dokkan history, there is an argument that they are one of the best teams defensively because of how quickly they speed blitz. Now, most of the time, damage, just damage, isn't, like, really an argument for having, like, a really good, solid defensive core. But if you're killing all these difficult fights before your slot 3 unit ever gets a chance to get caught, and you can consistently do that with all the different stackers you have, or all the different critting units that you have, I feel like there is actually a true, genuine... Those all sucked. Okay. That was $25 down the drain, I think is what that was. I think that's how much I spent on that pack, because the first one was like $4.99, and then the second one was $19.99, I think. So yeah, roughly like 25 bucks down the drain for nothing but trash. But we do still have all of these tickets right here. Also, these like cut-ins are pretty cool. I did watch a couple of summoning streams. That's one of the reasons why this video is coming out, or not coming out so late. I'm gonna still post this at the normal time of 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but One of the reasons that I'm recording so late, if you see, it's 12:17 my time, is I watched my boy Jumbo Shark 19. Definitely go check out his summoning video. I think he did it as a live stream, but he's also going to post it as a video if I'm not mistaken. But I was watching his summons, and then while I was getting my setup ready to go, I put on Truth's summoning video. And dude, they were so funny. They had like a whole gang over there, and they were just laughing, joking around. So I did get very distracted for a long time. So now we're kind of delving in. I'm also starting to realize that only doing 4... Oh, please go blue. Fuck. Alright, so it's what? A 1-in Broly, Videl, Zamasu, Angel SSJ 3, Goten Trunks. Okay. So we have a dupe in you, which I really can't complain about too much. I feel like the difference between that unit gets with each dupe, I think is actually going to be very, very insane. Because one of like the major things I hold against that unit, is that I feel like the offense isn't usually that impressive when you're in slot 1, and the defense isn't impressive enough when you're in slot 2 or 3. Most of the time, even with the damage reduction, I just feel like he's really not all that, but giving him those dupes, I actually feel like would massively increase him, just because he also gets stats. Dodoria, okay. Side banner Dodoria is kind of interesting right there. But like, a lot of people like tend to focus on like, all right, I can now put crit on this unit, I can now put additional, but you also get a substantial amount of stats added to your character, just by adding extra dupes into the head of potential system, because all those little nodes, like some of them give attack, some of them give HP, some of them give defense or whatever. So having those dupes actually is relatively huge. We did get 3 more SSRs. We got Physical Zamasu, my boy, from the last year's Worldwide Download Celebration. Alright, again, not a good fly-in. If Beerus wasn't right there, that, I think, is a guaranteed animation. Krillin in 18, I do believe this is... Oh, yo, that's so sick, actually, as a screen crack. Yo! Hey, we got Haruto Guard! Alright, again, that's Hiru, 55%. Okay, I will take that. I guess, technically, that does strengthen up my movie boss's team, because now I can take off Broly, Chile, and Limo. Just because they need 7 orbs for their guaranteed dodge. Although they also give support. I don't know. Would I take them off for Haruto? I mean, I would argue Haruto is more consistent. Because he's just generic 70% chance to dodge with the build-up once you transform. And they both get caught by normals. Like, if either one of them ever gets frauded. I actually think I will run Hiru over Broly, Chile, and Limo. That's kind of insane to think about. But I think that is the way right here. Alright. So we have gotten 2 featured units so far in 300 stones, which I guess, again, that isn't bad. We have a few more rotations right here. This is another free summon. I am really hoping I can get him at 55%, because I am completely fine running 55% units, but the movie boss's team right now, man, it's so fun. I've been wanting Broly's for the longest time, and the fact that we actually have, like, a very good, consistent Broly team is huge. Now, if you don't summon during the celebration, which I don't think you're crazy if you don't do, like if you're a global player specifically and you're saving for 10th anniversary, I don't think you're nuts. But these units will actually be returning much sooner than normal for us global players. So, I believe that, now correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, but I believe that the Super Saiyan Trio and Gohan will return during Part 1 of the 10th anniversary on separate banners, assuming that we get a DFE and a Carnival again. And then during Part 2, we'll get the Carnival Broly and this legendary Super... Oh, shit! Family coming up, let's go! Broly. Wait, this is the free summon. If it... that was for them. Oh! What? Okay, 79%. I mean, I'll take that. That's pretty legit, not gonna lie. 2 featured units back to back. Okay. Again, not doing a whole lot for my my movie boss's team. That's kind of why I'm summoning on this banner, but... Although, to be fair, again, that other banner was pretty stinky. 17 and 18, I believe, is an animation, right? Or that means something. Surely brother and sister mean something. Now, again, I'm no expert when it comes to summoning. We did get yet again. So that's a god animation. So I'm assuming it's a god animation because it's 4. So we're either going to get 3 more SSRs or a featured unit. So I'm going to tap a little bit slowly. The second that I see just a generic SSR, I'm going to be a little bit heartbroken. But, I mean, there is a... Broly! Oh. Well, I mean, technically, that is a Broly. That was a Broly. Okay. Alright, then. So that's him 69% at least. I did recently just get him link leveled up as well, because I feel like we all know that he's going to Super Easy A, but again, now it's just pretty much soft confirmed until the details show up in the game. But they wouldn't just put him... That's a 2016 unit, I think, maybe 2017. They wouldn't just put that on a banner and then not Easy A him. That would suck, but... Although, to be fair, Goku Black wasn't on a Dokkan Fest banner. He was on the Step Up, like the extra banner, whatever you want to call it, the blue coin banner. And if I'm not mistaken, Gotenks was the same way. And so was Kid Buu. None of them appeared on any of the banners except for that like bonus banner that we got like in the middle of the celebration right before they Super Easy Aid. However, I do believe Angel SSJ3 Goku or Dragon Fist Goku, I do believe he actually was on Vegeta's banner. I might be wrong, but I think he was on Vegeta's banner. I'm just noticing how low on stones we're getting. Oh, bro, please. I'm not strong enough. Because I also didn't do a lot of summons during part 1. If you haven't checked out my part 1 summoning video, definitely go do that. But we haven't gotten a lot of stones this celebration. Can I please get a double screen crack? Fuck. And I don't know why. Like, I know they have the event where they're slowly giving us stones instead of giving us a bunch of stones right away. You know, the like, Free the People event, whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called. It's the daily event. We're going to get upwards to 160, and then I'm guessing there's going to be missions during part 3 where potentially you can get more than 160 stones. And I know 160 stones sounds nice, but, like, imagine if you really, really wanted just to get dupes in the Carnival Broly. Because of how they're slowly tapering the stones, by the time that we get those full 160 enough to do a full multi, the discounts are now gone on, like, on both the global and JP version. So if you go back in on the part 1 banners, the sales are gone. So I feel like that's an L, and there really wasn't that much content during this celebration. Like, I'm trying to think right now. During part 1, I think I had 900 stones, and I got all the way back up to 600. Like, I don't know. I feel like compared to other years, that's pretty dry, all things considered. Alright. Let's do one more. Might as well. Might as well. And I know for a fact I don't have enough of the exclusive coins, either the Carnival... Like, even if I combine my Carnival coins as well as my Dokkan Fest coins, I'm nowhere close to 500. I think maybe... Oh my god. Broly showed up. This Orange Piccolo, that we got it for Orange Piccolo. I mean, I could still use a dupe in Orange Piccolo. That might actually... What? That might actually be my Orange Piccolo Rainbowed, potentially. So we did get a lot of power, but, you know, but like we're buffing up superheroes, we're buffing up Majin Buu Saga, we're buffing, that's them rainbowed. Yeah, okay. I think I already had them rainbowed. So oh man, that sucked. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We still have the 3 ticket summons right down here. Is anyone else getting Beast Gohan flashbacks when I was summoning for Beast? All right. So, we have 3 more chances right here. However, these rainbow tickets, they're not guaranteed SSRs. So, there's a chance that all 3 of these banners, I just get 7 SRs, and that's going to be the end of the video. And that's going to be a little upsetting if that is the case, but we did get a lot of other power elsewhere. So, I can't complain too much. Again, these units will be returning very, very soon. We did certainly get some value for the amount of money that we put into this. If I don't get Broly and I get enough stones elsewhere in the celebration, we might jump back in like what we did with Beast Gohan. Because we all saw what happened with Beast. In that video, I got Tech MUI and Beast Gohan within like 300 stones of each other or something along those lines. So, I guess it ultimately just depends to the amount of content that we are actually going to get during this celebration. So we can be hopeful. This is going to be our last summon right here. That was that a full physical summon? I don't know. It might have been. Yeah, it doesn't look like this summon is going to be anything, unfortunately. But again, let me know how your summons went down in the comment section down below of this video. I'm hoping that everybody had fantastic luck. I hope that nobody got shafted. We did get another double screen crack, so this is what? Double screen crack is guaranteed featured, right? I think so. So I guess it's not impossible. Okay, we got Pan. I mean, cool. Harudagard. All right, so I have a 69% Harudagard. All right. And just another pan. Okay, so we didn't get anything new in terms of, like, release, but we have a lot of new things for me. We still do have the opportunity to dive back in, so I guess only time will tell. Hopefully we'll get a lot of events that can help subsidize my box out here a little bit. Also, I just want to say this on a video. If you've been following me for a long time or whatever, you know that I want a summonable Bio Broly, and I want Bio Broly to be the best unit in the game. However, I started thinking about this because we got Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. If we get a Prime Battle Bio Broly, again, I just want this on video. Amatsu, I will never forgive you, alright? Amatsu, if you're watching, I will never forgive you. Okay, so now that we have that out of the way, that is going to be all for this time, guys. I guess, again, let's just check. So I got 130... Did the ticket summons give me exclusive coins? Interesting. So I think I have 240 collective stones. 220. No. Yeah, 220. So I would have to do another... Because how many do you get for each one? I don't know. Probably 10. So if I needed essentially double what I have right now... Yeah, that's a lot of money just to get a copy of him. I do want him, though. I do want him. We'll see. Again, depending on how much content we get, I might be able to dive back in, and potentially we could get the Broly, but like right now, my Movie Bosses team, it is fairly solid. The lineup that I am running right now is Carnival Broly as my leader, Int EZA Broly, Cell Max, Tech EZA, Super Saiyan Broly. I've been rolling Broly, Chilean Limo, and LR Team Turles. That is the team buildup that we've been running. So, I mean, I can't imagine that Power Creep is going to make that team unrunnable without this guy. Although the team would be significantly better, again, with him, because now you have a revive, so Broly, Chilean Limo, they don't dodge. Oh, well, boom. Now you have a chance to get back into the fight. He also has a domain. I don't have DBS Broly, so obviously having a domain... Actually, this Broly and DBS Broly, they might be on the same banner during the 10th anniversary. There's a chance that could happen, because I think you're going to be part 2. Oh. That might be nice. Having this guy and Broly being on the same banner, that would be huge value for me, assuming that I don't actually pull him. But again, only time will tell. Alright, hello everybody, I am the Super27 and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. We have some new difficult content for the Supreme Magnificent Battle Spectacle Movie Edition here. So this is stage, what is it, stage 4? Stage 4 up against Super Saiyan Goku. So, I'm actually going to look at the stats ahead of time. I've already made a team. I'm just going to dive in here with my brand new Movie Bosses team. If you haven't seen my summoning video, number 1, shame on you. And number 2, I did not get the brand new Broly. However, I did get Harudagard. And I think just having a more reliable dodging unit than Broly, Chilean Loser might be the way to go. So we're going to try this a few times. Because this has daily limit attempts. I think I'm only allowed 6. Yeah. So we'll try this team out just a couple of times. If I can't get a dub, we'll move over to superheroes. And, like, superheroes probably shouldn't struggle. Let's be real here. So, this is... Oh. Okay. A lot of enemies. Alright, so stage 1 is up against the 3 Super Saiyans, or the Super Saiyan Trio. 70,000 HP. Normals are nothing. Defense is nothing. Decent damage reduction. 6 attacks on a turn. Debuff our defense. So, again, this 1.3 looks low, but since they are actually debuffing us here, this will hit closer... This is closer to 2.4, roughly. This is roughly a 2.4 million, so nothing to really sneeze at. Can't stun, seal, or debuff this stage. Then, is it all of these enemies at the same time? Oh, so, yeah, no, AoE, if this is all of them, because, look, you see how there's this white bar here? I think it is, because there's a white bar here. So I think this is phase 1. Phase 2 is going to be against all of these guys, and then phase 3 will be here. So, Carnival Broly is going to be cracked in here, but let's look. So, Gohan, I mean, for a multiple stage fight, I'm going to actually say that's a lot of HP. I mean, normals are nothing, defense is nothing, I mean, damage reduction is nice. He buffs himself on super attack 1.2 million. He can super... Okay, he can only super once per... He only attacks 3 times. Okay. You can stun him. You cannot seal him. If there's a Piccolo, he gets 30% defense. Oh, they're all buffing each other, too. Okay, Trunks has 31,000 HP. I mean, his normals are nothing. His defense... Okay, this guy's a fraud. Deals damage, and he seals, and his... Okay, so Trunks is just a bitch. Good to know. You can stun, seal, and defensively debuff Trunks. And he gets an extra 15% attack if there is a Vegeta. I mean, even with that, Trunks isn't doing damage. Piccolo, 50,000 HP. Nothing for normals. Deals damage. He has a guaranteed stun. Guaranteed stun and seal is going to be annoying, though. If they both super, like, slot 1. His super attack really isn't that scary. You can't stun or seal him. You can defensively debuff him, though. And he recovers 2% of his own HP, I'm assuming. So Piccolo doesn't really seem to be that scary either. And then we have Vegeta here, 73,000 HP. Again, his normals are nothing. His defense is okay. Okay, damage reduction. He has no super attack effect, just 1.4. Nothing really to worry about. Can't be stunned, sealed, or debuffed. But if there's a Trunks, he gets an extra 30 to stats. So I think the strategy is we kill Trunks first. Trunks is actually going to be our #1 priority, then Piccolo, and then we can just kind of kill these guys at our own leisure. Good to know. And then we go to Goku, who has 125,000 HP. Again, his normals really aren't that frightening. His defense is okay, decent damage reduction. Greatly lowers our own defense. This is a 4 million super. Okay. He's hitting 0 cooldown. Huh. And he attacks... He only attacks once per turn? With a 0 cooldown. Okay, so he attacks once per turn. It's a guaranteed super, but that super is genuinely going to be like 4 million with the debuff. Okay. Can't stun or seal him. You can defensively debuff him, and he gets 7% attack each time he gets hit. Oh my god, dude. He might actually be a killer. This is like, you have to dodge that territory. Okay. Okay, this could be fun. This could be fun. Looking at it, Superheroes is probably going to have an easier time than this. I mean, obviously, Superheroes is like the best team in the game, bar none. Bad opening rotations, I would say. Not great at all. That's alright. We can... Ooh. We could do this, actually. So let's go ahead and transform with our Carnival... Or the Frank Carnival Broly, I guess I should say. Ooh, the app is laggy. Look at that. Selecting the orbs? Look at the lag. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. Okay, interesting. And then... I guess we could select these. Who's going to go into slot 1 on this next rotation? Am I going to have to put Herudagard in slot 1? Oh, God. Again, he is 55%. I did run him in that brand new link leveling event. I got him all the way up. Like, he has a couple of 6... hold on. What was their super? It was 2.5. Okay. That's tight of advantage, though, with guard and 30% damage reduction. Again, Cellmax, this is y'all's GOAT. This is y'all's potential #1. Like, I don't see it, man. I don't. Oh, but his defense wasn't built up. Okay, so what? He's a defensive unit. That's his job. Dude, he's out here getting cooked. I mean, I know I could have put Broly in slot 1, and maybe I should have, because that's a lot of damage right away. And he supered right away, so that means he's probably going to super... What's his cooldown? His cooldown is 5, and he does 6 attacks a turn, so he can super each turn. Okay. Oh, we're doing damage. Oh, shit. Okay, we attack broke that right there. And then, obviously, this Broly isn't going to do anything. If I transformed both Brolys, he would have been dead there. It's 1 attack. Oh, God. All right. Herudagard. Show me your worth. This is the build that we are rocking with him. Whoops. This is the build that we are rocking with him right now. Again, he has a couple of links. Ran him in a couple of quest stages. Ran him in the brand new link leveling event. I haven't put any equips on him yet. So we can do this. And then Turles can give us some nice HP recovery with this. Perfect. All right. Herudagard. This is my very first time using you in a difficult event. And he's good. He's good. Because he's definitely dead this turn. Herudagard with like Herudagard damage plus Easy A Broly, like there's no way in hell he is gonna survive this. Like, he's not gonna have a chance to super. Broly's definitely gonna kill right here. Especially if he gets a crit. Because he has a guaranteed additional super. No, that's when he transforms. This is only a 50%. But we did get it, thank God. But now I am a little bit worried since he didn't super right away. What are the chances he supers Broly here? Okay, that's fine. Oh, we're good. We're good. Okay. All right. I'm stressing over nothing. I'm stressing over nothing here. I'm panicking for absolutely no reason. We actually have 2 AoE units on this upcoming turn. That's actually really good. We have Cell Max and Broly. So if one of us gets sealed, I was correct. And both of them are supering in slot 1. So if I was smart, I would float Cell Max. That way when he comes back around, he's going to have access to his active skill. Do I think that Int Broly with 0 stacks gets cooked here? He's going to have 44% damage reduction. Vegeta is the only one who could hurt him. Okay, well, let's do this. What are their chances to super? Trunks is a 19% chance. Piccolo is a 33% chance. So, I have to do this, I think. So let's do this right here. We're gonna float Cell Max. That way when he comes back around, we'll do this actually. When he comes back around, we have access to his active skill. That way he will be untouchable as well as the rest of the rotation. All right, we're not getting stunned and we're not getting sealed. That is best case scenario. 26 million AoE to the face, attack breaking every single one of these utter frauds. Oh, you know what? I remember how I said Trunks was their #1 priority, and I totally didn't target Trunks with Int Broly. Oopsie, I didn't mean to do that. But here we go. This is like us getting value out of the AoE ability. Again, I've been saying this for the longest time. It is just Majunior's active skill, but you could do it literally every single turn. Every single turn, you're able to just pop a Majunior active skill, and that is, in of itself, that is a team protection ability. Yeah, if this was targeting Trunks, there's actually a good chance that we could have killed the Trunks, because Trunks does not have a lot of HP. Again, 31,000, and he only has 418,000, but yeah, I was a silly goose, I forgot. I actually think if he gets tagged by a super here, he will be okay. But it doesn't even matter. Cell Max is going to come in clutch right here. Again, dual AoE. And if we had Dragon Ball Super Broly, Dragon Ball Super Broly, no, his is only an AoE once he is full power, I believe. I think he has to transform for him to get the AoE. And AoE is only his 12 key, if I'm not wrong. So actually would not have gotten a lot of value out of that. All right, Cell Max is now fully built up defensively. That is super good. So this is the weaker Broly on our rotation, because not only is it mine and 55%, but he doesn't have access to his active skill. So this could potentially be a little bit scary. Oh, we could actually... I'm going to save that. Let's do this right here. So, I mean, he is supering again in slot 1. It's a 19% chance that we get sealed. Okay. I think that's fine. We can do this. What was Vegeta's special ability? He gets 30% attack and defense if there is a Trunks. I obviously want to give you as much key as possible. We can do this. And we're just going to transform Hirudegarn. Okay, so Hirudegarn is now in Big Daddy mode. He has 70% chance to dodge, and each time he dodges, he gets an extra 10%. Who do I want him to attack? I guess just in case on the off chance we don't kill Trunks, although Trunks is definitely dead, let's just target Trunks, and if we don't, or if Trunks lives for whatever reason, or doesn't live, excuse me, we'll just target down Gohan. So, have we even been tagged by a super yet? I don't think so. All right, this is going pretty well. Pretty ideal situations right here. Again, the AoE is just attack breaking every single one of these units. I actually didn't get to 24 keys. Psych, I lied. He must be at 23. It looks like he's at 24. His circle is all the way around. Is that only active after he activates his active skill? Try saying that 7 times fast. Is it only active after he activates his active skill? I guess, maybe. All right, this is the first time we're getting tagged by a super, but this is the weakest super of the fight. I mean, it's a seal, but it doesn't matter. We've already gotten our advantage off. Trunks is going to be dead here. So, as long as we don't get tagged by a super from Vegeta, although Vegeta's is a lot less scary now, although to be fair, I don't think either one of these other units, Hirudegarn definitely couldn't live it. There's no way he's living a 1.5. Maybe Broly could, like, he would eat it. I don't think he would eat it well, but he could, like, survive the attack. This is a very impressive turn by the EZA, by the way. Only 55%. I think I've mentioned that every single time I've used this unit, but mine is only 55% and he looks that good. It's actually probably most ideal that we don't kill on this rotation and that we kill on the next one, because on the next turn, we're going to have both Broly's active skills as well as Cell Max's target all mechanic, his active skill. So if we can pop all three of those, I won't have to worry about that potentially super devastating super. All right, no, we are absolutely cooking. I think I will do this. This will give Broly not only a guaranteed super, but he will be the one to potentially eat the super. Again, I don't really trust Int Broly right now since we got him in slot 7. He didn't get all that time to build up, like, his stack, his defense. Again, he does have 44% damage reduction. I probably should have checked what his defense was, but I'm just going to play things safe right now. If I can put him in a slot 1 and keep him completely away from danger, hell yeah, I'm going to do that. Especially since I'm failing that 50%. Both of those 50% chances to super I missed. Now, right here, this is obviously the 70%, and we do have the hidden potential system, which we do get 10 million attack set right there. All of these are greatly stacking his attack. He's getting us a little bit of extra defense as well. Let's see here, and then 35. Dude, Turles support is insane. Turles really does juice up this entire team. It's kind of scary to think about that with the introduction of the new Broly, Turles probably gets bumped off of this team. He's supering in slot 1. I guess I don't actually need to launch the Cell Max active then, because he debuffs us by 50%, so it's going to hit us for about 4 million. I don't think I need to use the active skill, so therefore I'm not going to. We could save it for this upcoming rotation. Yeah, let's just see. This is my Broly, again, 55%. We're obviously going to be launching this. This is guaranteed 24 key for the rotation. So he is now going to be fully built up. If this is a misplay, okay, I admit it, that I made a mistake, but I'm interested to see. So again, he's cutting Broly's defense in half. So half of Broly's defense, but he does still have the extra 200% defense and guard and 50% damage reduction. Oh my god, he's insane. No, wait, he had 76% damage reduction right there, I think. Did he have 76 or 50? When did I transform him? I forget. We're doing good damage as well. That's just one super. And watch the damage of this. 50 million! I think that's genuinely, like, the highest attack set I've ever seen. On my account, 50 million? Oh, yeah, no, this kid is a fraud. Wait, we could debuff him? We could debuff him defensively. Okay. But he gets stronger each time we hit him. So I need to keep in mind he has an extra 21% attack, I think is what it is right now. How many times did we attack him? Broly supered once, and then I don't think he got the hidden potential system. And then that Broly attacked twice. So yeah, 21, 28, 35. Okay. And again, this can go up to 150. So he actually is going to hit very, very hard in this upcoming rotation. But I trust... Oh, we get to super first? We get to attack break it. Oh, no, this is easy. Okay, there was literally zero challenge at all. Okay. Brand new summonable event. We're doing this one try, no item. Perfect. I could maybe see this fight being tricky. But, like, we actually do too much damage. Again, this is what I'm saying. This guy has 125,000 HP, and we two-turned him. This is just what Movie Bosses does. We attack broke the super as well. Excuse me. Like, the team protection mechanic of this team is just doing so much damage that none of your units even have a chance to get caught. Again, I think this is probably the first time ever in Dokkan history where this is like a valid, runnable strategy. Just blitzing like this. I don't think we've ever had a team before like this where you can just blitz. And with the introduction of the new Broly, you actually do have team protection mechanics. You have support for uncontrollable power. You have a revive. You have a domain. You have orb changing if his revive is specifically activated. He's really good. All right, so that was pretty easy. Oh, we actually beat 2 missions? So I'm guessing that's just beating it once. What is this? Beat it once under a special condition. Beat it within 10 turns. I think that's what we did. Yeah, beat it once and then beat it within 10 turns. All right. Were there other missions? Oh, there's one other mission. Beat it with joined forces. Alright, I'll make that a separate video going into this with joined forces. I don't think that should be too hard. I wouldn't imagine. Or at least, I mean, the hardest part about it would be having a joined forces leader, because the last joined forces leader we got was, correct me if I'm wrong, the Metal Cooler Super Saiyan Duo? I think, but again, this fight wasn't really scary. I think it, like, the final form of Goku could potentially be very problematic if you can't kill him fast enough, but it's only one attack. Why does he even have normals? Like, he has normal damage, it's 559,000, but he only does one attack a turn and it's a super. I don't know. Anyway, not really a challenging fight. I will say the difficult content, like, so far has been very lackluster. Like, none of it's been super challenging. Like, obviously, I'm not asking for, like, a brand new meta shift, you know? I don't think that we should get a fight harder than Goku and Frieza before Goku and Frieza even come to Global. But certainly we could have slightly more challenging fights than this. Every one of these challenges seems to be a breeze. Like, I've been able to do all of them in 1 to 2 tries. Even some of the missions haven't even been that difficult. And am I the only one? I think Platy made note of this, but am I the only one who's noticed we haven't been getting nearly as many stones or nearly as many missions during this celebration? I don't know. Maybe it's because we got pity. They feel like they don't need to give us as many stones for completing these missions or by giving us as many missions. But dude, I want to go back on the banners. I want to summon a little bit more, guys. Take more of my money, except not really for free. Haha, I'm broke. But all right, now, hello everybody. I'm the Super27 and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. We are back in the Supreme Magnificent Battle Spectacle Movie Edition, going to tackle this BoJack Gohan. So since that we're actually getting BoJack right here, I guess during part 3 is potentially where we will see, you know, movie 10, which is the second coming of Broly. We can see Bio Broly in here, like Gohan and or Goten, Trunks, and Krillin. Maybe even 18 could be a part of that fight. They could maybe even add stages like all the way up until Dragon Fist. You know, we could potentially see like Gogeta, Angel, SSJ3, Dragon Fist, stuff like that. I don't know what they could do with this. I know that wouldn't really be on brand, but like, to be fair, BoJack movie isn't really on brand. They're just kind of going chronologically throughout all the films. So, I don't know. It would maybe be a little bit disappointing if, like, the Family Kamehameha or, like, Goten and Trunks was, like, the end of this Supreme Magnificent Spectacle. But I guess we could always add more stages to it retroactively, kind of like what the Red Zone movie Boss Rush did, you know? We hadn't got any updates to that since the 7th anniversary, and then boom, all of a sudden in the 9th anniversary, it has a stage 8 all of a sudden. So, like we did last time, we're actually going to look at the stats ahead of time so we kind of know what to expect. So, we have base form Gohan right here. 85,000 HP, his normals are nothing, his defense is fine, average damage reduction, just a 1.3. You can stun him, and you can defensively debuff him. Then Super Saiyan Gohan, he has 100,000 HP, again, his normals are nothing, his defense is nothing, his damage reduction is fine. He gets 30% attack, so he's hitting for... He's hitting for like 1.7-ish? Okay. You can't stun, seal, or debuff him. Oh, okay, I see what it is. Okay. So then we go stage 3, we fight the exact same Gohan. We fight literally, it's the exact same Gohan. Okay, so we fight the exact same Gohan, but there is now Goku thrown into the mix. Goku has 59,000 HP, 5,900 normals, 100% damage reduction. Okay. He debuffs us by 20%. He deals a 1.4. Okay, he only supers once per turn, and it's a guaranteed super. You can't stun, seal, or debuff him. He has a 100% chance to dodge, and he deals 10% of our max HP at the start of turn. Alright, so we have the instant damage mechanic again as well. And then finally, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. 105,000 HP, 600k normals. I would actually say this is starting to kind of get into, like, dangerous territory, but, like, not really. 500k defense, 69% damage reduction. Nice. 30%. He's hitting for, like, 2.2. Okay. Crits are guaranteed to hit when the special move is activated. Okay, so he ignores our defense. So, damage reduction or dodge. Okay. Can't stun him, you can't seal him. Willpower reduced by 6. He takes away our key? Oh, shit! He takes away our key from leader skill. Because when you have the leader skill, you get, you know, 6 key from your, or 3 key from your leader, 3 key from the other leader. Only key we're getting is from links and orbs. Wow, that could actually be, that could be tricky. Energy reduction release. Ooh, what? Stun immunity removed. Wait, it says he can't be stunned? But he can be? Huh? And he only does 1 attack per turn, and it's a guaranteed super. Then why even bother giving him this? They did the same thing with the last guy. So we could just attack break him. Oh, no, it's a 50%. It's a 50-50 whether or not he supers or not. Okay. 1 attack. It's a guaranteed crit, so it's going to do... Okay, hold on. So this is 2.2. So it's actually hitting for like 3.7. And then he's going to ignore our debuff, or our defense. But we can debuff him offensively. Okay. Okay, this guy might actually have some tricks up his sleeve once he gets to his final form. Okay, respect where respect is due. This is wanting me to bring the brand new Broly as my friend lead. Do I want to do that? No, because I need the other I need Carnival Broly to go slot 1. Alright, let's dive in. I'm recording this immediately after doing stage 4. So, again, this one doesn't look like it's going to be literally anything at all until we get to the final phase. Alright, do I want to be greedy and get stacks? What are his supers? So he has a 19% chance to super 7 attacks per turn. I kind of want to be greedy. So we're going to be greedy. I mean, if I die for this, I die for this. It's whatever. I acknowledge that what I'm doing is not the smartest, but Turles will be fine. The only unit who could potentially die would be the Broly, but by putting Broly in slot 1, this does a couple things. So number 1, normally you want to float this unit. However, there were a bunch of attacks there in the final slot. I didn't want to put him in front of all of that. In 2, this unit actually stacks on their 18 key. I believe they greatly stack attack, so that is a 50% attack raise, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check. Yeah, they greatly stack attack, so that is a 50% attack buff. So if I'm able to kind of keep him safe on this upcoming turn as well, he's going to be hitting so much harder. If you saw the last video with just 1 stack and using his active skill, we got him to 50 million. So by getting him 2 stacks, he should be like 60 million, 70 million, somewhere around those ranges. Mine has a full crit build, so if we get a really good crit, I mean, he's just dead. And he's going to have type advantage in this next phase too, right? Yeah, he's going to have type advantage. And again, his supers are only 1.357. Yeah, I don't even really think I need to be worried about this next stage with him, so... I actually think we can get away with being very greedy. Turles might actually be problematic in here, now that I'm looking at it. I actually don't want to kill on this rotation. Yeah, I don't want to kill. Okay. We're gonna play this safe. This may, again, be a little bit foolish, but by playing this a little bit slower, Cellmax is gonna get his hits in, because I strongly doubt that the Int Broly type disadvantage, even with his 44% chance to crit, well, the thing is him plus Cellmax might. If Cellmax kills, I guess this is a misplay, because not having the Broly instantly, I mean, we're missing out on a stack, and that's 1 turn later before we get to use his active skill, I guess. This could be a misplay. Oh, buddy, I don't want you to crit. I love these supers you're giving me, though. He could do 1 more, because we do still have the hidden potential system. So we could get another stack here, buddy. I don't want you critting. Okay, we failed the hidden potential system. Now, Cellmax, I'm going to ask you politely to calm the hell down. Normal. Don't kill. Never say I'm an idiot. Why aren't you guarding? Whoa. Why aren't you guarding? What is your intro? When there's another artificial life form or super boss's category. No, I can't run Hirudegarn then. I need Brilli, Chilai, and Limo. Or I have to take off Turles. I have to take off Hirudegarn. If we lose this, we take off Hirudegarn. Oh. Again, I acknowledge what I'm doing is risky, but this is for the sake of entertainment. Because I have multiple attempts at this. I really don't think that we're going to struggle. Like, I doubt it. But yeah, I need... If I'm running Cell Max, I have to run Broly, Chile, and Limo. Because they're the only real, like, super bosses unit I can run on this team. God damn it! Fuck! Was that 400k? Bro, his normals are 500. Jesus Christ. That's the flaw of this unit. That is the flaw of the unit. If there's an AoE or anything like that, he can... he has a bar? He has a bar. That's not listed anywhere on the wiki. Okay. Well, I mean, it's still... I still think we're comfortably fine. Because we can do this right here. We can do the loop-de-loop and pull. And now our shoes will be looking cool. How do I want to play this? We're going to give... Who are we having on this upcoming rotation? Cell Max. I'm going to have to float Cell Max again. That's 24 key. Yeah, let's not do anything fancy. I already kind of got into trouble a little bit by being fancy. Double digits. Again, he raises his attack for the turn, so, like, his normals become, like, oh, no, his normals are now, like, 675k. Ooh, I'm so frightened. Oh, that's how we get Goku, is by doing damage to him. Okay, so we don't actually kill him. That's why it's the same face. So when the bar fills up, Goku's going to come, and Goku has 100% damage reduction and dodge, and he's going to be doing the damage to us at the start of each turn. I get it. That's also, that's very BoJack movie-esque. I actually kind of dig that, not gonna lie. 12 million, Broly. Oh, again, that's with Turles support, I suppose. That is with Turles support. It looks like we are going to cross the threshold here. But we've already done so much damage. Does it even really matter? I mean, I don't think so. I think we're just fine, because Turles isn't going to get caught here by normals. Again, this guy's normals, they're too low. Like, what are Gogeta Blues? Gogeta Blue, I believe his normals are 1 million. And then after he supers, it's like 2 million almost. So yeah, we did fill up the bar, it looks like. So I believe Goku will be entering the fray. But that is probably fine. Oh, no, he fully heals. I was going to say, he's probably just dead here. But no. He got a full heal. So yeah, there's the 10% that we take at the start of turn. Okay. So I kind of want to get as many STR orbs as possible for Cell Max here. That's 24 key with you. What is your defense looking like, buddy? 500k? I mean, that's pretty good, buddy. Again, he's not guarding, though. Do I need to be worried? I don't think so. I think we're fine. The 10% damage at the start of turn could be a little problematic. This is double digits. Yeah, we've already established that. All right. Again, this guy just hits like a fish. 30 million when linked up next to the other LR. I believe they share 6 out of 7. Yeah, I don't know why they gave him 100% No. Wait, I guess against active skills, because you can't dodge active skills, and you can't dodge the Dokkan attack, so maybe that's why they were like, hey, let's go balls to the wall, let's give him 100% damage reduction. That way, you can't game around it. Like, SSBE, I suppose. SSBE, his active skill is an AoE. I don't think, I mean, he can't just outright kill an enemy by any means, but I don't know, I guess maybe they were trying to counterplay for something like that, or if you went slow enough to get the Dokkan attack, but, like, you're not doing essentially 60,000 damage in one AoE. Yeah, so again, that was 100 million HP that we just killed in one turn. Very, very good. Okay, yet again, I believe that the wiki is just wrong. Because the wiki says he attacks once per turn, he has a 0 cooldown. And yet, here we are, he has a domain, or a territory, excuse me. Yeah, we lose 6 key, he's immune to stun. Okay. This is why it wanted me to bring the Broly. Ah, the game was smart. The game was smart, because if I had my domain, I could overwrite his territory. I get it. Real recognizes real. Real recognizes real. Okay. So, there is a chance we do get caught here. There is a very legitimate chance that that happens. It's not a high chance. Because if he supers Broly in slot 1, Broly is fine. If he supers Broly after Broly attacks, we're fine. Hirudegarn has a 70% chance to dodge, and then it only goes up and up and up. I should have checked what Int Broly's... I should have checked what Int Broly, what his defense was. But it's not like I could have put him in a slot 1, but maybe I could have kept Hirudagard on main rotation, I guess. Yeah, they specifically want you to bring the brand new Broly for this. Because you could create your domain. I forget what his domain does, and there was the crit, and we saw that it was just double digits, so. Again, since it is a crit, if I'm not mistaken, that is a 1.5 times damage multiplier, and it ignores your defensive buffs that you get the turn. So if you have an extra 60% defense for whatever reason, that gets completely ignored. So only guard, damage reduction, or dodge can nullify that ability, essentially. So let's see here. We are doing insane levels of damage. See, this is why I just can't call this guy bad. I can. He actually does so much damage. Like, and he's very fun to use. Like, he outperformed the LR. Now, granted, I know type advantage and yeah, shut up. He did good. You did good, Broly. You did good. So it's all going to come down to Hirudagard here. So if Hirudagard is in a dodging mood, we're going to be good. We're going to be good. So he has a 70% chance to dodge just raw. And then I think he has 14% chance to dodge in his hit of potential system. Now it's 80%. Now it is 90%. Now he's at 100% chance to dodge. And the next time that he comes around, it will yet again be a 100% chance to dodge. All right. We do this. I think we want to pop the active skill here. There's no real reason not to. I think we just kill. Because the combination of Broly in slot 1 and this Broly in slot 2, like, this kid's just dead. And if for whatever reason we don't kill, which we're going to, just in case we don't, we have the Cell Max. We can just pop his protection ability. Yeah, dude, is movie bosses, like, a top 3 category in the game? Like, does it go movie heroes, superheroes, and then... Whoa, hey, whoa, that actually did damage. Oh, wait, whoa. And this is a 58 million right here. Again, this is with Turles support. This is his active skill turn, so he gets all that extra buffs right there. We have to kill with a super. Broly. My goat, Broly. But this will be an interesting discussion, actually. I just thought of this. Is movie heroes or superheroes the better team? Because superheroes, right? You have SSBE, you have MUI, you have Tech UI, you have pretty much all the Reps of Universe 7 characters. But movie heroes, you know, obviously you still have, like, your Gogetas, your Beast Gohan, some of these units who overlap. But then you also have access to the physical Broly Super Saiyan trio. So I don't know. But there we go. There we have it, guys. Beat the mission. Got 5 tickets, or excuse me, 5 stones and 7 tickets that we can use here. And this one also has a special mission. Full power. They want you to bring Dragon Ball Super Broly, who I don't have. This will be a little bit harder, not gonna lie, than joined forces, but again, we will tackle that in a separate upcoming video. We'll do the same thing with joined forces. I'll get multiple videos out of this for you guys, but let me know, what did you think about this event? Again, really not too scary, not too difficult. I feel like they're being very conservative with these worldwide download celebration difficult events, difficult missions. We have all these brand new, extraordinarily powerful units at our disposal. And it feels like we don't really have anywhere where we can just, you know, let them loose, you know? Like, I would say all of these fights are easier than EVOKEN, you know, the other Supreme Magnificent Battle. I would say Cell Max is harder than all of these. Like, Cell Max is, EVOKEN is, I would say Gogeta is probably harder than these. Beast Gohan is probably harder than all of these. I don't know. Like, again, I'm not asking for, like, something harder than Goku and Frieza, because I think that is a bad decision to make content that is harder than content we don't have. Like, we had all of that really difficult content, and then we had the Red Zone Movie Boss Rush 2, you know, that had Bio Broly, that had just normal Broly in it, that had Golden Frieza. I mean, Golden Frieza, to be fair, actually was pretty tough at the start of the 9th anniversary, but we already had all these other fights that just felt much harder, so when you drop the first couple of stages of the Red Zone Movie Boss Rush 2, it just didn't really hit the same, you know? Like, it didn't feel as threatening or anything. And, again, like, these just feel underwhelming. Like, they're fun. I will say that these are pretty fun stages. but I don't know. The difficulty leaves a lot to be desired, especially with, again, how powerful some of our units are. These brand new units, at least as a global player, they don't have a chance to like, really like stretch their wings, you know, and really show us what they're capable of. I mean, if you're a JP player, obviously you can throw these guys up against Golden Frieza in 17, and like the Bulma event, the Mai event, all these other things that us global players still are dreading the day that we get. But let me know what you think about it. But that is going to be all right. Now, hello everybody, I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan battle video. We are here yet again in the Supreme Magnificent Spectacle battle, whatever the fuck this fight is called. I don't even know. Why are the JP loading times like slithering over to global? But we are back against the Super Saiyan Goku stage, going to be trying to tackle the mission using joined forces. So I've cooked up this team right here. I actually think this could probably do it. Like, again, one shot, no item. Pretty good opening rotations, all things considered. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. So we have access to a revive on this. We have the DBZ domain, which I think we would use over the other units. Like, I don't think we really... Again, I am not the biggest fan of the Soul Shattering Miraculous Punch. Like, it's fine. But I feel like just... Ooh, that's bad for them. Can we pretty please kill them this turn? They have 0% damage reduction right now. They might actually get caught by normals. But we're here using joined forces, but like I really don't think this should be too bad. Again, we do have a revive in our back pocket. We ever drop below 50% HP, we can use the spear, what is it called, the Universal Spirit Bomb. We have the DBZ Super Spirit Bomb, or whatever the hell it's called. I think if we do choose to go into a standby, it will be theirs, because not only do they give like the massive defensive support, they Rainbow Orb Change, which could potentially help this guy get their 24 key. And I feel like you want to get the damage from the trio. You can actually debuff several stages of this fight, so getting the offensive debuff would be nice. And, like, they don't really need it. And again, the damage, I'm pretty certain that the DBZ standby, just to this day, can still out-damage the damage of the Soul Shattering Punch, because not only do you have it for 5 turns as opposed to 3, they get 500% attack when launching the finish attack, whereas this Goku, I believe he only gets up to 359% plus all the charges that he gets. But like neither one of the units have built-in crit or whatever. Is it crazy to think about that in a like a year, you know, a year and a half from now, this unit will be easying, and if they give his standby, like if his standby condition is literally just, or like in the standby when he performs the finish attack, he just gets crit on his standby attack, he's genuinely going to be like the best character in the game. It's very, I understand why they've been so hesitant giving these standby attack units, what you would call it, crit, because you could already get to the point where you can do 999999999 damage, and it's not particularly like the hardest thing to do, especially when you have them at rainbow status. Like, you don't even have to give them like offensive equips or anything. You kind of just collect your orbs, and they naturally do it themselves. Just giving them 500% attack and then 20% per charge that they get, and you have 5 turns to charge that up. It's just plenty of time to get these guys very impressive. However, their base form does kind of suck. However, if you just gave their base form like guard and maybe like 15% damage reduction, like nothing crazy, you know, just guard and 15% damage reduction plus all the stacking that they're doing, and maybe let them greatly stack defense instead of just normal stack defense. These guys have, like, so much potential. It's incredibly odd how, like, good they still are, but, like, how niche their usage can be. Because if you're using them in today's meta, it is definitely for their standby. All right. Thankfully, they didn't super, and I'm also bringing this free-to-play right here. I actually haven't gotten a lot of mileage out of this character. I have no idea the kit that I have on them, the build I have on them. All I know is that you want to float them every turn, because when they start the turn in slot 1 or in slot 3... they Rainbow Orb Change. Okay, so now the question becomes, who do I want to keep on the main rotation? Do I want to keep the revive, or do I want to keep the trio? That is certainly a question of all time, because they share 7 out of 7, don't they? 6 out of 7. These guys, if they don't get stunned or sealed, will probably just blow Trunks off the face of the planet. However, that's not 24 keys, so we're not getting the defensive support, unfortunately. We can do this. I think we will float them. Yeah, let's just target down Trunks. Trunks is definitely dead, potentially Gohan as well. I'm pretty sure that even the GT duo, we do get stunned here. That sucks. Alright, that's very, very annoying that he seems to always attack in slot 1. So yeah, Piccolo might actually be number 1 priority. This is going to be double digits. Yeah, they're not going to do damage to us. I think literally every unit on this team, maybe not on this team. Dude, they're just blowing their loads all here in slot 1. Thank God these guys don't lock. Could you imagine if they locked? Well, I'm sorry, was that 4 digits? That was 4 digits? Huh? Dude, this is y'all's number 1? I love saying that. I love saying that. Just trying to, like, spark a controversy when, in actuality, I don't fucking care. I still have Beast as 1, but if you like the trio better, like, I get it. Although, I've seen recently, I think I talked about this during my summoning video, but people are starting to say the brand new Gohan could be number 1. And I understand that his standby, it's super easy to get into. It's just 77% HP or less at the start of turn, or his 3rd turn from first appearance. So you get him on turn 1, you can do it on turn 4. If you get him on slot 7, you can do it on turn 5. Like, it's not hard to activate his standby. And his standby is the most damaging thing in the game, assuming you get all 7 Dragon Balls, which does not look hard to do at all in the slightest. It seems like a very, like, you just kind of do it. The support he gives is insane. He's unkillable when in the form. He's on the trios team, so you could also give him trio support. Like, he does seem very good in his standby, but his base form, in my opinion, I mean, it seems fine. It seems like he's just a better Buhan, you know? Like, he's guarding after he gets hit. He gets the 50% chance to dodge for the rest of the turn. Alright, I think in this situation we have to start, charging this. Alright, so hopefully this guy won't be a bitch and super right away, but it is possible. It is possible. That is 10 orbs right there. Perfect. Now we need to give these guys a bunch of rainbow orbs. We're only able to give them 2. That's fine. I think 2 should be fine, assuming we don't immediately get supered, which we don't. Piccolo Actually, I don't know if Piccolo would be dead. I just noticed that we did no damage to Gohan. Did it really take all... Well, I guess only 2 of my units could attack because the trio got sealed right away. But did it really take all of that to kill... I mean, that just shows you the difference between the movie bosses team and this all-out struggle team. I know I'm not bringing, like, all the most optimal units again. This is the Joined Forces mission, or whatever. But, like, we're definitely, like, we're not bringing slouch units, you know? Like, a lot of these units are still very relevant in today's meta. Can you fraud super, please? Huh? Okay. So they suck. Okay, they just don't wanna perform for me. That's okay. They're getting a little camera shy. There is a chance that we do die here because I decided to bring this free to play. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, if they get caught by a super, we are probably just dead here. Like, do I have a dodge build on you guys? How did I build you guys? 19 dodge, 14 crit. And then they have, like, they have defense equips, they have an offensive equip for some reason. I think I probably just put on, like, literally the first equips that I got them. Because I didn't really care to grind them up or anything. That's probably what I did, you know, knowing me. I do sometimes get a little bit lazy in this game, you know, just trying to do things to get certain missions completed. Like, most of the time, you will notice if I EZA, like, a free-to-play, I will keep them at a level 120 instead of getting them up to a level... Dude, are the trio, like... just not acting out today? Like, what's going on, guys? Hello? I kind of want Piccolo dead here, pretty please. I don't want the other one to potentially get stunned in slot 1. Alright, that was a 70%. This is a guaranteed right here. They're gonna launch one more. I just feel it. So Piccolo is definitely dead here, which is good. I don't know how the Broly and Trunks unit works. I know you just want to give them rainbow orbs. I know that's like their mechanic. So they might get damage reduction per orb, or maybe it's an additional per orb. Like they might work very similarly to Evokin in that aspect. Again, I don't know. We shall see. That's actually not bad damage for a free-to-play. That wasn't bad. I mean, I guess that's type advantage or whatever, but they have a 6 melee right here. Let's see. I'm just interested to see how they tank. Or I guess dodge. I mean, dodging would also be nice. Having a 19% chance to dodge, I mean, I guess that isn't terrible. And I think they do launch an additional per Rainbow Key Sphere. Because, do one more? Okay, so it's not per Rainbow Key Sphere. Alright, don't be a super. And we're good. Double-digit tanking. Not bad. Not bad at all. So, again, we are going to float this trio right here. And I think that this is actually going pretty optimally. Because what's going to happen, hopefully... Oh. Because... Okay, we're gonna do... We're gonna do this. I want to ensure that we get to use the Spirit Bomb up against the Goku. That is my primary objective. So I don't really care about saving that, because he only attacks once per turn. I care about not killing on this turn, killing on the next turn. We put the trio in front of the super. We launch the Universal Spirit Bomb. We hope that we get a crit. I actually don't know how much crit I have on my DBZ duo. I would assume it's probably their second highest thing in the hit potential system tree. Under additional. Because I don't think I put dodge on mine. I might have put dodge on mine for like a mission or something a long time ago. I don't know. I guess we could check out their build. They probably just have their exclusive skill orbs now that I'm actually thinking about it. Okay, the trio is just not doing enough damage, unfortunately. That really sucks. That really sucks. Alright, we are loading back in, guys. I don't think I've ever had that happen before, but the app just outright crashed on me. I know in an earlier video that I said that, like, the app was being very laggy or whatever, but I've never had it just outright crash before. Very, very interesting. That's very, very bizarre. But I guess maybe so many people are just using the app right now. Maybe the servers are having a hard time keeping up. I can't imagine so many people would be up at 4:30 a.m., but I guess, you know, all different time zones, you know, it's, I don't know, time zone conversions. I don't even know why I set up as if I was going to say something intelligent there. I have no idea what they are. But it's different times around the entire world, so, like, it's probably, like, early afternoon for some places, maybe not quite so late in the evening for other places, I don't know. But we really have to kill here. Kill with a crit, and then, oh, it's guaranteed crits, but kill. Perfect. So I need both of these to be supers. I need this next one to be a super. I need to hit a potential system super. Fuck, dude. That was actually worst case scenario. That, like, genuinely, that is the worst thing that could have happened. Frick. Okay. So, what are the chances... What are the chances that this rotation can kill? Because if not, we're wasting the Universal Spirit Bomb. I unfortunately think we are going to waste the Universal Spirit Bomb. I mean, unless these... I mean, if these guys give me a quad and we get a couple of crits, that would be nice as well. That's gonna... Man, that's gonna suck if we waste the Universal Spirit Bomb. Alright, super. That's good. That's good. Be a crit. Be a crit. Because these guys don't have crit anywhere built into their passive. I think it's only what they have in their hit a potential system. That's unfortunate. Alright, here we go. This is the guaranteed one. So if they launch one more... I mean, even if they launch... Like, if they launch one more and both of these are crits, I don't see us doing this. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. So we did waste the Universal Spirit Bomb. Ah, that sucks. I mean, I guess we could still use it. We'll get to see a pretty high attack stack come off of it. And I guess we can just go into the... I just noticed, I haven't been able to use the GT standby. They haven't been hit 4 times? What turn am I on? I'm on turn 7. You guys have been around, what is that, 4 times? And you haven't been hit 4 times? If these guys get tagged by a super and I die here, I'm actually going to be so pissed. It could happen. He hasn't supered. And they are deciding to be frauds. Okay. They might take damage from normals. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. Alright. Okay. So, unfortunately, we are wasting... You guys have an active skill? What the hell is your active skill? That's actually good. That's actually a pretty good little active skill right there. So, let's see here. So, yeah, we can do this. Get it up to 90. So, again, I did kind of want to check this as well. What is y'all's hit potential build? 12 additional, 7 crit. Yeah, okay. So, 14% chance that this crits. Let's just see what the damage is going to look like. We didn't get a crit, 10 million. That's very unfortunate that we wasted that. But, hey, what can you do? All of my units decided to be a little bit fraudulent in terms of their offenses. I mean, that... We should have killed, man. We should have killed. That's such a cowabummer, dude. Can these guys launch an additional super for the life of them? Holy shit, dude. I'm just getting really bad luck with these units, man. The movie bosses team loves me, and these superclass teams, they just don't feel the same. They just don't want to see that big smile plastered on my face when they launch a bunch of additionals. Because now these guys are kind of a fish, but to be fair, I guess they never can get caught, because the only super is once per turn, and it's a guaranteed super. Alright. So let's see here. I mean, this is just operation we put... Yeah, we just put the duo, or the trio, excuse me, in front of it every single time. Like, without hesitation. So we can do this. That should fall the way that I want it to. Do I want to pop their standby as well? I mean, hey, why the hell not? Why the hell not? So we can pick up those. That's 11 charges right there. Only able to give these guys 5 orbs. That's a-okay. Let's see right here. 11.6. I guess it'll be interesting to see the damage, because during the movie bosses run, we actually never got tagged by this super. So again, this super, for reference, each time that we attack him, we get 7 extra % attack up to 150%. However, oh, you can't offensively debuff him, you can defensively debuff him, excuse me. He cuts your own defense in half, and his super attack effect is just under a 2 million. So roughly, without being attacked at all, he's doing about a 4 million. Because by cutting our defense in half, you're essentially doubling the damage that we would be dealing. Not to mention, he does get all of these, like, pretty relevant attack stats right here. So that was, what? He got hit 4 times, so he has an extra 28% attack. Let's see what the damage like this is going to look at. I mean, it's going to be double digits. Yeah. Nothing really to worry about, I don't think. I mean, on this upcoming rotation, I mean, again, we just put the trio in front of it. Like, even if it's in slot 3, we just put the trio in front of it, because the trio can always live. And if we take damage, we can just go into the GT standby as well. Because the GT boys, I mean, you can activate the revive just below 50% HP. So, if for whatever reason this guy does get built up, which it looks like is going to happen, yeah, exactly what I said was going to happen, happened. It's almost like I am clairvoyant or something. So we can do this right here. We are going to get the Dokkan attack as well. And that's going to be the defensive support. Alright. 58 charges is actually pretty high. But again, we're going to have to put him wherever it is, so we might not be able to Giga Charge it any more than that. Because usually what you want to do is you want to, like, use the Soul Shattering Punch, like, in the fight. So you can do, like, let your slot 1 unit collect orbs, let your slot 2 unit collect orbs, and then you can use the Soul Shattering Punch in slot 3. Make it as powerful as possible, but I don't realistically see us being able to do that. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, maybe in this instance, I don't even want to use the Soul Shattering Punch. I just want to keep him in his really godly defensive form. And just have all my other units around him. Because essentially that's 4 turns that he can't kill us, because he's not going to kill us on this turn. I don't think he would be able to kill us on this next turn. I mean, that honestly might be what I do. Let's see, because he is starting to get to, like, the dangerously high attack stat territory. Which is so crazy to think about. We have all of these, like, very potent offensive units. Can you guys crit? Like, what's going on with my offensive RNG? Is this, am I wrong? Or am I just, like, getting really bad luck? Okay, that's a crit. Again, these guys have a 50% chance to crit just built into their passive. Because they more than performed 5 attacks. They did 5 attacks, like, turn 1, I think. That wasn't a crit either. What the hell? Huh? Goku, Vegeta, do your job, please. There you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, I think these guys should be fine. They also debuff defensively on their super attack, if I'm not mistaken. And you can defensively debuff this boss, so I guess that's probably like the loop around. I can't believe we're doing such little damage. He has 125,000 HP, 67% damage reduction, and 459,000 defense. And we're moving this slow. I mean, dude, he was already dead last turn with the movie boss's team. All right, so he's pretty charged. We hit him a bunch, like a lot. So this I wasn't keeping track, but he may be close to be fully built up. Let's see what the damage is here. Double digits still. Hot damn. Yeah, no, they actually get to super first. So let's go ahead and we can... Who do you link up better with? Actually, yeah, let's see this right here. So it's not going to be super juice. I think we had 59 charges. If this gets a crit, it'll do pretty good damage, which we don't get a crit. But as we see there, that was like almost the exact same damage that the standby did, the other standby did. So I don't know. Again, you can go and check 1,000 different Twitter clips of the DBZ duo launching 55 quadrillion multi-billion super attacks. The 999, 999, 999, 999. And they can get that high without a crit. They can genuinely do 999, 999, 999, 999 without a crit. They can just, like, raw stat that, if you give them enough orbs, of course. Now, of course, that takes juicing, and you can only do that in certain setups, or yada, 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 but you can certainly make it work, because of how good their standby is. They're untouchable in their base form. Or, excuse me, they're very touchable in their base form, but once they're in the standby, you just can't kill base Vegeta. Like, as long as he gets any orbs, because he gets 8% damage reduction per orb, I'm pretty sure. 200% defense and guard. Oh, we're dead. I'll be right back once we get there. All right, so we are back after a pretty hard-fought fight to get here, but let's do this. Now, you may notice a very odd addition to the team. I actually decided to bring the LR Gods. So, the reason for bringing the LR Gods is because they were the only generic unit who I could think of that was on, Joined Forces that had just a generic attack break. So anytime that they launch their 18 key, they are attack breaking the enemy. So all I have to do is give them 2 key spheres, as you can see right there, and they are able to utterly pop off. And that we're getting to do the actual GT standby as well right here. This is an instance where we can just die for free, essentially. And I think that we should be pretty good, fingers crossed. If we die again, I mean, I think that this team could do it. No item. I mean, I might bring in, like, Ghost Ushers or something, just to get a W. I do tend to like to do... Holy shit, that did so much. That was a ridiculous amount of damage right there. So, let's see. I mean, obviously, we're dead here. There's no way in hell we're living that. Yeah, 2.3 million right there is pretty funny. But now we get to use the super awesome standby. Please give me a crit. Ooh! That is the type of shit you love to see. So I don't think we're going to stand by here. I see no reason to. So we can get them their orbs right there. Let's go ahead and actually pop this active skill in this phase as opposed to the last phase. That is 6 orbs for these fellas right here. And again, there's no real reason not to just go ahead and pop this as well. There's actually a chance we could theoretically kill on this turn. And I think that would be the most ideal. Now, hopefully, if we don't kill on this turn, what could happen is that he will attack in slot 2 or slot 3. That way I can give my trio another stack of their 18 key. Or maybe, you know what, if we could honestly just pop the Soul Shattering Punch. If we don't kill, just put the Soul Shattering Punch in front of it. No real reason to play risky here. I am trying to play this as safe as possible. So let's see what this is. This is relatively juiced, but this is with them having 2 stacks of their 18 key up, obviously. One of their best linking partners, 6 out of 7 links. Let's see, what's the damage? We are single-digit tanking. That is the type of shit that you love to see. So I don't think... I mean, these guys are guaranteed critting. We got them 6 orbs. I mean, if they triple super, triple crit, potentially even quadruple super... because I don't know what I have for them on their Head of Potential build. I do know that their bronze equip is like a raw attack equip. I believe that was from like when they were like really meta last November. And just having these guys do as much damage as possible in a short amount of time was like really good. I might update that, although I don't know. I kind of like the idea of these guys being a very offensive-oriented unit. Hit a potential system. Okay, no, it looks like we are actually going to get the dub. And I get a dub with the LR gods who aren't on the leader skill. I ran a unit from year 7 off a leader skill and got a no item. That is the type of shit that you love to see, chat. It is now 5 in the morning. I want to go to sleep. So let's wrap up this recording here, fellas. So just to show that this was a no item, this was the team that we used. And let's collect the no item mission, or the Joint Forces mission, excuse me. But it happened, guys. It happened. Hello everybody. I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan battle video. It happened. So I tweeted this out a little while ago. I know I've said this a few times in videos, but if we get a Prime Battle Bio Broly, I will never forgive Amatsu. And I wake up to this. Now, granted, I've seen this a while ago. This isn't going to be my first time seeing his animations. This isn't going to be my first time reading his kit. Which is why I feel conflicted. Because he actually seems pretty freaking good. It's just, man, we already had a free-to-play grindable Broly. Are we ever going to get a summonable Bio Broly? I mean, he's a Prime Battle. I hate Prime Battle. But I'm going to choose to look past this. Because I am happy that we do have an LR Bio Broly actually coming to the game very, very soon. Now, from what I understand... Yeah, this confirms it. His details that they tweeted out are for when he EZAs, but as far as I'm aware, only his Prime Battle has been announced, not a Prime Battle EZA on top of that. So he will probably drop at the end of Part 2, and then during the EX Part 3, we can actually expect to see a Bio Broly EZA or whatever. So this is Uncontrollable Power Bio Broly, or the Terrifying... What is that? Terrifying Biotechnology Bio Broly. He leads Uncontrollable Power, 4 key, 150 to stats, which actually isn't bad. I mean, he's essentially just a yellow coin leader. For a free-to-play, could be worse. Alright, so for his passive, can I actually pull this up on the Dokkan Wiki, I wonder? Alright, so his details are not on the Dokkan Wiki yet, so I just did this right here. So, his passive is the last remaining Battle Instinct. He has an entrance animation, which activates only once. He gets randomly key between 8 and 10, so, I mean, that's pretty good. He'll essentially always be super attacking at the start of turn. I don't know why, because I thought at first I was like, oh, because movie 8, but, like, Bio Broly is movie 11, so wouldn't it make more sense to go from 8 to 11 key instead of 8 to 10, because movie 10 is the second coming of Broly? I don't know. But he randomly gets 8 to 10 key. He recovers 26% HP at the end of turn, starting for, at the end of the character's attacking turn, and launches an additional super attack for 4 turns from the character's entry turn when there's another Uncontrollable Power category ally on the team. So after this, he loses all of this. This is all from his intro. Okay, so for his first 4 turns, he's recovering 26% HP at the end of the turn. That's good. He's doing guaranteed additional supers, and he's getting 8 to 10 key. That's pretty good. Alright, so then after that, at the start of every turn, he gets 3 key, and a 50% chance to crit. Not bad. He has 180 to stats, and he has 30% damage reduction when performing a super, so potentially AoE bosses could catch this guy. He gets another 30% damage reduction when all allies in the rotation are Uncontrollable Power. Alright. He gets an additional chance to crit, plus 6% up to 30%, and 6% damage reduction, also up to 30%, with each turn that passed, starting from this character's 7th turn, he loses 6% damage reduction, no more than 30. Alright, so essentially what this is saying is that on turn 1, after this guy supers, he has 60% damage reduction. He comes back around, let's say you keep him on the main rotation in slot 2. When he comes back around, after he supers, he's going to have 72% damage reduction. And then the turn after that, he's going to have 84. And then the turn after that, he would have 90, but then he would lose it thereafter. So he would go back down to 84 if you kept him on main rotation. Because this is going to go up even on turns that he's not on. And this is also going to go down on turns that he's not on. So he's actually going to be like a very impressive slot 2 or slot 3 unit. The only thing that kind of potentially catches me off guard, again, is going to be AoEs. And the fact that he only has 180% defense at the start of turn. Because I'm trying to think, there are characters who get caught with like 60% damage reduction. Which is what he has after supering. Like the brand new Broly, again, I obviously don't have the brand new Broly yet. If you saw my summoning video, I don't have him. But I did see the truth video where after supering, he got tagged by a Champa super attack and he ate like 300k. Which, granted, like, you can live that, especially if he's going to be recovering his own HP for the first couple of turns. But, like, could this guy potentially take a lot of damage? I mean, maybe. But, I mean, he essentially does everything. He has additionals. He's very, like, key reliant. He doesn't need it. He does HP recovery for his first couple of turns. I mean, obviously, you have to run him on Uncontrollable Power, which you can do right now. Like, Uncontrollable Power is, like, a fine category just because it's the Broly team, essentially. You can, like, sub in Fat Boo. You can sub in a bunch of random things if you really wanted to, but the most optimal way to run it is just to run Broly movie bosses with Cell Max, for example. But he has crit, he has damage reduction. I mean, he doesn't have support, but he doesn't necessarily need that. He seems pretty solid, all things considered, for a free-to-play. I think he's going to actually be very, very good with his passive. And then he also has this, and I don't know how I hit the wrong thing. I don't entirely know how I feel about this. So, he has an active skill, which utilizes his giant transformation in the movie. Now, I know at the end of the movie, he goes giant. He doesn't actually do anything because the water... if you haven't seen the Bio Broly movie in a long time, essentially, Bio Broly is made out of this biomechanical goo, which is like an acid or whatever that kills pretty much everything that it touches instantly. But it calcifies when coming into contact with water. So, the end of the movie, then the factory that they're in, they end up blowing up the factory. Broly falls into the water. He then grows really big because he's able to absorb all the different goo that was in the factory, because obviously the factory blew up. But they're in the middle of the ocean, so even though he's really big, he calcifies super quickly. That's when Goten and Trunks are able to do that final Kamehameha, and they just blow him up. So, I understand why you might not want to inherently give him, like, a giant transformation like Broly or whatever, but technically, Uncontrollable Power already has a team protection mechanic with, what's-his-face? Cell Max that you're able to use on turn 6 if you're running full movie bosses, which, like, you are able to do, under the Uncontrollable Power window. So let's just really quickly see what he actually does. And this is, again, like an original attack as far as I'm aware, the Ultra Genome Ray. Again, to my knowledge, Broly does not actually do anything in the movie. I don't know if this is a Dokkan original attack, because I know there already is obviously a giant Bio Broly in the game. So I don't know if there's some other game that created this attack, kind of like with the Super 17, like the big green circle attack that he does in Xenoverse 2, and that has just been transferred over to like literally every other Dragon Ball game. That actually doesn't appear in the anime as far as I'm aware. I think that is like a Xenoverse original. So maybe it's the same thing for this, like Xenoverse did something for giant Bio Broly and that's just been transferred over. The condition to do this is when all allies in the same turn or Uncontrollable Power category allies, starting from the 6th turn from this character's entry turn. Damn, that's late into a fight. So that's turn 7 at the earliest. Turn 7 at the earliest. At the latest, you got them on turn... Yeah, the latest would be turn 10, right? If you got them in slot 7. Turn 10, dude. That's up against, like, Gogeta Blue. in the Supreme Magnificent Spectacle fight for him. But this temporarily massively raises attack and does ultimate damage to the enemy. Then Broly gets guard for 1 turn, and you direct all enemy attacks at him. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's going to have guard and 84% damage reduction, because the attack would count as a super. Like, you know, because Dokkan is kind of weird where, like, an active skill counts as a 24 key in a lot of instances. I believe that this would proc this right here. So you do the active skill, he's bare minimum having 60% damage reduction. 30 from having the uncontrollable power rotation, and the other 30 from performing a super. And then because you're so deep into the fight, you're roughly going to have another 30 here, another 24 here, something along those lines. It depends on how like early you're able to like really take advantage of this. Plus guard. He is probably actually going to be untouchable during this turn. Like, I know some people are going to be like, oh, well, like, Sleepy Beerus, EP Beerus has a target all mechanic, and EP Beerus kind of sucks. But EP Beerus, as far as I'm aware, he's just, like, raw dogging that with stats. I guess we can actually pull up EP Beerus real quick. It shouldn't be too far back. Here we go. What is your standby mechanic? It's when he's transformed. So this is transformed EP Beerus. He gets 200% defense at the start of turn. He has 50% damage reduction. He gets an extra 100% defense with 3 or more key spheres. So he can actually get up to 80% damage reduction if you give him 5 key spheres. I mean, EP Beerus can get clapped up on this turn, though. I've seen it happen. But most of the time when people say that, like, EP Beerus is bad, they're kind of thinking of this form where he can attack, he has 200k defense, and he has 50% damage reduction, but he loses the damage reduction as the turns go by, and he has to kind of make up for it with, like, the orb collection mechanic. Is Bio Broly going to be untouchable? So, let's think right here just for a second. He has 180 at the start of turn, and that's it, which is pretty low by my standards. I think 200% is, like, the bare minimum. But he has 60% damage reduction, bare minimum, plus guard. And then he potentially has... I mean, yeah, no, I don't think anything's going to be able to touch him on this turn. I don't think so. Because I'm trying to think right now, like, Tech Broly, Tech Carnival Broly, I have kept him in his base form before and put him in slot 1, and against some of the supers, you'll take, like, 1,400 damage, where it's like, oh, well, that's with guard, 200% defense, and 90% damage reduction, which is true. Like, that can happen, but even if this guy does take damage, I feel like it's going to be relatively minimal, because, like, turn 1 up against Evoken, they're launching a 2.4 million, and if you're only eating, like, 1,000 damage or, like, 14,000 damage, that's fine. I actually think Bio Broly probably has one of the better target all mechanics in the game, because he's doing damage on top of essentially being unkillable. Now, you kind of want to launch this as early as you can, though, because he does start to taper off. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, Fusion Zamasu is a good example of this, or, like, LR Golden Frieza. Well, like, turn 1 when they have 80 or 90% damage reduction, those guys are untouchable. Turn 3, though, that loss of, like, 20% damage reduction that they both lose, you can feel it. When Zamasu only has 60% damage reduction and Golden Frieza only has 70, all of a sudden you go from double-digit tanking to, like, sometimes you're taking 200, 300, 400k plus on some of these supers that they get caught. So, I feel like Bio Broly could maybe be in the same situation, just because, again, naturally, only 180, it is kind of low, but he's getting guard. He already has a massive amount of damage reduction. It is a target also, it's a team protection. It's a delayed, though, team protection. Like, you could do, I guess if you were running Cell Max, you could keep Cell Max on one rotation, this Bio Broly on the other, and do, because you would be able to do Cell Maxes on turn 6. You could do turn 6, let's say you got Bio Broly in slot 1. You could do Bio Broly's on turn 7. That would be 2 back-to-back turns where you would be able to have the team protection mechanic. That could potentially be huge, especially since the, like, movie bosses, uncontrollable power team right now. It does have a couple of characters who are weaker defensively. You know, you have, like, Tech, Yellow Coin, EZA, Broly. You have Int, EZA, Broly if you want to bring him. Paragus, I don't know if anyone's still running that kid, but you can bring Paragus, you know, that would protect him. I actually like this, but do I like this more than it just being a giant, like, you know what I mean? Because I understand then, yeah, that would be more animations. They would have to give him 2 new super attack animations. I mean, they could just reuse the same ones they already have. Also, that's kind of another bummer of this character. They didn't really go all out with Broly's animations. It's a Prime battle, I do understand it. He actually has voice acting, though, which is a little bit crazy. I know it's just him going like, rah, but he does actually have voice acting, so I will take that as a dub. But if this was a giant mechanic, because I'm trying to think, realistically, is this attack going to cross any damage threshold? Because I know an argument for giant transformations is, oh, they take forever, they do essentially the same thing, and like it's not fun watching Orange Piccolo go up against Golden Frieza and Goku, having that Orange Piccolo transformation lasting 2, 3, 4 minutes plus, and it's just 0 after 0 after 0 after 0. That's not fun either, and I do understand that. But I'm trying to think, is this going to do damage? Because I actually kind of prefer giant transformations over the team protection mechanics, because it's not always guaranteed. I mean, with like some of the more modern bosses, yeah, like every single turn, one of the big bosses, they're going to be supering once per turn, essentially. But it's not always guaranteed that they like use an AoE. But even if they use an AoE, the team protection doesn't protect you against that. Or, you know, they're not always going to super. If you use a giant transformation, a 2-3 turn giant transformation, you are guaranteed to waste the enemy's healing. You're guaranteed to waste their supers. You are guaranteed to waste their AoEs. They have no gimmick that they can pull up their sleeve. So it's more protection. It just takes a little bit longer, takes a little bit more of your time, but you're much safer as a result. Like, what happens if you bring this guy into an AoE boss? You pop this. Yeah, I mean, he's protected, but if there's still an AoE, LR Yellow Coin, EZA Broly, he's still going to get slapped up because he doesn't get his guard or any of his defense until after he supers. I don't know. Let me know what you think about the target all mechanic. I mean, I feel like it's probably fine. It is good. Obviously, the villains are having yet another team protection ability. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm critiquing or whatever. I think this character actually is for, like, free-to-play standards. He's, like, doing the things of a summonable LR, all things considered. Like, is it a hot take if I say that this guy has a more cohesive kit than the brand new Broly? Like, the summonable one? I don't know. He has beep... What? Why does this kid have big bad bosses? What? That's funny. All right. I didn't know that he has big bad bosses. That's funny. All right. Amatsu was clowning around when he was making this one. He was doing some funny things, but like the only difference between this guy being a summonable LR and not a summonable LR, like if this was 260 right here. Like, would he be a top 10 LR in the game? Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. Genuinely, if he had 260% defense right here, he has his damage reduction build-up mechanic. I mean, he's basically a yellow coin leader. What are all of his links? Big Bad Bosses, Sand Lineage, Prepared for Battle, Shattering the Limit, Fear and Faith. So he's gonna have, like, Big Bad Bosses, Berserker. Does Cell Max have Fear and Faith? I don't know. So he's going to have like 3 to 4 links with Cell Max, and he's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 with the Broly unit. So he's going to link fine with Cell Max and Broly. That's so fun. Why does this kid have big bad bosses and none of the other Brolys did? Oh, Amatsu, you're a funny guy. You're a funny guy. You certainly are a funny guy. Are his super attack effects public? They are. Okay. So, his 12 key is what it looks like here. It is the Meteor Crush. Greatly raises attack for 1 turn, colossal damage to the enemy, and lowers attack. We love lowering attack. And is there... oh, here we go. Alright, and then the 18 key is greatly raise attack and defense for 1 turn and cause mega colossal damage to the enemy. Not bad. I mean, obviously, I would much prefer defense here, but debuffs are good. You are able to debuff a lot of fights. I mean, he's not... I mean, again, he really is like a summonable LR. Like, they kind of cooked. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I am... Like, the past me, I am disappointed that this guy is a Prime Battle. But I don't think I could have asked for a better kit. The only, like, genuinely the only thing would be, like, even if this was 200%, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with him. Because 200% is, like, how much EVOKAN and AGL MUI start off. Now, granted, SSBE and AGL MUI, they can build up with how many attacks they do, or how many attacks they receive, or how many attacks they dodge, or whatever. They have more passive build-up. They get way higher than just 200%. This guy's going to be capped at 180, so he's really not going to be doing, like, impressive damage even with his crits. How do you build him? You just build him full dodge, right? Yeah, I feel like bronze, you give him the highest defense you possibly can, like 700, 800. Because he might have exclusive skill orbs, I don't know. But yeah, you just give him as much defense as possible, because that'll also help out tremendously when you do the target all mechanic turn. Again, just in case he could potentially... I don't think he would with guard and like 84 roughly % damage reduction. This guy's essentially going to be Fusion Zamasu on... Fusion Zamasu's turn 1 is going to be this guy's turn 7. Which is insane to think about. A summonable unit from a year ago is now what we are comparing a free-to-play in today's standards. Is this guy like, I kind of said that as a joke, but is he like a top 10 LR? Or is he at least in the conversation for like top 15? Because he's going to be doing more than like his damage reduction is going to be more than like Golden Frieza in 17. Now, granted, Golden Frieza in 17, they have like the crazy active skill. I mean, he also has crazy active skill. He's just going to be unkillable. And again, he's not offering damage. He doesn't support either, is the thing. Like, I don't mind necessarily when, like, a unit needs to be on a certain category, but I do kind of like when they, like, support the category in of themselves. Like, if his intro was, like, another part of his intro was, like, if there's uncontrollable... Well, he needs a full uncontrollable power category team, essentially. But, like, even, like, something simple, like giving them 2 key... or just like 15% attack and defense, something tiny. Like, that would obviously help him a lot. Yeah, so he has 80% chance to crit. Yeah, on turn 7, he has 80% chance to crit, 90% damage reduction, and he has a target all mechanic that gives him guard. Wow. No, he's good. He is good. Again, his stats are going to be a little bit low, but he's a free-to-play, so that's to be expected. He's so good, though. So, overall, I'm going to say that I'm pleased. Amatsu, you somehow did something I thought not possible. Now, let's go ahead, and that probably sounded terrible. The speakers on my computer blew up, and I don't have my headphones plugged in, but the animations are, I mean, for Prime Battle standards, I'm going to say they're good, but as someone who actually, I mean, this is going to sound crazy. I am a Bio Broly movie enjoyer. And there are a lot of animations in the movie that could make for, like, some solid-ass super attacks that just aren't being utilized here. But, like, I'm not going to complain. Like, these look pretty good. I especially imagine in 2x speed they're going to look even better. Like, this right here is, like, I'm pretty sure an original shot composition. Like, even though the dual eraser cannon does happen in the movie itself, he flies up and he just holds out both of his hands. Whereas in that, he actually does, like, a cross throwing them thing. So that's, like, an original. And then there's that ultimate genome ray right there as well. I will say that his intro is a bit abrupt. Like, you don't even see it shatter. He just kind of shows up. I don't know. But, like, overall, I don't know if you guys would expect me to be, like, way more mad about this or anything, because I have been talking about this. Again, I'm not a fan of Prime battles. Hopefully he's going to drop with boosted rates, because if he does, that means grinding him isn't going to be a pain in the ass at all. They made him very good. I mean, I'm going to be running him. I don't really have an uncontrollable power team. I may honestly run this kid as a leader, and then just use, like, the new Int Broly as, like, the friend lead and see what we can maybe do with that, but... yeah, I'm not really raging over this, because they actually gave my boy Justice. If you remember, a year ago... when I made my custom concept for what I think a good Bio Broly would be, this is actually very similar to, like, the concept I have. Not making him a damage-dealing unit, just making him a very solid defensive unit. Now, obviously, mine is way worse than him, because I made him a year ago when, like, Vegeta and Trunks were still, like, #1 or in contention for #1 in the game. So, I'm pretty content with this. And I want to know what you guys think. How excited are you for Prime Battle Bio Broly? He should have been summonable, but I'm going to swallow my pride on that one. He also has big bad bosses. What? Why is it only Bio? I mean, I'm going to take my dub, Bio Broly. He is the most villainous of the Brolys now. It has been confirmed. This guy is just as evil as the loser in Broly Lion Loser. So, we have 2 Brolys in the game who have big BB, and all I'm saying is that I win. I win. One of my favorite Brolys Because I like Bio Broly more than Movie 10. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but I mean, Bio Broly, I feel like people are sleeping on it. It's a pretty good movie. It's an okay movie. Okay, I'm not gonna say it's like on par with like DBS Broly by no means am I throwing that out there, but I just feel like it's like a little bit of a slept on gym just because the premise is so weird, but it has some cool fights in it. It has, I don't know. It also has a really good waifu in it, if anyone hasn't watched it in a while. I forget her name, but there's like a female scientist in the movie. Top tier waifu material right there. But that's going to be all for this time, guys. I did just want to, you know, if only this little guy knew what was to come, he would actually probably be pretty hyped. But again, I hate Prime Battles. I mean, I literally made a video, like 2 weeks ago saying how I hate Prime Battles, and then this would kind of be like my worst nightmare because, again, I hate Prime Battles because this guy could have been summable, but I don't think the community as a whole would think that this would be very hype. Let's see, what are some of like the reactions to this? The animations, I mean, the animations, they're not bad. For Prime Battles, I'm going to say they're pretty good. What I feel like the new Imp Broly, I actually agree. I'm assuming that means they like it. Bio Broly, no way. Recently watched the movie. What were your opinions on it, my guy? Yo, people are actually pretty hyped about this. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I'm gooning to this right now. Alright, we're ending the video. Alright, and hello everybody. I'm the Super27, and this is certainly gonna be a video of all time. This was recommended. I made a video the other day and using the brand new Broly physical trio, you know, God, I can't say the name. Gohan, Goku, and Trunks. The brand new physical Super Saiyan trio, whatever you want to call them. And somewhere in the video I said, what are some units you guys would like to see be showcased with the support? And the very first comment that I got was actually using this unit right here. This is Physical Angel SSJ2 Vegeta. Now, this guy isn't going to be saved. Let's go ahead and look at his passive real quick. So if you're unfamiliar with what this character does, he gets 70 stats at the start of turn. 70, okay? He gets an additional 4% attack and defense for each key raise that he gets. So if you get him to full 24 key, he gets an extra 70 to stat. So he's at 140. He gets 3 key when there is a Goku on the rotation, and an additional 3 key when there is a Majin Buu Saga category ally, Goku. So if you're running this guy with a Buu Saga Goku, he's getting 6 key, and that's it. That's all this guy does. I mean, he has an active, which can be activated when there is a Majin Buu Saga category ally named Goku from the 3rd turn from the start of battle. Which gives him 1 key, 58% or 59% attack, and 78% defense for the turn. Okay, mine's 55%. Let's look at his super attacks. So for his 12 key, he raises defense for 1 turn and does colossal damage to the enemy. Okay, at least he's getting defense. On his usual, like his normal 18 key without a Goku, because this is a unit super, he does mega colossal damage to the enemy and he greatly debuffs. So no defense on the 18 key with a unit who wants to be at 24 key. Alright, bit of a design flaw right there. And then he has an 18 key unit super, which can be performed with the Majin Buu Saga category ally named Goku. And the effect is greatly raise attack, mega colossal damage, and then massively lower defense. Yeah. So let's look at the all-out struggle category, right? Because that's pretty much the team we're going to have to be running him on. That's how he has the same team as the brand new trio. So all-out struggle. And let's see. Okay, so we have the Buu duo. So at least we have an SSJ3 Goku, and that's it. So this is gonna be a rough video, but let's go ahead and let's just dive into an event. All right, guys. So here we are diving into an event. This is the Fusion Zamasu Red Zone from last year, and would you look at that? Dude, this game is funny. This game is funny. We're loading in to death. Neither one of the trio units were on slot 1. Yeah, we're just dead. The thing is, I mean, we could do that. We could try to survive, I guess. Because that's 24 key for you right there. So let's see what his defense is right now. It's at 92,000. Are we able to get you to 24 key? No. We aren't. We're able to get him to 12 key. Okay, cool. Oh, and he doesn't get his defense immediately. Okay. So let's just see what he does against, you know, this is a type advantage unit. We got him 6 orbs. He's at 12 key. 200k against the AoE. That's a 500k AoE, by the way. All right. You know, that's without the support, though. That's without support. We can go into it and we can say that. He had 0 support. We weren't able to get him his 18 key. So he is going to get a defensive raise, bare minimum, on his super attack. So, you know, as long as he doesn't get tagged by, like, a normal, I mean, that's certainly good tanking. He took 100k more, though, than Gogeta. But Gogeta, I mean, he's only 154% attack and defense before he performs an attack. He gets an extra 100 when performing an attack. So Gogeta should be able to eat this very, very well. Gogeta did not eat that very, very well. Good to know. Good to know. So right here, his super attack stat, I mean, I guess this is a good showing. This is what he's able to do without literally any support up. 150k per normal. All right, so he dies. And he had, what was that, a 3 million attack stat? 3.2 million attack stat? Okay. Cool. So, we died right there. Nice. Let's dive right back on in. And let's see, can we get some support on the rotation? We do actually have support. Alright, so this should be a much better showing from the unit. Although, I guess we could also start to run into the issue where, he's not getting any defense on his 18 key. Alright. So, that is him right at 18 key, I do believe. That is exactly where we're at. I do want to save that one rainbow orb. So, he's at 18 key right here. Again, let's just see what his defense is. Okay, it jumps up quite a bit, 134. Now, I actually do have this guy link level 10. I was about to say, I don't know if I have this guy link leveled. I do. I remember, I link leveled him during Golden Week because I assumed he would be one of the EZAs we got during that celebration, but instead we got, you know, Exchange Boo, we got Tech Ultimate Gohan, Gotenks, all those units like that. So let's go ahead and see kind of what he's looking like. Now, he's also going to be getting support from their super attack right here. Now, I need to refamiliarize myself real quick. What does the trio give on their super attack effect? So, if we're looking at the 18 key, superclass allies get an extra 30% attack and defense once they perform their 18 key. He's getting 50% offensive support as well as plus an additional 3 key from them. And since we got them to 24 key, still, alright, still 151,000 right there. Okay, not great. And that is with an extra 77% defensive support. Alright, so I missed what the attack stat was right there. Alright, so we're eating this for 5 digits. Okay. Alright, so here's a super now. Okay. This is death, just in case anyone is curious. 449,000. You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna use all of our attempts, right here. We're just gonna go in, balls to the wall, see what we're able to do. We have him on the second rotation. I'll be back with you guys once we get him on the main rotation. Alright, so we're back, and we almost killed on that rotation, alright? So that would actually, I mean, it might have been better that we killed. Honestly, I don't know. So, we're gonna eat another AoE, which isn't great. That is 9 key right there. So again, we're at 134,000 HP. We do have links like Prodigies up, which is, I mean, that's just attack. Okay. And Royal Lineage, which is also just attack. And Golden Warrior, which debuffs, which we can't even use. So, probably shouldn't have brought him into here, but I don't know what event to really bring this guy into. And it ultimately doesn't matter. Again, this is why I hate units who only start off with, like units who get, like, 150 stats at the start of tournament, specifically referring to Gogeta here. But then they get way more stats after they perform a super, because they're bad against AoEs, you know? Because we just saw right there, that is a unit who isn't even a full year old yet, with type advantage and guard, eating, oh, what was that, 100-something K on a AoE against Fusion Zamasu, a year-old boss at this point. It's certainly a decision of all time. Alright. we'll meet we'll meet back up on the other rotation, because then we'll get to see Vegeta's 18 key, assuming we make it that far. We'll actually get to see the 18 key. All right, chat, here we go. We actually get to see not only the unit super, but we're also going to get to see his active skill. So I'm going to mute up real quick, and let's go ahead and get the active in here, because why not?
You really are something else. Damn you, Kakarot. I can't believe a battle-loving, kind-hearted Saiyan like you even exists. Only you can do this. You are number one.
Okay, that's actually pretty badass. I'm not gonna lie. That is that's one of the most iconic moments in Dragon Ball, or at least it's definitely up there. So, I want to see the unit super, obviously. So, I'm trying to think, what is the best way to do this? I think if we pop this standby right here going into Vegeta, that gives us everything but Super Saiyan and Golden Warrior, which really don't matter. Except, I mean, does Vegeta get cooked here in slot what? Hold on, let's do this. That way he has a little bit of his defense up. But the question is, does he just kill? Like, I want to see the unit super. What exactly do they get? We got really bad orb RNG. Guards all attacks randomly change a certain type of key sphere. They get 8% damage reduction per key sphere obtained. Alright. So, guard 250% defense. And what is that? 32% damage reduction. They'll be fine. Surely, right? Surely. Oh, and here we go. This is the full 24 key, guys. Okay? Full 24 key. 5 out of 7 links are being activated right now. Let's see the defense. They're at 300k, actually. Okay. Okay. And this is the best they're going to look in the entire video. All right? They have double support up. Double 170. So, that's what? 154% defensive support. They have their active skill. They're going to get to use the unit super. If we die right here, I'm going to actually scream. There's no way Vegeta's dead here, right? Whew, okay. Now, this animation does actually look really good. The minute of desperation right here. Like, this is pretty cool. This guy with an easy A is going to be fun, because he has fun animations. And yeah, we're dead. All right. Okay. Oh, yep. Yeah, there's no saving this character. I don't even know, because if we dive into an easier event, like the other units around them are just gonna kill too fast. I have an idea. Hold on, chat. Hold on. All right, chat. So here we are. This is one of these immortal boss fights right here. So this is what's his face? Yeah. This is the Divine Wrath Immortal Will event, where there is an immortal enemy being this Zamasu right here. He can't, no, he can super in this fight, I think. I'm not entirely sure what he does, I'm being completely honest. All I know is that he heals for 99999 at least once per turn, so it's impossible to kill him. So we're gonna get to see the unit super up yet again. Again, this is just, we got really bad opening rotations. This number is starting to seem a little iconic, 134,000 HP. Now, to be fair, they are being linked up with a Goku, so they're getting an extra 6 key right here because of the DBZ duo. And they have 77% defensive support from the prior rotation. They only have to eat 1 attack, but they're just designed, and, like, right now, there's no saving them. Like, these guys were bad on release, you know? Like, I believe this is a 2019 character, and even at the time, like, they really weren't doing anything. And without a defensive mechanic of any kind, no level of support is going to be able to save that, you know? Because, like, his maximum potential is 140% defense at the start of turn, and he's only getting defense on his 12 key. So, like, you're not even if you do get the 12 key and you get that extra 30% defensive raise, you know, you're not, there's nothing you're really doing, you know? Like, I think I understand the mindset of what they're saying. Like, if you do the 12 key, then just because you didn't get the 18 key, you're still getting a similar-ish level of defense, you know? But no super attack on the normal 18 key, and then the unit super, you're only temporarily raising attack. Like, there's just nothing this guy can really hope for. So yeah, this team definitely does not save him by any means. Because even still, like, we're running the DBZ duo. The DBZ duo, they can still be fine. They can't tank supers. I mean, this will probably do damage to them, and that's type advantage. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to really do. We can maybe try to survive as long as possible. You know, try to get one of each of the duos on the rotation. Because we're going to have to do some floating here. Again, this guy is immortal, so we'll be here for a solid minute. But I honestly think I just kind of want to wrap up the video there. There's, like, I mean, he's dead. There's nothing he can really add to the team, you know? He's not supporting himself in any way. He's not supporting the team in any way. He needs a very specific unit, and there is only one unit who was on this unit's leader skill, Super Saiyan Power of Wishes. Like, if we had Angel SSJ 3, sure, we could potentially run him, but, like, this trio right here isn't on Angel SSJ 3's leader skill, so it's not like we could even run them that way. But even if we did, we're seeing right now with 77% defensive support, that's just not enough. Like, 154% defense isn't enough, so restricting ourselves in that way, running a more Majin Buu Saga-oriented team, just to, like, aid to the one unit, like, that's just asking for lose cons, you know? Like, we're bringing units from, like, the oldest unit we're bringing is Future Gohan. Every other unit that we're bringing, no, excuse me, the oldest unit is actually the DBZ duo. So we're bringing a couple units from last year, but we're also bringing, like, modern, heavy hitter, recent EZAs, recent summonable units, and we're taking L's. Like, that's not a very good look, especially when you're being flooded by support. And I do think that's a little bit of a misconception that the community is having right now, is so many people are putting the trio at number 1 because, like, oh, all these old dead units, they're able to be brought back. But, I mean, yeah, you can bring, like, Tech Bardock on a run or whatever, or you can bring this unit. You can do that, but that's just more of a lose con. You know, by bringing these older characters, you're introducing a lose con into your run when there's no real reason, you know? Unless they add, like, a gimmick of some kind. Like, I know Bardock, if you're running, like, a short event that's only going to last, like, 5 turns, yeah, potentially having, like, a Scouter is pretty huge, you know? A Scouter is actually a super nice addition to have in some of these shorter fights. Okay, 176, that's the highest we've seen him with, and that's with a full 170. And look at this. Just, we can't. That's with 4 physical orbs, and you're only there. I mean, okay, we'll rock with it. But you're just introducing, like, a lose con by doing so. Like, yes, Bardock, if you do have a Goku on your team, he is creating rainbow orbs for his first couple of turns. You have the Scouter for the first couple of turns, but he also has no real defensive mechanics. So you're kind of praying that an extra 154% defense is going to be enough for him to cruise by, and when I did that experiment myself, it really wasn't enough. Now, the next video that we do, like a little showcasing video that we're going to do, it's going to be another one that was recommended from the comments, which is going to be AGL Super Saiyan Gohan, who can transform into Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. I actually feel like that unit potentially has a little bit of a stance, because they EZA'd at the start of last year. They do have some relatively low stats, but that is a unit who has guard, and that is a unit who stacks. And if you're able to meet the certain requirements to have him transform into Super Saiyan 2, he can do pretty good damage. I would actually be interested to see how that's going to look with, like, all the different links, because I imagine that he's going to link very well with the trio. I actually think that video could potentially go pretty well, and that could maybe be a unit who is saved, because not only is he stacking, not only is he guarding, not only is that extra defense going to be a cushion for him, but he also debuffs. He lowers attack, I'm pretty sure, on both the 12 and 18 key in his base form. So we could definitely see some mileage out of that. It'll be interesting to see. That video will be coming up in the next couple of days. Be sure to keep your eyes peeled. And if there are any other units that you guys want to see a dedicated video on, please let me know. Like, I kind of want to do Kai Goku. I kind of want to do the, AGL Super Saiyans from the Metal Cooler movie. That's one that I think would actually be, like, really, really fun. Because those are a unit who, for the first couple of turns, they have, like, 40% damage reduction. They have the high chance of launching an additional. for 3 turns, and then they taper off. But if you get the morale boost, they have like unrestricted 40% damage reduction, and then they get like 150 to stats. I actually think stats could, like, again, not save that character, because we're just introducing a lose con by bringing them. They're not going to be doing a lot of damage, you know. They're not going to be tanking very well. But I'd be interested to see how they perform, because that unit's EZA isn't that far away, realistically. I'm still holding out hope that during this Celebrations Part 3, or maybe during, like, Christmas this year, or maybe even the 10th anniversary, Goku and Fraud Form Frieza's EZAs, they're coming soon. You know, it's not like they're very far away. Those are 2021 units that we're talking about here. And, I mean, to be fair, this unit is also, like, his EZA could be right around the corner. I believe he's a 2020 unit. I believe. I guess I can actually pull up his card art real quick, and I can verify when he debuted. But I think he's a 2020. He might be a 2019. Let's see here. All Out Struggle on the Dokkan Wiki. Here we go. He's actually one of the oldest units on this category. All right. And he is a, yes, this is September 2020. Was this acceptable during September 2020? I really don't think so. I mean, LR Kale and Caulifla were out by this point. Tech Ultimate Gohan was out at this point. Was he the part 2 for Tech Ultimate Gohan, actually? He might have been. What celebration did this guy come out in? Let's see, we have the Future Gohan domain. That's actually really funny. Because Tech Ultimate Gohan was October 5th, 2020. And, like, AGL PyCon and Tech Janemba came out after this guy. Dude, he has never been safer in Slot 2. That's actually insane. He is just being safe as a swaddled up babe right now. Again, can't get him the full 24. Okay. I mean, we can't even give him anything. He's just launching yet another 12 key. I should have checked what his defense was right there. But yeah, I'm just going to yap until we get the DBZ duo back on this rotation. We'll pop the active skill again. And that way, that is the best he's going to look. He's going to have the support in slot 1 by them doing their 18 key. I'll try to get him to 24 if I can. That way we can see the unit super. Then we'll just see the maximum potential that this guy has. And then we'll wrap up the video there. But yeah, like, definitely not a unit who, like, is being saved by the trio. But, like, so again, he could EZA soon. So, like, what could his EZA give him? Okay, for starters, give him 270% attack and defense at the start of turn. That's not even a joke. Genuinely give him an extra 200 to stats. Double this, so make it 8% attack and defense each time his key rises, and make that, instead of 170, make that 140. You could keep the key with the Goku exactly the same. I don't know, give him orb changing. It doesn't even have to be, like, just randomly change a certain type of key sphere to, like, physical. That would be nice. Or rainbow key spheres. You know, give him guard anywhere in here. That would be nice. Give him damage reduction each time his key rises, you know. That way he could get an extra 140% attack and defense and, like, 44% damage reduction. You can make it something along those lines, you know. Just anything to, like, help add on to this character's potential, and make him look better than this. Okay, I need to be smart with my orbs here. So we can do this. Because he's going to be getting 6 key here in a minute. We're going to orb change again. So I would imagine we should be able to pop the active skill. We're not going to play the animation again or anything. We'll just pop the active skill. We'll see what he's able to do. It'd be really funny. I know it may sound like I'm preying on his downfall, but, like, it would be really funny if we do the active skill again and there's just, like, 1 attack in slot 2 and it's a super. Because he's gone 2 turns in a row without being attacked, but there's no level of support. Like, he would have to be getting an extra, like, 300% defensive support plus damage reduction plus guard for him to eat this, and that's really disappointing to say, because this is a really, like, again, Vegeta is my favorite character in all of Dragon Ball. This is one of my favorite fights, like, in the series. Like, I really do like the Minute of Desperation. Him fighting Kid Buu has some, like, really fun interactions. would I say that's one of my favorite? Probably not one of my favorite fights. One of my favorite fights, though, in the show is the one that happens right before that, which is SSJ 2 versus Kid Buu. The Goku and Kid Buu fight, which is filler. It's not in the manga at all. Goku instantly goes into SSJ 3 in the manga, but I'm really glad that he doesn't in the anime, because it leads genuinely to, like, one of the best fights in the entire series, just hands down. But yeah, no, the Buu Saga has always been one of my favorite arcs. I feel like it's heavily slept on. I know narratively it has like it has some flaws, but like every arc of Dragon Ball does, like going all the way back to OG Dragon Ball and whatever. So people just like to poke holes, but I always have a soft spot for Buu Saga, which is crazy if you watch any of my videos, because I do kind of shit on the Buu Saga units pretty frequently. But they have flaws, so you know what? Shut up. But like I was saying, give him guard, give him way more stats, make it easier for him to give himself key. And then give him defense on all these. 30% defense only on the 12 key. Like, that's insane. His active skill, though, like, if his active skill was on a better character, it's actually really good. 78% defense and 59% attack and 1 key for 1 turn. Like, that's good. That is good. Alright, so let's go ahead. Let's pop his active right here. Let's collector orbs. Am I able to get you to full 24? I am. Okay. But I'm not able to get them to full 24. Uh-oh. But that can get them to full 24. Okay. We can give those to you. And that's a full 24 key right there. Let's look at his final stats of the video. Under 500k attack and just over 300k defense. Let's go. Let's actually let him attack Rose. Let's see. Let's see. And again, there's only one attack there in slot 3. If that is a slot 3 super, chat, I'm going to be so happy. This is going to be like the perfect finale if he dies here, because that would be really funny. This would just be like an entire memed up video. It would be really funny to me. We can wrap things up. We can call it a day. So yeah. Again, I mean, it is pretty fun. Like, I do enjoy doing this, kind of getting to use some, like, more niche units on some more niche teams. Like, I will say that is probably my favorite thing about this unit, is being able to go back and, like, actually, like, relive some of the heyday, which, I mean, it's fun, but I don't inherently think that it's, like, very few units, what I say, are actually saved by this mechanic. Like, full power Super Saiyan 4 Goku, from what I've seen, like, yeah, that is a unit who is saved, because his damage is competitive. His standby is still one of the best standbys in the game. And his one downfall is that he had to go into slot 1. But by putting this guy into slot 1, and you're able to get him to full 24 key, he no longer feels the threat of not being able to handle slot 1. And again, his damage can be very competitive. I have seen some full power Super Saiyan 4 Gokus actually cross the damage threshold for Goku and Frieza. So, like, that's relevant. Stuff like that is relevant. On a team, like, on some of these setups, because, I mean, that's full power. You have to pretty much run this team with, like, full all-out struggle category allies. He got up to 11.5! Hi! Did I read that right? Was that 11.5? Oh, shit! And he double-digit tanked! Okay, Vegeta, you know what? You know what? You know what? What the fuck? How the fuck did he do that? Hello? Were you holding out on me this whole time? Damn! Did I read that right? Was that 11 million? What the? What the fuck? Chat, hold on. Wait, hold on. So, hey, you, Chad? Yeah, you, watching the video, Chad. Rewind the video real quick. Did he just launch at 11 million? He did? Or was that 1.1 million? No, surely not. Surely not, because he was launching way above that. Dude. Again, man, this active skill. That's what I'm telling you, man. This active skill, an extra basically 60% attack, that defense actually allowed him to double-digit tank. Oh, and he's getting support from the domain as well. Because Future Gohan's domain, we can actually pull it up right here. Superclass allies take 30% more damage, but doesn't the domain also have an effect right here? Hold on. Hold on. What does the domain do? I'm trying to read it, but every time I tap on that screen, my fucking finger's covering it. All right. What is the domain do? If I could read. Launch an additional. Creates the domain for 5 turns. Changes into SDR keyspheres at the start of the character's turn. Oh no, so it's literally just villains take more damage. It's not doing anything to buff up Vegeta right there. Chat. If that was actually 11 million. Which, like, I guess I'll see when I'm editing. I can't, like, stop the recording right now to go check the footage the way that I record. I don't know a way to do that. Shit. No, psyched. Everyone, I take it back. Vegeta was safe. No, I'm just kidding. That would be impressive, though. That was potentially a very impressive showing by Vegeta. Something that I would never have seen if it wasn't recommended in the comments. So this is going to be my moment right here to say thank you guys yet again for all the lovely support that you guys have been doing. We're at like 560-something subscribers right now. Again, just a couple of months ago, I was just under 200. I still can't believe the level of support and love that you guys just give out. You guys come back day after day. You guys are liking the videos. You guys are commenting. You're sharing it with friends and stuff. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hell out of everybody who does it. And hey, if you haven't done it so far this video, go ahead and leave this video a like, share it around, help your boy grow it a little bit more. I'm just doing my part to try to spread a little bit of positivity in a lot of different people's days, as well as, talking about my favorite mobile game that we all love. So, I think I am going to wrap the video up here. This was fun. I definitely made it a little bit more of a meme, but this was fun. Again, thank you. I forget who recommended it. Hold on, I can see if I can find the original comment. I guess I can show it as well. I don't see a reason why I can't. Yeah, right here. I found it. So shout out to what is this? It's Just R. Shout out to the homie, It's Just R. Can you do physical Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta? He's a 2020 unit, but he felt kind of weak to me. And right here I said that will be a miserable video, but I'll add that to my list. So thank you so much for your super awesome comment, my guy. This actually led to a pretty funny video, I like to think. I feel like there's definitely some memes you guys can make out of this one. So, again, thank you so much. The next one that we will be doing, that is a dedicated showcase. I still want to make one for the LR Broly that just EZ8. I definitely want to do one for him. Then we'll be doing one of, I guess, the AGL Super Saiyan Gohan who transforms into Super Saiyan 2. But if you have any other units you would want to see me try this out with, they might take a little bit while for me to actually do them. Because starting on the 13th, like, that's when the banners are going to drop. That's when, all the new difficult content's going to drop. The Dokkan events are going to drop. So showcases might have to wait a little while, but if we get to a dry period, or if we get to a point where I've beaten all the content, I can maybe start to subsidize some of these more fun and unique videos in there. So leave the comments below. Again, Kai Goku is one that I want to do, and I also want to do the AGL Blue Boys from the Metal Cooler movie, but I can pull up the all-out struggle category right here. Hold on. But yeah, any unit who is on all-out struggle, or I guess we could also do movie heroes, because those are the two restrictions, but it would have to be somewhere else on its leader skill. Any unit you see here that you would want to see a showcase on, let me know, and I would be glad to do it on. Ones that I'm interested in, this one's already confirmed. We will be doing that very, very soon. These guys, and then Kai Goku. Oh, Kai Goku's on it because of Power of Wishes. I see. But yeah, any unit on that category, I mean, I guess I could show all of them. We can do all of them. So anyone on All Out Struggle. Whoa! Fred unit! He's waiting to get these to level 9 so he can key it. I know what he's doing, but... Scoreboard. But anyone on the Super Saiyan category that you see here, we can also give them their own dedicated video. I mean, Kefla would certainly be one that I would want to do. This is one that I want to do. And then lastly, Power of Wishes. Anyone on this category, they could also get their own dedicated showcase video as well. But... Alright, and hello everybody, I'm the Super27 and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. We're going to do another edition in this series of Are They Saved, Are They Not Saved? By the brand new physical Broly Super Saiyan trio, the Goku, Gohan and Trunks unit. Today, this was yet again recommended by the comment section. This is AGL Super Saiyan Teen Gohan, who can transform into Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Now, on this team specifically, if we use All Out Struggle and you have the LR Gammas, you can actually get the transformation condition if you have the Gammas on the team. I do not have the Gammas, therefore, this entire video, we're just going to be seeing Gohan in his base form. So none of those shenanigans, none of the damage shenanigans. Let's go ahead and really quickly refamiliarize ourselves with what Gohan does. So, this is Gohan Super Saiyan Youth. He leads Kamehameha, 3 key, 180 to stats, or Super AGL 3 key and 130 to stats. Now, he gets 150 to stats at the start of turn. Super low. Super low. Even by last year's standards, I would say only having this is low. He gets 2 key and an additional 20% attack and defense at the start of each turn, up to 8 key and 80% attack and defense. He guards all attacks and has a high chance of launching an additional super attack if HP is 58% or more at the start of turn. And then he has a high chance to crit when there is an android category enemy. So realistically, he doesn't have a whole lot. He just has guard only above a certain HP threshold. Excuse me. And generally, you're going to be roughly around 150% defense. He does stack on both his 12 and 18 key, and he does debuff. Now, this is pretty huge, greatly lowering attack and lowering attack. I mean, there are fights where you are able to take advantage of that, so maybe we can dive into one of those specifically to see maybe his debuff plus his stacking he'll be able to do pretty well. And again, he does have the active skill, but for the sake of this video, we will not actually ever see it. But I guess just for the sake of argument, we could talk about it, because it's actually not bad. He changes Tech Key Spheres to AGL Key Spheres for 4 turns. He gets 158% attack and defense at the start of turn. He gets 20% attack and 10% extra defense per Key Sphere obtained. He gets an additional 1 key per type Key Sphere obtained. He randomly changes a certain type of Key Sphere, AGL and Tech excluded, to Rainbow Key Spheres when there's 1 enemy. He launches an additional super attack when facing multiple enemies. He has a 50% chance of launching additional super and has a high chance to crit if HP is 58% or less at the start of turn. And then while there is a Super Saiyan Goku in the same attacking turn, he gets an additional 59% attack when performing his 18 key, and if HP is 59% or more when performing the attack, he will launch a guaranteed additional super. Now at this point, he no longer stacks, he just does like greatly raise attack and defense for 1 turn. He does still debuff, which is nice. But again, for the sake of this video, I don't have the Gamma, so it's not possible for me to reach the condition for his transformation. So we're just going to see is just having all that extra defense on top of his guard, on top of his stacking and his debuffs, can he still be run in today's meta? So let's go ahead and dive into our first event. Alrighty, chat, so we are going to start off, of course, in the VEGETA event. I feel like this is a pretty good starting place in terms of difficulty. Just because this fight starts off relatively easy, but at the very end, it hits just as hard as pretty much any other difficult fight in the game, roughly around like the 3 million defensive range. So this is going to give Gohan plenty of time to stack up. However, we did get a little bit unfortunate luck here with our opening rotation. So, well, maybe this is optimal because we can actually see what he's going to do with just a couple of stacks off. So, if you look here, ooh, yeah, and mine is rainbowed, by the way. This is the build we have. Again, I have a very offensive build for this character. I used this character during the 8th anniversary when there was that Kid Buu and Sin Shinron event where you had to do, like, the nuking damage that was intended for you to use the standbys. I didn't have either anniversary LRs at the time, so I just used a build where I would take a bunch of damage, go into Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, and just be able to destroy the boss with how powerful he was. So that's why he's built so offensively. If you were to use this character today, I probably would say just go full dodge, then additional. So yeah, that's why his build looks like this. But at rainbowed status on a 200%, only 155,000 defense at the start of turn. That is not what I would call good. And that's with 4 out of 7 links being activated. It'll be 5 out of 7 once we collect orbs, because then obviously we will have legendary power activated. But again, we could potentially move a little bit slower through this fight, give Gohan plenty of time to get some stacks. If you're wondering why I didn't put him into slot 1, this is for why. This is a seal, so I don't really care about SSBE getting sealed here. I mean, if anything, him getting sealed is probably for the better, because he is the most damage-dealing unit we have on this rotation. Going slow is certainly going to be what I want to do, but I don't know how probable that's going to be with some of the damage-dealing units that we actually have available to us. And as per normal, I looked away as soon as the attack stat showed up on screen, so I didn't get to see it, but a 3.17 additional. That's not great, but again, we need to keep in mind this is without him having any of that extra support from the Gohan, Goku, and Trunks unit. So we did get a double super, and he is actually able to double-digit tank the normals right here. So I guess that's not a terrible showing at the start. But again, these guys, their normals are like 300,000, and their super is only for like 850. So this is one of those like, why does this phase even exist sort of bosses? But let's go ahead, not waste any time. Let's dive into his next rotation. Alrighty, chat. So here we are. And we actually have the revive up. I can't believe that we were able to actually get enough hits. That's pretty funny. So Gohan's second turn, actually, having 6 out of 7. You guys don't have Kamehameha? Oh, you have Z Fighters instead. That's weird. But this is with 6 out of 7 links being activated. This is having the 77% defensive support from the prior rotation. We're going to be getting even more defensive support as soon as these guys collect their orbs. Obviously, we're going to stack a little bit more right here. And he's getting 50% offensive support from here. So I'm actually going to be... I'm quite curious to see what he is actually going to look like here. Jumping all the way up to 400k is not what I was expecting at all. Especially with only having the 2 stacks, but I guess that's just what happens when you have massive amounts of defensive support. Potentially, this could be one of those units who could be saved. Because again, this unit can do like modern day damage, assuming you're able to use the active skill and actually transform, which is possible on this team if you were to run the Gammas, because the Gammas are obviously androids characters. They are an all-out struggle, meaning that they would also do the orb changing that we would need for Gohan, Goten, and Trunks right there. And that was a 7 million right there. Not too impressive. We unfortunately don't get the hidden potential system additional super. And we saw right there we were actually taking damage on those normals right there. So after 1 super attack and being flooded by support, we were taking damage. Now that is not great. And you can't even use the excuse of, oh, well, you just got unlucky. I have a 50% chance for this unit to launch an additional from the hidden potential system. Because, again, he's built very offensively. So you can't even say that, like, oh, my build is just built incorrectly for cheeky dodge or whatever. Even though I do think dodge on a unit like this is the supreme way to go, taking damage is not ideal, I would say. But let's go ahead. Let's be optimistic. Let's dive into our next turn. Alrighty, so we're here up against just normal Gogeta right here. So this should be another instance where we're going to have just 6 out of 7. Yeah, because you have experienced fighters instead of Kamehameha. So again, looking at our defense, yeah, you notice how the first turn, once we got all that massive support, there was a huge jump. And now pretty much the rest of the defense is just going to come from his stacking. So only at 500k, we are still above the HP threshold, which is something that we do have to keep in mind. So he is going to always have his guard. I mean, I imagine he's going to have his guard the entire fight. But if we just continue to get bad luck with hidden potential systems and we don't get these stacks, it's not going to be looking too great for the boy. Because this is a very, like, obviously a juiced situation. He is an LR, so he's going to have legendary power. So he's being boosted significantly. I mean, also having 50% offensive support from these guys on top of the extra 154% defensive support. I would expect a unit like this, who's not... I mean, he is a year old at this point. He's pushing on 2 years old, his EZA. But I would kind of be expecting a little bit more from him. So far, I'm not really being wowed, obviously. We were able to get up to an 8.2 right there. Now, he doesn't stack attack or anything, so I don't inherently know what made his attack stat be higher there. Especially since on the prior turn, he had 6 out of 7 links, and the same thing for this turn. Because Future Gohan doesn't offer any levels of support. Oh, this will be good. So this is type advantage, plus guard, and roughly like 600k defense, I'm going to say. Yeah, 200k damage. That ain't great, Bob. That is certainly... I mean, he ate it, to be fair, but... What is the damage of Gogeta's super? Let's pull this up real quick, because I don't have all of these things memorized just off the top of my head. So let's see. What is Gogeta's damage? I will show this to you guys as well. That way you can see what I'm referencing here. We're going to wait for the turn to finish. That way you guys can see all the pretty little animations. All right. So we transition over here. That is 2 million right there with a 30% increase. So hold on. 30% of 20 is like what? That's roughly 2.4. Roughly? So roughly 2.4 million. And he ate it for 200k. So essentially you cut that in half because of type advantage. You cut that in half again because of guard. Minus that by 600k. I guess that would roughly be about 200k. That's not bad, all things considered. Again, I wouldn't say that's like elite level tanking, but now that I'm actually looking at the damage that he's dishing out, that could have been way worse. All right. All right, credit to Gohan. That's not that bad. That wasn't that bad. You know something that I always forget for these showcases to mention? It's not only is this unit giving 50% offensive support and the 77% defensive support for 2 turns, but I believe they also, yeah, superclass allies get an extra 30% attack and defense after performing the 18 key. So they're giving much more support than I have been giving them credit for, because I always put them into slot 1. So I have to give them credit where credit is due. They're actually substantially giving more juice to this guy. So yet again, we're having 6 out of 7 links. We're just under 700k defense. Now the problem that I'm having with this character is that even with 1 million defense and guard, you're going to get absolutely slapped up by Gogeta at the end. He will have true type advantage, so I guess I don't want to call him out before, you know, again, he could theoretically shock me. But let's see. I would kind of like for there to be more slot 2 supers, because I want to see the showcase unit obviously be able to tank. But a lot of the difficult fights right now really like to bully slot 1. The only fight that I can think of immediately that doesn't do that at the start would be Cell Max. But I don't think we could bring this unit into Cell Max and survive. Just because even though he has type advantage, he's just way too weak defensively. It takes him too long to ramp up. Like, even though you can debuff Cell Max, that's only from turn 4 onward. So, I mean, this guy's going to have to survive turn 1, 2, and 3 with starting off with 155k defense. Like, he's going to get destroyed by 2 normals, you know? I don't know. We could try bringing him into Cell Max after this, but again, he's at double-digit tanking range. This is type disadvantage, but yet again, he's being juiced by support. His defense at the start of turn, actually, funnily enough, we're gonna show this again for you fellas at home. But this fellow right here, his defense, or his attacks actually, were 770, which was roughly what Gohan had in terms of his defense before supering. So, I mean, yeah, even if he didn't have guard, he would have been able to essentially double-digit tank. Which, I mean, I guess that's something. But I would have loved to have seen him get caught by this. Because this is essentially like a 2.7. But, I don't know. We'll meet back up once he's back on the rotation. This isn't a part of the showcase, but Gogeta Blue just got caught by a super. I just wanted to just show that real quick. I think I caught it on the very end. He ate that, though. He ate that for 200k. Because of the debuffs or whatever. But, like, bro. Gogeta Blue, please, can that boy dodge? Alright, so we're into Gogeta Blue territory. What? We're dead. Alright, these are god-awful rotations. I can't believe we got 2 AoEs. Damn. Alright, just under 900k defense. So I guess, you know, we were doing this with all the other Gogeta phases, so I don't want to make this like a habit for this series, showing every single phase, every single turn, but I might as well. We've already set the precedent. So this guy, his AoE attack, it's 675,000. We will be able to double-digit tank that. Even post-super, that'll go up to, what, 1.3 something. Like 1.35 will be the damage on the normals. I think we should be able to live that. But this essentially goes up to 2 million, and this essentially, like, hits for like 5 when you double it, 5.4 or something along those lines. Like, yeah, I don't realistically see us living a rotation like this. We did get a little bit unfortunate here, but let's see here. We still have 6 out of 7. Now, obviously, I'm going to do this right here, and I kind of need to give them as many orbs as possible. So let's collect this with Gohan, again, real quick. We're actually getting a Dokkan attack, so if we don't get stunned right away, Hold on, look at this. This is a unit who does not stack defense. Look at his defense. I know that's after we did the actor skill or whatever, but his defense is almost as high as Gohan's after 9 turns worth of stacking. That's potentially not great, but let's see. If we do die, I don't expect it will be Gohan's fault. I actually do think that the other trio will be the reason that we die here. I do think we're dead. I mean, to be fair, Gohan does have debuffs. I mean, is this going to do damage to them? I'm sorry? What? Huh? What? How much was that? What did that number say? Huh? Again, y'all put this guy at number 1? I mean, I think he's number 2. Shit, this guy ain't touching Beast Gohan though, in my opinion. What was that damage? What number even was that? Was that a milli? Did that do 1,000,000 damage? I was not expecting them to just get blasted like that. Cause Super Saiyan Gogeta can't stun or seal anything, so they had a stack of their 18 key up. Was it the... What does your domain do? Increase the damage received by... Yeah, it doesn't boost. Right? Super class allies don't get an attack boost? Yeah, no, it's just extreme class allies. So, it wasn't even the domain that made it hit so much harder. I honestly can't believe they took that much damage from that. Well. Out of the 3 units who I thought could have died that turn, they definitely weren't the one who I expected. Well, let's just go back. I will catch back up with you guys once we get to Super Saiyan Gogeta again. Alright, chat, I knew I said I would be right back when we get to Super Saiyan Gogeta, but this Gohan actually got slapped up and clapped up on his last turn, and I wasn't actually able to recover all that much HP, as we can see here. So he only has gotten 1 stack this fight, and this is, I mean, sure, this is him type advantage, but without any sort of his guard or anything. Obviously, he's going to be supporting. But since we did not enter the turn above 58% HP, he's just going to kind of have to raw dog these. Whether it's a normal or a super, whatever it may be. So this is, I understand him, literally worst case scenario. 1 defensive stack, no guard, but he is still being flooded by the support. And he does still have 6 out of 7 links. I'm interested to see kind of what he's going to tank here. But I figured this would be good for, you know, a Gohan showcase. You can't always show them at their peak. Sometimes you have to show... You know, them at, like, what's the worst that they could potentially look like. Give a realistic expectation of what the character can look like. Plus, this guy can be debuffed, obviously. So there's 1 defensive debuff right there. His attack doesn't stay, or his attack stays very similar. So 7.5 right there. Yet again, only 1 stack, 2 defensive, or offensive debuffs right there. 2 stacks, we're dead. But what's the damage going to look like? I mean, 400,000... could have been worse. Could have been worse. Alright, I'm gonna dive in one more time, try to get back to Super Saiyan Gogeta. Alright, chat, we're in another situation exactly like last time, where Gohan took a lot of damage up against the Blue Boys, and oh, he is double-digit tanking, actually. But, like, look at how low our damage is, like, right there, or our HP. Because, yet again, the trio, they took, like, 480,000 on a super. I don't know what the hell I'm not doing anything wrong. I mean, I almost want to reset the turn. Hold on, I actually am going to do that. I'm going to reset the turn, that way you guys know I'm not lying. Alright, here we go. So, I'm loading back in. As you can see here, already made my plays or whatever. You can see the unit down there. They're at 24 key. This is the first attack that they're taking within the turn. But still, they're eating 480,000 right here. That's way more damage than they should be taking. I don't know, but... again, this is a Gohan showcase. It's not a them showcase. But if they're taking that much damage when they have no right to, they're at the full 24 key. I got the support on last turn. They had a stack of their 18 key. Like, I'm not sabotaging the unit by any stretch of the word. So far, they're just also hurting Gohan. Because Gohan took a lot of damage when they were in their Blue Boy form. He was hitting about 130 per normal. He took a pretty significant amount of damage. And now these guys in slot 1, if they're going to take damage and they're just taking more damage than I can heal, I don't know. Gohan's not going to look great for this entire video. This has been a little rough so far. All right, so we finally got back to Gogeta. And if we're looking here, this seems to be very similar to what we had last time. I kind of want to put him into slot 1. So that way, like, I've kind of accepted at this point we're not going to win. So yeah, I just want to see what he tanks. Let's just throw this out here. We're gonna also get the Miraculous Punch. That way, if somehow we do live, we can win on this upcoming turn. I don't really imagine that we're going to win here, but let's go ahead. Let's see what Gohan can do. If this is a super, cool. If it's not a super, whatever, we're gonna see kind of the damage that he takes anyway. Let's see. He's double-digit taking the normals. The normals at this point are 900k before supering, so... I mean, obviously, even if he didn't have guard, he would be about at the double-digit tanking range anyway. And we're actually seeing right here, he's getting a additional super rate here, which is huge because we are debuffing. Obviously, the AoE is going to do nothing to any of these characters. I actually think the trio should be pretty fine right here, too. Yeah. Although, it's crazy. Up until I started doing, like, these showcases, these longer videos, trying to see if certain characters could perform better or not. Oh, is this Gohan? No, this is Goku. Dude, I need to bring, like, scouters or something. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bring scouters next time. Because I want to see what these characters are, like, actually capable of doing. I'm gonna bring a scouter. That way it's not a no item, but I can throw the showcase unit in front of danger. That way we can actually see their tanking capabilities. That is a brilliant fucking idea. That sounds pretty smart, pretty smart, pretty smart. But, I mean... Is that impressive by Gohan able to eat 900k normals on turn... Like, what turn is it? Is it turn 9? Turn 8? Turn 7, actually. So... And I guess it's without the extra 30% from their 18 key as well, but obviously he is still being buffed. I forget, I didn't see how many orbs we got them. 9 orbs, I think, so 9 times 7 would be 63. He's getting 63% defensive support from that unit, plus... the other 77 from the other, and he's still double-digit taking the AoE, so I don't know. I don't know. Again, as per normal, we'll dive back in on the turn that he returns. Alright, so unfortunately, we didn't get another turn up against Gogeta Blue, because we killed. I really don't want to dive back in. I want to do a couple of other events, I think. But, I mean, Gohan did fine, I guess, throughout the entirety of that, just to show that that was a no item. There's the seam... right there. But again, I'm not too impressed, but I guess I can't say that he performed badly by any means. But let's dive into another event. We might do Cell Max. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Alright, we are finally here. I died on a rotation where Gohan was stuck in slot, whatchamacallit, slot 7. But we were above the HP threshold right here, 244k defense at the start of turn. Again, 6 out of 7 links. We're going to get a little bit of HP recovery here. That's a lot of pressure he's going to have to take there in the second slot right there. So let's just kind of see what it... I'm sorry. What was that? Huh? What? This is y'all's number 1? Oh, but it's type disadvantage. It's whatever. Cope it for the character. Like, every difficult fight is STR right now. I don't even want to hear it. What was that? That was 200k on a normal. He gets a lot stronger from here on. All right, 7.22 million from Gohan right here. Again, that's a very common number that we've seen. We have seen that he... Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, we're alive. He didn't super, though. He did not super on this turn, so... I mean, if these guys triple super, even... I mean, they're not living that. We have, like, 100 HP. 17,000 HP is all we have? Yeah, no. I mean, that's all I really had to see right there to know that, like, Gohan is not... He's just not runnable. He didn't really impress me in a longer fight, and he's obviously not going to impress me in a short fight like this. I don't really see a need to run him in Evokin. He's going to get destroyed in Evokin, which is just as difficult as this. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that no. Gohan is not saved, unfortunately. He just doesn't have enough fire in his kit to really be made worthwhile. I mean, I could dive into other events, but I feel like just by diving into those two, that was eye-opening enough to really see everything that we needed to know about the character. I don't think that any level of support is going to be enough to make this guy runnable in today's meta. Maybe with his transform state, again, I don't have the Gambas personally. The Gambas would also be giving him some defensive support. But the thing is, they need int orbs. There's all the different orb changing. The characters kind of screw each other over. Also, the standbys overlap or whatever. So, I don't know, but you could do it. You could theoretically do that, and I could see that this guy would actually be, like, very impressive offensively. But defensively, left a lot to be desired, unfortunately. But I think with that, that is going to be all for this time, guys. Alright, and hello everybody, I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan video. That is right, you read the title correct. This video is not going to end until I have Bio Broly awakened. So, what do we have to do to get Bio Broly awakened? Obviously, he is a prime battle, which means we're going to be grinding for a while. So you can see by the runtime how long it's just going to take, like, the average player to do. But what I will be trying to achieve will be to get 14 copies of Broly. That way I can fully activate his hidden potential system and get him to SA 10. And then afterwards, I will just use Kai's to get him to SA 20. And then 25 once we can get him easy aid. I'm not grinding up multiple of these guys. I couldn't be bothered. I believe that we need 25 medals from stage 2 to make him an SSR to a UR. And then after that, we're going to need 777 medals, which will then in turn turn him from a TUR to an LR. And then there's also, as you can see here, awakening medals so that we can easy A him. So I'm going to assume that we need 45 of those. A lot of things that we got to grind, but they actually did something that is a nice little, like, quality of life adjustment, which hopefully will make this not take as long. So on stage 3, if we're bringing Paragus, we get an extra 50 medals. If we also, on stage 3, bring a Kid Trunks, that is another 50 medals right there. I'm assuming the stage 3 is going to be the 777 thing. So that's taking away 100. Still need to get, 677, which is a pain and a half to do. Then for stage 4, we need to beat it with 3 Hybrid Saiyans, we need 2 Uncontrollable Power, and we need 6 Youth Category Allies. So, let's just go ahead and dive in. This is just going to be a video of me talking, essentially. Put this on in the background. Nothing special is going to be happening. If I sound a bit funny, I do apologize. I have a couple of mouth ulcers at the moment. So, why is the board so big? Huh? Oh my goodness. Alright. But if I do sound a little bit weird, or if, like, my words, like, slur a little bit, or if I sound like I have a bit of a lisp, I do apologize. I have 2 on my front lip, and then I have 3 on my tongue. So it's also a little bit painful to talk, but I'm going to power through for you guys, because, I care about you guys and everything, and I don't have an upload for today. As you can see, I'm recording this at 3:13 a.m., and I have a very busy day tomorrow, so I can't record this when I wake up. So I am doing the incredibly irresponsible thing, and I am not going to bed until I get this edited and posted, so that'll be fun. So hopefully this won't take too long, but I have my doubts. But there are those missions that are going to make it go a little bit quicker, so that is nice. And we do obviously also have the boosted rates. So I know that there are 2 support memories, although allegedly there's a 3rd one coming during the celebration, which I'm very excited for. Specifically the Oolong Panties Wish, and then the GT Bra talking to her dad, Vegeta, about shopping or whatever. But there are these support memories that increase the drop rate. So I will be using those specifically on the 777 medal stage. So we need 15 of these, not 25. So that is good. Yet we still need the 777, and we do still need 45. Okay, but having 2 Bio Brolys right out the gate isn't bad. We're just going to do this in droves. So one at a time, get one like side quest complete. So right now we are aiming to get 14 copies of Bio Broly. Now I can just full out of this. I don't have to really do anything other than just talk to everybody here. So, hey, how's everybody doing? How was your day? But I guess we could talk about this Bio Broly while we are waiting. This free-to-play Bio Broly, unironically, is like a top 20 unit in the game. Incredibly powerful. This is exactly what, like, uncontrollable power needed. Again, I still stand by what I said a long time ago when, like, the information for the team was leaked. I do just think that uncontrollable power is just, like, it truly is just a worse version of, movie bosses and artificial life form, because those are the two main categories you're going to want to run. But if you're going to want to run, you know, like the Majin Buu characters, you know, like Buhan, Fat Buu, Tech Exchange Buu. Oh wait, he's not on the category, so you might as well just run full Majin power to get full advantage of all the links and really get all that versatility, utility, all the cohesion that those guys have with all their healing that they have at the start of the turn, end of the turn, da 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 da. And then you also have all of the options that you have available to you. And then if you want to run uncontrollable power, you know, you have Tech Carnival Broly, you have EZA LR Broly, you have Int Broly, you have Bio Broly, you have the brand new summonable Broly, the Int one. You have Hirudegarn, you have Cell Max, all these units who are also, you know, on movie bosses. And a lot of those units are a little bit older, therefore they have restrictions for movie bosses. Like, just running Cell Max on a pure uncontrollable power setup is a little bit risky, because, like, if you are running Fat Buu, for example, you know, Fat Buu, obviously, he isn't super bosses or movie bosses, meaning that if he starts on a rotation with Cell Max isn't going to get access to his intro, and if they're on the same rotation, he's going to lose all that damage reduction. I think the damage reduction is attached to being on a full super bosses, movie bosses rotation. How many do we have right here? We're moving a little bit quick. I do need to kind of keep tabs on some of these things. We're at 5 right now. Okay. We're at 5 right now. I don't know if I mentioned this before at the start of the video as well, but Truth in a recent video, it was the video he was talking about, like, the community being not the biggest fan of this celebration or whatever, and potentially some people being a little bit whiny, too whiny almost. And at some point in the video, he mentioned that grinding up Bio Broly shouldn't take more than an hour. So we will see about that. I remember when I was grinding Wheelo, when Wheelo dropped last year. I was grinding Wheelo for several hours, and that was with auto, but that wasn't with the enhanced drops, nor with these missions, so this could be nice, but time isn't always the most, I mean, time is very important. People live very busy lives, so a lot of these things can kind of conflict and be very, very irritating. It's just multiple things about, I was about to say burst mode. I actually do enjoy burst mode. Prime battles, there are multiple different things that make them very, very annoying. But I think that this is going to be one of the better Prime battles just ever, and I'll go back to that in just a moment here. But just taking an hour, not everybody always just has, like, a free hour to be grinding something specifically, because no one enjoys grinding. But, like, if you're watching a TV show, you could do this. Like, you could just have this running on in the background with your full auto. There are a couple of missions, so you do have to, like, kind of manually pay a little bit of attention, but you could put on a movie and spend your time that way. That way you can enjoy some leisure, while also being able to grind up a very good character. But stamina is something that I am also someone who, I kind of pay attention to stuff like that, dude. His animations for a Prime battle actually are pretty good. But we're also going to see, I went into this purposefully. I didn't have any of my boosts, my daily boosts. As of right now, you have 5 daily boosts, which is super, super nice. I always love when they give us 5. I think 5 should just become, like, the new industry standard instead of 3, but hey, that's just me. But stamina is a big thing, because meat items, as of right now, we don't have a way to, like, actually grind up meat items. And if you were a global player, we haven't had the Purunga Dragon Balls at all this year, I am pretty sure. I may be wrong, but I don't think we've gotten the Purunga Dragon Balls at all. Whereas, you know, if you were a JP player during the Tanabata celebration, you guys actually did get access to the Purunga Dragon Balls. So, a little bit jealous there. I know we're synced now, in quotation marks. We'll be completely synced by the start of the 10th anniversary. So there are a couple of those little nuanced things that are annoying. I don't know if I would go as far as to say that is a global shaft, but that is just free content. It's very good, easy content to do. Like, that doesn't take time at all. And then, you know, you get the 3 wishes, and the 3 wishes are incredibly powerful, one of which being getting the meat items. Until we get a weekly meat event, or a daily meat event, I don't know if I trust Amatsu to do a daily meat event, because knowing him, he would just give us 1 small meat every single day. I mean, which is better than nothing, but that's essentially... Most stage... Like, the small meat gives you, what, 20 stamina, I think? And most, like, difficult stages are 25. Alright, we need 4 more copies of his SSR, and then we can transition over. But, yeah, the whole point of this tangent is I'm also going to see how many stones it takes. I am not going to use any of my meat items. I'm deliberately going to use stones so we can actually see like a quantifiable change in my stones right now. I believe as of right now I have like 150 stones. I mean, we can see once we get out of the battle here, but I think I have about 150. But meat items are very valuable. I don't think you're a fool if you use meat items on something like this. I mean, I don't think you're a fool if you spend stones on leak leveling, if you take leak leveling very seriously. Like recently, I just hit 200 link level 10 units. And I have several more that I could use with keys at any given moment. That was 3 bio burleys right there. We need one more. I think that was 3 bio burleys, and we just need one more. I guess we can double check right here, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people take link leveling pretty seriously. Right now, I have like all of my like meta units, like all of my units who are like runnable, I would say, or link level 10. I have 156 stones. Okay, we're starting with 156. We're gonna see what that drops down to as the video progresses. But like again, we don't have meat, and there's no way to grind it outside of whenever they give it to us through like. I don't know if you can buy meat in the shop. Like, I don't know if there's ever been an offer like the, what are they called? The peel-off trove, on Global where, you know, because I know they have, like, box space. They have, like, stuff like that. But I don't know if meat has ever been included in that. I usually don't buy stuff like that. I mean, every now and then I do. I do spend on this game. I've never tried to hide that. I do put more money into this game than I probably ever should. But that's neither here nor there. That's me. Obviously, Dokkan responsibly. We got exactly 14. That's what I love to see. But right now, I have like 100 small meat items, around 240 medium meat items, and I have 24 big meat items. So, I'm being very sparing with like my big meat. I don't really want to spend those if I do not have to. Just because, I don't know, I like having copies of things, and then there's like artificial scarcity does kind of worry me a bit. Of running out of something, not knowing when I'm going to get it back. Why are these stages so large? They really couldn't have just streamlined this to have it just be 4 tiles. I mean, I know the EZA at the end, because instead of having a separate EZA area, his EZA is actually just attached to this, which is... I don't know how I necessarily feel about that. Also, I love that SSR art. I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter, but if you don't, what are you doing with your lives? You totally should. I post there very regularly. I'm very active in several different communities, and you also get to see more of me. Aren't I great? But Tude Ronme posted like the meme comparison of Broly, this Broly specifically, up against like that meme of like Pepe punching you, like winding up like a big punch, and it's the same energy. I thought that was funny. Also, that's another Prime Battle dub. That was a one-phase fight. That's an Amatsu. You're making this good. We got 4 medals right there. All right. So again, I do want to get one stage done at a time before we move on to the next one. But that's another thing about Prime Battles that usually takes a while, is that you have to fight each individual stage of the Prime Battle. Amatsu is making this pretty good. We might actually be able to do this in under an hour. Should I speedrun this, chat? Should this become a speedrun? Should I put up like a timer in the bottom left? Hell no, I ain't doing all that. But that's a good quality of life change. And if Prime Battles are going to be like this in the future, that's good. That is so good, because, again, I made a whole video about, like, 3 weeks ago, about how I hate Prime Battles. They were genuinely, like, my least favorite thing in the game. Just to give a quick summary of why I despise them so much. Number 1, they take forever. Number 2, they're resource hogs. 3, they waste summonable character potential. 4, like, usually the animations and, like, the OSTs are lame. Outside of Bio Broly, they don't have voice acting, although Bio Broly's is just him going, like, rah, in his intro. And they just take forever to grind. By the time they EZA, their EZAs are never good enough. It's bad for free-to-play players, just because you're going to be spending so many resources as a free-to-play player. So many stones, your scarce meat items, again, something you cannot grind. Trying to grind up this character, and no Prime Battle has pretty much ever been good. I mean, I understand that, like, Prime Battle Super Saiyan Goku was pretty good on release. Especially then once he EZA'd, because he was the first LR or whatever, but you're just not getting value out of them. And, like, Dr. Wheelo, that's the one I always like to bring up. When are we ever going to get a summonable Dr. Wheelo with voice acting, with, like, really, like, high-tier animations? They used up pretty much everything that Dr. Wheelo had to offer. And Dr. Wheelo, yeah, he's not, like, a super hype character, but every person in the game deserves a summonable unit. At least a TUR bare minimum. And then we can look at some other things, like Tien. Tien's most hype moment in the show, which is probably his fight in the Cell Saga. I know some people might mention the Tri-Beam up against Semi-Perfect Cell, which, like, yeah, that is cool, but it is just kind of like a very short moment. It would make for a great TUR, because then the only animation you would need to would be for just like the Neo Tri-Beam. I don't know if he could have like an active skill where he's launching like multiple back to back to back, and it would be like massively raise attack, temporarily cause supreme super ultimate damage to the enemy, but it like makes you lose half of your health or something. Like that would be cool for like a TN unit. But primarily TN, when people think of like really cool TN moments that has a lot of stuff to draw from, it's the Saiyan invasion where, you know, you lose Chaozu and he's doing the one-arm tri-beam right before he dies, and he's doing that little melee beatdown. He has a lot of potential. Oh wait, all that got used up in a Prime battle from 2 years ago, which wasn't even good when it dropped. Like, I don't remember if he could even go up against like Red Zone Broly, because he dropped right around when Red Zone Broly was a thing. Okay, we only have 14 of these. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I just despise it. And like Krillin, you know, someone who has been in the series Goku's best friend since OG Dragon Ball. We are nearly 10 years into this game's lifespan, and we do not have a Krillin TUR Dokkan Fest. We don't have an LR. We don't have anything for Krillin. Are you serious? Like, he has like probably by far the most side banner units in the game. The most recent of which was 23rd World Tournament Goku over a year ago. So, could we get some Krillin love? Like, Krillin, again, he has plenty of iconic fights, but I would say one of his more, like, iconic moments is in the Saiyan Saga, which was relegated to a Prime Battle LR. I don't mind, like, First Form Frieza, because we got more First Form Friezas much later down the road, but we did. Super Saiyan Goku. How many Super Saiyan Gokus do we have? Both summonable and free to play. And even, like, some Prime battles, like Vegeta, Big Bang Vegeta, which is also, you know, a Dokkan Fest TUR that we got this year, was also a Prime battle from, like, 2017. So it took from 2017 up until now for that to become a summonable unit. I mean, granted, they gave the unit justice, but we had to wait that long for Vegeta's, like, first introduction into showing us that he's a Super Saiyan? We had to wait that long because it was a Prime battle? And Trunks, one of my favorite Trunks moments in the show is when he goes back to the future and he's able to just destroy both of the future androids, and that's a Prime battle. And when is that going to become summonable? When are we going to see those animations in, like, good 2024 quality? I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking, man. I know there's only, like, 8 or 9 Prime battles, but I feel very passionate about this because certain other game modes have been removed in the past. Like, if you go back and watch some of my older videos, specifically chain battles, what I'm referring to here. Back in the day, I used to say chain battles sucked. I did. I'm not gonna deny, there is video evidence of me saying I think chain battle is bad. But I changed that tune pretty early on into my YouTube, like, career or whatever, because I realized I wasn't scoring high, but for 10 minutes a day, I mean, number one, I was getting a video upload out of it, which I was always grateful for. And then two, I was getting good rewards for being at, like, lowest top 51. It didn't matter that my current box didn't have every single unit. It didn't matter that my friends list had terrible lists. None of that really mattered. I was still getting good rewards every single time, because there was a chain battle, like, what, every, like, 2 months or something along those lines. And it was worth it. It was worth it. Again, skill orbs, like, the replacement for that was the Whis event, which to this day still hasn't been revamped, which it definitely needs to be. Okay, there's the, oh wait, I only needed 15. Why did I go to 25? Oh god. Were you guys screaming at me in the comments? Someone retroactively call me a bitch or something. That would be funny. Alright, so, this is the stage that we need to get 777 medals. But we have missions that we can do. So stage 3, we have to beat it with a Paragus and a Trunk. So I have 2 teams. No, I don't. I have 1 team, and then I just need to add Trunks onto this one. So let's beat it once with auto. Actually, let's use this team first. So only SA10, huh? Yeah, I don't even know. I just completely lost every single tangent that I was thinking of, because I got distracted by my own dumbness there, grinding out even more medals. That's an L on me. That's on me. My bad. I didn't mean it. I apologize. I do. How deep into the recording are we? Yeah, there's no way we're getting this done in an hour. We're already 20 minutes deep. No way. And it looks like, again, we only have 1 phase fights. I like these changes. I do like these changes. I was talking about Chain Battle. But yeah, we lost Chain Battle because so many people complained about Chain Battle. And, like, I get it. You're allowed to complain. I do it all the time. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with, like, voicing your opinion or whatever. But once you get to the point where, like, you are being aggressive or you're being rude about it or you were just dread posting, like, all the time. Because, like, you can watch my videos where I dread post and, or not, I don't dread post, right? I need to get that clearly stated right now. But whenever I, like, voice my opinion about not liking something or I think something is bad, there are people who just, like, will read, wait, there's missions here? Oh, these are the missions right here. Oh, I could have just done it on this page. All right. So there's that one. Now we just have to beat it with, Trunks. And that gets us a whopping, if I'm not mistaken, 100 medals, which is pretty good. So let's just get rid of this. And then we can probably take this Trunks off for that Trunks. There we go. That drastically lowers the rates, though. We'll put him back on the team. We'll put him back on the team after this one. Someone remind me to do that. But, like, I miss Chain Battle. I miss it just because the other, like, systems we had to get it. And outside of skill orbs, like, you got Zenny statues. You could get a bunch of stones for it. You could get training items, locations. You got a bunch of stuff for 10 minutes a day for 5 days. But we still have World Tournament. Now, I don't know if World Tournament is going to change or not. Because as far as I'm aware, Chain Battle lasts a full, or excuse me, World Tournament lasts a full day longer on the international version. Because of all the different time zones. The JP version, again, please correct me if I'm wrong. But from what I understand, it's midnight to midnight. So, like, as soon as it's Saturday, World Tournament starts. And then as soon as it's Monday, World Tournament ends on the JP version. But for us global players, it starts Friday, and then we have all day Friday, all day Saturday, and then all day Sunday, and then it ends. So, like, for me, it ends on, like, 2:30 a.m. on a Monday. I don't know if that's the case for everywhere. Okay, we're actually getting some pretty good stuff right there. Now, I do definitely want to add back the LR Trunks, just so we can further bolster our rates right here. And I am also going to add the Oolong support memories, just to see how quickly this will enhance things. I guess I should have probably... Oh, I forgot that I can't skip it when I have auto on. You can? When did they change that? There's so many quality of life updates going on right now. I'm being so pleasantly surprised. This is a good day. This is a good day. Amatsu, are you going to make me like Prime Battles? I mean, if every Prime Battle LR is as good as this kid is right here, they have potential. Now, granted, I still would have preferred if Broly was summonable, because then a few things can kind of happen there. Like, yes, he does already have an OSD, and one of his OSDs actually is pretty good. But, like, there are just some, like, I don't know, quirks about how he's everything you can kind of tell. Like, his kit is very solid. The only downside to him is that, you know, AoEs are going to kind of destroy him. He's restricted to one team, and he has low stats, so he's really not going to be doing damage. Like, damage thresholds, he's not going to be doing anything. He's also not supporting his own category in any meaningful way outside of the giant transformation target all mechanic, which can be activated on, like, turn 7 and later on. But, like, if you look at his intro... Because, again, I'm a Bio Broly defender. I actually think that's a very slept-on movie when it comes to, like, the Dragon Ball films as a whole. I'm not saying it's, like, perfection or anything, but I do just think it is heavily slept on. Like, the fights in it are actually pretty cool. I think people just don't like it because they made Broly, like, the Pooh Man or whatever. Someone called him the Pooh Man in my comments the other day, and I was very confused. I was like, what does that mean? But, yeah, so... I don't know, like, there's cool choreography in the, that's a word I can't say, it's choreography, but people say, like, choreography. I can't say that word, that's weird. But yeah, there's a lot of things they could have done a little bit better, I think, if he were summonable. And, again, I think every unit deserves a summonable unit, but he is an LR. Bio Broly does have an LR. The only shame is that he's instantly EZAing, as well as the other TUR is instantly EZAing. Now, they are both on the same team, obviously, and they perform a little bit differently. The TUR is good for, like, short fights. He has 90% damage reduction turn 1, turn 3 he has 70, and then, like, he loses 20% every 2 turns, and then, already at 220. Not bad. Not bad at all. But yeah, as I was saying, he starts off like with a massive amount of damage reduction that like tapers off. He's like a golden Frieza character. And then on turn 10, for some reason, he gets more damage reduction and more stats for one turn. So you would never use him in that instance because after like, I don't know. Realistically though, with 90% damage reduction, but he only has 102% to stats. Even with 70% damage reduction, he's going to get slapped up. I would imagine. Like, just because look at Zamasu, for example. Zamasu from last year. He is still pretty much untouchable turn 1 with 80% damage reduction. But turn 1 Zamasu and turn 3 Zamasu are very different characters. You know what I mean? That difference in damage reduction is meaningful. And obviously, that's a unit with much higher stats. They're both the same type as well, but I don't know. I feel like the other Bio Broly you can get some advantage of in shorter events, especially if you get them in slot 7. Like, that's the most ideal place to get them. Slot 7. That way you can do all the things that you need to do, and it'll have its damage reduction for deeper into the fight. Whereas Prime Battle Bio Broly, his weakest turn is actually going to be turn 1, when he only has the 60% damage reduction, but next time he comes around, he's got 72. After that, he's got 84. After that, he has technically 84 again, because he gains 12%, but then he loses 6. So you're always going to be around. Like, I think 84 should be your maximum, unless you float him, and he comes back on a different rotation, and then you can probably get him to 90 at that point. But then he has this target all mechanic, where, you know, he has the guard and the massive amount of damage reduction. He's essentially unkillable. It's really funny how Beast Gohan, who I think I now have at number 2, if I had to think about it again, I don't have the brand new Gohan, but from what I've seen from the brand new Gohan, I drastically underestimated his base form. His, standby is exactly what I thought it would be, unkillable, doing a bunch of damage or whatever, but I did not think that his base form would be able to put up the numbers that he does, so I'm actually fairly impressed with that unit. I do think that they are number 1, just because they are so unkillable and they do so much damage. It's insane. Because I thought they would be like Buhan, because reading the kit, you know, he has the guard, and then he gets the dodge after he gets hit one time, so it's like, okay, that's literally Buhan's kit. He's going to be like Buhan. But I did not see him launching, 33 millions and stuff. That was not even in, my thought process. I had no idea his numbers would be able to get that high. But I probably have him at 1. Then I have Beast. Probably then I have the Broly Super Saiyan Trio. Then Carnival Broly. Then Cell Max. Then AGL MUI? No. I don't know. Because I also kind of want to experiment with Goten and Trunks. So stay with me here. This is probably going to be a hot take, but I don't know. I'm just a little bit curious about this, but I actually think that there could potentially be an argument for Goten and Trunks to be better than AGL MUI. Now, I know that sounds crazy on paper, and I fully acknowledge that sounds crazy, but so on turn 1, they only have, I think it's 30% chance to dodge, and then each time they dodge or get hit, they get the extra dodge, and they can go all the way up to 80%. They also have 30% damage reduction, and they're building up the entire time. I think they have some support, 2-turn support on their unit super. So here's my thought process. They are out damaging MUI. And MUI, yes, he has 77% chance to dodge, and he has 2 guaranteed dodge turns. His first appearance, and then if his revive is specifically activated, he has another guaranteed dodge turn. And then any given turn, he can get back up to 100%, given on how many dodges that he gets. Goten and Trunks, out the gate, they don't have the same amount of dodge. But much higher attack stats, better 2-turn support, because MUI, he only gives crit support for 2 turns, and it's 7%. I think they probably give 30% attack and defense. Again, don't know the character off the top of my head. I haven't grinded them up yet. I will be looking forward. Oh, here we go. There's our first stone spent. But I will be looking forward to using the character and really getting to familiarize myself with what they're doing or whatever. But they have a very similar start of turn appearance. It doesn't take them very long to get built up, depending on how many attacks they get hit or dodge by. I know that's RNG related though, so there are some instances where they won't be able to build up their dodge early on, and then later into fights they're only going to have a tiny amount of dodge, and then they can get caught. But they also have a guaranteed dodge turn that they can just pull out. It's an active skill, so you actually get to choose when you use it, as opposed to MUI, where it's his first turn. So there could be an instance where you have AGL MUI on turn 2. Oh, well, the boss only has a sliver of health. You don't get any advantage out of the guaranteed dodge. And then you're technically not guaranteed his dodge unless you get his revive. And then even still, you have to wait multiple turns for that. You have to die, you have to do the other rotation, and then, oh yeah, now AGL MUI has the guaranteed dodge. But again, there could be a situation where on the revive turn, that's his best turn. Oh well, he doesn't have, there's not a lot of attacks, or there's not a lot of HP, or whatever. You're not getting the full maximum potential out of that. Goten and Trunks, again, start of turn, they have higher dodge. It's only by 3%, but that'll make a huge difference in a lot of situations. Their ceiling isn't as high, but I feel like they are probably going to be a little bit more consistent, maybe? I know, it's only at 3%, but you run them in 1,000 events, and they all, like, just assume both of them die in one hit. There's going to be a 30 extra, out of 1,000, there's going to be 30 times, right, that Goten and Trunks live when AGL MUI will die. Out of 1,000, there will be 30. But they also have a guaranteed dodge turn that you can choose when to use it. Again, I think that there could potentially be an argument for them being better. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it or not. That's just what I'm thinking right now in my tiny brain. There's two little, like, brain cells that are actively playing Pong up there because I'm also trying to talk for just 30 minutes straight without really a topic or anything. And not really having anyone or anything to bounce off of. Again, how many people are just have this on in the background? If you are watching the video right now and this is on in the background while you're doing like homework or you're like painting your house or walking your dog or hell, even playing Dokkan, what should I have you guys comment? In the comments, if you see this, okay, I want you to comment out. I can't, but no, that would be bait. People would believe or wouldn't believe that. What could? Oh god, I should have thought of this beforehand. Oh, say I can't believe Paragus died. There we go. Say I can't believe Paragus died in a Prime Battle event. Or like say something along those lines, like yo, when Paragus died, that was insane, or like something along those lines. I'll know what you mean. I'll know that you made it to the like what 30-minute something mark, 31-minute mark. I'll know that you were here, that you were listening this whole time, and hey, I appreciate you. But also, I should probably throw this out there. If you made it this deep into the video, that probably means that you enjoy it. Either you like Dokkan and you want a new perspective on things, or hey, maybe you like me. I'm just a tiny little guy who's trying to make a big difference in the world by sharing positivity and trying to be a positive role model to everybody out there. So, you know, it would help me out a bunch if you could, you know, scroll down a little bit, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you are not already subscribed. Share me around with your friends. Again, I'm on pretty much every other social platform you can imagine. I do have a TikTok. I don't really use it anymore. I'm actually thinking of getting rid of my TikTok and removing it from the description of my videos, because I have posted a couple of like YouTube shorts only on YouTube and have not posted them to TikTok, just because TikTok, I don't know, I don't understand how it works, man. Like, I feel like I should, but like I don't get it because I'm not doing trends or whatever. If I was doing trends, then yeah, I would post stuff to TikTok all the time, because that's how you really like blow up over there. But I pretty much just do like short little clips, or like I've done the Can You Guess This Dokkan Battle Unit. Those are fun. I feel like you guys enjoy those. I should probably do this more often, like maybe once a week. I should try to do those. Like every Sunday there'll be a Guess This Dokkan character. Let me know if you guys would enjoy that as well. But yeah, you know, just lots of stuff. If you enjoy me and you want to help me out, follow me everywhere. Again, I do have a Twitter, a Twitch, a TikTok, and a YouTube. The links to which can all be found in the description. Again, YouTube, daily uploads, or I try to be daily. I do miss a few, but that's because life's a little bit stressful sometimes, but you know, I try to not let that always hold me back. So if there ever is an absence, I do try to announce it beforehand, because I do try to be very consistent with my uploads and everything. Like, I do think I enjoy the 5:30 upload time the best. But sometimes you guys get double uploads. Like, if I ever do a double upload, it'll either be at 12:30 or 5:30. Like, when I learned about Bio Broly, I did a double upload that day, and you guys seem to enjoy that, because the comments that I got were pretty funny. People were being like, oh, no, it is a Prime Battle. Because I've talked about this before. Bio Broly, as dumb as it sounds, was one of my most anticipated units for over a year. Because if you didn't know, was it last year or 2 years ago? It was last year, I guess. Last year, I made this little concept, like this little series, where I made 4 custom Brolys. I made one for, obviously, the first Broly movie, movie 10, movie 11, and then DBS Broly. Because I thought, like, a worldwide download celebration where all 4 summonable units were Brolys could actually make for a pretty fire celebration. And it's kind of funny that knowing a year in advance, I would actually nail the head on the what? Nail the head on the coffin? Is that what it is? Nail the coffin on the head? What's the expression? Y'all know what I'm trying to say. I don't know. But we got 3 of the 4, and then the other, I mean, back in the 9th anniversary, we did get Dragon Ball Super Broly. So this year we have 4 Brolys. We have 1 of each Broly. So I don't know. Maybe Amatsu watches. You think Amatsu knows who I am? You think he's taking ideas from me? Amatsu, if you're watching this, I want royalties. Also, don't think I'm gonna forgive your ass for making this guy a Prime battle. You have made a lot of quality of life improvements, so I am gonna give you credit where credit is due. I'm still mad at you though. Should have been summonable. But I guess at the same time, I'm also glad he's not summonable because, to be fair though, if he was a Yellow Coin LR, he does have a Yellow Coin LR kit. And if he was summonable, I feel like you could give him some support for uncontrollable power, and no one would really bat an eye. But since he's free-to-play, I feel like he's doing enough for a free-to-play LR. He's by far the best free-to-play in the game. Like, I don't think there's any question about that. Again, I think he's, like, top 15 in the game with what he's doing, because he's just a weaker Cell Max who is a weaker Beast Gohan. So, like, you can make a comparison saying, like, oh, yeah, this guy's Beast Gohan, and, like, I get it. Although some people are saying he's better than Beast Gohan. I think y'all need to kind of cool your jets just a little bit there, all right? The Beast Gohan disrespect, or the people who just want Beast Gohan to, like, be dethroned, I suppose. I mean, it makes sense. Like, the unit, if you've been playing on JP, he dropped in February. That was, what, 7 months ago, roughly? And for us global players, though, he's only been out for, what, month and a half? Probably nearing 2 months as of right now. But he was number 1 on the throne for a while. And while I don't agree that the trio is better, I think I do have to yield and say that the brand new Family Kamehameha, because, like, dude, they're taking super, or they're not taking supers, but, like, they're tanking normals, they're dodging supers, and then you go into the standby, and the standby is, like, the tankiest thing in the game that also has the most powerful attack in the game. Why could it Broly have been that? Because just super bosses, or excuse me, does movie bosses have a standby? It doesn't. It has 2 domains. Why didn't they do it the other way around? Huh. I guess I am now just thinking about that. Because there's a lot of repetition on this team. And I'm someone who loves villains. I think villains always need to be getting buffs. Villains aren't designed well enough because their teams always get power crept out so fast. And I'm trying to think, like, realistically, with how fast power creep is moving, is this team even going to be runnable during tenure? Probably not, if I'm being completely honest. Because, like, Fusion Zamasu, I mean, if you ran, like, a Realm of Gods team where you had him, the TUR Majunior, both 5-year Fusion EZAs, and your choice of a floater, you probably could get away with that in, like, most 9th anniversary content. But, like, Gogeta Blue walls out that team. The Red Zone movie Boss Rush walls out that team entirely. So, I don't know. Do I think that this team is cohesive enough with... So, if you run Uncontrollable Power, like, let's just say you're running Uncontrollable Power. So, you're going to have DFE Broly, you're going to have Carnival Broly, you're going to have Cell Max, you're going to have Bio Broly, LR EZA Broly. And then who's the final option on the team? Is it Int EZA Broly or Hirudegarn? Probably Hirudegarn, because right now I think Broly is significantly better because there are so many Hybrid Sans, Pure Sans movie heroes. But, like, if 10th Anniversary is what I think it is, which is going to be a Super Saiyan Vegito and then a SSJ 4 Gogeta, Part 1, and then Part 2 being Omega Shenron and Kid Buu. If that is what it is, that deserves a subscription, because I'm calling that shit. That is, like, the perfect Part 1 and Part 2. Or I guess you could do Kid Buu and Vegito Part 1, and then Omega Shenron and What's-His-Face Part 2. That would be fine. But that is what I'm thinking. Also, I know a lot of people have been having discourse about this, that, like, oh no, Bio Broly got an LR before Kid Buu. Shut up, okay? Bio Broly deserves it. He has big bad bosses. So, like, I'm just throwing that out there, you know. None of the Buu characters other than Buhan and Kid Buu have it, so he's in their ballpark, all right. Y'all gotta tone it down a little bit, okay? Have some respect when you're talking to my goat like that, all right? I'm just kidding. Obviously. Because I also feel like sometimes people take this game too seriously. That's a completely different tangent, but I feel like people take this game too seriously. It's a mobile game at the end of the day. Like, we're here to have fun, but Kid Buu getting an LR, you know, would be the perfect time to give him an LR on 10th anniversary when we have a Super Saiyan Vegeta counterpart. Even though I know they know fight or whatever, and having Buhan would be more thematic for that. I don't care. I want... Oh, wait. We can put the Bra one on. There we go. And, again, going back to the tangent, there's supposedly another one that's going to take the green support memory, which is for, like, movies, or whatever. Movie villains, movie hero, characters generally. I don't know if that's in the Dragon Ball story event, or, like, how we are expected to obtain that, but... Having 3 of those is actually going to be pretty fire, because we ran out of the Oolongs pretty fast, but I feel like Oolong definitely, like, carried his weight right there. Hopefully the new one, I think it's Android 18 and Krillin, probably from the Bio Broly movie. Like, if I wouldn't want it to cost 120, because if you have, the maximum amount of support memories you can carry is 1,000. So the Oolong one is so good, it's because his only costs 70. Whereas the Bra one costs 120, so you don't get to use it as much before you have to swap support memories. And yada, 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 you know, just resource management. But I don't know, if, like, this brand new one costs, like, you split it right down the middle. Well, it's not right down the middle, but in the middle, you made it cost 100. Or even better, you made it cost, like, 90. Like, that would be good. You just get to use it more often, and if you only used it a little bit, you wouldn't waste all of your resources. Like, having it completely be drained. Like, if it was for, like, a shorter event, like a story event, or, whatever. Instead of having to use, like, 800 of your GT support memory, maybe we could use 400 of the movie hero one, for example. That way you wouldn't have to go back and spend as many Baba coins or grind up, you know. I mean, to be fair, it's really not hard to grind support memories. It's just frustrating whenever you're, like, losing a bunch while using a support memory. Just over and over and over again. I mean, this was much more of a big deal, I feel like, during the 7th anniversary. At least for me specifically, because that's when my box was a lot weaker than it is now. My box is pretty competent. Like, even when I played this game in, like, my free time, I don't reuse items. I mean, you guys see, I beat all these events pretty much, like, first try, no item. The last fight I wasn't able to beat initially was, what, Red Zone Kid Buu? And then before that, it was Fusions of... Did I beat Fusions of Zamasu day 1? I don't remember. I remember the VB event. The VB event, that took me multiple hours to beat the first time. Did I beat Fusion Zamasu on the first try? No, you know what it was? I did beat Red Zone Zamasu, but not Fusion Zamasu. It was the stage before it. Because I remember I watched Truth's initial video of it, and he couldn't beat it with his first couple of attempts, and then I did it, like, second or third try, and I felt so proud of myself for doing that, because I was like, you don't need to have rainbowed units to be able to play. You just gotta have RNG on your side and make good, smart plays. I do remember that. All right. But I think I did lose to Merge Zamasu for a long time. And it wasn't even until the start of this year. Like, I made a video about it. Because I used to make videos back in the day comparing 2 characters to another. If you guys want to see a revival of that series, let me know. I would actually like to do it. I don't know how I would do it on my current setup, but I can figure something out. But I was going to do a video comparing standbys. I forget. No, what was it? I don't remember. What was I doing? I don't remember. But for whatever reason, I had the... Oh, there we go. We have enough medals. Perfect. So we can go here. So before I finish that tangent, I have to beat stage 4 with 6 youth units, 2 uncontrollable power, and 3 hybrids. All right. So we can just go ahead and use... we'll take it off. We'll take it off. So we can use... No, again, I want the trunks. Had the higher boosted rates. But we'll do the hybrid run first. Then we'll go over and do the youth. And then we'll do the uncontrollable power to wrap it up. So hopefully that plus these missions will be enough. What is the time marker we're at? We're at 43 minutes. Will DATRUTHDT be correct? Did my man predict the future? Alright, but right here, if you can notice, or if you remember, this is his SSR art. So we probably are going to have to fight the SSR, the TUR, and then the LR. So this will be a 3-stage fight. So, yeah, he also has a little bit of tankiness to him. Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure that Trunks only has, like, 10 super attack. I'm gonna be honest, most of the time for, like, older free-to-plays or, like, modern sub EZAs that I don't think are that good. I keep their super attack at 10. I'm not grinding them up. I know you can flame me for that. Because the thing is, no one has ever pointed it out. I pointed out myself. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is a multiple stage fight. Okay, confirmed. But I forget what video it was. It might have been bringing the Peppy Gal team up against Fusion Zamasu that I made earlier this year. Titled, like, this is the best team on Global. I think that was the video where I brought sub EZA Kefla, and Kefla only had 10 out of 15 super. Oh, damn. Damn. Am I gonna lose? Oh my god, don't let me lose, dude. Okay, that was only half my HP. Can I also say that this free-to-play was actually really good on release? I mean, he had a little bit of a disappointing EZA, and he was really only good for, like, short events, like free-to-play stuff or whatever, like this. Because he has the guaranteed crit turn, like, on his first turn. I mean, I guess we can pop this. I don't see why not. Yep, these kids are going into slot 1. There we go. Am I gonna die to Bio-Broly? Gee, I hope not. Gee, I hope not. There we go. But we do have B-Pan support. Like, B-Pan is one of these units, for example. She only has 20 super attacks. I can't be bothered. I'm not wasting Kai's, and I'm not wasting time grinding up the B-Pan event, which you can only do. Also, speaking of the B-Pan event, is it even worth doing anymore? Like, I was thinking about this because, you know, it happens once a week. You're able to do it twice, each stage, the stage 1 and stage 2. But that's a lot of stamina spent for... I feel like her link level rates aren't that great. Like, when you're a lower level, yeah, because you just get a butt ton of experience. She levels you up super quick. But, like, I'm level 881, I think. I'm getting very close to the 299 range. And I'm not excited about that. Not being able to, like, freely refill my stamina is going to suck. If they want to do another real quality of life thing, they just add more ranks. You know, like, once you're at rank 999, let that shit go all the way up to 9,999. You know what I mean? Because that would give people who, like, really care about power level, like Toxic Jordan, Truth, like, all those player bases, like, the people who play to, like, have the best account, that would give them something else to, like, grind and achieve for or whatever. And, like, the game keeps track of everything you've ever done in the game, you know? So, like, there could be people who are ranked 999 right now. Like, I don't know about Truth, but there's a chance that, like, they could do that in an update and then Truth would wake up and he'd be ranked 7,412 or something. Like, that would be awesome. I feel like that would be a huge, huge, huge quality of life right there. So, that was that mission done. So, we still have to do 2 uncontrollable power and 6 youth. So, let's do... Oh, there's stone number 2. Alrighty. So, let's do the uncontrollable power build, which is this one. What is up with these random super attacks? Now, Bobity's off a leader skill here. Because I couldn't really think of, like, what uncontrollable power units to bring. Because most of them were just bad. But I figured I could float him and he would be relatively effective. Oh, don't auto this. And it's the friend in slot 1. I'm not resetting. It's the friend in slot 1. Hopefully... I mean, Prime Battle Cell is... He was pretty powerful last year. He's way stronger than every other unit we've been bringing so far. So, go ahead, do your thing. I mean... No, wait. Is he not... Is this not an easy aid Cell friend? Or is his attack set just that low? Because he had no links. Surely not. At least I hope not. Alright, Bobbity, do your thing. Pui Pui, come in for the save! Dude, someone will Pui Pui win. I actually really want... This is another one of my, like, weirder unit requests. I want a Yakon. Like, give me a Yakon DFE. Or, I mean, I guess what you could do is you could do, like, a Deborah DFE, because he also deserves one. Again, every unit in the game deserves a summonable unit. Whether that be a Dokkan Fest, Carnival, Yellow Coin, whatever. Every unit deserves one. But, like, give us a Deborah. Who has, like, a standby that would also create a domain. I mean, all of the Bobbity characters could have domains. Like, has anyone, like, talked about that? Because Pui Pui's planet had 10 times gravity. It's like King Kai's world. Yakon had the world of the dark, where light didn't exist because he ate it all or whatever. So, like, what if Pui Pui, like, his domain just unrestricted just debuffed the enemy by, like, 15% attack because they move slower due to the gravity. Yakon could stun the enemy for like 2 turns. And then Dabor could give him like a generic like 15 or 20% attack increase. It doesn't have to do anything crazy. But like, wouldn't that be fire? I don't know, because I know domains aren't like the most optimal. Until we get the update, they're not like the best feature to have. I actually feel like it nerfs more characters than it probably helps. Just because there's so many clashes. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe once we get the update, and maybe we'll get like a standby update as well, where you're able to have multiple different standbys, but of the same type up at the same time. But also with like standbys, they could, so many of them are just the generic collect a bunch of orbs, do a big attack. They could come up with something else, right? Like, or have a standby to transform, or have a standby to revive. We have 3 types of standbys, right? It's the big attack, transform, or revive. 23rd World Tournament Goku and the GT Duo are reviving. Then we have, oh god, how many do big attacks? There's the DBZ Duo. There is the Broly Worldwide Download Celebration Trio. There's the Family Kamehameha. There's the Gammas. I'm going to count the Gammas for that. What are other units who have a standby that do an attack? I think that's it. Is them? And then the ones who transform, like, there's 1,000 of them. You have last year's Tanabata Goku. You have, again, you could count the Gammas for that. Oh, Sword of Cope. I forgot about Sword of Cope. Sword of Cope. His is just a really big attack, but he can still attack. But you can't do that and the Super Saiyan 3 Spirit Bomb at the same time. Also, I'm remembering a story that I was starting to tell earlier, and I forgot. I was comparing the standby between the DBZ Duo and Sword of Cope, and that's when I got my very first ever no item run, and instead of doing the video as intended originally, I just made it a showcase for my very first no item run, so that's the lore behind that video. There we go. I remembered. But, like, what's another standby mechanic that they could do that's not just an attack or a transformation? We have 14 right now, so we can collect those. And then we get 12 by using 6 youth category allies. Interesting. So, we go over here. I don't know why it keeps defaulting me to page 1. This is the youth team that we have. Do I want to swap you out? Probably not. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. This guy's not that hard. Plus, he has type advantage. I will actually pay attention to this one, though, just in case. But we had 14. So we had 14 right there. We're about to get 12 from this mission. So that is 26 right there. So we're guaranteed to have at least 26. Who do I put in slot 1 here? Probably this. I don't know if I trust the Trunks. I mean, the Trunks has dodge, I think. I actually don't know what this free-to-play Trunks does. I think he's like a 70% chance to dodge unit, but he has to go into slot 1? Or that might be the Videl. I don't know. I haven't really paid attention too much to the free-to-plays this year. Like, if you ask me what Paragus did, I know he makes Broly stronger on, like, turn 6, and that's it. I have no idea what else Paragus does. He dies in the active skill for the Carnival Broly, you know. That's pretty cool. Oh, God, we're hitting the point where I don't know what to talk about. Oh, no, we're almost an hour in. Will Truth... No, it's going to be a little bit over an hour, but... I mean, I'm not going to argue semantics. Truth said it would take you about an hour, and I haven't been, like, sabotaging to try to go slow. You guys can see. But there are a lot of quality of lives. The only thing I could say about this one would be, like, maybe have it be one phase, but change his typing from physical. Because, like, back in the day, with the original 2 Prime battles, the Goku and the Frieza... They had a stage 4. Now, granted, you also had to fight all the various stages in that one as well. But they also, like, changed the typing. So, like, for Bio Broly, they could make him... So, they could make him AGL, right? And then AGL, Bio Broly, he hits a little bit harder. Like, this guy obviously is hitting significantly harder than all the other stages. But you can still make it, like, one fight. Or, I mean, he has a giant transformation. I know it's not this character, like, the free-to-play, giant Bio Broly that you fight, like, in the Dokkan story mode, or the, that one Red Zone. That's an unobtainable card. As far as I'm aware, that is an unobtainable card. I'm gonna do this. Just in case he does have to go in slot 1, I would much rather him go into slot 1 as opposed to him just get caught. Type disadvantage there in slot 3. His animations honestly aren't that bad. Like, that opening shot's not bad. Not great damage, though. Did I put a hidden potential build on him? I'm trying to think. I think I did. I don't know. No, it didn't really matter. It didn't even... Wait, did he attack? Wait, can he be stunned? Did he attack Trunks? Am I dumb? Hold on. Did he attack Trunks? We sealed him. Did he... Hold on. Someone rewind the video. Did he attack Trunks or not? It didn't look like he did. Huh. I mean, I might have just looked away or something, but... I don't know. I feel like Trunks attacked and then Gohan instantly went into his. I feel like there was no transitional phase. And I didn't see, like, the slide pop. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. It's 4:10 in the morning. Cut me some slack. I had a long day today. I'm going to have a long day tomorrow. It'd be like that sometimes. I did take a nap, though. So I'm now a little bit worried that I might not be able to sleep after doing all of this. Because uploading videos that are, like, an hour generally do take a while. So we'll see. We'll see. Also, I feel like the energy has significantly dipped in this video. How do I sound? Compare how I'm talking. Actually, well, I mean, I'm still projecting my voice. You know, I'm doing the YouTube thing. You got to have like that loud, entertaining, bolsterous voice. But I do feel like, well, at least within like the last 15 minutes, there have been several times where like my voice has kind of gotten a little bit quieter. And I'm rambling, or not necessarily just rambling. I'm like pausing because I'm like, oh god, what do I even say at this point? Because again, like. Nothing's really happening, you know, I'm just fighting a Bio Broly Prime battle. This is the best Prime battle ever. There are still some things that could be, like, adjusted to make this a much bigger and better quality of life thing, but I am going to say that this is a dub. In terms of his kit, I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I'm going to touch on it again. One of the best units in the game. Very, very solid. I wish he had a giant transformation instead of a target all. That's really, like, my only grievance with him. And I wish he was summonable. I wish he was summonable. All right. So we collect this right here. Can I say how many I have on this stage? So I need 10 more. Just 10 more medals. And we're done. Then we're done, chat. So I think I will use the Bra support memory now. I don't know if it'll affect this stage, but... I maybe should have been using it all along, but the reason I wasn't is because I didn't know if, the missions. Like, I didn't want to have too many medals where, like, doing the missions would be obsolete. But in retrospect, well, maybe it would have been. I don't know. But, like, if I didn't need to complete them, because you didn't get stones or anything from it. Those missions were purely just to get Awakening medals. So maybe that was a blunder on my part, making this last a little bit longer. I don't know. But you guys enjoy this, right? Like, everybody enjoys a video where there's literally just... It's just me talking to you guys. And if you enjoy vibes like this, check me out on my Twitch. Yo, shameless plug. Tonight, actually, the day that this goes up, which is Friday, September the 20th, at 8:15 Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to be going live on my Twitch playing Alien Isolation for the first time. I know essentially nothing about the game. I have seen people play, like, the endless arcade mode. I will be doing the story. But if you want to see me get spooked, I might have my heart rate monitor hooked up if I can get it fixed. Because what game did I play? What was the last horror game that I played? No, it was Elden Ring that I was going to hook it up for. I was going to have my heart rate monitor on for Elden Ring last week. And my heart rate monitor wouldn't work. Like, I couldn't get the widget to show up on my computer. And the thing is, like, the damnedest thing. It's not, like, actually an on-off button. You just put it on you, and it's supposed to naturally turn on. Like, you sync it with your phone. I couldn't get it to work. I messed with it for, like, 30 minutes before the stream, and then I ran out of time. So I was like, ah, screw it. I'm just not going to do the heart rate monitor. But I feel like the heart rate monitor would be fun, especially in Alien, which I feel like it's going to be a pretty scary game. Because I like the Alien series. I recently, or the reason we're playing it is, I know I'm a little bit late to the party, but I watched Alien Romulus 2 weeks ago. And no spoilers, but that was a very solid movie. Wasn't anything spectacular, but it was one of the better movies I've seen in theaters in a long time. Because I feel like movies have been pretty disappointing recently. Like, what were some of the other movies I've seen? I saw Deadpool Wolverine. I really enjoyed that. Oh, what are other movies I've seen this year? I can't remember them, probably because they were all so forgettable. I literally, like, can't think of one. The Menu was last year, and I didn't really care for The Menu. I generally like horror movies, if you can't tell, but yeah, I don't know why I'm blanking. I know I've gone to the theater multiple times this year, but I can't. I'm just blanking, man. I apologize. It might just be because I'm tired. I don't know. Well, the thing is, I'm not tired. Like, I mean, I'm tired, but I'm not, like, EP tired. I'm just, like, here. Oh, you can stun him. You can stun, seal, and debuff Bio Broly in this stage. All right, good to know. So if anybody does, like, a no-item run in here, dude, you're, like, top-notch. All right, you have so many ways to get around his difficult abilities. This is a tough fight right here. I'll be impressed to see the first Bio Broly Prime Battle no-item run. But let's see here. We needed 10. Is it possible to get a 10 drop right here, right now, to wrap up the video? We need 6. We need 6 more. How much is one run? Like 3 minutes? That's about how long it takes to do a Dokkan event. Also, I feel like, why are Dokkan events 4 stages? Can we talk about that? I know Truth has been saying this for the longest time, but I think this would actually be pretty legit. But if they had Dokkan events that had a extreme 3 difficulty that cost you like 100 stamina and was like roughly Supreme Magnificent Spectacle level, but if you beat the stage 1 time, you got all the medals, and then if you did the missions as well, you would have enough to do like your side banner unit, get them awakened as well. That would be awesome. Because, like, let's be real, most of the Supreme Magnificent Spectacles that we've been getting as of late, I mean, they're kind of lame, if I'm being honest. Like, none of them are very difficult. At least for this celebration specifically. Like, EVOKEN was, like, a good, fun, hard fight. Like, I enjoyed EVOKEN. And us global players, we still don't even have access to the hardest fight of the game, being Goku and Frieza. And I don't think that we should get a fight that is harder than Goku and Frieza before we get Goku and Frieza as, like, a global player. Because I think that's dumb when you get new content that just is, like, well, it's old content for us, but we get new content that's just inferior to stuff we already have. Like the Red Zone 2, the one where you fight Tao, and then you fight Broly, Bio Broly, like those. That Red Zone was so disappointing. Like, I know I struggled, if you watched my live stream when the 9th anniversary started, I know I struggled up against, Frieza, Golden Frieza. I died once, I think. And then go up against Beerus, I think I died once as well. But, like, that's just from lack of knowledge. And, you know, they had the new mechanic with, like, the territories. I didn't bring a domain character or anything like that. But most of those fights, they were just nothing. It was just time filler and missions. But, like, I want some new challenging things that are doing different things. What we got right now, they're, like, all, like, trying to be really bulky, which I don't understand. Like, the 3 great Super Saiyans, like at the end where Goku, he just gets stronger each time you hit him. We have several bosses that just get stronger the more you hit them. Or we have these bosses who get more damage reduction or whatever, but they hit super weak, so like the fight just takes longer. I don't know if Amatsu needs to know this, but like all of our units are, like, you're not going to whittle us down. I don't think there's a competitive team in the meta right now that you could whittle down. Because most teams get better as the fight goes on as opposed to worse. Now, there are units who do get worse, you know, like Angel, SSJ through Goku. This Bio Broly gets worse as the fight goes on, but I don't know. Like, even when, like, these units fall off or, like, starting to fall off, like Angel, SSJ through Goku is just a great example. Even with only 30% damage reduction in, like, slot 2 or 3, I don't think that there's a super in the game that's going to kill him after he does, like, 2 supers, you know? I mean, maybe the brand new Gohan with his crit mechanic where he ignores defense could potentially be a thing. I don't know. Also, they're also, like, duplicating mechanics. Because, again, we have multiple right now that are just, like, their whole gimmick is they just get tankier. You do less damage as the fight goes on. But we now have 2 bosses that crit. We have the SSJ2 Gohan, and we have the Bio Broly. Or not the Bio Broly, the Second Coming of Broly movie. Where he just kind of waltzes in and does his thing. And, like, yeah, the crits can be scary, but we have 2 fights to do the same thing, and neither one of them are that difficult. I don't know. It's just repetition. It's kind of like last year when we got, are you fucking kidding me? It's almost over. It's almost over. You're almost done. You're almost done. You're almost there. We can make it. We can make it, chat. But it was kind of like last year how when the first form Cell Red Zone dropped, Like, that was fun. That was a short one-phase fight that did a fuck ton of damage. And then we got Rose, the Goku Black Red Zone, and that one was fun. That was a two-stage fight that did a lot of damage. And then we got, you know, the next one, which was Zamasu, which was pretty much the exact same thing as Rose, except somehow easier. And then obviously we got Merge Zamasu, which just had the AoE, which everyone has opinions about. I mean, I think it was bad. I just don't think it was as toxic as everybody made it out to be. Because we had units who could work around it. The thing that, like, I think really frustrated people was, number one, there's no counterplay. Like, there would be times you just loaded into death. Even if you brought, like, the best units, they were all rainbowed, you would waltz into death. That's not fun. But at least you're dying early on. So if you waltzed into death, I mean, 30 seconds later, you were retrying the event. Or, you know, you can use items, because there's nothing wrong with using items. Yeah, I mean, it was annoying, especially, like, the start of a fight, having a check. I don't know, there are a lot of fights that aren't inherently designed the best, that being one of them, because once you got to the physical phase, you were usually winning by that point as well. So it's like, what's even the point of having the second, like, have I ever died to physical Zamasu? Probably. Because his super attack was still, like, what, like a 1.9? Oh my god, Fusion Zamasu hits harder than the 3 Great Super Saiyans Goku. Because that's a 1.6. I'm pretty sure Zamasu hit harder. A boss from last year, I think, hits harder than a boss that dropped 2 weeks ago. That's funny. That's funny to think about. You know what else is funny to think about? If I just got one more fucking medal, I would be out of this. Oh my god. If I die... Oh my god, if I die and I have to do this again... Gohan, please. Gohan! You have to do it now, Gohan! I mean, he kind of did. Oh, Gohan again! Dude, this unit is probably one of the most disappointing units ever. Because their animations are actually so good. Like the 18 key and the intro. I know I have intros up. No, don't put BP in. It's up. No, fuck. Up. It'll be fine. If we die, we die. It'll be funny. I don't know. You guys can laugh at me in the comments. Let's see. We're good. Okay, we're good. Actually, I don't know if... How much HP do I have? Because I'm pretty sure that Trunks eats like 250. I think we've seen him eat 250. Oh, it doesn't even matter. We stunned him. All right. Guaranteed win. Yeah, this right here. This kid should be summonable. This should be a summonable fucking LR who's the best unit in the game. Trunks isn't even one of my favorite characters. Like, I feel like Trunks has some of the best moments, but he's just not one of my favorite characters, if that makes sense. Like when he kills Mecha Frieza, that's legendary. When he goes Super Trunks for the first time, fucking legendary. When he kills the androids, legendary. Heat Dome attack. All of those like moments in a vacuum are just so hyped to me. Honestly, my favorite portrayal of Trunks is probably in his origin short. I love that part where he tries to fight the androids by himself and he's having to run away, and at the very end, they're just like toying with him, letting him punch them or whatever. Absolutely love that. But let's go right here. We have all of the requirements that we can get this guy leveled up. So, whoop, let's go ahead and give him all of his SA again. I will give him... I'm falling out of my chair. Ugh! I was slouching down. I have bad posture. And then I fell out of my chair. But I'm going to just give him the rest in Elder Kai's because, again, I can't be bothered. I'm not grinding up. Even though that is better, I'm not grinding that up. I'm not grinding that up. You can say whatever, like, oh, that's bad resource management. You've been talking about resource management this whole time. I don't care. I don't care. I just want to be able to use this boy. I want to throw him onto my link leveling team. I don't know who I'm going to take off my link leveling team, but I definitely want to get this guy to link level 10 as, like, quick as humanly possible. I'm going to wait to activate those because... I mean, nah, I can go ahead and do it. I do want to give him full dodge. And then... probably additional secondary so that you can potentially get some of those debuffs. Because he has crit built into his passive, doesn't he? I think so. No, he launches a guaranteed additional super for his first 4 turns. I'll give him a little bit of crit. If I have to change it, I can change it. There we go. I'll give him equips later. I think what I want to do is give him 800 defense and then give him the rest as full dodge. That is the plan that I have. I think that is what I want to do with him. The only reason I want to give him the 800... excuse me. The only reason I want to give him the 800 defense is just in case you activate his active skill later into fights and he doesn't have as much damage reduction. I don't want him to get caught. I don't think he would with like 70% damage reduction and guard, but stranger things have happened in this game, I suppose. So let's do this. I'll funnel in like 15 of these guys just to see what happens. That also gives us a bunch of levels right there. So let's see, what is this essay going to look like? 19, let's go. Elder Kai's for the win. One of those had to be that free-to-play bio Broly that I fed in. Okay, doing this again. I know this also isn't the most optimal way to do it. If you want to do it the most optimal way, you like just give him the sword items. But again, I don't care. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. There we go, SA 25, and let's give this boy this. That feels good. So I now have my darling Bio Broly in the game, but that... Alright, and hello everybody, I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. So we have the final stage of the Tremble with Fear, the Devil Awakens. This is up against Bio Broly. So we have a couple of missions right here. I'm going to try to knock them all out in this video. So we have one for just beating it one time. Beating just all 3 stages. That's how we get this super really good support memory. Which is movie bosses and revenge category allies. 10% to stats permanently for the fight. And then Broly and Paragus units get an extra buff. We need to use items actually instead of special characters. So this is the Lord Jaguar item that we'll be needing to bring. And then this is beat it with 6 planetary destructions, and we have to bring the Hercule item. And then complete every mission to get a unique title. The unique title actually looks pretty fire. So we're going to be bringing planetary destruction just right out of the gate. We're going to be bringing my movie boss variant of it. I don't think this will be too difficult. I can't imagine. None of these other stages have really been difficult. They have had some gimmicks that could potentially be a little bit tricky, I guess, but like not really. So let's just see here. We're going to do the Hercule mission first. And from how I understand it, if you use items, the fight entirely changes. So if we pop this right here, he has like a rage meter at the top, and there it goes. It goes all the way down. Okay? So let's just... I mean, I don't really know what to expect. Let's just try to kind of speed blitz this. I'm trying to speed blitz this anyway, because I'm on a little bit of a time crunch here, so hopefully this won't take too long. Like, this is a real hard fight, and it's, like, really troublesome. He looks to be a little bit tanky. Okay. We can see with the damage. I mean, this isn't going to do anything. I guess we did super first, so we lost 200% defense, but 76% damage reduction plus guard post-super, like, that's not doing anything to him. I mean, this Broly could potentially take damage. It looks like he's getting attack each time we hit him. But we're still at the double-digit tanking range, so I don't really need to worry about that. Also, dude, poor Paragus. Or not poor Paragus. What's this kid's name? Turles. Poor Turles. I really am starting to question, like, why did they drop Turles when they did? You know, because he doesn't really have a home. Because, like, right now, movie bosses is, like, movie bosses and uncontrollable powers, kind of like the meta that we're running. We don't really have a lot of terrifying conquerors outside of Cell Max and Bio Broly, who you can't even run on the same team as him. None of these units have BBB. Like, I really am wondering, why did they drop this kid? Oh, little cutscene. Rah. I'll pay anything to return home unharmed. 10 million. No, 20 million. Hold on. Should I do my Hercule impersonation for you guys? Hold on. What's my Hercule Satan? Hold on. I have one. I'm the people's champ, Hercule Satan. I'll pay anything to return home unharmed. 10 million. No. 20 million, Zinny. Name your price. Take him out for me. There we go. That wasn't that great. I can do better. I can do better. I can do a better bio. I can do a better Bio Broly. I can do a better what's his face. All right, so this is kind of a weaker rotation right here, because this kid isn't a pure Saiyan. So Broly might be a little bit fraudulent here. I think I will keep him on the main rotation, though. Man, that was 6 key, and he didn't even get to his 18 key. That's kind of crazy to think about. Is he reducing our key? Or anything? I haven't looked at his stats. I do actually have them pulled up on my screen. I do want to get a dub first, because it looks like there's 3 separate fights. So I'm guessing there's one fight you don't use any items. You use the Hercule, and then if you use the Lord Jaguar, I'm guessing. Or... maybe it just bypasses the... oh, wow. Oh, this guy's a fish. Okay. Well, he might hit hard. I mean, there's always that potential. He may hit hard, but just not a lot of HP. I mean, that could potentially be like an interesting boss where if you get caught by a super, you just die. But like the strategy to get around that would be speed blitzing. I don't know. It could be fun to see. It could be fun to see. Being like fast and loose with all these different gimmicks. Because what is stage 1? Stage 1 was the AoE phase, and then stage 2 was the critting phase. So, I mean, multiple phases that, I mean, if he hits like a truck, that would be cool. I'm actually noticing that right now at the top left, we're able to seal him and attack and defensively debuff him. So we can do we almost one phase this guy. Okay. Okay, not too bad at all. So let's just go pop this. I mean, Broly will probably just kill him in slot 1. We could actually do this. That way Broly will guaranteed kill him because he'll get his guaranteed additional super. And there we go. Alright, I'm assuming that's going to be done unless it goes into the other phase. Like, maybe using the items just shortcuts it? I don't know. We'll see here. I mean, Golden Frieza has 90% damage reduction. But even still, only doing triple-digit damage to Golden Frieza, this guy probably is not hitting very hard. We'll see right here. We'll get our dub. And then we'll look at his stats real quick. And we'll kind of see what he's cooking with right here. Yep, this is our dub. So, let's go ahead and pull up Bio Broly's stats. So, again, Stage 3, the Devil Awakens. In his base form, 160 million HP. What? 15,000 normals? 65% damage reduction. Huh. Is he a Dokkan event? Like, what the hell? Enemy's ki will be lowered by 1. 100% attack with each attack received. Oh, shit. 100% with each? Oh, this guy could actually be a threat. So each time you attack him, his stats double. Okay. That's interesting. And then this Bio Broly, 60 million HP. I mean, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. Immense damage. That, okay, he hits as hard as the legendary Goku event. And then Giant Bio Broly. Hold on, do we go into Giant Bio Broly? Or is it just one and done? It is just one and done. Okay, so it is depending on the items. That's the most amount of HP, I think. No, Cell Max has 300 million. Okay. 20% debuff. He can't be stunned or sealed. He gets 10% attack with each turn that passes. Or, yeah, 100% attack at the end of each turn up to 1,000. He gets 20% defense with each turn up to 100. Reduced damage received. So he has extra damage reduction. Deactivates the effects that reduces damage received. Deactivates the effect that reduces damage received. He gets rid of damage reduction. Right? I'm reading that right. Deactivates the effect that reduces damage. He gets rid of damage reduction. Interesting. And he has extra damage reduction just here. So, again, each turn he's doubling. I mean, this one could maybe be threatening. I don't know. But there's only one way to truly find out. I'm not going to be fighting all 3 phases in this, if I can avoid it, obviously, unless I have to for, like, the mission. But again, I am on a little bit of a time crunch here, so I am going to try to move as quickly as humanly possible. So let's just get all of the missions right here. So that was 15 stones plus his really good support memory. Yeah, movie bosses or revenge. 10% attack and defense permanently for the battle, and then 1 key to Paragus and Broly. Only 1 key is a little bit lame, actually, but that's a very, very, very powerful effect to have. And then, yeah, we just have to use the Lord Jaguar. So, if he actually does get rid of damage reduction, this could actually potentially be really hard for the movie bosses team. I can't run Golden Frieza. Okay, I'm going off of the assumption that, yes, he does just outright give rid of damage reduction. So let's run Uncontrollable Power, which is this one. And let's just bust out the boys. Let's just take this as seriously as possible. Do I want to bring you? Probably not, actually. If I think he's going to remove damage reduction. His stats are low at the start, and he probably is one of the... Yeah, alright. We'll have team protection mechanics just in case. Now, obviously, I still haven't gone back to do more summons on the Broly banner, so I don't yet have, what's-his-face in my box. I did equip the Lord Jaguar item, did I not? I think I did. Ooh. I guess we do this, get Cell Max built up, and we'll just float off Broly? No real reason not to. Now, can you do this at any given turn? I don't know why you would do that. 5,000 attack in 2 key for 2 turns? Okay. But I guess you could, like, lower this Broly's HP down by a lot and then do it. Does my Cell Max have dodge? Did I give Cell Max dodge? I mean, obviously I must have, but I genuinely don't remember doing that. But since these are separate phases, I think you just want to pop it turn 1. Because I could kind of see a situation where you would, like, whittle down this Broly and then use your Hercule item, for example, and then you would go into that phase fully recovered HP or whatever. Even though the Hercule stage seemed... Like, literally, that's the legendary Goku event. 200k normals, 560k super... His super attack is what Fusion Zamasu's AoEs were last year. Okay. But Giant Bio Broly actually looks like he has some tricks up his sleeve. Reduced damage received. So he has extra damage reduction more than just the 40% that he has. You can't debuff him. Again, I'm assuming he gets rid of our damage reduction. I think that is what that's saying. So potentially our Broly units are going to be in a little bit of trouble. He was already dead at that point. This guy, he wasn't alive when Giant Bio Broly showed up. Alright, oh, it's a territory. The territory gives him extra damage reduction. Disables attack. Disables, yeah. Disables attack and defense reduction. Disables attack and defense reduction. Why does it say that twice? Okay, it says damage reduction, reduce damage received, disable attack and defense reduction, and then disable attack and defense reduction. Okay. I'm probably dead on this turn, unironic. Well, no. This guy hits like a fish. What am I talking about? This guy hits like a fish. These are awful rotations, but this guy is extremely weak, so I don't really think that we need to worry about that. So if we keep Bio Broly on this rotation, again, this is like a top 15 unit in the game. But if we keep Bio Broly on this rotation, and then we keep Cell Max on the opposite, we can do back-to-back team protection ability turns. If we get it to that point, I don't think that we will. Because I'm trying to think right now. So it's, again, he gets 100% attack and defense at the start, or it's just 100% attack. He gets 20% defense. I need to keep that in mind. So in turn 2, his normals are going to be 300, and then 450, 600... 750, 900. So he does ramp up pretty quickly, and then his super attack is 4.2, then it would be 8.4, then it would be 12.6, then 16.8, and then 2.1, and then just so on and so forth. So his normals become much scarier before his super attack does. Interesting. But, I mean, are we doing solid damage here? We're actually not doing solid damage. But we will be able to pop the Uncontrollable Power Domain on this upcoming turn. Did I float? No, I floated off the other Broly. Okay. So we pop that, we get rid of his territory. Things should be way better. And we're going to create a bunch of orbs for Cell Max as well. Hopefully it's the physical orbs. I think that would probably be best case scenario. Again, if I sound funny, I have ulcers in my mouth right now, so talking kind of hurts because my tongue keeps like brushing up against my teeth or whatever. I'm trying to alleviate the issue, but I do kind of hear myself like making funny noises or whatever. I feel like I sound like a buffoon. I mean, even Hirudegarn at this point I don't think would take damage. Is this just another boring fight? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to be like all doom. Oh, we are able to debuff him now though. So it doesn't specify on the wiki that he gets all these abilities via his domain. Or his territory, I guess is what the enemies call it. Ours are domain, theirs or territories. I don't see anywhere on here where it specifically says like, oh, he has a territory. But at least for 3 turns, we're going to be able to debuff him both offensively and defensively is what it looks like. Can we stun or seal him? Let's see. Still cannot stun or seal, but we are able to debuff him because I saw Cell Max do it. Okay. So again, on this turn, this is turn 2. He has 300k normals and 800 plus supers. Not threatening in the slightest like Hirudegarn. I mean, he could have fumbled in. We still would have been fine. I actually think what I want to do is this. Because I can put you into slot 1. Which means that I can put this Broly. I can't. Really? With 8 key spheres, you're at 23 key. That is a damn shame. That is a shame right there. But when this Bio Broly returns on his next turn, his team protection mechanic will be ready. I don't really think that we're going to need it. I'm going to assume we kill him before we get to that dangerous point. Hit a potential system additional super right there. 9.5 from Int Broly. Not too bad. Not too bad. We're really going to need to get some crits, though. That's what's going to be really important. All right, so this is what, a 1.2? Oh, damn, I forgot he sucks. Oh, fuck, Int Broly. God damn, you almost caused me the run, you son of a bitch. I like Int Broly, but that's bad. I mean, to be fair, though, that's with only 26% damage reduction, but that is only a 1.2, if my calculations are correct. Wait. Even though this is a fake Bio Broly, like, the Bio Broly that we're fighting is not a card that we can obtain. He is on Uncontrollable Power. Look, I'll show this up real quick. But he is on Uncontrollable Power, as we can see right here. So he's actually getting buffed by my domain, interestingly enough. So maybe... Dude, he was offensively debuffed too, man. Oh my god, Int Broly sucks. But we have a revive up on this turn too, so if we do get caught, I think we'll be cooking. Yeah, we have the revive. We have plenty of orbs that we can heal up with. So, yeah, we can do this. Let's see. That's 24 for you. And let's just do this right away. I don't really see a reason not to. I'll save the tech orbs for Broly on this upcoming turn. Because obviously now we're going to have to start putting him into slot 1. Has he attacked before we have attacked this Bio Broly? I don't think that he has. I'm looking at it. I think he only attacked... did he attack Int Broly before Int Broly supered last turn? I don't think so. I mean, that would be a weird quirk, because most of the bosses tend to bully slot 1 by having, like, stuns or seals, like, right out of the gate, or they're doing, like, super... Like, Goku and Frieza. They are always guaranteed to super just, like, right out of the gate. Although I believe their mechanic is the last attack they do before your unit supers that is where they do their super attack. I believe that is how the unit works. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure that's how the fight works from all the showcases I've seen. It's pretty much Golden Frieza and Goku will do their super. God, this unit's so good. They will do their super, and then your unit is able to attack. That way they can do as much damage as possible and then also get the debuff. But I've never seen them, like, super right out of the gate and then do, like, 3 normals. Or if I have, I just can't think of it off the top of my head. Alright, the domain is now gone. But yeah, no, we're fine. We can do this. I trust Int Broly in slot 2. Maybe I shouldn't, but I do. It's 1 attack. We're basically going to get all of our HP back. Let's go ahead and collect this as well. You're definitely going to have higher HP than Hiru, right? Yeah. Not by much, though. Not by much. Then we can transform him to Hirudegarn and get him to not super. Fuck. I mean, it doesn't matter. The combination between the two Brolys, like, I'm fairly certain that we're going to kill here. We're also going to get an attack break off, so we're not even going to see him potentially super us. Yeah, do I just think that this fight is boring? A crit would really be cool, Broly. I know you only have a 50% because we're not going up against a Goku unit, but like, crit? Nope. Alright. 14 with the actor skill ain't bad. I mean, if this Broly gets supered, is he dead? Probably. Yeah, probably. And we keep getting that as a hit potential system normal, and we didn't even get the hit potential. Alright, Hiru, I'm going to need you to lock in, my guy. Alright, there we go. That's good. That's good. Now, he doesn't get any defense on this, I'm pretty sure. He only, like, massively raises attack for 1 turn, I think is what his super attack effect is. Literally no damage. 80% chance to dodge. 90% chance to dodge. Guaranteed dodge for the rest of this turn and his next appearance. Here we go. Alright, perfect. I'm actually going to launch Cell Maxes first. Just see what the damage is kind of looking like. And then I will do Bio Broly's. That way we can kind of see Bio Broly tank. Because Bio Broly, again, he is just kind of like a diet Cell Max. He's a free-to-play Cell Max, whatever you want to call him. He's actually really good. He'll be able to tank any of this. Like, I know he already has type advantage, which kind of plays into the equation. But, nah, he's just got that dog in him. He's actually too good. They made such a good... Again, I know I hate Prime Battles. I hate Prime Battles, but I love Bio Broly, and I love this Bio Broly specifically. All right, let's see what the damage is right here. Again, true damage, true type advantage. It did a little bit. I'm not gonna say that's bad though. Although I don't know how much damage reduction he would have. It would be around like 84%, give or take. But there we go. That is the dub right there, fellas. Actually, was that bad tanking? What was his attack at? I don't know. But that was with like 80% damage reduction, guard, and true type advantage? I don't know. But there we go. There are all the missions complete for the Devil Awakens event. Yeah, I'm not really being, like, swept off my feet by the stage, but I guess it wasn't terrible. Also, again, just to show, he was an uncontrollable power, so I'm pretty sure he was getting buffed by the domain. This fight could potentially be scary. This fight could potentially be scary. This is just, like, someone who literally just started the game could probably do this, like, unironically, but I don't know. Let me know what you think about this fight. Let me know if you think that it was actually fun or unique, if you like the idea of using items. I mean, it's a little bit weird because they have no item missions. I know the items we used aren't that great. Like, the Hercule item just gives the attacking character 1 key, and I think the Lord Jaguar gives all allies 2 key and 5,000% attack for, or not 5,000% attack, just 5,000 attack, just like flat out, for 2 turns. Neither of which are very good, but I guess having to bring those restricts you from being able to bring Whis up against Giant Bio Broly, for example. So, but even still, I don't really think Giant Bio Broly was like really that threatening by any means. But I don't know. Let me know what you think about the fight. But all right, and hello everybody. I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. I'm gonna try to rush this out and have this uploaded today. It might be a little bit later than normal, as you can see. As of right now, it is 2:34. And, obviously, my videos go up at 5:30, so this one's a little bit late. I'm sorry. I've just been very, 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 very busy. A little bit more so than normal. And, yeah. But, this is the brand new burst mode that dropped for the Dokkan Fest Broly event. I actually found it really interesting that both brand new Dokkan events actually had burst modes, and that's pretty fun. And so, like, if you haven't gotten the character yet, this is a great way to grind up medals for them. So, we only have to get 6,000 points here, which shouldn't be too difficult. I don't remember this being challenging. These are the sliders that I will be using for the challenge here to get to 6,000. I'm going to go a little bit slower than I usually do that way, because I feel like usually I kind of speed through this a little too fast, and it might be a little too hard to, like, really take notice of it. But, I do enjoy burst mode. Hopefully this won't be a super long one, so I can get this uploaded, again, at my usual time. But if it is a little bit later, I mean, it is what it is. The strategy with burst mode, obviously, you want to try to land on as many key tiles as humanly possible. So we have a path over here, which is just flooded with key. So this is perfect for us. I think if we do the 4-drop, yep, hopefully this will be a random key, but more likely than not. Oh, 3 key from Kid Trunks. That's awesome. All right, perfect. Wait, is that Kid Trunks on Kamehameha? He has to be, because I'm using the Kamehameha team. Okay, interesting. So we have some very, very powerful units at our disposal here. I guess I can keep Trunks on the rotation because Trunks actually, I forget what he does. He gives support to Kamehameha, but I think that's only in slot 1. Again, I understand, like, my knowledge on this game is very wide, but if you ask me the specifics of what a lot of kits do, I don't know if I can tell you. Like, I know Trunks has 70% damage reduction in slot 2, 50% in slot 1. He has no damage reduction, I think, in slot 3, but he gets the guaranteed additional super in slot 3, so that's kind of like the trade-off. You get extra defense, but you lose your damage reduction. We're actually doing good damage, because if you looked at my sliders, I only gave him, like, the minimal amount of HP, the minimal amount of damage reduction, so this really shouldn't be too bad. But again, we do have, like, some big, strong units at our disposal here. Unfortunately, we did not get an additional super with 23rd World Tournament Goku. Did God Goku create orbs? He didn't. That's bizarre, to say the least. Also, can I just say, there have been a lot of units that have come out within, like, the last year alone that have, like, really tried to give God Goku much more relevance, than he probably should have. Because he's one of these characters, like, at this point, God Goku, he's just fine. You know, he can't do damage. I mean, he can do damage, but you know what I mean. Not, like, good damage, not competitive damage. And he can't tank for anything. But there are so many teams and units that can just flood the field with physical orbs or rainbow orbs. Like 9th anniversary Gogeta Blue. He changes he rainbow orb changes at the start of every single turn, but he does not change physical orbs. So if you're running him and God Goku on the same lineup, obviously, you know, God Goku, he creates physical orbs, and then Gogeta will create rainbow orbs, so it's very easy to give both of them their required amount of orbs. This unit, it just creates physical orbs at the start of turn, so does God Goku. So even though there's a little bit of conflict with them because they both create type orbs, that I would much rather give these guys 24 ki, that way they're giving their support, and they have all that extra damage reduction, you could still theoretically, like, run God Goku. Like, he's one of these units who's probably been, like, retroactively the most buffed throughout the year, with just all of these major releases. Although I don't really see a lot of people talking about God Goku too much anymore. Because I remember last year there were so many debates between God Goku and 23rd World Tournament Goku, and who was better for this event, who had the better leader skill, da-da-da-da-da. I just feel like it was very competitive between the two of them. Yeah, I think he's going to get an additional right here as well if we don't finish off. Yeah, no, we are blitzing through this. This is going to take us no time at all. Because we one-faced both fights, right? Oh, this guy locks? I don't even remember him doing that. We actually did get the orb changing, though, from God Goku, which is actually pretty nice here, although unfortunately I can't give it to him, but he does still have type advantage, so I get it's burst mode. He only has like an extra 50% attack or something like that. I made him very weak. Usually I don't think I've ever done a run in burst mode where I've done every single possible slider. That could maybe be fun. Would you guys be interested in seeing that, being like making burst mode actually as difficult as possible to see if I would be able to beat it? Because we have some pretty powerful teams, because this wants us to use either Fused Fighter or Kamehameha. I mean, Kamehameha is insane right now. I don't even have the brand new Gohan, but if I had Gohan, like, I would just be able to pop the family Kamehameha pretty early on. I mean, turn 3 at the bare minimum, because I don't think he would do damage, but maybe he would do damage if all the sliders were active. I mean, it's possible. I'm not going to say that it's an impossibility. This has an AoE and a dual lock. Okay. Interesting. A lot of weird gimmicks. I don't remember this. Did I even make a video on the original Dokkan event? I don't think I did, because I used to make videos for the Dokkan events. But I'm kind of, right now, my mindset when it comes to content is I want to make more so good content, quality content that I think you guys would enjoy, as opposed to just flooding with uploads. Like, you know what I mean? Because back in the day, when I used to do like 2-3 uploads a day or whatever, I would make content on literally every single thing that happened. So, like, story modes, burst modes, Dokkan events, growth events. If it was new, I would make a content of it, or a video on it. That way, there would be, like, some sort of documentation that it actually happened. So, potentially someone later down the road, if they wanted to learn about an older event, or if they were new to the game, I had everything. But I don't really think that is, like, the best, you know what I mean? Because sometimes things are a little bit boring, you know, just doing a Dokkan event where I'm just talking for like 5 minutes. It's not the most entertaining, and it's not really like informative either. Like, you can only say so many things during like a brand new normal Dokkan event. Be like, oh yeah, I'm really excited to use this character, but there are plenty of times where I do a Dokkan event in the missions and I don't even have the character in my box. Did you and Goku get hit by every attack that turn? What is this fraud doing? What is their active skill? Is that what gives them the guaranteed dodge turn? Does it give them attack or anything? I mean, we might as well pop it. I don't really see a reason not to. Key was a little bit unfortunate here, but we are getting the unit super, and that is super nice. Because that gives, what, 2 turn 30% offensive and defensive support. Alright, this is type disadvantage, but again, only a little bit stronger, and we have 50% damage reduction. I think we're fine here. Damn! I mean, we're fine, but that was still a little bit higher than what I would have thought. Yeah, this Trunks obviously isn't a slot 1 unit. I'm also finding it a little bit interesting that this Broly, it seems that he locks slot 1 and 3 guaranteed, but, I mean, at that point, you might as well just restrict all 3 slots. Yes, 17.5. These guys are insane. Okay. I've talked about this a few times. I haven't used this unit, like, extensively, so I don't know for sure. And this may be a hot take, but, like, are they better than MUI? Like, because they are essentially around the same level of dodging, but they do way more damage. They have better 2-turn support than what AGL MUI is able to offer. They don't have, like, a team protection mechanic necessarily, because they don't have a revive like MUI does, but... Am I crazy for thinking that these guys potentially are like a top 5 unit in the game, that Goten and Trunks easy A? I mean, I might be a little bit crazy, but like I can see the argument. But there we go. That was the challenge run right there. So really quick, I'm gonna fast forward this. I will build a what do you call it? A fused fighter team, and again, I'll just fast forward it that way you guys can see it, and we will be right back to wrap up the video. And just like that, there we go. Very, very simple to do. Again, this was a very easy burst mode. I kind of want them to do another burst mode for, like, the legendary Goku event. Something that could be a little bit more challenging, especially with, like, all the extra sliders. But, man, this is why I love burst mode. You get the coins. I mean, this is probably going to be giving us exclusive things for Kamehameha, which is one of the best categories right now, probably. Like, I don't know if I would say Kamehameha is better than superhero, but... I mean, there's an argument, because a lot of really good superhero units are Kamehameha units, so, I mean, it's possible. Alright, sorry for, like, a weird abrupt cut. I have received a phone call. I have my phone on Do Not Disturb, but I got a phone call anyway, so that's the first time that's ever happened. That's a little bit weird. But, plenty of meat items, which is always really good. Burst mode coins, so that you're able to get all these really powerful exclusive skill orbs. I mean, they're not the most powerful, but you can get 5 dodge, crit, or additional. I think you can also get, like, the stat buffing ones as well, which is good, and then 9 stones, which is pretty huge. So, only for, like, what? That was maybe 20 minutes total, able to get 9 stones, and potentially a lot of really good skill orbs, and free Zinni. Again, I love burst mode. That's really good. That's really good. But, alright, and hello, everybody. I'm the Super27, and welcome to my second time trying to record this, because OBS crashed about 30 minutes into our recording, which kind of sucks, but... Right here, this was recommended by the comment section for doing one of these showcase. Is this unit saved? Is it not saved? Do they have any new utility now that the LR Super Saiyan Broly movie trio exists in the game? But this is transforming Vegeta. So, this is one of these units who was probably one of the worst releases last year. Like, not as bad as STR Jiren, but, like, definitely worse than Int EZA Rose. So, he's kind of was somewhere in the middle of there. But I do see the synergy potentially with this character. Obviously, this guy benefits from there being a bunch of physical orbs on the field. We have one of the best physical orb changers in the game on this team. He creates his own orbs. He doesn't have really any defensive mechanics, so, like, just his raw stats are what kind of has to carry the character. He does stack throughout the entirety of his, like, every form. But if we look here, you know, we can actually pull this up on... the screen instead. Give me 1 second to get everything pulled up. Okay, but here we go. If we look here, this guy, he starts off with only 110 to stats in his base form. And then when he gets to blue, that only goes up to 150. Like, that is low. And this is a long... Hold on. Turn 1, turn 3, 5, 7. This is turn 9 at the earliest? And this is your massive payout? Like, I understand that, you know, he does have the massive nuking turn. Like, credit where credit is due. And he does get, you know, attack per key sphere obtained. He's getting a little bit of defense on super. He stacks the entire fight. Like, each form, he greatly stacks defense. So, like, I understand why they were probably a bit apprehensive with this guy, but I don't agree. I feel like he definitely does not have enough. So, again, like I said, I already did a few attempts in Gogeta for today. I did 2 attempts, and then OBS crashed. So the mentality that I have with this team is I want to try to move as slowly as possible, holding back as much as possible to give Vegeta as much time as possible to stack. We have him on the 2nd turn, so I will meet back up with you guys in just 1 second. It is impossible to go slow in this. I didn't even give Gogeta, like, orbs, and he still popped off, man. Gosh dang it. Okay. So that's 7 right there. Okay, hold on. That's good. So that means this will be their 24 key. Now, you want to pretty much give this guy 7 orbs while he's Super Saiyan and Super Vegeta. And then after that, you want to give him 6 orbs until he goes into his blue form. And then once he's blue, you only need to give him 5 orbs. And once you hit his orb requirement, he launches a guaranteed additional super, which is actually a pretty good effect, but he is quite orb hungry. So he's getting 15% attack per key sphere obtained, and when he launches an additional super, he's going to get 50% defense. So yeah, I mean, look at his attack stat. That's pretty high. His defense, you know, it's something, 200k basically, but that's without any buildup. 4 out of 7 links, which isn't terrible, I guess, but since we have so many STR orbs on the field, I'm going to assume we failed the 70% chance for his orb changing, which is, you know, it's very weird. He only changes STR key spheres to physical key spheres. They didn't super in slot 1. That is what I would call bad. But yeah. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, since there were so many STR key spheres, I'm going to assume that we failed his chance. So while he's Super Saiyan or Super Vegeta, he only has a 70% chance to orb change. Every turn after that, he guaranteed changes all STR key spheres to physical key spheres. So, like, I understand, like, the thought process behind it, but, like, why was it just a chance at its first base form? Like, God Goku exists. And I know God Goku, he only orb changes with, like, his intro, but that's, like, pretty much unrestricted quotation marks orb changing. You just need to run, like, his team without, I mean, you can run one extreme class character, I guess, but just run a super class team, which you want to do anyway. Of course, he's getting tagged by a super. This is death right here. There is no way in hell we are living this, but what's the damage looking like? God damn. I was not... That's high. That was high. What is this kid supering for? Where is he at? This is the first Supreme Magnificent Spectacle up against Gogeta Blue. So the blue boys are... I can pull this up for you guys as well. I mean, 1.5, and he gets 30% extra attack. So this is like 1.8. So he got up to like 700 defense with the additional super and the extra 50%. I mean, he would have lived the normals. He would have actually eaten the normals, but eating over 1 million, that's pretty bad. But that's okay. We'll dive right on back in. Hopefully we can actually get to see... could you imagine we went this whole video and we didn't get to see Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan? That would be funny. Alright, so here we go. We actually had Vegeta in slot 7, unfortunately. So, that means that we didn't get any stacks in his base form, but that is a ton of physical orbs over there. I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't see if there were any STR orbs. You guys will have to let me know in the comment section down below. But this is, I mean, that's with the extra support, start of turn, 4 out of 7 links. He's only got 161k defense. But what's his attack stat right now? 380. So in this form, he gets 18% attack per key sphere obtained. So let's just see what that launches up to with 10 key spheres. Just under 1 million, 951,000, which is actually pretty huge. Man, it's so impossible to go slow in these fights. It really is. Like, I honestly... No, because I guess the 30% extra support would be nice. I was about to say, I hope these guys don't get tagged by a super, but... I mean, they're going to get sealed here, so maybe that's for the best. Going slow would be more ideal. Because, like, I trust that these guys... They're very fine. Like, this unit has not been caught, for me at least, until we get to Gogeta Blue, but I have had them just get outright fucking destroyed by that kid, so... Let's see what Vegeta's going to tank. He's at 6.7. That's not too bad. Keep in mind, he gets no offense on that. He did get the crit. That's my crit build. I think I said in my failed recording, I have this guy built very, like, evenly between dodge, additional, and crit. Mostly because I use him for nuking events. That's horrible. That's terrible tanking. That was abysmal. That was awful. 250k? These guys, their normals are 540, and then he gets 30% extra from his super attack effect. So he's at, like, what, 700k normals? And he took that much? Oh no, that's horrible. No, that's horrible. Okay. I'll meet back on the next rotation and we'll hopefully see some better numbers. Alrighty, so now entering Vegeta's second turn, he goes into Super Saiyan Vegeta. Now from this point onward, he guaranteed changes all STR key spheres into physical key spheres. And the orbs are... I don't usually do this. I'm going to pop Gogeta first. Gogeta? Where the fuck are my rainbow orbs, my guy? Huh? I mean, okay. Thanks, pal. I appreciate it. That's 5. He needs 6. Okay. So in this form, how much key does... Or how much attack does he get per key sphere? He gets... in Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, he's going to get 20% attack per key sphere obtained. So let's see what his stats are looking like. He's at 417. That's still bad. That's still bad. Because this is type disadvantage. What are Gogeta's normals? Gogeta's normals are 650. And if he supers, we're probably just dead, like, right out the gate. So we're not, unfortunately, going to be able to give him his guaranteed additional super attack. So with those couple of orbs that we were able to get him, he launches up to 800. This is bad, but let's just see. Let's just see. That's the whole point of this. It's just to find out and see how all these different things work. He does, unfortunately, super right away, so his normals are now hitting for closer to 900, as opposed to... I'm sorry. They got stunned on the last turn. I can give them a little bit of credit. They got stunned on the last turn, 200k, that's like, what, a 2 point, what's 30% of 20? That's like, what, 6? That's like a 2.5 type disadvantage without a previous stack on the last turn. Yeah, but no, does Vegeta just get cooked here? Like, if he gets hit one time, which he is, I'm assuming that this normal is going to be for around 900. He's going to get 50% defense, and then he's getting another 40% from his passive. So he's almost going to double his defense, almost, but, like, it's not actually 90%. So, I don't know. We're probably dead. No, wait, we can debuff him. No, we debuffed him. We debuffed him a little bit with the 12 keys. That's good. That's good. 5.9, not too impressive, but, I mean, I'll take it. It's damage. He's not going to be hurting like Goku and Frieza, not crossing any damage thresholds by any means. We do get another hidden potential system, but it is a normal. We double-digit tank. The debuffs were big enough that we were able to do that. Okay. Okay, I was dreading that a little bit. I was dreading that, but we were good. We were good. Even though we had really bad orb-changing luck, like, I think all 3 units, like, frauded me out there. We didn't have any STR orbs, so obviously Vegeta's orb-changing didn't do anything. I don't think the trio really did anything, and then Gogeta, he just completely shit his pants and didn't make any rainbow key spheres. Which is weird, because he creates key spheres at the start of turn. Like, when he walks in, he does it, and then he does it again when he transforms. So he had 2 separate chances to create some rainbow key spheres, and he fucked both of them. Like, Gogeta, please, my guy. I need you. I need you so much right now. And you're not showing up. I mean, you're dodging, so you're doing your part now. But I need you to make Vegeta look a little bit better. I need this. All right, we also have the domain up. Okay, okay. But yeah, I will come back once we're up against Super Saiyan Gogeta. All right, entering the next turn, we go from Super Saiyan 2 to God Vegeta. So let's see. We also have the revive. So if we do get caught, there's actually no way the orb changing is this bad. Like, that's embarrassing. Okay. Okay, again, these guys orb change. Just throw that out there. These guys orb change. They haven't done it, but they can. So this is probably going to be one of Vegeta's best looking turns. This is the final turn that he can stack. He only needs 6 key spheres. We're going to be able to get him 8. But he has 5 out of 7 since we actually have SSBE on the rotation as well. Our defense, we're at 509, and our attack is we're just about the same. So with collecting 8 key spheres, this guy gets, what, is it 25% attack per key sphere obtained? I have multiple tabs open right now. If I'm being honest, what I do during these videos is, when I pause the recording, I just watch YouTube in a separate tab. That way I can have, like, auditory stimulation. Yeah, he gets 25% attack per key sphere obtained. So he goes up to a 1.2 milli. Okay. And that's going to be with a guaranteed additional super as well. So hopefully we can get to a pretty impressive defensive number right here. He is also still being buffed. The 77% defensive support, so he has an extra 147 there. And then 147? That's not right. 154. I just said a random ass number right there. And because of this super attack right here, he's going to be getting an extra 30% to stats. So hopefully he should look pretty impressive right here. Gogeta did not super yet, so if he gets caught by a super, I am just saying this right now, he is going to die. Gogeta's normals are 770, and then he gets an extra 30% attack when he performs his super attack effect. So, I mean, he still hasn't supered. But we do have the revive up 9.2. 9.2 actually isn't that bad. I will actually say his attack stats are like, I mean, they're average, you know, like, but like, we're deep into a fight. Only having a 9.2, that's nothing really to like be proud of. And that was with a bunch of orbs. Yet again, we get the hidden potential system, but it is a normal. We are at double-digit tanking range. All right, not bad. Not bad at all. If we can kill on this next turn, we're going to have his massive nuking turn as well. The only problem with the massive nuke is I don't think I want to put him in slot 1 unless there's like 0 attacks. You know what I mean? But we can see, does he get defense in orbs as well? Or is it just attack when he's Super Saiyan Blue? We killed? Uh-oh. SSBE did too much. That's really bad. Let's see. Yeah, no, he doesn't get any defense with his orbs. All right. Wait, I have the target all. We're fine. We're fine. All right. I'll meet up with you kids on the next rotation, and it'll probably be his most impressive, or at least I hope so. Okay, so this is Vegeta's peak right here. Finally. It took, what? It's like turn 9, and we have this kid. It is turn 9. All right. That's 3 attacks in the opening slot. So I'm going to use the Scouter. So let's see. Can I put Vegeta into slot 1? I mean, theoretically, I could. I was thinking about it, though. This turn would have really good synergy with their standby, giving them just a stupidly high amount. But he's not supering. But we're going to eat like 200k for each super, for each attack. Because what are his normals? So Gogeta, his normals are... They're 950. They're 900. What's my defense right now? So I would eat about 140. We could lift that. Because there's 3 attacks in the front. So it's going to do like just barely under half of our HP. I feel like we have to show his peak. So I understand that this is dumb. But we could theoretically still live this turn. What's his attack stat go up to? Over a 2 million. Okay, that's very impressive. Let's see. Let's just see. I'm going to launch this as well. But let's see. What's the damage going to look like? Nice crit, Gohan. Again, what is his defense? 767. Okay, so going into this, we know that he's not supering. But this is like a double digit. Oh, he's debuffed. We debuffed him a bunch because I had future, or not future Gohan. Only 15? Dude, I was expecting, like, a 37. I mean, that's good damage with the guaranteed crit. Only 15? What? How? I mean, he got the kill, which is, like, this is probably the... Like, someone screenshot this. This is a funny screenshot right here. But he gets 30% attack per key sphere obtained. He got 24 key spheres. And he only launched a 15.8? What? Oh, that's the most disappointing part of this video. So his massive nuking turn isn't even... It's not even a nuking turn, really. That's average damage. Dude, Beast Gohan does that turn 1, basically. Oh, that's disappointing. I really was expecting more than that. But we did get our win. So, I mean, we need to take the dub where we can, you know? Like, it was a little bit of a hard, strong fight or whatever. Because, again, that was what? That was 4 attempts before it took me to get a dub. Because, again, I had a failed recording because OBS crashed. I'm hoping it's not going to crash this time, but, I mean, if it does, I'll just redo the video again. Yeah, no, I'm significantly underwhelmed with that, but that was a longer event. Let's dive into, like, Kid Buu, where he'll have type advantage, but he won't have as much time to stack up. I think that could maybe be a good fight to go in, and then we might do Evoken, and then go into, like, I don't know, maybe we can go into one of these, like, infinite bosses, to, like, just see how well he does, like, over the course of the fight. I don't know. Alrighty, guys, so we're here on a rotation, and this is really bad, actually, with the team composition that I brought. No one can... We're dead. We can't live this turn. I don't have a unit who I can put into slot 3 to survive the super, and I don't think either one of these guys can realistic... I mean, I think I have to do this. So if we do that with them... I mean, that's just going to give them a bunch of damage reduction, I guess. We can't give him 7. We can give him 7. So we're going to do this. And dude, I think I need to pop the standby. Because all the damage we took was from the my trio in slot 1. So I think I will just go ahead and pop the standby right here. Okay. So let's see. I imagine we're just gonna be dead. Yeah, 300k. Yeah. I didn't need to put that much brain power into it. All right. Unfortunate. Okay. I guess instead of Future Gohan, we can bring Tech Ultimate. The only problem with Tech Ultimate is that I need either a movie hero or an all-out struggle category ally on the rotation. And if I'm running this setup, I kind of always have to have SSBE, because you're not on All Out Struggle, are you? Because I know you're not a movie hero. Yeah, unfortunately, he's not. Yeah, so, no, I think I do just need another All Out Struggle unit instead. Who would be good? Like, who could go in slot 1 and be good? My eyes aren't instantly seeing anybody for this fight. I mean, because you're on All Out Struggle. I guess we'll keep everything the exact same, but we'll chalk that down to bad opening RNG, maybe? These are much better rotations. Okay. Alright, let's see. Where are the attack distributions going to be? Good orb changing, fellas. That's enough for them right there, but is that going to take away from Vegeta? Golly gosh, I hope not. Shit. I'm not resetting the app. Alright. 155k defense. I don't know, man, because this guy, his normals are like, what, 650? Roughly there around. I mean, he's going to be getting extra defensive support, an extra 30% from these guys' 18 key. So maybe it'll be a little bit more impressive, but I mean, I think there's a chance we're just dead here. Because you're not able to debuff this starting form. You're able to debuff him once you're in, like, the int phase, and that's why I think this fight is a little bit interesting to do for some of these longer showcases. Especially since he does also have the beam nullification. I don't know if I brought any beam characters. No, it's not a beam. It's melees, right? He melee nullifies? Yeah, so I'm trying to think. Like, these characters, they don't have melees. SSBE's 12 key is a melee. But I think that would be it. Maybe Evoken? Evoken, like, one of theirs might be counted as whatever. 5.4 right there. Very, very low. Again, very low. Huh? Oh. Am I forgetting how hard Kid Buu hits? It's 650, right? I think it's 650. That was pathetic. That's awful. Where's Red Zone Kid Boo? Red Zone Kid, I feel like my eyes are glossing over him. There he is. I'll pull this up so that you guys are able to see as well. Let's translate this page into English, and we can pull this up right here. Yeah, 650. And he ate it for that much? I know it's type disadvantage, but still, that bad? That's post super with 30% support and an extra 77% defensive support. Yeah, there's no saving this character. I guess what we can do is I can keep diving back in. Like, I have 4 more daily attempts. So, I guess the strat is I just jump in. If he's not in slot 7, I reset. And I can do that 4 times potentially. And on my final attempt, if it doesn't happen, I'll just still show you guys what happens anyway. But that'll be the strat. I will try to get him in slot 7 if I can't. My final attempt for the day, we'll dive in that way. Alright, chat, we're loading into my final attempt of the day, but I just wanted to show this. I know it's not the point of the video or whatever, but look at how much damage these kids are taking because they're not at 24 key. Not me sabotaging. They created physical orbs, and then Evokin turned the physical orbs into rainbows. And that's not something that I can just ignore. Like, I know that these guys are so good, and I know, like, oh, well, yours isn't rainbowed or whatever, but, like, that's bad tanking. That's bad. For a slot 1 unit, that's bad. That's like, unapologetically bad. You wanna know why it's so bad? It's because, like, every hard-hitting boss right now in the game is STR. And I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there. That's bad fucking tanking. That's embarrassing. That was embarrassingly bad. I am ashamed of these guys for taking that much because there was no way of me getting them to 24. Because I had to put, Evokin, I had to put them into slot 2. They can't live supers because it's just not what they're supposed to be doing. So I have to float off SSBE here if I wanted any chance of living the turn. But because of these guys now, if Vegeta gets tagged even once, I'm dead. I'm completely 100% billion, million, trillion % cooked. There's no counterplay to this. And this is just going to be my final attempt of the day. It's kind of what things are, like, looking like this is how they're going to be. Because he took, like, what? He took 500k? Like, that's insanity to me. That's insane. So insane. Alright. But let's see this rotation. Future Gohan can go in front of the super. There's one attack. There's one attack. We know it's going to be, like, 600k. I will reset the app if this sabotages you from getting 7. Alright, I'm gonna reset the app. Hold on. Alright, we're back on the rotation. Let's see here. So, if I do... Well, that's not getting them 24. We'll do this. Here's what we'll do. We'll make them a little bit tankier. We'll do this. And there we go. That's the orbs that we need. So we're not going to be healing up nearly as much. So we're probably still just dead here. But I'm giving Vegeta... This is Vegeta's best shot at living. Is doing what we did here. That way he only has to eat 1 attack there in the middle slot. He's still getting support from Goku. And he's going to get 2 defensive stacks off right here. So with 1 stack we saw it was like 600k. With 2, I mean, it'll be like... 490 at, I mean, no, it'll be above 490. Yet again, another hidden potential system additional. Yeah, 580. And that was after I did all my resets, so that's my last Kid Buu attempt. That's nuts, man. Alright. What's another good event we could dive into? I'll figure something out. We'll dive into another event, and then we'll probably wrap the video up there. Alright, guys, so I actually think that this will be another good event. This is up against Android 17 and 18 in the Universal Survival Saga Supreme Magnificent Spectacle. And I decided to bring these guys. Because not only are they going to be a movie hero unit, so that this guy will always... Bro. Dude! I'm not trying to be rude. But, like, these guys have been out for a while. My goodness golly. These guys have been out for a while. You should have them fully link level 10 by this point to have them at their maximum potential. There's orbs. We have orb events. We have link level stages. I truly mean this. Like, when there's a brand new unit, you can put them on the friends list. That's fine. Okay? But, like, they don't have to be link level 10 or anything. They should be link level 10 later on, though. Like, I'm talking, like, the day that they drop, it's fine if they're not link level 10. That's an unrealistic standard. You have to pay money, obviously, if you want to do the link level keys, or if you want to do the orbs or whatever. That's whatever. But, these guys have been out for, like, what, 2-3 weeks at this point? Roughly, or whatever? You should have them link level 10 if they are your friend, like, leader. Like, I don't know who I have as my friend lead right now, but I don't put my friend lead on the list unless they are fully link level 10. Now, I know not everybody likes link leveling or whatever, but if you just do, like, your daily boosts, you know what I mean? Like, I know Truth says this all the time. Nice double stack right there. Hopefully we do get the hidden potential system, and it will be a super. We do get it. Oh, finally! Finally, we get a hidden potential system additional super. So that's 3 stacks in 1 turn. Very, very good, Vegeta. I'm actually so proud of you. I am so proud of you. Thank you so much. But if you just do your daily boosts, which is 3 to 5 times a day, depending on if Amatsu likes us and he wants to give us the full boost things or whatever, I think he should. I think the 5 should become the standard instead of 3. Or you could do what I do. Usually what I do each day is I just use my full stamina, and if I level up, I use my full stamina again. But there's the Roshi event. The Whis event has decent, like, link level stage boosts. There's the guaranteed ones for superheroes and super bosses that we have at the moment. Like, you have options to get your units link leveled. And it doesn't take that much time. Especially for the amount of time that's been allotted. Although, I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but I do just think that's a little crazy. But we'll meet back on the next rotation. Alrighty, so we are now Super Vegeta. Another thing that kind of hurts this unit, like, again, he's just designed, like, not great. But something that does hurt this unit quite a bit is that it's really hard to go slowly. And this is yet another time where I'm not going to be able to get him. I am actually. Oh, those orbs that fell were fantastic. But it's not easy all the time to go slow. Like, in the Gogeta event, I was purposely trying to go slow. 500k defense actually is not bad. I mean, it's bad for not having guard damage reduction or anything like that, but I will take what I can get. I'll take what I can get. What was I even saying? I completely lost my tangent. Yeah. Oh, I remember. It's hard to go slow. And not a lot of these events have multiple stages, or, like, they're not super long. And I don't know, it's just hard for a unit like this who is just so undertuned. Like, why is it turn 3, and at the start of turn, he only has 120% attack and defense, and then he gets another 40% on super attack? Like, that's not enough for this kid to really perform. It wasn't enough to perform last year. With no other sort of defensive mechanic. Yet again, another hidden potential system additional normal. Very, very unfortunate there. But I thought that this event would be pretty good to, like, showcase him in. Because the starting phase, obviously, is Int, so even if he was to get cooked, he would have type advantage. In the second phase, there is still another unit who is Int, so if he gets tagged by a Goku super, it would be pretty fine. But the main unit that we're going up against, the androids, they obviously have the type advantage over him. So we could see, like, the duality of man. Potentially, we could see him get caught by multiple supers or whatever. But I've come to realize I can't even, like, pretend, play around, put this guy into slot 1. Like, he just can't. So we're not going to be able to see any level of his tanking, but I'm just going to go ahead, out on a limb. Call me crazy if you want, but I'm going to say that he's not saved. I do enjoy doing these showcases, but it is a little bit disheartening for me. I will say that, like, so many people are able to, like, achieve something that, like, I'm unable. You know, like, people are able to use Tech Bardock, or people are able to bring this unit in, and so far, I haven't been able to, like, catch that lightning in a bottle. I haven't been able to, like, really see some of these old units perform well under, like, this massive amount of support. And the thing is, like, I just don't understand why that is, because I'm doing everything right, in quotations. Like, there's no, like, right or wrong way to play the game, necessarily, but I don't know if just RNG isn't on my side, or what, but, like, I have all these units, they're link level 10, I'm putting them in a multitude of different situations, I'm going out of my way to try to make the unit look good, like, trying to prioritize orbs for a showcase character over anything else, or putting them wherever there's the least amount of attacks, but I feel like if I want the unit to take damage, they never take damage, or this, that, or the other. I don't know. It's just, it's been a little rough. And I don't understand why, but that's not stopping me from having fun. Like, it is fun seeing, like, some of these older units, you know, like, kind of bust them out. You know what I should have been doing? I should have been attacking Goku to maybe make this fight last longer. Yeah, I should have been doing that. I should have only been letting Vegeta attack the androids. If we win or lose, I mean, whichever happens first, I'll dive back in and we'll do that. We'll have every unit attack Goku, because you can't kill Goku. And then we'll have Vegeta try to kill the androids. Interesting. 0 attacks in the middle slot there. Sure. Let's do this. So what's his start of turn defense? I mean, that's kind of impressive. For, like, just being Super Saiyan Vegeta, we're at 729. Like, that's not bad. So he's going to be missing the extra 30% support. But, oop, I dropped my phone. But he's still going to be getting that massive amount of defensive support. And we could potentially see him take some pressure. So we can see what, like, he may or may not tank right here. So let's see. 6.5, again, very, very low damage, but, like, what can you expect from a unit who, start of turn, only has 130% attack? But he is, like, he's built like a nuker, which, like, I don't get. He got, what, 8 orbs there, and he's still launching not even into the millions? Yet again, we do get another hit of potential system additional super, which is nice. This is, like, the best that he's looked in terms of, like, getting those additional stacks off, which is super crucial. It looks like he is tanky enough to double-digit tank these kids in normals, which is nice. Even tight disadvantage, Vegeta is actually looking pretty decent right there. I'm not gonna lie. Again, not great. Why doesn't he have guard? Or why doesn't he get defense per orb obtained as well? Wait, you can kill Goku in this fight? I thought you couldn't. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the Gohan event. The Bojack Gohan that just dropped. You can't kill Goku in that one. He has 100% damage reduction and 100% chance to dodge. You can kill Goku in this one, because Goku makes the androids stronger, I think, is the mechanic. Is that as long as the androids are alive, and so is Gohan, they hit harder. But you kill Goku, and then they get weaker. I think it's, like, the gimmick of this fight. I'm remembering now. I'm remembering. Listen, there's a lot of, like, nuanced things in this game to remember, dude. Goku has, like, 0 health. Okay. Alright, so I was wrong. But, I mean, do I want to bring this Gohan into that event and see, like, because we could theoretically make the fight last a while, I guess. Yeah, we could do that. If we kill here, which actually, you know what? I am gonna kill here. I'll meet back up with you guys. We'll do one more event. We'll do the BoJack movie Gohan, because that's also a little bit of a longer fight, and we'll see what can cook. Alright, so we are now up against the BoJack movie Gohan right here. We do actually have pretty decent opening RNG right here. I'm not gonna hold you. That's 7 right there. And that's 7 there as well. So we can actually get best case scenario for both units. No, we can't, because the orbs fell and... God damn it. Alright. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. That's it. I can't win. You know that meme where it's like, I can't stop winning. I can't stop losing, dude. But, like, I have to get these guys their orbs as well. Because if they're not at 24 key, they're not giving their support, and they're missing out on that damage reduction. Like, there are a lot of units where, like, getting them to 24 key is, like, nice. You know, like, SSBE gets guaranteed crits. AGLMUI gets guaranteed crits. Like, units get, like, extra buffs when they're at 24. These guys have to be at 24, or they're a completely different unit. You get them to 24 key every single turn. They're giving 77% damage or defensive buffs to the entire rotation. They're getting the extra 15% damage reduction. they are much more capable of going into slot 1. The second that they can't get it, they really do. Like, it's like night and day how they perform so differently, and it's... I don't know, I feel like sometimes people tend to ignore that. This is a hit of potential system additional super right here, which is nice. If he wants to keep giving us those hit of potential... Damn, that ain't great. That's with a double stacky 854. That ain't great, Bob. That's not something I'm gonna say is super good. But it actually looks like we might be moving a little bit slower. Because if I can 3-phase, like if I can make it that I can 3-phase each fight, I'm gonna take that as like a win. You know what I mean? But it's kind of hard to do when you have units who just do damage for free, essentially. Alright, so we are back yet again. We did get the kill right there. So this is now Super Saiyan Gohan. Which, as far as I don't have a... Wait, no, I do have a domain. I have Future Gohan. Oh, okay, never mind. This won't actually be that bad then. That's 24Q with him right there. So let's see. 406k defense. We're going to give him all of these orbs. 18% attack per key sphere obtained. All the way up to 1 million. But even with a 1 million attack stat, I don't know, like, his damage is just pretty underwhelming, even with the extra 30% support that we get from the 18 key, but, I mean, I guess that's to be expected, but, like, also not expected. Like, I really was expecting this guy to hit significantly harder than what he was, but the strategy will be, soon as we have Super Saiyan Goku available as an attack target, excuse me, my voice just kind of gave out on me there. I've had that issue, like, all day. My voice just does not seem to be warmed up. 7.5, I mean, again, that's, like, passable, I suppose. We are going to be getting an additional right here. I mean, maybe if he got, like, 30% attack for 1 turn, that would be good, but he does only get the 50% defense. Yet again, we get a triple stack off, so he's actually going... This is going to be a good showing for, like, his potential right here. He's actually truly showing up and showing me, like, what he's capable of. And these guys are going to do a lot of damage, but we're not going to do enough damage to kill. So we're just going to go into the next rotation. Gohan's going to fully heal up. We're going to have the Goku as our main attack target. We're actually doing some pretty good damage. These guys are nuts. Like, this is a unit. The Super 13 trio, they are a unit who was saved by the support. Like, I can comfortably say that from first-hand experience. But so many of these other units, I just don't see it. All right. We'll be back on the next turn. Alright, we are back again, and look how many orbs we have at our disposal. So again, the only unit who is going to be allowed to attack Gohan will be Vegeta. I may or may not have forgot earlier, and allowed the trio on the last turn to attack him, but that's neither here nor there. 729k defense, again, like if this guy had guard, do you know how good he would actually be? With 700k defense and guard. Like, he's not going to be like top unit in the game or anything, but he would actually be like semi-competitive, and I attribute that to the support, but just he himself doesn't have enough gas in the tank to really make the most utilization out of it. So let's just kind of see. I forgot to check his attack stat, but we gave him like 9 orbs, so it will be pretty impressive, I would like to imagine. This is, again, probably going to be one of his better turns that we have seen, just because of like, every unit on this rotation, they all needed orbs, and they were all able to get the required orbs that they needed. So this is super good. I almost kind of want to see Vegeta get... No, because Vegeta would die. I kind of want to see Vegeta get tagged by a super, but, like, I fully understand that if he gets tagged by a Goku super type disadvantage, I don't know what the Goku super's for, but I imagine it would just outright be death. Even if we do get another stack here, hit a potential system additional, normal. Oh, there's the dodge. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Is this death? If this is death, the video's over. Hut! We lived! Let's go! We lived! Alright, we'll be back in the next rotation. We lived, guys! We lived! Alright, so we are now going into God Vegeta. Hopefully we get some good orb RNG. It looks like we do. Now, Goku is kind of being a bit problematic because he does damage to us at the start of every turn. So he is, I mean, we're healing, but he's doing damage. So let's see, what is our defense looking like? Just under 1,916k. Let's collect our orbs right here. Again, that is going to be more than enough orbs to get us to our what is it? Additional super. That's what I wanted to say. 1.2, not terrible. 5 out of 7 links. Again, Vegeta is one of his better linking partners. Yeah, we basically got healed all the way up back to full, which is super good. Yeah, these supers really aren't threatening at all. And we do know that we are actually able to live Goku's super. Not comfortably, but we were able to live it on that other turn. So, I mean, if we lived it last turn, obviously we're going to live it on this turn because we are stacking and we're just getting more and more defense as we go up into the forms. What we'll do probably is we'll do the nuking turn again. And then we'll just probably wrap it up there. But again, I do kind of see a little bit of synergy with this guy. If you are able to keep him safe in blue, or keep him safe until you get into blue, do the standby. The standby, you get 2 charges per physical key sphere obtained. With 24 key spheres, just by doing that, you're instantly getting 48 charges to the standby. So the soul shattering punch will just get incredibly juiced up. So you know what we might actually do? We're gonna switch strategies here. We're gonna try to kill Gohan on this next turn. Because I'll have, like, the Super 13 active skill. I'll have the standby. Yeah, I have a lot of things that I have at my disposal. We're going to try to kill on this turn. And then we'll start charging up the Soul Shattering Punch. And we'll see how much damage that can do to see maybe if he has utility outside of himself. If he can support someone else and still be good. Alright, so this is Vegeta's God turn. So we're no longer able to stack. Again, my voice is just giving out on me today. I apologize. But he's no longer able to stack, so this is his maximum potential, essentially. We do still have the domain up, so we don't really need to worry about Gohan's shenanigans right here. But, I mean, his final form, 1.2 million. I guess that's not terrible, but without any other defensive mechanic, it's not great. But we're going to try to see his synergy with the Soul-Shattering Miraculous Punch. So by collecting all of these, yeah, 46 free charges. And I'm able to give him 5 key spheres. That's all he needs. So he's guaranteed... Oh, and we're giving him a Dokkan attack. So he's guaranteed critting this turn. Which is cool. He's going to be launching a guaranteed additional super now as well. The Soul Shatter Miraculous Punch is charged to hell. 55 charges instantly. It's going to be even higher. Now this guy can crit. Is this going to do... I mean, this is not doing damage. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. Very, very funny that he even tried that. But seeing that double digits on that, like, that super attack can certainly be scary. That's funny. I think that's funny. But let's see just how much damage this kid can do. Again, guaranteed crit on a Dokkan attack. We're getting a guaranteed additional super. Hopefully we'll get the hit potential as well. But we weren't able to give him a bunch of orbs, so... Even though last time we were able to get to up to, what, 15.8 with 23 key spheres, we're going to get nowhere near that. I know he's getting 50% attack and defense on this super. I mean, that's decent damage, I suppose. Yeah, only 6.8. Yeah, there's no saving this kid. He's a fraud. I mean, even if we get a win, that's in spite of him. That's not because of him. That's just all the other units around him carrying their weight and doing what they needed to do. Although the domain is going to go away on this next turn, so we're all going to have, like, key sickness and stuff. There's a chance we still lose this. Yeah, victory is not assured here, but I would hope that we could get the Soul Shattering Miraculous Punch off, because that would just be really fun to see. How powerful it could become just by getting a free 48 charges. Let's see here. Oh, that's bad. We needed the int spheres. That was bad, actually. All right. Let's see. We'll do this for our best chance of survival. Yeah, we just got... See, that was unfortunate luck right there. Still 87 charges, though. That's not terrible, but obviously you get more charges with physical key spheres, so it would be much better if we were... Damn! If we got more physical key spheres. Yeah, but, like, that might have been a lot of damage, but, like, his normals throughout the rest of this turn aren't going to hurt any of these units. Even the trio, who I'm a little bit afraid of, they got enough orbs. Hopefully they'll launch enough supers to kind of, like, cushion themselves a bit. And they do also have type advantage, even though they no longer have their damage reduction. I'm pretty sure they're 50... Or no. Their 30% damage reduction is only for 5 turns, if I'm not mistaken. So they're kind of just, like, raw dogging stats right now is what they're doing. Vegeta, calm down. I don't want you to kill. I want the active skill to kill. Calm down, Vegeta. Vegeta, calm down! Please! Oh, God. If we kill, I'm actually gonna be pissed if we kill. Oh, thank God, Vegeta. You're so good. Okay. Vegeta, my goat. Okay, now these guys don't crit. Launch a lot of supers, but do not crit. I want to see the Soul Shatter and Miraculous Punch. Thank God they're not critting. All right, we're good. I mean, the Soul Shatter and Miraculous Punch will kill. But I'm hoping this might be, like, the highest attack stat I've ever seen from it. Because, like, this, so far, like, we have a shit ton of orbs. So, I mean, Vegeta, he's still guaranteed orb changing. It's only STR key spheres, though. So, let's see. Right there. Yeah, the Rainbow Orb changing kind of overlapped with it in a bad way. But we can get 10 right there. I guess, again, let's look at his defense. It's a little bit lower. Is it because you're not linked up with you? No. Why is it a little bit lower on this turn? Not entirely sure. But we'll give him those orbs right there. Boosting up his stack just to showcase what it looks like. We can do this right here. So 109 charges. The Soul Shattering Punch. 3 out of 7 links. Let's see what's the damage going to be. I mean, I'm assuming this just kills. Even, well, actually, maybe not. I probably do need a crit here. And we did get the crit. Perfect. 41 million. All right, not bad. Not bad at... Oh, we got the KO screen. Let's go! That's my favorite KO screen in the game. It's kind of hard to see because I don't usually use their standby because I think their standby just makes the character a little bit worse. But that's fun. That's fun. All right, that was a good way to end the video. All right, not too bad. Not too bad. But let me know, what did you think about transforming Vegeta? I'm definitely going to say that he's not saved. We won in spite of him, not because of him. He really didn't offer anything to the team outside of a little bit of frustration with orb conflicts. But it was certainly fun getting to kind of see what he could do. Again, if he just had guard, like, even if he had a chance to guard, I hate units who, like, 50% of the time they guard, but this is a unit who will, like, actually benefit from that if he had a chance to guard built somewhere into his passive. Amatsu was just way too cautious when building this character, but, like, his starter turn stats are too low. He doesn't get any defense on his orbs. It takes way too long to get into his blue form, and the payoff for blue really isn't even that much, so yeah. Very poorly designed, but I still had fun, and hopefully you had fun watching me go through all of these. The next one will be Birdku, and then not one of these showcases, because obviously Bio Broly isn't on the category, but Bio Broly is also going to be getting his own long showcase video this week. You guys are going to get several long showcase videos throughout the rest of this week, so hopefully you guys enjoy these, because difficult content doesn't come until Wednesday. So this will be Tuesday's upload, Birdku will be Wednesday, probably then the difficult content, however many stages we're getting. I think we're getting the Family Kamehameha and then Goten and Trunks, so that'll be Thursday, Friday. And then Saturday we'll probably do Bio Broly, or something along those lines. I think that'll be the upload schedule. But let me know what you think. Let me know if you guys enjoyed this. But that's gonna be all right. And hello everybody. I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan battle video. Now we have a contender for like one of the genuine best units in the game, like potentially like top 15, maybe top 20. I don't know. Maybe I'm gassing him up just a little bit, but. We have free-to-play Bio Broly. Now, Bio Broly, he's been one of my most anticipated units in the game for over a year now. I am a little bit, disappointed that he's not summonable, but having him be a Prime Battle LR was probably the best-case scenario for global players, seeing as if he was a yellow coin LR, we would have had, 9th anniversary into Topo, into Tech MUI, into Worldwide Download Celebration, and then if we had, like, a Part 3 yellow coin banner, I mean, that would be cool, but God, global players, we would be scrounging for stones even more so than we already are. So, this is going to be a dedicated showcase for him. I'm going to do it a little bit different from my other ones. Instead of pausing every time, well, never mind, I changed my mind. I instantly changed my mind. I was going to show just every single rotation, but, no, we're not going to do that. Unless you guys want to do that. If you want to see these showcases, like, every single turn instead of just the highlighted unit, if you want every single turn that we can see every single play that I do, let me know in the comment section down below if you guys would be interested in something along those lines. But, we're going to kind of see what this boy can do. Now, he is just kind of like Diet Cell Max. He does pretty much everything Cell Max does, just a little bit worse. Impressive damage is not something I would say that this unit can do, but impressive tanking and having one of the better target all mechanics in the game. Wholeheartedly, this unit has absolutely got that down pat. This is the build that we're rocking with him. He has 25 dodge, so 1/4 of the time he's going to be dodging, and then every other attack he should be able to comfortably tank. So let's go ahead and dive into our first event. Ooh, bet you weren't expecting to see animations, because I don't tend to usually show those. But, like, I had to get the Bio Broly intro in the video. You know I had to, just him screaming his little head off. Alright, so, also, their intros are very, very similar. Again, the Diet Cell Max, connection really isn't a far stretch by any means. So, we're into the EVOKEN event. If I'm going to be honest, this is the third time I've gone into this event. Both times I've died turn 1 without having Bio Broly even available to us. So that is a little bit unfortunate here. But we're going to try to see what he can do. That's going to be a lot of pressure in slot 2. Now, keep in mind, turn 1 is Bio Broly's weakest turn. That is the turn that he only has 60% damage reduction, which is crazy to say, but 60% with only 180% defense really is not enough by any means. But he does have big bad bosses when he's linked up with Cell Max. Cell Max is probably his best linking partner because of that. They're both LRs, so you know they're getting legendary power, getting an extra 15% attack. When performing the super, 25% to stats. It's very good all around. And then we have the sub EZA free to play, whatever you want to call it, Broly right here, who is actually going to probably look better on this first turn than the LR, because this guy has 90%. He's essentially just a free to play EZA version of, what do you call him? AGL Golden Frieza. So that is very good. Now, keep in mind that this guy does not get any stats until he actually performs a super. So I know 85,000 defense looks very unimpressive. He's going to get an extra 180 once he actually does his super. So let's kind of see what he's going to be able to do here. Now, hopefully, we won't actually die yet again. I would actually like to potentially see this guy up against EVOKEN. And get deep into the fight so that we can actually see his active skill. But there are a couple of units who I'm having to bring just because my uncontrollable power setup isn't necessarily the strongest. Like, usually I like to bring Hirudegarn, and I usually run Hirudegarn as my leader. That way I can actually get Fat Boo on the team, and then I can run a friend of the Int Broly, LR Int Broly. Dude, Cell Max, dude. Oh my god, Cell Max, you pissed me off. You have type advantage and guard and 30% damage reduction, and you weigh 260 on a super, bro. You shouldn't be taking that much. Alright, but Bio Broly, he does have the guaranteed additional super for his first 4 turns, so basically his first 2 rotations, essentially, his first 2 appearances or whatever. Doing pretty decent damage. This is a hit potential system right here, and he does have the 50% chance to crit just built in, so we actually did get some pretty good luck right there, and oh, Bio Broly, bro, please! Live! Can you dodge one of these? Do you have a 25% chance? If he dodges the super... Damn! Fellas, I don't know how to tell you this, but we're kind of cooked right there. Damn! Okay, I was not expecting him to get 100k, but again, to be fair, that is his weakest turn. I've made this comparison before, but like Fusion Zamasu, this guy is essentially, his turn 1 is Fusion Zamasu's turn 3. Because Fusion Zamasu has 80% damage reduction on turn 1. Even in today's meta, you can put Fusion Zamasu into slot 1 on his first appearance. Then, after that, you know, he gets a little bit dicey just because losing that damage reduction is so huge on a unit like that. But let's dive right back on in. We have him again on the second rotation. So, what I will do is I will pause, or if we die, I guess I'll actually show the footage of us dying instead of me just dying off screen. Okay. Yeah, we're dead again. It looks like Tech Broly, if we don't get him in slot 7, is probably just completely unrunnable in this event. I have 2 more attempts right here. But did you see how much damage we did? With just those units right there, we did over like 60% of this kid's health. And again, he's not at the... we got the exact same opening rotation. Alright, hopefully we'll have better RNG, I guess. Oh, he's double-digit tanking. Oh, that's because they haven't supered yet. Oh, that's so good. Alright, I unpaused preemptively because I assumed that he probably would die right there, but EVOKEN actually hasn't supered yet, which is a little bit bizarre, not gonna lie. But we will take those. Oh, and this will be, yet again, some pretty good showing. So, I'm actually going to trust the free-to-play right here because he's my only option. Again, he has 90% damage reduction. This could be a showcase for both Bio Brolys. You know what? Why not? We can bring both Bio Brolys both times and see how they both perform. You know, why the hell not? This is my video. I can make the rules, and hopefully you guys will enjoy it. Alright, so let's see right here. Also, having Int Broly have 0 pressure in slot 3 is pretty good. He's taking 4-digit damage. Okay, so that means that this is definitely going to hurt, but I don't imagine we're going to go from full to 0. What's the damage looking like? Damn. 200k. Cell Max took that way worse. Oh, yo, free-to-play Bio Broly better than Cell Max, hello? That's insanity. Double super right here, so these guys do also get attack on their super attack effect. That is something that is, like, needed to be noted. So Bio Broly in the middle slot here, he's going to be taking way more damage than last time, because he doesn't have access to big bad bosses either. Again, there's just a lot of pressure he's having to tank on his first turn, which I feel like usually isn't the case, but, like, I guess this fight is just a little bit particular with how it spreads out its attacks, but I like to do this. I like to be fair to units. I like to show them at their peaks. I like to show them at their worst. I don't like to sugarcoat anything. We didn't get a single hit of potential system dodge, by the way. All of those were a 25% chance, but a little bit of a rough showing for the LR. Excuse me. But, dude, I'm not even going to hold you. The tech TUR? That was good. That was impressive. That was very impressive, I would argue, actually. So let's see what we want to be cooking right here. Yeah, again, let's just swap the premises of this video. This is now just a Bio Broly showcase in general. I am going to pop this right away. You may have noticed that on the last time, when we died, I actually kept Broly in his base form. Usually my strategy with that Broly is if I am going to float him because the other Broly is in slot 7, I will keep him in his base form to give the support to that entire rotation. Because he can tank pretty comfortably, you know, like you've seen, with 70% damage reduction and guard, he can tank effectively pretty damn well. And then if you put him into slot 1, obviously guard and 90% damage reduction, he's just unkillable. But if you're putting him into slot 1 on turn 1, you might as well just go ahead and pop the transformation anyway. That way you can go ahead and start getting your stacks and you get access to the active skill that much sooner. But then I know there is like some like trade-offs with that, because then he loses that extra bit of damage reduction a little bit earlier into the fight. But most of the time, even my Broly at 55%, that doesn't really matter. That's like such a non-issue. It might as well like not even be brought up as like an issue. Because if you put him into slot 1 before he attacks, he has guard, 200% extra defense, and 50% damage reduction, and he only loses, I believe he only loses the 200% defense after super. He still keeps his guard and 50% damage reduction, so he's essentially like Evoken, or not Evoken, Evolution Blue Vegeta post-revive, just for the entire fight. He is so good. Plus he's stacking. Plus he has the AoE. Cell Max, you can, okay, there you go. That's better levels of tanking. All right. My goat. So let's go ahead and transform Broly yet again. Let's go and try to get a stack. Unfortunately, he does not link too well with Bio Broly. Just prepare for battle and legendary power, which is 2 key and 5% attack and defense. Even still, not able to get to that 18 key mark. That's a little bit disappointing, not going to lie. But let's kind of just see right here again. This is another situation where Bio Broly, he's just going to get crushed. And I kind of have to put him in this middle slot right here. This is also my final attempt of the day, so if we lose, we just outright lose. But if we get a dodge at any point, or if they do choose to super later into the turn, that will be a pretty massive W for us. Obviously, I don't think Bio Broly would be able to tank a super with just the 60% damage reduction. Also, I do want to say that this unit's attack stats are very, very consistent. Because he is, again, he's a Prime Battle free-to-play LR. He doesn't really have, like, the most amount of stats. Even in his passive, he's only getting an extra 180, and that's it. Nowhere else in this kid's kit does he get any sort of extra buffs on super attack, on hit, anything like that. He is doing a lot of things, so we are taking this significantly better, but that is just because there is yet to be a super. Evoken hasn't supered yet at all, interestingly enough. Now, they... Of course, this guy will be able to eat a normal, but if they do choose to super him, this is just kind of the end of the run. That is the liability that you run with him when you do bring the unit. It looks like it is a normal. We're taking a little bit of damage, but we are surviving. Let's go. So, again, we're just going to keep Bio Broly on the main rotation right here. Oh, almost. Silly me. I almost forgot to pop the active skill right there. So let's do this right here. Now, Bio Broly, the TUR... If I'm not mistaken, he has 90% damage reduction, but he loses 20% with each turn. So on turn 1, he has 90, and then the following turn, he has 70. And then, you know, 60, and then all the way down to 0. But he gets that one turn on turn 10 for whatever reason, where he gets just like a little bit of extra support, and he also gets that extra damage reduction. So if you ever make it to turn 10 with this TUR Bio Broly, like the only way you would be able to do that is keep him on main rotation for like the easier stages of the fight, and then you float him, and then he comes back on turn 10. That would be like really the only feasible way I could see you doing that, but I mean, hey, it's possible, you know, Because again, this guy, he's pretty solid in of himself. Like, obviously, I would say he is much more, like, he's inferior in pretty much every single way, shape, and form to the LR, except for on turn 1. That is, like, really where the TUR Bio Broly, like, shines. But the LR Bio Broly, he shines from turn 3 onward, because that's when he gets all that extra damage reduction, baby. And then all of a sudden, 72% damage reduction is a lot more enticing than just 60. And then after that, he has 84, then 90, and then it goes back down a little bit after that. But with how daunting this team is, how powerful this team is, how oppressive this team is, you're never going to really see these units start to struggle. I say that as Bio Broly is taking 93. Damn! Again, that's the huge difference in just 20% damage reduction, and we didn't get a hit potential system dodge, unfortunately, and we are dead. 572, though, that is pretty impressive taking. That's over a 2.5 million super, and that's our final attempt for the day. Very, very unfortunate. I feel like we just got really bad luck that entire time. Like, I don't think I made any, like, severe misplays. What is your dodge build? 50% chance to dodge. I don't typically put skill equips on free-to-play units, and this guy is currently on my link leveling team, so his links aren't that impressive, but the rest of the team I do have fully link level 10, and they all are orbed up. I guess I can show this right here, might as well. Just that way you guys can see that I am not being a liar, man. My pants, they are not on fire. I keep things real on this channel. Alright, Cellmax. I always hate that Cellmax's, like, loading screen takes a while. Like, his asset is impressive, but it's not that impressive, you know what I mean? But alright, let's dive into another event. We can maybe sub in Hirudegarn for one of these units. Or, I mean, maybe we might just keep it like this. Do, like, a full Broly team, and we can just pretend that Cellmax is also a Broly. I don't know. But let's dive into another event. Alright, so here we are into pretty much my favorite showcase stage for, you know, all of these various different events, going up against Gogeta, because it's a long fight that's also relatively difficult, and this will give Bio Broly plenty of time to actually get that damage reduction built up, and the team can apply enough, like, offensive pressure that we're going to be able to move pretty quickly. We're using just the exact same team. Cellmax is going to have time to get fully built up here as well, but I really just want to get to a point. Oh, you know what we can do? Now, again, this unit is weak against AoEs. I don't want to, like, throw that out there right now. I do understand that I am potentially bringing this unit into a liability. Type disadvantage AoEs. This guy does not have any stats before he performs a super, so we might hold on to his team protection mechanic up until we get to Gogeta Blue. If, like, God willing, please, let the showcase actually go well and not have me get screwed over by something dumb or silly or dumb or maybe even potentially a little bit silly. If all of that happens, we could actually see this guy, like, I mean, the other units on the rotation would eat a lot of damage, potentially, you know, because, again, we do have, like, some fraudulent defensive units. The same thing goes for, like, Tech EZA, Yellow Coin, Broly. That unit does not get any of their stats until they perform their 18 key. That's when they get the guard. It's not a start of turn guard. They have to actually do the super first before they get any of that. This Broly, like, even though I'm probably a much bigger fan than him, than a lot of the rest of the community, I do recognize he does have flaws. He's not that impressive offensively. He can be a fraud in so many different situations. He really is only good in the current meta, when we have all these pure Saiyan, all these hybrid Saiyans, all these movie heroes, all these Gokus, where he has all these extra abilities to his kit. Once we move forward a little bit, like, deeper, you know, like, we have a meta shift, we go back to, like, more extreme class fights, or, maybe we even move away. I mean, I don't know, because it's kind of hard to move away from super class and not have, like, a Goku, or a pure Saiyan, or a hybrid Saiyan. That's not an easy thing to do. You know what I'm gonna do here? This is probably a misplay, but I'm going to do this just for the sake of funsies. Let's see what Bio Broly is able to do here, and we can try to greed up and get a stack for the Yellow Coin LR over here, because the Yellow Coin LR, obviously, he does stack only in his base form and only on the 18 key. So potentially having him be a little bit more impressive offensively deeper into this fight will be pretty nice to have in our back pocket, because Broly's not going to take any time at all before, you know, he's at, like, a really high potential stat. Because, again, he stacks every 18 key as well, but, like, we're going to be launching off 18 keys for free. And, again, we can show off the strategy that I mentioned a little bit earlier, where you're able to, like, hold on to the transformation. That way you have the extra damage reduction for a little bit deeper into the fight. But this fight really can't take advantage of that strategy too much. We will be floating off Cell Max here. And let's go ahead and transform this Broly right here. So, again, keep in mind, Bio Broly, he has 72% damage reduction. And this is the final turn that he has his intro passive up, which essentially gives him a random choice between 8 to 10 key. I don't know why it's not 11, because Bio Broly is movie 11. I feel like that was a odd choice. Like, it doesn't really feel that thematic. But he gets randomly 8 to 10 key. He also launches a guaranteed additional super, and he recovers 26% HP at the end of the turn for his first 4 turns, so essentially his first 2 rotations. He's having all those extra buffs, and then after that, he only has the 3 key, 180 to stats, 50% chance to crit, and then he gets the damage reduction buffs, and then, like, the decreases. I don't know the specific amounts. I did not pull that up. That was just straight from the top of the dome. Again, my knowledge on this game is very vast, so don't even come at me. I know my shit. All right, Jeremy? Jeremy, the keyboard warrior. I know what I'm talking about when I play this game, man. Hey, I take play. Oh, this will be a good showcase right here. Right here. Finally, the showcase unit is actually getting tagged by a super. So let's see. What is the damage going to be looking like? 174,000 up against them. I'm not going to hold y'all. That's not that impressive. If I remember correctly, I guess I can actually pull this up here so I have a visual reference for you guys. Or I guess for myself. I probably won't show this because I feel like I show this in every single showcase. Just because I don't remember it. You would assume that I would remember it at some point. But the blue boys, what is their damage? Oh, that's Gogeta. I forgot. Or, excuse me, that's Beast. I forgot that Gogeta is the stage prior to Beast Gohan. And we actually killed on that turn. That is pretty impressive. Ooh. Okay, Imp Broly, he's going to have to take a lot of pressure in that back slot right there. But we can do... That's with 6 key spheres? Not able to get an 18 key, huh? I mean, I guess that's what, with just shattering the limit? No, that's just with Super Saiyans. Yeah, not linking the best with Bio Broly. Bio Broly's have just, like, a weird link set, man. Like, I don't understand why the LR has big bad bosses. I mean, I'm happy for it, because my GOAT deserves big bad bosses, but it just doesn't make sense, and it doesn't also, like, really mix with the rest of the team all too well. Like, this guy needs big bad bosses. The Int Broly needs big bad bosses. But, I mean, I guess it's nice to give Cell Max, you know. Free-to-play Prime Battle LR. But the thing is, not too many other Prime Battles. Like, I don't think Wheelo has, whatchamacallit, big bad bosses, so... I don't know, it could be a little bit... It's just weird. There's not really a lot of synergy, but if you have Cell Max on the rotation, or if you have, Hirudegarn, if you're running Hirudegarn, if you're running Physical Kid Buu, if you want to use, like, the support, there are options where you are able to get some of these units on the team where, you know, having big bad bosses available is actually, like, possible, and it's not, like, too difficult to do. Let's see what Broly's going to tank here, because this guy is obviously going to super. There's no way he's not supering in that. He didn't super in the final slot. Wow, I actually kind of can't believe that. Okay, so he's going to super in slot 1 instantly out the gate. God, this animation is so good. This was from 2019, by the way. 2019 Dokkan was cracked. I mean, every year Dokkan is cracked. But let's see. So, on this rotation, Bio Broly has 84% damage reduction, but he does lose access to his intro. So, as we can see right here, he does just have the 12 key at the start of the turn, which I would say is actually relatively huge, because this unit doesn't get any defense on his 12 key. He only gets 50% attack, and he debuffs. Now, granted, we are able to debuff in several phases of this fight, this one being one of them, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, you are able to offensively debuff Gogeta, but that's not, like, the biggest deal ever. I don't understand why they couldn't have given him 50% defense or even 30% defense on the 12 key on top of the debuff, since he doesn't have any built-in additionals. It's just one of those things that's, like, a little odd, and we also see right here, because we're not getting that 18 key, a very low attack stat. Again, keep in mind, Prime Battle stats. Hit a potential system additional super right there. That's lovely. That's the type of shit that you love to see. Double debuff, double crit. Finally, the dodge build is coming in, and as we can see here, he's obviously double-digit tanking. That is incredible from him. So again, he just gets better as the fight goes on, and then he kind of peaks at around turn 7, and then after that, he's going to just kind of slowly wither away. He does get pretty, like, substantially worse throughout the rest of the fight from there on. There's no real, like, coping for the character and be like, oh no, he still has, like, some potential. No, he's going to lose, like, all of his damage reduction, and he's going to lose it pretty damn fast. Alright, but let's see what we got cooking right here. We can actually just float off the other Bio Broly. I don't really see any reason not to. You know what I'm also going to do? I'm going to pop the Cell Max active right here. I'm going to try to wipe Gogeta off the face of the planet this turn. This is going to be my big brain strat. That way, when Bio Broly is at his maximum potential, hopefully, if everything goes according to Keikaku, I'll be able to pop the Ultimate Genome Raise, which I believe is the active skill. Again, Ki is a little bit of a struggle for this guy with the units that we're running around him. But between Cell Max and Broly, I would hope that we would be able to kill, especially if he supers, because this guy doesn't have a stun or a seal or anything. He does not super, so that is no guaranteed additional super for Cell Max. Hopefully Cell Max can carry his weight a little bit here. I would really like to see some crits from my boy. This is y'all's #1 in the game. I've seen people coping for him all the time. It's not cope. He is like a top 5 unit in the game. Again, if you had to like twist my arm right now, ask me what are like the top 5 units in the game, I would say Gohan, Beast, Super Saiyan 3 Trio, Broly, and then Cell Max. That's my top 5 right there. But dude, people saying that Cell Max is #1, like, he is good. He is offensive beast Gohan. I gotta put some respect on the GOAT's name. I do. I understand it. I understand my guy can cook. He's got the utensils. He's in the kitchen for a reason. But dude, he is not that chef. He does not have Remy on his head. And you know that little crown looking ass thing that he's got? Bro, Remy ain't there. You know who is there though? Gamma 2, doing whatever the fuck the final hope attack. I don't know what it's called, man. I don't know how to read Dragon Ball. You think I know how to read? Oh, Cell Max is eating this obviously because of this, but this is going to be 15. Oh, if it's actually 15, I think this deserves a sub. 15, 70. I mean, I had a 1 in 99, you know, or I guess a 9 in 99 because they can't do any less than 10, right? I don't believe that it can actually go below 10. So unfortunately, we aren't going to see the Super God turn that I wanted to. Who do I have on this upcoming rotation? Hopefully there's not going to be AoEs. Hopefully. Because again, I am bringing scouters for all of these showcase videos going forward. That way, if there is an instance where I want to put the showcase character in harm's way for whatever reason, just to see how they tank or how they perform in a certain situation, I know exactly where to put them. So, I'm not bringing like Ghost Ushers, even though Ghost Ushers could potentially be like a little bit better. Just so you know, we can actually guarantee that each Bio Broly is actually going to be safe on their respective turn, or we can actually get to a Bio Broly turn as opposed to just like having him around floating in the aether while the other rotation dies over and over and over again instantly. An AoE, is that 2 AoEs or is it just the 1 AoE? Yes, just the 1. So we are cooked because the Carnival Broly isn't going to be able to survive. So let's go ahead and pop this as well. I mean, might as well. If he supers in slot 1, we are like even more dead than we would have been. It actually looks like he's not supering on this turn. Interesting. So, I mean, I guess there's actually a small chance that we live this. I mean, it's very small. We could get a dodge in any of these units. This is only a 675,000 damage attack, which really isn't, like, too bad. It's only really scary after he supers and then I'm sorry? Why didn't the scouter work? What? At the start of the next turn? Bro, what the fuck? Why does that suck? I'm sorry. Huh? Well, you learn something new every day. The green scouter is just straight up ass. Okay. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take you off the team. We're gonna put on Hirudegarn. And I will meet back up with you guys once we get deeper into the fight. Usually, you know, the point that we go to, Super Saiyan Gogeta. Alright, guys. So, we are back up against Super Saiyajin Gogeta. Alright. So, he should, on this turn, we had him in slot 7, so he should have 84. He should have 84% damage reduction on this turn. Now, I do just want to double check. Yeah, 89,000 at the start of turn. He has Prepare for Battle and Big Bad Bosses, and that is it. I mean, he'll also have Legendary Power once we give him some orbs right here. I actually think I want to give Cell Max all of these. I'm going to hold on to Cell Maxes. That way we can actually see Bio Broly tank. Yet again, it is one of these designated slot 1 supers. It is so hard doing showcases for slot 2 units, man. I want to see, I want to see Bio Broly get hit by a super. Hello? Huh? Broly? Broly, was that my goat taking 280? Huh? What? Broly, I feel betrayed. Broly, get your shit together, man. We're in the big leagues. This isn't even the big league. This is Gogeta. Huh? Am I missing something? I don't think so. Dude, okay. I mean, granted, I mean, I guess usually, you're gonna have a... Super Saiyan Gogeta can double super, and we dodged it. That's our first dodge of the video, and it's a bad one. I mean, if I were Truth right now, I would be like, you fucking idiots. I told you. That's right. I win. Stay mad. Or, you know. Dude, I love that kid. But no, I actually want to see these units get hit. I want to see what they can, like, actually do in, like, some, like, realistic situations. To know what to expect, but it looks like we're actually going to be getting the God turn that I wanted last time. So, because, like, there's no way in hell we're not killing on this turn. So, we'll kill on this turn. We'll be up against Gogeta Blue, but actually pop the ultimate Genome Ray, and then we can see how he's going to do against all of these supers. Now, granted, it's going to be type disadvantage, but he's going to have essentially 90% damage reduction. I still haven't ironed out the fact whether or not if he gains and loses at the same time. So I don't know if he actually has the 90%, then he doesn't lose the 6% until the next turn, and then the next time he comes around, he'll be at, what is that, 90 minus 12 is 78. I don't know if it works like that, or if he, like, goes up to 90, but then that part of his passive kicks in, so he goes back down to 84. I have not, like, figured it out. I don't really think anyone in the community has, like, tried to figure it out, because it doesn't really matter. He essentially has 90% damage reduction. We have 2 AoEs, man. But this will be good. Other than the AoEs, Hirudegarn is going to be fine. So Hirudegarn just has to dodge twice. But let's go ahead and get this little animation in here. Not the most impressive damage ever, not gonna lie, but I mean, doing essentially 40% of a health bar type disadvantage isn't that bad. But I am just now noticing how well this guy actually links when you have Hirudegarn on the rotation, because if I'm not mistaken, Fear of Faith debuffs, yeah, by 10% and gives 2 key, and he also has Big Bad Bosses up. And look at how much, this is what his defense usually is going to look like, because he gets 180% attack and defense after performing a attack. Now, granted, the active skill will actually activate that, because active skill super attacks, they count as supers. So we can see right there, 200, let's just round it up, 250 defense, he has guard, and again, let's just call it what it is. Let's say he has 90% damage reduction. Let's be as generous as possible. This is going to be type disadvantage, but I want to see, please, just like super. I just need to see the super and let it connect. Let the super connect. All right, he's doubled it to tanking, which is obviously very good. Connect. Ooh! All right, perfect. All right, let's see, what is the damage going to be right here? I can expect it's going to be a lot. Let's see. Damn, that's good. See, now that's incredible. That's incredible. That's an over 3 million super attack stat right there. Over 3 million. This is a free-to-play type disadvantage Prime Battle LR. All right? This guy has everything in the multiverse going against him. And he ate it for essentially, what, 20,000? Oh, he seals on a super attack, so we don't actually get to see him super right there. That's a little unfortunate. But that's not, like, again, that's not the worst. Bio Broly did exactly what he's needed to do. We have Cellmax on this upcoming turn, so I can pop his, and if we live, I mean, we can go back into the turn and potentially see what he'll take against an AoE. I guess that would be another, like, fun part of the experiment. Because having units who have just nothing at the start of the turn, I hate that. Like, I know everyone thinks that I hate AGL, SSJ3. I don't. I just think he's overrated. But that is a unit who at the start of turn has 150 to stats and then gets another 150 when he performs a super attack. So there are situations where, you know, like up against AoEs, or if you put him into slot 1, he can get caught. You know, because if you have him in slot 1, like, yeah, he does have the guard, but only guard 150, like 30% defense. It's really not that great, you know what I mean? Like, what does Cellmax have? Because Cellmax, we've seen him get crushed in slot 1 plenty of times where he has his cell fully built up. And he has 400. This guy has 400% attack and defense at the start of turn, 30% damage reduction, and guard. So, you know, like, deep into these fights when people put Angel SSJ 3 Goku into slot 1 and he has guard, 30% damage reduction, and 150 at the start of turn, if this guy is getting slapped around, he's getting slapped around. But the only difference is, like, you're getting slapped around on turn 7, 8, 9 when these bosses are hitting significantly, like, incredibly amounts way higher. So, hopefully we won't kill on this turn, but if we do, it's not the biggest deal. If we do, I'll just dive immediately into another or a different event. Otherwise, I will see potentially how Bio Broly does against an AoE. Alright, chat, we are back. This is the brand new Gohan event right here that we have brought our units into. Now, there is no attacks in this middle slot, which is actually probably good. Because, again, turn 1 is, like, really the only turn I would say that Bio Broly could, like, consistently get caught just having 60% damage reduction. There really isn't anything spectacular. But let's look at the stats right here. 117. I think that's the highest we've actually seen his start of turn defense be. That is, frankly, not bad, because once you get an extra 180 on top of that, you're essentially... That's what? I can't do math in my head. Well, before he was at, like, 87, and then after we did the act skill, we got up to 250. So that is a difference of 170. So we're at, like, 350 right here on the super attack. That's not bad. That's not bad, because he doesn't get any stats or anything from his intro. It's just he launches this guaranteed additional super, which only gives him the 50% offensive buff. He does also debuff on it as well. Hirudegarn is going to have to do some dodging right here, obviously this being type disadvantage. I mean, Hirudegarn, I don't understand why they let him stack in his... I'm sorry? Huh? Why were there no attacks? Why were there no attacks? Chat, what am I missing? Did I miss something? And we are back yet again on another rotation. So we're actually moving very, very slow, which probably isn't for the better, because Bio Broly, obviously, you know, he starts to, like, taper off once we get deeper into this fight. I guess that is just because of the rotations that I am running, because I am running a little bit of a weirder build by bringing both Fat Boo and Super Easy A Kid Boo. I don't know, just having a little bit weird luck with the rotations. Because for Cell Max to be fully effective, you need a rotation of either movie bosses, super bosses, or artificial life form. It has to be one of the three. You cannot mix and match. So by bringing, like, an artificial life form rotation and a movie bosses rotation, I'm pretty much going to have to actually float my Brolys and my Hirudegarn, which probably wouldn't be the most optimal. But I feel like Fat Boo would actually be really good in this fight, especially since we're running a friend copy of the Int Broly. By bringing that copy of the Int Broly, we're going to be able to pop the Domain. The Domain is actually going to buff Broly as well, having access to multiple different revives, just in case we get caught in several different situations. Having, you know, access to be able to pop the, what do you call it, the Ghost Usher, the Candy Attack, whatever you want to call, Fat Boo's super ability right there. It's not bad. Oh, you can stun him! That's what it was. You can stun him. We still haven't killed. That's horrendous. Oh, no. That's so bad. Alright, so this is Bio Broly's third rotation. Again, essentially his best one outside of using his target all mechanic. But because of where, like, his placement was in the rotations, we don't actually have access to it. So let's see, what's the start of turn defense right here? Oh, wait, I messed up. I have to put Cellmax into slot 1, or I have to... No. We're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Hold on, no. Never mind. I am overreacting. So yeah, just back down to the 83 right there. I wonder, does Broly support stay active if you transform? Is that what that was? Is that why he had the, like, the much higher defensive stat? Was it because of Broly? No, because... Is that how that works? I don't think so. Alright, but let's just kind of see right here again. This is pretty much going to be his most impressive turn that we're going to see. And up until we obviously do the active skill, the target all, hopefully we'll have the domain up at the same time. But it'll be interesting to see how he eats the crit super attack. Obviously, I believe we're going to be able to do enough damage to fully fill up the bar. I would imagine, I mean, I very, very rarely have I not had this kid just instantly transform. I have seen some people actually are able to kill this Teen Gohan before you're even able to go into the Gohan or the Goku phase. And if you do that, it's like has like a weird sequence break where you instantly go in there and it like overwrites your domain. So if you already had a domain up, the territory will then remove it. It's weird. I don't exactly know how that works. I don't even know how you would be able to just one phase this fight. I mean, RNG would really have to be on your side. I guess if you had all 3 Brolys, like DBS Broly, Carnival Broly, and then the Tech Easy A Broly, you could probably do it right there. Let's see. Yeah, no, we're fine on this turn. I would be surprised if we died. Alrighty, guys. How many times... Are y'all sick of me going, alright, guys? I feel like I say it at the start of every single turn, but that's because I don't know how to do a transition, because I just go from awkwardly watching YouTube quietly with my headphones on into recording mode. I don't want to use... Yeah, I don't want to use the target all yet. I definitely want to use it up against the crit. So let's collect this right here. Let's just go ahead and see what is the defense looking like. Yep, it is just the 83. So it must have been, yeah, it really must have been the Broly support stays up on the first turn that you transform, something that I did not know. I did not know that. But let's see right here. Hopefully we can do some like very, very, very competitive damage on this turn. I mean, 17.6 is pretty good. Now, I will say this. Broly's attack stats are significantly less impressive being linked up with Broly. Usually, like, if you go back and watch any of my showcase videos, or just any video where I'm using Broly, like if I'm going into a brand new difficult event, so on and so forth, usually he's like 22 million, 26 million, somewhere in that range. Oh, this is a super against Bio Broly. I mean, again, that's what this guy does. You go deep into a fight, he just lives everything. That's good. That is good. That was type disadvantage, too. That was Goku. All right, we'll take those. We'll take those. Hiru, you just got to do your job. We don't have either of our revives up on this turn. Fabu might actually revive on this upcoming turn, depending on how much HP we have. Although, I guess I could put Cell Max into slot 1, and that wouldn't be, like, the worst-case scenario. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to pop the active. That's what we'll do. We should kill on this turn, and if we do, I'll meet back up with you guys then. Alright, so we just barely did not kill on that final turn, which is a little frustrating, not gonna lie. But I mean, we can look at this on the bright side. This Broly's gonna get another stack up. We do still have access to the revives right here. I think what I want to do is go ahead and pop this right here just to kill him right here. Instead of getting the stack, that way we have the domain going up into the territory, so we don't have to worry about that, even though it is just going to be for the 2 turns. Did want to show that anyway, but we'll go into this next turn. I do think that this will be the most impressive Bio Broly is going to look, even though he's going to be missing a substantial amount of his damage reduction. I don't really think that's going to matter all that much, because he's going to be having just this massive field of support. So let's go ahead and do that, and then after that, we'll probably wrap up the video. Alright, this is the moment you guys have all been waiting for. We have the domain up. Not only that, but we also have big bad bosses right here. Let's see, what is the defensive stat? Just under 100k. Not too bad. We can play the animation again, sure. I won't play the Scream again just because it's a Scream. I don't play the OSTs or anything because of how I edit. Like, I do it as pretty much as simple as possible so I can be, like, in and out as quickly as possible. We do get the crit right there. Again, that's not terrible damage. It's not crossing, like, any damage threshold or anything along those lines, but expecting it to do something like that, it's just unrealistic. Again, this is a Prime battle. Can I get him to 24? I can't, but why not? Let's ball out. Let's ball out with a Bio Broly right here. So after doing the attack, what are we up to? 260, what is that, 269? We can see that's 270. I want to see this guy eat a super. What is the damage going to be up against the GOAT Bio Broly? Now, I have not been paying attention to how much damage reduction he should have, so let's see. What's it looking like? 276, that's with the crit, that's ignoring all of his defense. That's just that raw, like, start of turn defense, his guard, and his damage reduction. That's good. See, Bio Broly is one of these units who, like, gets bullied in short events. So, like, bringing this guy into Cell Max, like, you're just asking for failure. Like, you're losing. Bringing him into Evo Kit, that very first event that we did, that was very eye-opening. You're bringing a loose con. You can't do it in something in one of these events that, like, out the gate, bunch of attacks, bullying a bunch of different slots, because he's just a fish. He can't do anything. And that's just because they gave him 180 to stats at the start of turn. Which, like, if he had 180 stats at when he performed a super attack, and they didn't easy A him, like, imagine if they just dropped his kit baseline, right? Like, his base kit was just what it is right now. And let's say, like, next year he was to easy A. Or in a few months he was to easy A, or something along those lines, which would be, like, obviously more ideal. Because I'm not the biggest fan of instantly easy A-ing characters, just because, like, there's no real point to it. You know what I mean? Because, like, you're just introducing a unit, and it's like, oh, well, this is their peak. They will never achieve anything else. There will never be any, like, usage for them once, like, the meta changes, once we get more difficult fights. This is as good as y'all are ever going to get it, so you might as well enjoy them now while you can. Like, because that screws over units. Like, think about LR Bobbity from a couple years ago. Think about EP Beerus from this year. Like, do you know how good EP Beerus would be if right now his base kit, like, before Easying, was his Easy A kit? And then during the 10th anniversary, that's actually when he gets his free-to-play Easy A, and then all of a sudden, he can do all these other different things. Like, he makes even more orb, like, he can double orb change, or he has even higher start of turn defense, or, his target all mechanic is better, or, like, he does more damage. Like, you could do so many things just by holding out on that Easy A, but just, like, instantly blowing the load, and just going balls to the wall instant. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of that because, like, Bio Broly, like, he's fun again. I've always wanted a Bio Broly. Like, this is genuinely, like, no memes. Like, this isn't me being funny. He was one of my most anticipated units ever. And I feel like they really did give him justice. I feel like he would obviously have a little bit more justice if he was summonable, but I do think for, like, the community as a whole, making this guy a Prime battle was the best decision, even though I hate Prime battles with, like, every fiber of my being. I cannot stand them. Although the new Bio Broly Prime battle really wasn't that bad. It took an hour with the boosted rates and the missions, so, like, if every Prime battle in the future is that, that's good. I will say that it's very good, and if all the kits are going to be as strong and as competitive as Bio Broly, I will change my tune. I genuinely will change my tune, because, like, they have shown us now that they know that they can make a good Prime battle. So hopefully this will set a standard, and this isn't an exception to the rule. But yeah, Bio Broly, longer events, this guy is the GOAT. Shorter events, he can certainly get caught, or some of these events that start off really, really hard, he can get caught. But I feel like on, like, the Super Bosses team, Uncontrollable Power team, or whatever, you have so many units that are able to move fast. I know this is probably, like, a bad example, because I did bring Fat Boo, and I did bring, Super Easy A Kid Boo. I just kind of did that for the memes. I thought that would be funny, and having another revive in our back pocket would be nice, just in case we got caught on a different rotation, but this fight really isn't that strong to do something like that, up until we get into the Gohan phase there at the very, very end. But I thoroughly enjoyed this. This is one of my favorite units to run right now. I would say probably, like, I was thinking top 15. After seeing this video, I'm probably thinking more like top 20 to 30, somewhere within that range. Because he really did, like, he was getting bullied early on in Evoken, and even like the Gogeta event, which isn't that hard anymore, I would say. Like, I mean, our units are just too strong for those events that we got just a couple of months ago, you know. Like, he was certainly getting caught, but, like, once he hits his peak, like, his peak is, like, incredible, but you just have to wait so long. Like, we were complaining about, you know, AGL Super Saiyan Broly. You have to wait till turn 5 to pop the domain. You're having to wait till, I mean, essentially the same level of time for this guy to be able to just tank. And unlike that Broly, he's not stacking. He's not offering any level of support. He's not guarding. He's just having, like, defense, and pray to God that you're not bringing him into an AoE event. But I do like what they did with him. Again, he's very, very fun. I feel like they gave my boy justice. Let me know, what do you guys think about Prime Battle Broly? Do you think he's good? Do you kind of agree with me? Like, top 20, 30 unit in the game, somewhere probably within that region. If you, like, had to twist my arm and ask me right now, where would I put him? But, like, he's better than a lot of summonable units that we've gotten this year. Like, he's better than, like, LR Ginyu Force. Because the Ginyu Force, they just can't tank anymore. Their support is insane, but they can't tank anymore. This guy is at least able to tank deeper into fights. I would probably say he's better than, like, the AGL Ultimate Gohan. Probably. I don't know. I don't have that unit. I've never really been able to play around with that unit. I know a lot of people have very strong opinions saying that he's underrated, he's overrated, da-da-da-da-da. I just think he's one of those units who's, like, fine, but he has, like, an awkward kit that makes him hard to run. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't know where I would place him specifically, but, like, I would say he's actually, like, this Prime battle is better than summonable LRs that we've gotten this year. He is just Diet Cell Max. He's doing pretty much every single thing that Cell Max does, just a little bit worse, which is okay. You know, it's okay, because everybody can get him. And again, please let this be the standard for free-to-play LRs or free-to-play units. Both Bio Broly's were very good. Even though we only brought Bio Broly for that one other event, the TUR, like, he showed that he actually has a place in the meta. Because, like, turn 1 in these short events, turn 1, dude, he was doing good. He was doing, like, semi-decent damage. He was, like, launching, like, what, 6 millions? He was actually out-damaging the LR, funny enough. And he was able to tank on turn 1 and 2, whereas this unit was not. So he does certainly have his place in the meta. I do love it. Thank you, Bio Broly. Mwah! You are my GOAT. But that is all right. And hello, everybody. I'm the Super27, and welcome to another Dokkan Battle video. We are here for the Supreme Magnificent Spectacle Movie Edition. You know, the final 2 stages are now here. We have the Family Kamehameha up today. Now, I have heard, through the grapevine or whatever, being on Twitter or whatever, that these stages are pretty lame. Not great. I did watch Truth's video about the final stage, just to see if it would really provide anything of, like, real substance, and apparently it doesn't. So I don't know specific numbers or anything. I do have the stats pulled up. I am not going to look at them. We will be going over them together at the very end. So, Gohan here, he has 2 separate missions for his stage. Beat it with 6 hybrids, and then beat it with, 6 resurrected warriors. So we have 2 teams that we have prepared. Also, I think that this is really funny, this, like, moment being the support memory, because look, they have the meme Goku face. Like, Amatsu knew what he was doing with this one. It's very, very funny or whatever. So we're going to just try to knock out all the missions today. This is the Hybrid Saiyan team that I have cooked up, and then this is the Resurrected Warriors team that I've cooked up. Now, I could, if, like, we lose for whatever reason, which I doubt, but if we do lose for whatever reason, I could sub on, what's-his-face? Angel SSJ 3 Goku. I feel like he would probably be really good for this stage. So let's go ahead and see just kind of what the stage can really provide. Now, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, multiple enemies. So, like, any AoE unit is going to be, like, really cracked in a fight like this. I am bringing Trunks here. Trunks is definitely one of, like, the weirder units from last year. Like, he just didn't really have a home, but if what everyone is saying has been true, I probably should have been targeting specific people. But if what everyone has been saying is true, he should be able to thrive in here. Like, this is a much lower oh, that was 22,000. I thought that was 220,000. Okay, I was about to be like, what are people talking about? That kid just hit me really freaking hard. But no, it doesn't look like they have any stuns or seals on their super attack effects. I mean, maybe Videl would. No sort of, like, stunning or sealing I can't say that. Shenanigans. There we go. Stunning or sealing shenanigans. That's actually a really hard thing to say right there. I mean, decent amount of HP, I suppose. I understand that Beast isn't, like, the most damaging unit out there. Like, he can certainly put up numbers, but if we compare what he's doing, even to, like, Goten and Trunks, like, Easy A, Goten, and Trunks, I should have brought them on this Hybrids team now that I'm looking at it instead of Gotenks. Because they would definitely would have moved way quicker. Because, again, I am still, like, kind of under the mindset. I don't know if I entirely agree with it or not, but I do kind of, like, think that they are, like a top 10 unit in the game. 80% chance to dodge. The damage that they put up is insane. They have a guaranteed dodge turn anytime after turn 3, as long as you have another Goten or Trunks on the rotation. And they also have that same unit super attack with the exact same conditions, although you can also have a Krillin on the rotation. It would be that much better, of course, if, Krillin were to get a sub-Easy A during, like, a surprise EX part, which I don't know is the most likely, because next Friday, more likely than not, is when we're actually going to be getting new stuff, and then the week at... Trunks, do you want to explain what just happened? Jesus Christ. That was a normal, God. I remember when people last year were being like, he's not that bad, guys. He really isn't. He's good. He stacks. He's good. Yeah, bring him into Fusions Damasu and tell me how he's doing. Dude, am I going to be the first person ever to die in this event? Videl, please. No. Okay, I'm trolling. I'm actually trolling. That's so funny. All right, let's get this piece of shit out of here. I'm the only person that's ever lost in this event. That's hilarious. All right. Enough clouding around. Let's go ahead and get Goten and Trunks on the team. Where are the boys at? Here are the boys. All right, there we go. We no longer have a lose con on the team. Let's see. Can we get another Tech Ultimate Gohan? Or are there going to be 0 Tech Ultimate Gohans on the friends list? No, there we go. And a Rainbow Friend. Not too shabby. All right. Pretty decent opening rotations, all things considered. All right. We're going to be fine. I'm a little bit surprised Gohan took that much right out the gate. But I guess that's worse thing. That he had all in the family up because Future Gohan was on that rotation. Oh, wait. Future Gohan, he's going to suck now because he needs a Trunks, doesn't he? What is your condition? 58% damage reduction when HP 70% or less with the bottom master and disciple. No, okay. It's just an HP threshold for him. He gets the chance to guard with the Trunks. In the same turn, even. Okay. Alright, so he potentially could get slapped up here, but I don't really think that we need to be, like, too worried. Who do we have in this upcoming rotation? I guess we can try to target down Kid Trunks and get Kid Trunks out of here. probably not, like, the worst plan ever out there. Now, if Gotenks wants to be, like, a dodging unit, like he's actually, you know, supposed to be, that would be pretty nice. We already know this does about 140, 150 right there, all right. Higher damage roll, I suppose, but worse things have happened. Let's see here. I need to be a little bit careful, though, because if I want to do all the missions, I do certainly need to have enough attempts left that I can bring the Resurrected Warriors team into here. I didn't expect for us to be taking that much damage, but to be fair, I didn't expect Trunks to eat 500k on a normal. That was certainly a little eye-opening right here. This is probably going to be significantly lower because we got 2 stacks off. Yeah, double-digit tanking, that's the type of stuff you'd love to see. Troop type advantage, 30% damage reduction. Yeah, dude, Gohan ate that much with guard and 30% damage reduction? I mean, I guess that's, like, roughly what, like, Cell Max starts off with, and Cell Max can certainly get slapped up and clapped up on turn 1, so I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. We are above the HP threshold, so we have no damage reduction right here, but we dodged. That probably would have been death. That would have been death number 2. That would have been a little bit embarrassing, chat. Not even going to hold you guys, not even for 2 seconds. I would have been very embarrassed if we died back to back to back. Now, granted, we still could. This kid could fraud me out. I talk about it all the time. I know that this guy is good. No dodge. He's not a dodging unit. It's not actually in his kit. I don't believe that he's a dodging unit. Only fierce battle. Only fierce battle. We can keep them on rotation. Let's still just target down Trunks right here, I suppose. We do have Beast on this upcoming rotation, so let's save... I mean, it's the same either way. This just has a rainbow. I was going to say, let's save as many STR orbs as possible. That way, you know, Beast Gohan on this upcoming rotation would be able to... 180. Dude, Beast is getting... Or, Ultimate Gohan's getting clapped up right here. My goat, hello. Yeah, he is certainly fallen from grace, I would say. He is not, like, the super dominant unit that a lot of people like to think that he is. I mean, I would say... Because genuinely, like, his turn 1 is, like, his best turn. Because that's when he has the damage reduction and the guard. And it's not really until, like, turn 5 or 7, like, somewhere in between there. Well, I mean, like, his 3rd rotation, his 4th rotation, where he's able to get enough stacks that he's, like, on a comparable level of tanking as he is to turn 1. His damage is pretty good. It is nice that he has debuffs. We were getting a little bit unlucky there, not getting a whole lot of hidden potential system additionals, but that's neither here nor there. Goten and Trunks getting hit right there isn't, like, the biggest deal ever because they're getting their dodge and all their stats as well. Future Gohan should be fine, especially if he's going to pop off like this, give us a bunch of additional supers, which is what we love to see. 80% damage reduction on his first appearance, which is pretty freaking nice, not going to lie. Although he might have to eat a couple of supers right here, because I don't believe Trunks or Goten have actually supered. This would be way easier. Actually, if I had the Kamehameha unit, it would be significantly easier. Okay, this is type disadvantage, but we have debuffed him pretty significantly. Yeah, double digits, not too bad at all. But this would probably be significantly easier if I actually had the whatchamacallit unit, the Family Kamehameha. I did do a couple of summons for them off screen. Like, you probably noticed, or if you followed me on Twitter, again, if you don't follow me on Twitter, what are you doing with your life? But if you follow me on Twitter, I did a couple of off-screen summons today. I finished out the rotation on the Broly banner because I had 2 summons left and then my free summon. On my second summon and then my free summon back-to-back, I was able to get a copy of the LR Uncontrollable Power Broly, which is super huge. I was really happy about that. That was, like, a great way to start my day. And then I did 1 full rotation on the Gohan banner, and, didn't really get anything. I did get a dupe in the Tech EZA Broly, which is nice, so he's finally 69% as opposed to just being 55%. So, I mean, I will take that because that is pretty huge. That's one of the better Uncontrollable Power units. My Uncontrollable Power team, like, kind of skyrocketed in power just this morning alone, so, like, I don't really have to run Int EZA Broly anymore. I don't have to run Hirudegarn if I don't want to anymore. I have way more options at my disposal. So, like, if I'm able to run Tech Carnival Broly, Full Power Broly, Cell Max, what do you call them, Bio Broly, I have all these different options now at my disposal, so that is, like, pretty huge. Gohan's gonna be fine here, right? Post-super. I'm pretty sure every unit has already supered, so he just has to tank normals. But we are at a very low HP threshold right here. Like, this is pretty scary. I mean, I guess he could dodge. He does have a relatively high chance to dodge, built just into his kit baseline right here. All right, unfortunately, I think we're going to have to trust one of these dodging units in slot 1. Tech Ultimate Gohan cannot lock down slot 1 on this rotation. It's kind of crazy to see that a team like this is actually struggling a bit. Let's see right here. Who has the higher chance to dodge? You have 50% that goes up to 60. And I forget what you guys have. So, start of turn. Hold on. Let's pull it up like this. Let's see. High chance to perform a crit. 30% chance to dodge. So these guys are at a 40% chance to dodge. Yeah, we have to trust Gotenks here. Which isn't my favorite. But we can do that right there. Get some HP recovery. We can do this. And that, like, Trunks is definitely dead this turn. So I think Videl should probably be our next target. Neither one of them got to super. Are you serious? Gotenks, and we're dead. Okay. We'll give this team one more try, and then we'll just swap over to the Resurrected Power team. I don't think I'm misplaying. I just think that my Hybrids team... I mean, I'm kind of... Who's been taking damage? It's been Ultimate Gohan, really. I mean, who could I sub in? I guess I could sub in, like, these guys. The thing is, none of them can go slot 1. But that would be nice to have him as a floater. We can do this. Give a little bit of extra support. Oh, I don't know why he wants to give me Fraud Power Gohan. I don't really want Beastless on the team. All right, we actually have, like, good opening rotations right here. All right, this is good. This is good. Having Beast turn 1, I think, will be way more significant than what we have. Oh, and that's perfect. That's perfect. I'm actually going to put Tech Ultimate Gohan. I'm going to float him here is what I will... No, because then I... No, I can do that. I can do that. And instead of targeting down Trunks, because it took us a little while, who should I go for? Maybe Videl. Yeah, let's go for Videl. Let's see, maybe we can get her out of here. Because I would imagine, generally, they have, like, more HP from left to right. That's not always the case, but most of the time from left to right, so I'm assuming Goten probably has, like, the most amount of HP. He probably hits the hardest, and then it would be Trunks, and then it would be, yeah, right there. Dude, Beast ate how much? That was 171? What am I missing here? Am I dumb? No, Beast has his intro up, doesn't he? Or does he... What are the conditions for Beast? Yeah, look, we're doing way more damage to Videl, if you notice there. Okay. So Videl probably does have significantly less HP. But does Beast have a restriction? Does he need, like, a superhero category ally to have his extra damage reduction up? Like, on the rotation or something? Because I don't have that at my disposal right now. I don't think so. Is that maybe why it's telling me to bring Beastless Gohan? Like, I must be missing something. Again, I'm not entirely sure. I guess we can look at Beast here in a second to see if he has some sort of a restriction that I am being locked out of. But, hopefully once we can get out of this opening phase, I imagine once we get out of this opening phase, like, we should be fine by that point. Beast, Beast is going to be fine. He's going to lose his intro if he already has access to it, but, like, Tech Ultimate Gohan right here, they'll both be able to have enough stacks up to be very, very competent. We'll pretty much, like, almost be guaranteed to go into Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. So Gotenks, I mean, he'll be a 70% chance to dodge unit who can go skyrocket way up. His damage will be significantly better. We'll also have the heal. We'll have the domain in our back pocket as well. I kind of screwed myself. I didn't really think about saving orbs, because there were a bunch of tech orbs on that last rotation. I do remember that, and I kind of wasted them. I should have saved them to heal, but this is fine. This is fine. Again, we're going to take some damage here in slot 1. Yes, 63 isn't great. If we're able to super before we get supered, we'll be fine. Again, this is about 150 right here. 200? Why is Videl's attack going, like, way up? What is her attack stat, even? It can't be that high. Again, I was seeing all over Twitter people were complaining, but maybe that's just because they were bringing, like, more relevant teams. Although, I mean, I have relevant units on here. It's just my not relevant ones. I can't hide them because there's so many units. There's so many attacks that are just being thrown around. I can't really protect some of these weaker guys. But, like, Tech Ultimate Gohan, like, he's designed to go slot 1. That's, like, this kid's role. That's what he does. That's what he's designed to do. And he is struggling. So I guess that's just bringing down the rest of the team. Because since he is taking so much damage, all these units who kind of need to be protected under, like, his wing or whatever, they are struggling because naturally I'm just at such a much lower, like, HP threshold. We do actually knock out Videl, which is nice, and we're getting some dodges in here, so we are starting to build up slowly but surely. Hopefully Gotenks, yet again, this is our lose con, Gotenks. You have a 50% chance to dodge here, then you have a 25% chance to dodge in your hit potential system. I just need you to dodge. Double super is good, so if we do get tagged by a normal, hopefully we will be able to eat it slightly better. Did Goten super? I don't remember if Goten supered or not. He doesn't dodge. Like, he genuinely, this unit never dodges. I don't know what to say. I do not know what to say. Do I pop the Beast active here? Am I afraid for Goten? Because Goten has, what, 70% damage reduction right now? In slot 3? No, he only has 50%. He has 70% in slot 2. We could float, future Gohan then. That's a lot of attacks, though. You know what? We will do it. Why not? This may be a waste, but, again, I do want to have my Resurrected Warrior runs, and I don't really want to lose again to what is considered a very easy event. Is this funny to you guys? Because, again, I'm not throwing. I'm actually like, trying to win here. It's just my units are struggling significantly more than what I thought. But potentially, we could get some good damage on Goten right here. Which unfortunately we didn't do because they didn't put any attacks into slot 1. Because if they supered in slot 1, then obviously Beast, he gets the guaranteed additional. We would be able to do way more damage. Goten only got the 1 right there. I'm pretty sure I have a full dodge build on him. I don't think he has like any additionals or anything or any crit. He doesn't really like need it. Yeah, I'm glad that I did that right there, because Goten would have had to eat 2 separate, like, back-to-back supers. I mean, with 70% damage reduction, he probably could have tanked that decently well. I guess I'm not entirely sure. That might have been a little bit preemptive, not gonna lie. Let's see right here. I mean, Future Gohan, he would have been fine on this rotation. 80% damage reduction. Yeah, this probably was a waste of my active skill, not gonna lie. But we are doing some, like, moderate damage to Goten. Goten is really, like, the only threat that I have here. Just because, like, I don't have, like, the true type advantage, even though I have guard. Trunks really isn't going to be able to do anything to either Ultimate Gohan right here. Which one of the Ultimate Gohans has higher defense? It is mine. So mine has to go into slot 1 here. We're able to do that. And then, dude, Goten and Trunks actually have higher defense right now than Ultimate Gohan. That's not something you see every day, I don't think. All right. But let's go ahead right here. I mean, yeah, we're taking damage still, but now that after, all right, we're fine now. We're fine. For the rest of this rotation, we're going to be fine. Even if we get caught by a super, we're going to have debuffs. And then, you know, obviously, if Trunks supers, it's not going to be, like, the biggest threat. I mean, Ultimate Gohan, I kind of need, yeah, there you go. That a boy. Those are all 70%, right? If I'm not mistaken, all of his additionals, they are a great chance. They're not 50-50s. They are a 70% chance to happen. And they are not happening. There we go. This is the hidden potential system right here. So we're getting some good stackage with mine. Hopefully we'll get some good stacks with the friend over there in the back slot. Let's see right here. Yes, 16.7. These guys actually are insanely good. And they only dodged, what, like 2 attacks last turn? So they're not even, like, close to being fully built up. They're double-digit tanking normals. That's kind of what I would expect to see from a unit. They don't even have guard or anything. Although they do have the 30% damage reduction, if I'm not mistaken. So they do have 30% damage reduction. That's like the last line of their passive. I don't entirely remember how it is activated. Again, I have like a very like generalized idea of what pretty much every unit in the game does. But if you wanted me to tell you specifics, I could not tell you. Also, I'm noticing that we aren't able to debuff Goten. And Goten actually has his attack raised. Interesting enough. You know what, I guess we could look at this phase. Since I have lost twice, let's just go ahead and look specifically at this phase. Yeah, it's only a 1 million. That's a 1.25. That's a 1. Dude, Ultimate Gohan was getting slapped up by a 1 million? Yeah, their normals are nothing. I mean, we were taking damage from normals, too. 50 million, 70 million, 60 million. If there's a Trunks, he gets 30% attack. If there's a Goten, he has damage reduction, and then Videl does nothing. So you can probably leave Videl around as much as you want. Like, probably killing Goten is, like, priority number 1. Then you could kill Videl, and then you could kill Trunks. And then we'll look at the rest of the stuff at the very, very end. All right, good to know. Yet again, we can just kind of do this, probably, is what I'm thinking. Hopefully, we'll be able to wipe Trunks off the face of the planet here. Let's see, that's a bunch of orbs right there. And what is going to give us the most amount of healing? This one right here. Now, I know you might be thinking, like, oh, well, why shouldn't you try to kill Trunks first? Because, number one, that's what I did last time, and it didn't result in us winning. So, changing the strategy, I think, was a good idea. But it's going to take longer to kill Trunks as long as Goten is around, because he's going to have some extra damage reduction. Yeah, if there's a character whose name includes Goten Childhood, he has damage reduction. So that just means it's going to take longer to wipe him out, and that's just going to be more time that Goten is going to be hitting us much harder. But it's only 30% attack, so he's only up to roughly like a 1.3 million super attack, and like my units are struggling way more than I ever would have imagined. That's actually pretty decent tanking, I suppose. Goten, or what is your name? Gotenks, my guy. I just need you to dodge. So far, you have not dodged a single time. Oh, we can stun all of them. All 3 of the units can be stunned. They just can't be sealed, interesting enough. So this is the first time we're actually getting some utilization out of the stun, so he doesn't even need to dodge. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I am able to transform into Tech Ultimate Gohan, but I would much rather save it, I do believe, because Goten is still stunned right here, which is nice. Next time Future Gohan comes around, we are going to have the, what do you call it? The domain up. But I think I need to stack a little bit more, because I know obviously he's way more impressive offensively, and his defensive numbers are generally much more impressive. But the more stacks you can get, obviously, the better. And if the rest of this fight goes well, you know, goes according to Keikaku and everything isn't me struggling up against an event that is generally considered to be rather easy, we'll be cooking. We'll be cooking, especially if I can, like, much more safely put him into slot 2. Like, maybe what we'll do with the other Ultimate Gohan, who we'll keep him next to Beast in slot 2, and we'll just let him continue to stack up until, like, maybe we get to, like, the final phase, which I'm going to assume is going to be the Tech LR. My guess is that this is probably going to be a 3-stage fight. It'll be these guys, then we'll go into the Carnival LR that just dropped, and then we'll go into the Gobros at the very end. That's going to be my assumption. And then, I don't know, at that point we can probably transform him. He'll be way more dominant in slot 1. It's just his, like, his cap, like his ceiling. We'll hit it. But if the more stacks we're able to get in base form is obviously the better. I mean, that's just with any stacking unit. This is type disadvantage, but he is debuffed, and it doesn't even matter. We dodged it. All right, the dodges are actually kind of coming through in a big, big way. But yeah, we're not going to be struggling pretty much anymore throughout the rest of this fight. Like, Trunks is only doing 1.1. That's not scary at all. We do have some support on this rotation, and obviously the Beasterizer is going to do his thing. This is the number 2 unit in the game. I think I have, like, fully made my mind that the Family Kamehameha is, like, definitively number 1. Just because, like, in their base form, they do an insane amount of damage, but, like, they also perform very similarly to, like, Buhan with the guard and the dodge, so they can't really necessarily eat, like, supers unless you get, like, I mean, they can eat it. You're not going to go from full to 0, essentially, is what I'm saying, but they're not, like, a slot 1 sort of unit. But just the Family Kamehameha, they are completely unkillable. And then just the damage you're able to do for it, you're able to keep them in there for 5 turns. The condition is so easy. It's either turn 3 or 77% or less HP at the start of turn. You really couldn't ask for, like, an easier condition for something that devastating when you're able to do it on turn 1. In so many of these fights, you're able to, like, either take damage before the fight even starts. Perfect. You're able to take damage before the fight even starts, or you're, you take a lot of damage turn 1 and then you instantly transform. We're on turn 8. That's how little damage we are doing. We are on turn 8. I am launching a Dokkan attack here. I'm actually going to opt out of picking any of these because I want to move as slowly as possible. Like, we're already moving very, very slow. But Goten and Trunks, I know for a fact they are not fully built up. Obviously, the more stacks I'm able to get with both Ultimate Gohans is significantly better for us as a whole. Again, like I was saying last turn, getting as many offensive stacks, as many defensive stacks as possible. I don't know what their defensive stats should be like, but generally, like, turn 5, turn 7 onward, that's when, like, Tech Ultimate Gohan actually starts to be, like, super, super impressive, very, very dominating. These guys on their next turn are going to actually get the 2-turn support because I floated off the GOTEN unit, and unfortunately, we are still going to kill regardless. But let's see right here. 11 from them isn't terrible. Them as a floating unit, again, throughout the rest of this fight, they have a 70% chance to dodge, but after they dodge once, they go up to a 90%. And we do still have a stun. They have a stun on their super attack effect. So if we're able to stun any of these phases here onward, that's going to be phenomenal. So let's see kind of what we are rocking with right here. This is going to create a bunch of orbs for Beast Gohan. Ooh, that's pretty good. I'm going to opt to hold on to the active skill. We'll probably use that on Future Gohan's next turn. This is one of my favorite things about Future Gohan. Like, I said this last year in videos, I'm saying it this year as well. He's one of these units who you can keep on a main rotation, or you can float him, and he's going to pretty much perform exactly the same regardless. Now, obviously, he does do better in shorter events. He's going to lose some of his damage reduction as we get a little bit deeper into here. Beast Gohan, yet again, is taking a little bit of damage, but at this point, if his intro was up, we would have lost it already. This is turn 9, you know. All right, that's actually some pretty decent damage. That's type advantage, though. So that might have something to factor into it. Let's see here. Again, I do have the stats pulled up. I haven't actually looked at them outside of just that base stage, just to see, like, why my hybrids were, like, struggling as much as they were. But This pretty much will be a cruise. We'll just be moving very slowly. None of these units are incredibly damage dealing outside of like Goten and Trunks. And maybe you could say like Easy A Gotenks. Like Gotenks can do good damage now that he actually is an SSJ3 and he pops off with giving us a bunch of additionals. That would be nice, but a lot of these units, they're built very slow. You know, they're either stacking or they're just supporting units. Like GOTEN isn't going to be doing anything. I'm pretty much just going to be keeping him in slot 3 throughout the rest of the fight. That way he can launch his additionals right there. I mean, he gets crit in slot 3. If I remember correctly, he gets like a 50% chance to crit. I know I literally just looked at his kit, but I'm like trying to remember off the top of my brain what he is rocking with. Not doing too much damage. But like Future Gohan really never did the most amount of damage anyway. So I might actually want to transform both of my Ultimate Gohan so we can maybe move a little bit quicker, because now that I'm like really thinking about it, I'm like Future Gohan, who right now he is a god, but like when the domain goes away, he could probably be like not a fraud, but I'm actually going to put these guys in slot 1 because I am confident that they can live, and I want them to get some dodge. I need them to be fully built up, essentially. Plus, they're going to be giving the 2-turn support now, which is super nice. I believe it's 30% attack and defense for both turns. So we're not going to be having that up for the whole fight because of I only opted to bring one go... that was 160. Plus, they are fully built up. Damn. That's fine. We got the super attack up now, so they should be fine. Although, I don't know if these guys get defense on their super attack effect. I know, like, pre-Easy A, they only got attack. They only rose attack for 1 turn was, like, their super attack effect. But again, that's the 80% chance to dodge. Shining in for us. No super, so if he's going to super here, it's going to be up against Tech Ultimate Gohan. But Tech Ultimate Gohan, he has enough stacks at this point that he is kind of like a defensive god. I guess I could actually check what his defense is right now. And if it's high enough, like if I feel comfortable at the state that it is at, I may go ahead and just transform both of them. That way, again, we can move a little bit quicker and not really have to worry about anything right here. But like, I don't know, if his defense is like 1.5, it's probably where I would feel comfortable. But if we're at like above the million range, once he transforms, it'll be like roughly around like 1.7, 2 million, somewhere in that ballpark. And again, I would feel comfortable having him in that state for the rest of the fight right here. So what are we taking? Again, double digits. That's, I believe it's just 50% damage reduction in that final slot right there. So what is your defense? 1.1. We'll transform you next turn then, because with the stacks that you're going to be getting here, you're going to kind of get to that number that I want. But since these units are stacking, like, look how much HP recovery we are able to get. Just with a couple of orbs, just because you heal based off your HP percentage, and actually getting a couple of attacks and early up against Beast Gohan is good. You know what? I actually hope we don't kill on this turn. That way I can float Future Gohan one more time and him still be safe. But by the looks of things, Beast might be able to do it. I mean, Gotenks, again, he does do good damage. I'm pretty sure he also has a 70% chance to crit once he's in SSJ3. So likely Gohan is going to be down here, and we're going to be entering the final stage of the fight up against the Go Bros. Well, maybe not, because since I didn't put Ultimate Gohan into slot 1, he's not getting that extra damage buff. I don't know. I guess it kind of depends on if he pops off. Why are all of these being, like, additional normals? I feel like I'm getting triple normal. Ultimate Gohan, hello? Dude, I've been having really bad luck with my additional luck recently on every team except for the Broly team. I feel like the Broly team, I mean, they already move very, like, quickly when it comes to offense, just with how, like, impressive their damage numbers are or whatever. We actually aren't going to get the kill, which is good. So I can get a couple more stacks with Ultimate Gohan, and we can float Future Gohan one more time. The domain will go away, but we do still have the active skill in our back pocket. This is the Super Goten. No way. Chat, I don't want to talk about it. We're swapping teams. I really don't want to talk about it, chat. I don't. Oh my god. We're probably going to struggle with this team too, I would imagine. Alright. Operation Kill Gotenks as quickly as possible has now been initiated. I think I want to go ahead. He has 60% damage reduction. Do I trust that he's going to be fine with just 60%? Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. Up against only 1 million is pretty much like what we're dealing with. I think he'll be fine. But let's kill Gotenks as quickly as possible. Then we can get rid of Videl. And then we can go back and we can get rid of Trunks right here. This might do a little bit of damage. Doesn't even matter. We dodge it. Did I put a dodge build on you? I don't remember. Again, I built this unit this morning. 16 is actually pretty good from this guy. That's good. But obviously, he does have, like, the 5 dodge built in. Yet again, there is the stun. I didn't even know this kid had a stun on his super attack effect, but I will take that. I will take that up 100%. All right. Now, if this guy gets caught by a super, like, we are dead. Like, there's no way we're living. Look at the damage difference we're doing with this team compared to hybrids. Oh, my goodness gracious. I'm just going to do the hybrid mission on my own time. That's so embarrassing. Oh, we're dead. We're dead. He's not living this. No way. Huh? Huh? What? How did he double digit that? Oh, Broly support from his intro. He got an extra 40% defense. I wonder if that might have factored in. That might have factored in. Because that unit, he doesn't have any defensive mechanic. I mean, that's also type advantage, so he has, like, pseudo guard. I don't like to call that true type advantage. I call it true type advantage when you have guard and type advantage. But, I mean, I'm not going to say that's bad. He ate that way better than what Tech Ultimate Gohan was doing. And Tech Ultimate Gohan has damage reduction. So, we will take those. We will take those. Basically, Broly, he just gets, like, those extra stats for his first turn. All right. Having Good Boo and Harudegarn is pretty nice right here. I guess we'll just keep Harudegarn around as a floating unit. We'll just float him, like, the entire fight. I want to get Mr. Boo. I can only give him 2. I think you want to give him, like, 4, but we can do this. And then Harudegarn, that is a lot of attacks you're going to have to dodge in that final slot there. But I have faith in Harudegarn. So let's see right here. We do have the revive up. I mean, we're getting supered instantly for 300 against Fabu. God gracious. That's a 1 million. I know it's before he attacks or whatever, but still. I can't believe I'm having this hard of a time. Am I even going to be able to beat this mission today? I mean, if I lose this run and the next run, I'll just bring uncontrollable power in here, and we'll just get the dub, and I'll do it in my off time, and you guys can make fun of me in the comments. Also, if I made any misplays, let me know if I'm just getting screwed over and completely unlucky. I feel like I'm just getting unlucky. That's what this, honest to God, this feels like. Like, I'm not trying to cope or anything. This just feels like I'm getting screwed over by the game. Like, in every single possible way. Harudegarn, double digits. All right, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And it looks like I'm already able to transform. Oh, it's because I took damage. All right, yeah, let's go ahead. Boom. Transform into Harudegarn. So, GOTEN is dead here. I would imagine. We're going to do some damage. No. I need to be smart. I need to be smart. Also, this is good because we're getting stacks up with the EZA. Because the EZA, he does greatly stack attack on his 18 key, but he's only in his base form for turn 1 and for turn 3. This might do damage. Yeah, okay, that did do some damage, but we are supering right now, so... and I already know that the EZA Tech Broly, he is able to tank a normal or a super up against Trunks, and Trunks is the unit who would be supering him. As we can see there, we did not get the stun. Is the stun only on the 18 key? It must be. All right, he's supering you, but you supered already, so this should be fine. Doesn't even matter, we dodge it anyway. I do want to check the build that I put on him, because again, I'm not entirely familiar with it. It must be just a chance to stun as well on his super attack, because I'm pretty sure both turns we got him the 18 key. And we didn't stun him right there, but like, yeah, this is perfect. Goten is now completely out of here. We can probably really quickly kill Videl. And then we can kind of move on with our day, go into the family Kamehameha stage. As long as Harudegarn pops off here, which hopefully he should. Again, he does have the 70%, and then with each subsequent dodge, he gets an extra 10%. This is mine, so he's only 55%. And he's really not doing, like, impressive damage at all. But I do have a dodge build on him. I do remember, vaguely putting orbs on him, or at least on Harudegarn? What the fuck? Bro. Actually, what the fuck is going on? What? What? Huh? Are you serious? Dude. What? We're just gonna go down here. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go you. We're gonna scroll down a bit. We're gonna do you, who I EZA'd, and probably the Tech LR. All right. Yeah. Okay. No, we're just gonna get our win. We're just gonna get our win. That is That's fucking bonkers, dude. I actually cannot believe that happened. That's so insane. That was he failed two 70% and two 21% chances. Chat, I'm not throwing. I promise I'm not. This is ridiculous. All right, I'm not able to get the attack break. The attack break would actually be pretty huge right here. But it doesn't really matter. We can do this right there. I probably should have floated him instead of floating Cell Max, but we're going to have Bio Broly on this upcoming rotation. So let's just kind of see right here. Obviously, Broly is going to be fine right here. Obviously, this is not threatening at all. Really, the only unit on this entire team who I would be worried about would be the EZA Tech Broly. And that's only going to be for these first couple of turns. So maybe I should have floated him because he's the only unit who I think could potentially get caught. This isn't even the AoE animation. I only got the 12 key. Yeah. But he does build up key with his super attacks. That is correct. So everyone did, what do you call it? Super, except for Trunks. But we don't have the intro up from the Int Broly yet. So potentially this Super EZA could take a little bit of damage right here. I guess we will see. I wouldn't imagine, even if we do, it would be like too much. Yeah, we are double-digit tanking all of these normals, which is to be expected. But let's see. Yeah, okay, so we are getting tagged by a super right here, but this is type advantage. We did super. Only a little bit of damage right there. All right, thankfully it was Trunks who decided to super him and not any other unit on the team. Because I actually think if Videl supered him for 1 million type advantage, we probably would have died. Same thing with Goten. Goten launching a 1.3 on turn 1 probably would have wiped him off the face of the planet, but maybe not from full HP, because again, I did essentially have full HP right here. Cell Max doing a lot of additionals right here is super good. So he's pretty much already built up, or not built up fully defensively, but very close to it. And then when he comes back around, we can probably just float him off again. All right. I think I want to float you in this situation. And let's just go balls to the walls. Let's not hold back anything. I do need to give the Super EZA some rainbows right here. But he's also going to be an AoE, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. That's 2 right there. So 50% chance to crit, and he is going to be launching a guaranteed additional super. So we're going to be doing 2 AoEs, and he's going to get his build up, because if an AoE unit has to build up by doing supers, each one, he's essentially going to be fully built up, because usually he has to perform 5 super attacks to get all of his extra buffs, which is 150% attack and defense and 50% damage reduction. But since he's AoEing 3 units, the first attack that he does, obviously that it's going to give him like 30% damage reduction, and it's going to give him, what is 30 times 3? 90% attack and defense. And then after that, when he does his guaranteed additional super, he will be fully built up. Assuming we don't kill any of the units right here, it actually would be bad if Broly killed them right there, but it doesn't matter. Even if this Broly right here does kill Goten, which I wouldn't imagine unless he crits him, because he is only launching at 5.7 right here. Yeah, he is alive, so that's going to be good. But we're going to see like a pretty substantial jump in power, yeah, all the way up to 11.7. Now that's with 30% attack from his super attack effect, on top of the fact that he got an extra 90% to stat. So that is pretty huge, and he is fully built up defensively, so he has the 90% damage reduction. So we are cooking. We're actually able to move through this event in a very effective way. You're also able to stun Trunks. That's right, you're able to stun all 3 of them. I am going to be greedy, I think, and try to get as many stacks with this unit as I can. No reason not to pop this right here. So we can do that. We can focus down Videl since Trunks is stunned. There's no real reason not to just try to wipe him off the face of the planet. We may honestly kill on this turn, which probably wouldn't be the worst thing ever, in combination of the AoE and just how, like, incredibly powerful all these units are. Dude, she really has been bullying slot 1, just supering out the gate instantly. What is her super attack cooldown? It's 0. She has a 50% chance to super, and she has a 0 turn cooldown. Okay. So Videl is, like, only here to super, essentially. Because her normals are only 400k. Not really anything to be scared about. But yeah, Videl's probably going to be dead here, and the additional super from Broly might just outright wipe Trunks off the face of the planet right here. Yeah, 24, and again, this is giving him a greatly stack attack, so he now has an extra 50% attack permanently. So his active skill turn is going to be way more dominant. All right. Going into this next turn, this is up against the Family Kamehameha Gohan. And again, I think I'm going to float off Cell Max. We'll pop this active skill right here. And I think we'll collect the Int Orbs over here. And then is this going to be 4 orbs? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So now Broly, this Broly, Super EZA Broly, he has a 100% chance to dodge. And he is going to be launching 2 guaranteed additional supers. So, again, he is fully built up, so I guess let's see kind of what kind of... Oh, my God. Plus, he's giving support. With each orb that he obtains, he's giving super or extreme class allies, what is it, 1 key and 20% attack and defense, so we gave him 6 orbs there. That can't be right. There's no way I just gave an extra 120% support. Is that right? Or is it Rainbow Orb? It might be Rainbow Orb. Because if it's just Orbit, I mean, even still, if it is that, that's 80% support that I'm able to do right there. 18 right there. And the guaranteed additionals are going to be way crazier because he's getting 30% attack with each one of these, and they're guaranteed crits, 19.2. Yeah, dude, this is... Dude, I like what they did with the super easy A Broly. I gave a dodge build to mine. I believe he's... I have him 90%, because before going into the celebration, I had him at 55, and then through summons... Oh my god. This is the hidden potential system right here. Is he going to outright kill? Yo! Cellmax, we could one-face this fight. Now, I know Cellmax is not going to get his guaranteed additional super because we did not get... It doesn't even matter, a normal would have killed right there. Yeah, alright. So we're going up against the final phase, or what I'm assuming to be the final phase, up against Gobros. Let's see right here. Oh, well, we have to wait to see this legendary transformation from 2019, by the way. Every time I see it, I just have to point it out. Like, I know the drawing right here, it's very low quality. All things considered, but, like, it looks so freaking good. We are able to pop it right here. I mean, yeah, we have type advantage, so we don't really need to pop this. There's no real reason to do it, but I'm going to go ahead and do this right here because I am assuming that this is the end of the fight, so we can just try to wipe this kid off the face of the planet, get the extra support to planetary destruction units. We're also going to be doing a little bit of orb changing right here, so let's kind of see what we were rocking with. He didn't change any orbs. All right, that sucks. But I want to read, is it per... Yeah, it's per Rainbow Key Sphere. All right, but last turn he gave 80% support. Oh, the app is lagging a little bit. Probably from the domain. Do you see that? Or it's lagging on my end at the very least. But we can do this right there. And let's go ahead and just pop this and see if we can one-turn this kid. And because we one-turned the last phase, I think collecting this STR orb, or this physical orb right there, would be the smartest thing to do for the rainbow orb changing on this upcoming turn. But this guy's actually pretty freaking ridiculous with the domain up. Guard, 60% damage reduction, 260% defense at the start of turn. He is giving support to uncontrollable power allies, and then he also has a revive in his back pocket. Yeah, this is going to be completely double digits. I guess we can see, does he stun, seal, debuff? He does defensive debuff, so that is important to keep in mind for this upcoming turn. We can still put him into slot 1, just because, again, he does have guard, true type advantage, and everything like that, but something to look out for. There are some units who could potentially get caught by that super attack, depending on how big the debuff is. Like, if it's like 80%, that would be actually pretty scary. We're doing some good damage right here, and probably not going to wipe him out, unless we're, I mean, what's the attack set right here? 55 million. That is pretty good. If we do get, like, a lot of crits right here, which are guaranteed, I'm pretty sure, when you're at 24 key. If we get additional super, which is guaranteed, if we get the hidden potential system right here, I think this is going to be our dub. So, fingers crossed, chat, that we can outright just wipe him out. Hidden potential system additional, normal. Not what you want to see, but hey, it happens. It's okay. We have Bio Broly on this turn, but we don't have his thing. Yeah. So we're going to float Bio Broly off yet again. I'm not going to play risky or anything. Let's just go ahead and do this right here. That is 4 yet again. And look at his key just rocket up. It's going to be so easy to get them a junior attack right now when you have him linked up with Super Easy A. It's a little bit disappointing to think about that Int Easy A Broly came out during this exact same celebration. I don't know why. Like, they have the same name, so it's hard to run them on the same team. It's hard to run any... Oh, there's another phase. Oh. Well, we do have the revive up. We also have the target all. Sure, we could pop the target all. Interesting that we went back. I really did expect Gobros to kind of be the finale to the fight. That's good damage right there. But might as well keep ourselves safe on this rotation because we're not going to take any damage at all. But back to the tangent that I was on. It is a little bit of a shame that they easy ate him during this celebration because there are so many legendary Super Saiyan Broly's. There's so many Super Saiyan Broly's. So having the same name, like, I don't understand why in 2024 Dokkan we can't just have... But I mean, I guess because so many units of the same name, they share a lot of the same links, you know? But... you could just change it a little bit, or like, I don't know. We had this problem last year, and that's why we have characters like Beerus, so that we will never have a Fusion Zamasu incident again. But, like, we are having a Fusion Zamasu incident. 1 year later, we're having this brand new team with a bunch of really powerful options, and they all share the same name. You can't link them together, or do anything of the sort. And I know that, like, the workaround is like, oh, well, Dragon Ball Super Broly and the EZA, the issue's only until turn 4. This Broly, obviously, he starts off in base form, so when he transforms, you can do that on turn 1. He's not going to be an issue, but having 3 characters on this team, potentially, who all have the exact same name, being Legendary Super Saiyan Broly, that is an L, and then having the It one be just, like... I mean, I still think he's way better than a lot of the community give him credit for, because he actually does do really solid damage and pretty decent tanking up against, like, Goku enemies. So any fight that has a Goku 59% damage reduction, like, you're going to be fine. But, like, the Super EZA is just outright better. We saw, like, he's doing those attack stats way better. He's supporting everything. He's creating orbs. He's AoEing. Like, he's just better in every way. What was the point of EZAing Broly? Because, like, I mean, yeah, I understand, like, an EZA, that's good and easy content to do, but we've gotten next to no EZAs this celebration. We've gotten what? We got Tech Turles. 1, 2, 3. Am I able to get you 4? I'm not able to get you 4. Okay. But we got Turles, and poor Turles, man. Turles is so good. He just doesn't have a home. He's just kind of floating around in limbo. Like, I don't know what they were cooking up with Turles. Like, Turles really is, like, that guy. He is super... Nice dodge. He is so good. It's just he needs Terrifying Conquerors or Planetary Destruction, and this team is very uncontrollable power focused. So what was the point of easying Turles now when he just doesn't have a home? You can't. I mean, you can run him very effectively on movie bosses, but if you want to run movie bosses at full power, that means if you want to run Turles, that means you cannot run Bio Broly. You cannot run the Int Broly. And then at that point, I feel like you're handicapping yourself because both of those units offer a little bit more to the team than what Turles is doing. But, like, Turles has potential to be a top 10 LR on a team that, like, you don't have to handicap yourself to use. So, Turles is a little bit iffy. Int Broly was certainly a little bit iffy. The Carnival Broly's very, very good. Goten and Trunks, I think, are, like, a top 10 unit in the game contender. And the Super EZA, I mean, he seems pretty freaking ridiculous right there. But... I just don't know. Why did we not get sub EZAs? I guess there is still the chance. I think I talked about that early in the video, but there we go. There's that mission done. I'll just do the other 2 in my own time because I only have 1 more attempt and I don't really feel like being fucked by RNG again. All right, and hello everybody. I'm the Super27 and welcome to another Dokkan battle video. This is the last stage of the Supreme Magnificent Spectacle Movie Edition for the Worldwide Download Celebration or whatever. The Worldwide Download Celebration is certainly coming to an end because next Friday, I believe, is when we're going to be getting another banner, another DFE. So, in the last video, I actually forgot to check out these guys' stats, so we're going to do it at the start of the video. That way, I don't have an opportunity to be a buffoon. But from what I've seen on Twitter, this fight really isn't anything spectacular. It looks to be 2 phases right here. So, phase 1, we have Goten, Trunks, and 18. 60 million, 40 million, 50, 300, 350, 330. I mean, okay. Debuffs by 20%. This is nothing. Seals. This is nothing. 40% defensive debuff. I mean, that would be scary, but that's an 8.2. Can't be defensive debuffed. Can't be stunned. Each time you get a speed. Agility? You take 40,000 damage. This will not result in a KO. Nullifies, seals, stunned. Okay, so you just can't debuff 18. You can offensively debuff Trunks, and then he transforms skill. Tech? Transforms Tech into AGL 100% of the time. So, like, the synergy is this guy orb changes, and then this guy turns them into the bombs. So this is the fight that has the bomb mechanic. Okay. And then stage 2, 80 million. This is nothing. 50% defense for the turn. That's nothing. 70 million. Nothing. 1.2. Alright. Can't stun, seal, or debuff. Each time a spirit is collected. What would spirit be? It's not strength. Fizz, maybe? Physical key sphere? 6% of the max damage. This will not result in a KO. He has damage reduction, remove damage reduction, transform power into physical. No, so then it wouldn't be physical. So I don't know what spirit would be. Power is STR, so STR into physical. And he cancels orb transformation, so you can't create orbs. Okay. Interesting. And then you just can't stun, seal, or debuff Krillin. Alright, so this fight seems pretty lame. All things considered. I don't know why, but I feel like this Worldwide Download Celebration especially was targeted much more so to players who haven't been playing the game for a while. I think that's like the conclusion that I've reached is usually like instead of having like this big celebration where players have been playing for a long time, they're going to drop a bunch of difficult fights. I feel like maybe last year they got too many complaints from people who were just joining the game, and then Fusion Zamasu, he dropped, and then even longtime players were struggling with him, you know? So I think maybe that's why they toned it way, way, way down during the celebration, just in case new players found out about this game, because Broly is so huge, you know? Like, people who probably would never really play a gacha, but like even like for Dragon Ball, seeing Broly in the animations, like all of them really cooked. They're like, all right, we have to attract players to play the game, but we'll make it a little bit less, you know, whatever. That's usually what they do with like the battlefields or whatever. You know, like generally the battlefields aren't too difficult on the exclusive ones, even though this one actually was a little bit tricky. So they kind of did a flip-flop. They made the battlefield a little bit more difficult, but the normal stages were significantly easier. And there is a mission to beat it using uncontrollable power, so let's just go ahead and dive in here. This is going to be like a one and done. There's no way that it isn't. We're going to float our Carnival Broly, but usually what I do... Let's see. I might want to transform him. Usually when I float him, I don't transform him. But, yeah, we can see right there the AGL key sphere has a bomb in it. This is one of these fights with AoEs, so might as well do this. And then, I guess with you, we can target down... I mean, Goten is the one who's creating them, so once we get rid of Goten, we won't really even have to worry about the bombs anymore. So, yeah, let's just go ahead and shotgun this transformation and do this. We have two incredibly powerful AoEs on this turn. What are the chances that we just outright kill? Could, like, both of these AoEs wipe out all three of these units? I mean... Oh, no, she can't. This is a seal. So we aren't going to be getting these... That's a little annoying. But that's whatever. Worst things have happened. He's going to be launching just a bunch of guaranteed additional normals right here. Again, worst things have happened. But none of these guys are even doing enough damage where I would be really worried about the yellow coin EZA right here. Usually I am pretty fearful since he doesn't have damage reduction or anything of the sort. They've already blew their load? They've already blew their load launching 2 of the 3 supers anyway, so even if he got caught by a super, it'd be what, Goten's? I believe Goten is the unit who hasn't launched his super yet. I really wouldn't be afraid at this point with how low all these guys are hitting for. I mean, that's good damage right there. I mean, obviously, this is one of the more damage-dealing units in the game, especially on its active skill turn, but being a little bit greedy and able to get some of these stacks off in, like, early stages of the fight is nice. I mean, yeah, Goten's doing this. What was this, like a 900 something? We double-digit tank, it doesn't even matter. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to say that this is kind of like a nothing burger. Maybe I should have brought a weaker team, but if you watched yesterday's video, you saw what happened when I brought weaker teams up against the other stage. I was just... RNG was not on my side. That was something. That was a spectacle. If you want to have a good laugh, go check out that video. I'm recording this immediately afterwards. Yeah, no, if Cellmax got his AoE, we probably would have killed. With how much damage Broly just did right there, we probably actually would have killed all 3 of these units. Because Cellmax is kind of that guy offensively, you know? I may butt heads with him a little bit with how his defensive performance for me specifically is. But yeah, nothing scary. We have yet another AoE on this turn. Sure, we can go ahead and pop this. Why not? Potentially... What does this change a certain type of key sphere, or is it a random key sphere? Because if it changes AGL key spheres into STR, we're going to be really, really good right here. Goten is almost on his way out of here. We have the domain activated, which is super nice, giving all of that extra support to all of our units right here. And yet, no orb changing. And it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get this guy any rainbow key spheres either words. So he'll be able to still support the team, or get like fully built up, I mean. By hitting 3 separate units, he's going to get 30% damage reduction and an extra 90% to his stats. But since we were unable to give him the 2 rainbow key spheres right there, no chance to crit unless whatever he has built in, which I think I only gave him the like built-in 5 dodge for STR units. Because you don't really need to go out of your way or anything to give him crit when he's creating his own orbs. I feel like in most situations you're going to be able to get that super, super easily. We could get a hit of potential system, which would be nice. Let's see right here. We do not get the hit of potential system, and even only with 30% damage reduction, with how weak these guys are hitting, I'm not worried. I mean, what's this going to be? We dodged anyway. Dodge build for the win, fellas. Dodge build for the win. That's the type of shit that you love to see. Sorry, take a little sip of my water right there. But we have the other Broly coming in right here. We'll probably just float off the Carnival Broly. Or not the Carnival Broly, the Easy A Broly. We'll put Cellmax into slot 1 again. Because I think out of all the units, I would much rather him get stunned as opposed to the Carnival Broly. We weren't actually able to kill Goten on that turn, but as long as Android 18 doesn't super us right away in slot 1 again, I think that this is definitely going to be the kill. She's attacking 1 time in slot 1. What are the chances, chap? Predict down below. Does she be really mean to us and seal us in slot 1? Let me know. You only have like 7 seconds to predict. I'm trying to avoid all these orbs. Although only 40,000 per orb. I mean, to be fair, that is a pretty big cluster of orbs. Like, if it were to happen, they all do 40,000. So if I collected like 4 of them, that's 16,000 damage right there. That's a sixth of, or no, that's like roughly about like a tenth of my health. So I could actually see like that being scary under certain situations, but none of them are hitting hard enough to really capitalize on it. I mean, it would probably be a little bit toxic if they could, but we have had fights that deal damage to us at the start of all these turns. Oh, I actually wasn't able to give Broly enough ki because I held back, but it doesn't really look like it matters, so he's not getting an offensive stack here or anything, but he should be able to wipe this out, and if he can't, I would imagine the Yellow Coin LR would be able to. Since he did get a stack on the prior turn, he's going to get another stack on this turn. Maybe it's for the best that Broly didn't get the AoE stack off, because, yeah, we actually would have probably killed had he not. But yeah, 28, god damn, he's so good. We're not going to have the domain for the rest of the fight. We have it up for 1 more turn, but I don't really think that is, like, the biggest deal ever. So let's see right here. We're now into this stage. And they create... Oh, it's physical orbs that are it. Okay, okay. Did it not say that it cancels orb creation? I double orb changed right there. So the event is just outright lying to me, is what you're telling me. Okay. Okay. So we can do this right here. I think we want to do that right there. And the STR orbs over here, I should be able to collect 4. No, I can't. I can only get 3. All right, that's not the biggest deal ever. We're giving 60% support to the entire rotation, and he's going to launch a guaranteed additional with a 50% chance to crit. Dude, the Super Easy is so good. He actually is so good. Like, they knew what they were doing with him. They again, it is a shame that there are so many legendary Super Saiyan Broly's on this team, and it's a shame that they easy-aid the Int one and they made him in just like a kind of a stupid way. Like, there's no kind of about it. They designed the unit stupidly. Because, like, he's good for the current content. Like, again, I like that unit way more than I feel like a lot of other people do. Even though I've, like, fully acknowledged that his kit, he's probably only a 6 out of 10. When you, like, factor in everything about, oh my god, how much damage did that, oh my god. Holy cow. Are we, is this just over? Are we done? Is the Super Easy A just going to outright wipe? He might. Yeah, no. This is death right here. 4 turns, 14 million. And he has a guaranteed additional after this with a 50% chance of both of them being crits. And we have the hidden potential system. We don't even need it. We don't even need it right there. 17. We won. Yeah, no, they had to have designed these fights for new players. Like, that has to be what it was. Too many people must have joined the game last year and then were, like, pushed away because of what Fusion Zamasu was. And just how inherently, like, again, older players had a hard time beating him. So people who just picked up the game, they couldn't beat it. They got frustrated. There must be, like, some, like, proof that that happened last year. But there we go. We have the brand new support memory. I will be completing these missions on my own time. Again, go check out the other video if you haven't seen it. It's pretty funny. But the missions, I mean, those stages, ultimately, all of these stages were, like, a letdown. Like, I would say the 3 great Super Saiyans and the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan fight were harder than these two. Like, the 3 great Super Saiyans, they could super turn 3 times for 1.4, you know, so if you had a weak unit on your team on turn 3 or turn 4, it'd be hard to protect them. The hardest that this fight is even hitting is 1.2. Now, I mean, I get, yeah, the bomb mechanic could be toxic, but, like, the Dokkan Wiki literally says that it cancels Fear Transformation, but, like, I double orb changed on that turn. I created STR spheres and Rainbow Key spheres. So I don't know what the Dokkan Wiki is cooking up, or maybe that's a domain? Is it because I had a... It might be a domain, maybe, because I had the, Int Broly's domain was still up, so maybe that's what they were talking about. I don't know. But Let me know what you think about all these fights. Again, I think they're pretty underwhelming, but if you just joined the game, like if you only started playing during this celebration, I feel sure with like the free-to-plays that you have available to you, some of the units that you'd be able to get, like that were featured on the banners and whatnot, you probably could beat most of these stages, and that might have been their intent. I don't know. But yeah, I would say that's kind of an L. Maybe we could get one more stage, like an EX part, get like some sub-EZAs, get like one really difficult fight. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just gonna wrap it up here. That's gonna be all for this time, guys. I've been the Super27. I'm a variety Twitch streamer and an up-and-coming PNG tuber trying to make it big in the world. I have a Twitter, a Twitch, a TikTok, and a YouTube, the links to which can all be found in the description of this video. And while you're down there, don't forget to like, subscribe, share me around, and leave me a comment, positive, negative, or indifferent. I would love just any sort of interaction I can get from y'all. But that's gonna be all for this time, guys. So, as always, I've been the Super27, and I am signing off.